JavaScript tutorial 2025. Let's just start off with why you should actually give a shit. This is how much JavaScript developers are making.
$1 million?
Actually, wait, that's not true. But here is what's true, because I just recently went to a conference and here's what the developers said.
I make 6 figures, and that's as a SE1. So that's like entry-level software engineer.
100 to 110.
So my first job, my salary was 110. I had a 15K signing bonus.
I make 146.
Damn.
So I'm a senior software engineer now at Credit Karma. The total comp, I think, adjusted for like the growth in stock, would be over 400,000 annually.
Yes, even though AI is here, it is 100% required that you actually learn to code, because without learning to code, you won't even be able to use the AI. You're going to start off with the basic fundamentals of JavaScript, and then you're going to move on to building smaller to bigger projects. So for example, you're going to start off first by doing lots of exercises so you can get good with how arrays work, objects, variables, etc. Then you're going to build little projects like a tip calculator. Then I'll show you how to learn APIs and make an app that gets a random dog every single time you click it. You'll learn how to build your own superhero app. So if you search Batman or Thanos, you can actually find your superhero and you can switch it up. Pretty cool, pretty impressive, and you can show it off to your friends. I'll also show you how to deploy these apps so they're online. Anybody can use them at any time. You'll learn how to build your own weather app with JavaScript. I'll help you master concepts like promises and async and await, some advanced concepts as well, right? Don't worry, this is for complete beginners. Okay, so if you're a complete beginner, you're in the right place. And if you're even more intermediate, there's going to be a couple of things for you to. So how freaking exciting is that? I hope that this is the most exciting JavaScript course that you've ever come across, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun. So stick around. This is going to be a fun ride. Before we just jump into it, what I want you to do is smash that like button so this course goes out to as many people as possible. And as a way to thank you, here's a picture of a koala bear, all right, and a baby and a monkey. There you go. Hopefully I earned that like. And the reason why you should learn how to code is like, hey, look, if you ever want to be a developer at Netflix and be able to build something like this, you're going to need to learn JavaScript. How come when I hover over it, it like expands, right? When I click into it, it changes to a different page. If you're going to want to work for Instagram one day, you need to know how to use JavaScript, because they use JavaScript for their web app, right? For their Uber Eats app, they use JavaScript for the web app as well. And literally almost every app that you can think of, or every website that you can think of, is built with JavaScript. I'll also tell you something from my personal experience, which is my team and I, we got together and we built our own software with JavaScript. And I'll show you exactly how it works too, so you can see like, holy crap, because I'm going to ask you like, how do you imagine building this without being able to do JavaScript? And this software that we actually built, this software within like 20 days, right, made us, take a look at this, $106,000. So I can tell you from personal experience that, you know, being able to use JavaScript is life-changing, and is life-changing for me too. And whether you want to become a developer or run your own business, like, it's a game changer, right? This is the product that we ended up building. And we're like, how about if we build something where you can use an AI tool that can help content creators, developers, marketers work visually with AI? So I'll give you an example of how our tool works. So like, take a look at this, for example, right? Here you can add a recording to this, a mind map, images, a YouTube video, TikTok, text, AI chat, website, document. So there's a lot of JavaScript stuff going on, right? Like when I hover over this, you see how like the recording, how come like, for example, if I hit Y, this comes up. This is all JavaScript, right? Now imagine I go to a YouTube video, and let's say I go and do a JavaScript tutorial video, and let's say we grab something from Clever Programmer, and do we have a console logging that? And if you do that correctly, we have really long tutorials, but maybe there's like a shorter tutorial on something that we can find. Let's look at popular. Okay, here's an example of actually like, all right, the top 5 programming languages to learn here. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and I will copy this. I'll go to this video and grab this, right? And if I come back and I paste this video, look at that. This video is already being added to the board, and it's already added. Now, if I actually click this button with the AI chat, okay, I can bring this. And by the way, this tool will be super helpful for you to learn as a developer as well. So if you want to like use it, go to getpoppy.ai. I'm going to put a link and give you a promo code that you can use, but just check it out, right? So like this is a chat that we've built. This is like our software. I wrote a lot of the code along with Naz, who's my co-founder. And like, if I actually connect this and I'll say, hey, give me the key insights from this video, it's using Claude to actually go through that video, watch it, and then give me all the insights. So it's telling me, okay, I said Java is the 5th programming language. Here are the reasons why. Swift is number 4, SQL is number 3, JavaScript is number 2, and Python is number 1. And then additional notes. So like, boom, all of a sudden I can learn from this video. Let's say there's a new concept that I actually want to learn, like server-side actions in Next.js. If I want to learn the hottest new thing that's happening, okay, cool. Somebody has made a video on this. I can grab this video and I can also attach this video to the chat, right? I can connect this and I can just say, from this video, give me how to use server actions. And then all of a sudden, it's actually going to go ahead and give me all of the insights. So when I'm trying to learn JavaScript, I can learn so much faster with this. So if I go JavaScript, let's say I go and to-do list app, right? Let's say I want to like learn how you can build a to-do list app with JavaScript. This one looks really, really clean. This guy seems like he did a great job. I can go here and I can paste it in. I can open up a new chat if I wanted to. I can just hit C, right? And then connect this. And I can just say like, walk me through the steps in this video or how to build this app. And if I hit enter, it's actually going to just like tell me the exact steps needed. So since you're trying to learn JavaScript, this would be so easy and valuable for you. I mean, heck, you could come across a TikTok, right? So if I go to TikTok, you could come on JavaScript. Like if I go here and maybe there's an insight that TikTok has. So like if I grab this here,
can you solve one of
I can grab this.
the most notorious JavaScript interview questions of all time?
So if I go back, I can add this in here, right? And then this TikTok video will show up and then now it's connected to the chat. So just think about like how much JavaScript is happening behind the scenes, right? For this to work, because this is something you can't do with ChatGPT or Claude. This is how we ended up building a software that is making hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. And we have so many customers and so many developers actually using it so they could learn faster. They could learn better. They could get higher paying jobs. We have data analysts using it. We have web developers using it, marketers. So JavaScript is a real absolute game changer. And I wanted to share this with you because this has changed my life. And if I just quickly ask it like, hey, what does he say about the interview question? And I ask it, it will tell me about the TikTok interview question, right? The results, key insight. So all of a sudden, anything that you see about JavaScript, it could be a reel, it could be a TikTok, it could be a YouTube video. Maybe you have a PDF document. Maybe there's a website on JavaScript that covers certain things. You can add that in. You can add in all of those things. You can even add your own voice recording. So you're like, hey, I just learned that with JavaScript, you could use the .inner HTML to change the content on the web page with HTML. And so if I hit stop recording, this voice note that I have that I can use for learning purposes, that you might, voice notes that you can even drag and drop voice notes from your voice notes app, and you can even take it from your iPhone and directly drop it in here. What do I say about changing web content? So let's see if it can find that. From the audio clip, you make a very brief statement about JavaScript. I just learned with JavaScript. So eventually you can see how your board can get actually quite complex. So I have a lot of things. So like here's my one that helps me make reels and content for my product, Poppy, to promote it. And I've just given it a whole bunch of information around my website, TikToks, everything. And then it like makes new hooks for me. It does all of that. So for you, you can use it for coding and learn 10 times faster and get to your goals of making money and whatever 10 times faster. So click the link below. It'll take you to this page and then go ahead and check it out. We have hundreds and hundreds of customers, people saying it's better than Miro. We have people getting millions of impressions on their LinkedIn posts. You can go through podcasts way faster and learn programming way faster with this. And it's especially good if you have ADHD or you're neurodivergent, because that's how I am. And linear thinking doesn't work, but visual whiteboard thinking works really, really well. And we just have so many customers and testimonials that you can go and check out. People all over the world are using it. With that said, go grab Get Poppy AI right now. The promo code is JavaScript for $25 off, so you can learn 10 times faster. And we have 30-day money-back guarantee. So if for any reason you don't like it, no questions asked, we got your back. Go click the link below or type in that code, and I'll see you inside. With that said, let's start learning JavaScript. So we're going to be coding using this W3 Schools website. I'm going to put the link in the description so you can just click it. And here's the best part. You don't need to have JavaScript installed. You don't need to have anything set up on your computer. You don't need to get Visual Studio Code, nothing. We can actually just code right here. This is the fastest way to start. So I highly recommend that you just click the link and then you can just follow along and you'll have these same exercises, examples that we're going to do together. So right here, they have a good example, right? This is an example of JavaScript right here. So if I actually click this button, it says click me to display date and time. And as soon as I click it, the exact date and time of right this moment shows up. That is an example of JavaScript. I can actually click into this and hit try it yourself. And now I can actually see the code behind it, okay? So let's just start it off from complete scratch. Okay, I'll get rid of almost everything and then we'll just work our way. So if I actually hit run, you can see that it just says my first JavaScript, okay? Now, if I hit undo and I bring some of the other stuff back, I can even remove this other stuff so it's slightly less confusing. And if I hit run, you're going to see this button is here. Now, if I click this button, this date and time is here. Very interesting. Now, how's that happening? Well, there's actually this part of the code that's allowing that to happen. So if we actually look at this, this part is saying, hey, make a button. This is like make a button. And then when I click that button, here's the JavaScript part. So the JavaScript part is saying, I want you to basically show the date and add that onto the screen. So this is what we're doing with JavaScript. Okay, this is just one quick example. But don't worry, if this is confusing right now, don't worry. This is just the basics of it. And we're going to get even more beginner in just a second. We're going to start from complete scratch. This is just to show you like this is how it's working. Now in the introduction, we're going to go to another example. This says try it yourself. So I'm going to hit try it yourself. And you can see that I have another, and you can change the stuff around. So this is HTML here. If you don't know HTML, I recommend you go and learn HTML first. But if I say, hello, hi, my name is Kazi, and if I run it, this part over here is going to change. So I'll run it and you could see that part over there change. Okay, this is like HTML part. Now, the JavaScript part is what happens if I hit this click me button. How does it react? So if I hit click me, I'll hit click me right now. You see that it changes it and it says hello JavaScript. And so I can see that the JavaScript code is from here to here. Okay, and this button, we're making it through HTML. So like, for example, if I take this button, away, I mean, it's going to break and it's going to not know what to do because it's just going to like write whatever I've written there. But if I bring the button back and I tell it it's a button, so for the text of the button, this is the text. So I can just say new text. And if I do it, you can see that that's the text of the button. Now, over here where it says hello JavaScript, if I change that, all right, so I'll first of all put this back to click me. And now this part here where it says hello JavaScript, I can say hi Kazi with the wave sign, right? Now if I hit run and then I hit click me, you can see that now it says hi Kazi. Okay, so I'm teaching you through examples first. So then when we start actually coding it up, you can kind of start to put the dots together. And now one thing that they're saying here is it doesn't matter if you have double quotes here like this one, or if you have single quotes here like this one, okay? This is a string. We'll talk about this later. Okay, but it doesn't, the quotes in this situation doesn't really matter as long as you're writing this part of the JavaScript, the button will get written onto the screen. Okay, here's another example, which is super interesting. So if I actually turn on the light, turn off the light, right? It's a very visual, very easy to understand example. This is JavaScript. Now, if we go into it, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, which you're going to learn later. But at a high level, this is what it's doing. Okay, so these are the types of things that we can do with JavaScript. This toggle here, for example, for this website, when I click it, something happens. This stuff comes up. This is all happening with JavaScript. So all the interactivity that is a part of your website or web app, that's because of JavaScript. Now, after this, JavaScript can change HTML styles CSS. So JavaScript can do that. So here's an example where they're essentially taking this div called demo and they're changing its font size to 35 pixels. So let's try it ourselves and let's take a look at it. So I will make this a little bit bigger. And so if I hit click me right now, you can see that this font size is absolutely huge. But now if I go within here and I change this font size that we're writing to this div, and we're doing it on click, right? So on click is what is the function that determines what happens once we click this. And so now if I actually go ahead and change this to 5 pixels and if I hit run first and then I hit click me, it's so freaking small you can barely see it. That's what she said. Ha. Now JavaScript can also hide elements, okay, HTML elements. So if I go in here and you can see where it says display, right? So if we make this easier to read, so if I go here, it says get the div, the demo element, okay? And then within that, go into its style attribute, within that, go into its display attribute, and then we're gonna set it to none. And so if you set it to none, it's gonna basically hide that entire thing and make it invisible. So after we click the button, click me, this part over here should become invisible. So I'm gonna go ahead and try click me, and boom, it's gone. Now, you can also take hidden elements. So JavaScript can show HTML elements as well. So you can take a hidden element and you can actually display it and bring it to life. And you do that by saying display block. So basically show that block. I'm going to say try it ourselves. And when we go in here, I can see my JavaScript part. So first it's set to none. Okay. So this hello JavaScript part that's here is there, but it actually doesn't show. Okay, but then on click, what we do is we grab that. You can see the ID of this is demo. So we grab this element over here by its ID because we're saying grab this element that says demo. And then we set its display to block. That means like show it. Okay, so when we click this, what should happen is hello JavaScript should show up here. So let's click it. Boom, hello JavaScript just showed up. All right. Now if I hit run, now if I set the block in this case, and if I hit run, this would show up immediately without even waiting for the click. Okay. But since we have set this part to none, none like this, if I hit, it doesn't show up until we click it. All right, sweet. Now we can go on to the next part. All right, so JavaScript where to? So the script tag. In HTML, JavaScript code is inserted between the script tags. All right, that's how you actually write JavaScript. So this is an example here. So I have HTML code, and then if I want to write JavaScript code, I'm actually going to write this script tag, okay? And within this script tag, my JavaScript code is going to run. So in this case, I'm taking this div here that I've made, which is called demo, right? The ID is demo. And I'm setting its inner HTML to my first JavaScript, okay? And this code is already doing that. There's no button clicking or anything that we need to do. Now, I'll show you a better example in my opinion. So like, let's actually get rid of everything. And I'm gonna show you some, we can go script. And here's a JavaScript thing that we could do. So I could say alert, and I'll say hello. And then we'll end the script tag, okay? And now if I run this, you're gonna see like a pop-up at the top of my screen here. So I'll hit run, and you can see that that pop-up popped up and it just said, hello. Okay. And we can now hit OK on this. And you can change this to be whatever, right? I can say banana with a banana emoji. And if I hit run, you can see that it pops up that banana with a banana emoji right there. Okay. And so this is how easy it is to write JavaScript inside of an HTML file. So this is a little bit advanced, but it's good to introduce you to this right now. So for example, okay, take a look at this over here. There's a bunch of stuff going on, but I want you to just pay attention to just kind of this part right here, okay? There's something called functions in JavaScript, and how they work is it's basically a block of code that gets executed when you call it by its name. Okay, so there's something called variables, but functions are like blocks of code that can run. So here we have this block of code, which is essentially just one line of code. That line of code gets called when we call this function. Okay, so this onClick here is calling this function. Okay, so this one right here. So when you click this button, it will call that function and do everything within that block. So if within that block, we're saying here like paragraph changed, it'll run that. So if I hit try it, it says paragraph changed, because over here, that's what I'm doing, right? Or I can change this to, whoa, you clicked me, with eye emojis, okay? First hit run, and now I'm gonna hit try it, and it says, whoa, you clicked me. So, and I can name this function whatever I want, right? So like Cookie Monster. But if I run it right now, nothing is gonna happen. And it's because we are calling something my function, but my function does not exist anywhere. It's like there's nothing, right? But Cookie Monster exists, so we need to change its name. So I'm gonna take Cookie Monster and paste that in here. And we need to put this open close parentheses. That's important because that's actually what calls the function and forces that it runs this entire block of things that are inside of it. Okay, so let's now go ahead and try this and see what happens. So right when I hit try it, nothing is actually, oh, hit run. Now try it. See, it says, whoa, you clicked me. So that works. So it's running this one line of code. Now I can write another line of code in here. And I can say alert Cookie Monster called. Okay. And now let's hit run here. And now when I hit try it, not only, so it says Cookie Monster called, right? That's what it's doing. And if I hit OK, it also then changes the HTML. So it's running both this and this line of code simply because I'm just calling this function. So it's running that entire function, everything that's inside of it. Okay, so there's 10 things it does. It'll do 10 things every single time I call it. So then that way, it's better than like having to just stick this in every single time here somehow, right? Like that's really annoying, really hard to read. But this is much easier to read. You know, it's like, imagine I had a function called greet me here, and it said, hi, Kazi, with a hand wave. And then I call that function greet me here. I hit run. And now when I do it, hi, Kazi. And it's like really easy to read, like on click, greet me. That way you don't have to like think about what the code does and how it works and every single little detail. You're like, oh, I'm calling the function greet me. And then later you can go into your function greet me and then see actually how it's working. Okay. Imagine we had a function called like account balance. And so here it's like you have $394 in your account, right? So something like that. And we will make sure that this always matches this. And if I hit run and I run it, it says you have $394 in your account. So like the function's just like a nice way of naming things. And even if they do multiple complicated things, it's like easy for you to like see it. And just something to highlight, right? Functions can go anywhere. They can go inside of a head tag like this. Like we put it inside here, or they can go inside of the body tag. So they can go either place. So here's an example of the same, pretty much the same thing, but it's inside of a body tag. So let's go back here and let's try it. Paragraph changed. It does the same exact thing as the other one. Nothing has changed. It's just simply like, now look inside of the body, we have this script tag, and then the body tag ends over here. That's it. All right, let's go to the next section on JavaScript output. So how does JavaScript essentially show the data on the screen? There are 4 different ways that it can actually do this. So one is you can write to inner HTML. 2 is document.write. And third is you can write into an alert box using window.alert. And fourth is you can write it in console log. So we'll just walk through this together. So here's the first one. Now, this over here is going to change the inner HTML. So if I actually hit run, watch what happens, right? It is now showing 11. How is that happening? 5. I'm doing 5 plus 6. I can also do Kazi, and I can hit run, and it'll say Kazi. And so it's basically taking this demo, this div that we had made, the demo one, and then we're grabbing that div, and then we're writing to its inner HTML. And this is kind of what you've been used to so far, the examples that we have seen. So let's go to the second example, document.write. So I'm going to hit this. Now, document.write, what's cool is that you don't actually need, so if I hit like run on this, you can see that I have my first paragraph, and then I have like this. And let's get rid of all of this here. Okay, so my first paragraph, and then it's 11. How? Because I'm doing document.write 5 plus 6. The beautiful thing about this is I don't need to like create a div and then write stuff to that div. I can just write like on the screen. And if I hit run, you know, it just like kind of writes on top of the screen. It doesn't always do it in the best way possible. You saw what it did. It just like attached those 2 results together, right? But it writes onto the screen without having to even make a div. But do not use this ever outside of like just testing. Because if you use it as a function that runs after the page is loaded, it will overwrite and remove everything that was there before it. Okay, so this is document.write is just kind of for testing purposes. You should not use it outside. It says that right here. Using document.write for after an HTML document is loaded will delete all existing HTML. So here's an example. Okay, it says my first paragraph. It says my first web page. If I try it, 11. And it just removed the styling and everything because it just like created a new div and it overwrote that to everything that was before it. Okay, so do not use document.write. It's like essentially overwrites everything. Just use it for like testing purposes, for fun, playing around. Okay, it says that right here. Now, alert is the one I showed you earlier. So if we actually take a look at this example, right, and you don't always like need all this stuff like for just our purposes. Like for what we're doing, we don't always need the HTML and all the other stuff around it, so I can get rid of it. But watch what happens when I run it. It says 11 because window.alert 5 plus 6 gives you 11. Now, you don't need the window keyword. You can also just use alert, and that'll work. Okay. The other way to show data is through console.log. Now, if I hit run on this, it won't show anywhere on the web page or on top of the screen. Where it will show up is kind of sneaky. You have to right click and you have to actually do inspect element. So right at the bottom here, you see where it says inspect. You can also click here, right click here, and then you'll see inspect. So you can click inspect. And then within inspect, if I actually hit run on this, you will see once I hit run, it will actually show up right here. Okay, it's like hiding it from you right now. Let's zoom into it a lot more so it's like easier to see. But you can see, ignore the error message. That's like some error that's happening with, yeah, I just got rid of the errors by hitting custom levels and I just removed the errors thing. So I got rid of that. But 11, right? Every time I run it, 11. If I change this to Kazi and hit run, Kazi right here. So this is actually like not a W3 thing. This is like Inspect element is part of your Chrome browser, Safari browser, or really any browser, Firefox, like any browser that you use has JavaScript built into it. So that's another place you can always run JavaScript, right? You can say, hello, alert, hi, and then alert just popped up right here. So like this place, you can run JavaScript pretty much anytime. And kind of just for fun, I mean, this is a silly example, but just for fun, okay, I'll show you this as well. Let's get rid of everything else. So like, here's how the print method works. So here on click, if you just call the print function, window.print, or the print method, if I now hit print this page, the default printer thing is gonna pop up. So that's kind of a built-in JavaScript function that you can call, and it will automatically handle all the logic for printing. And then pretty much the same exact logic, like you can also just get rid of where it says window dot, and you can just leave print here, hit run, and then hit print this page, and it will still work. All right, so next up are JavaScript statements. So what the heck are statements? This is like the regular JavaScript code. They just call them statements. So let's go ahead and try it ourselves. So we have our JavaScript code written in the script tag right here, and we have, you know, what do we have here? So it says we have a couple of variables here, X, Y, Z, and then they're set to a value. I'm going to now make it a lot simpler because I think that this can get pretty messy and kind of confusing, like what's happening. So let's get rid of everything because it just makes it too hard to understand. And we don't even need this, right? And let's make it even simpler. So we'll say let name equals Kazi. And then if I just say console log, or let's say alert name, if I actually hit run, name now refers to Kazi. Okay, so that's me setting this is called a variable. Now I can set the name to Bob Smith as well right here. Now if I do this and I hit run, it will say Bob Smith at the top. So that's how this works. Okay, so hopefully like that makes sense how variables are working. So let's go through some of their examples here. And then what they're saying is statements, you can have values, operators, expressions, keywords. Don't worry, we'll worry about, like, you'll learn all of that stuff. But you know, this equal sign is like an operator because you're assigning name to this value, Bob Smith, and then you can refer to name in the future. You could have let age equals 25, right? And then you can say alert age. And now if I actually hit run, it will first alert me of the name, right? And then it's alerting me of the age, which is 25. And so you can have multiple variables, and it doesn't matter. You can put them in a different order as well. So if I get rid of this, now it's just going to alert me of the age. So I'll run it, and it's just saying 25. Okay. So that's how JavaScript variables work. So now let's walk through JavaScript syntax and how the syntax works. So here's an example of, like, you could actually say let y or var x. Like, you could have it be different ways. So for example, I can change this to var name and an alert name. That also works. Both are fine. Let and var work, but the modern ways to do let, you pretty much will never do var. Like, I've never written, like, in the last few years, I've not written var. So I use either let or the other one is like const, which is very common. Const is like you'll use it when you know that the value never needs to change. Okay, so for most cases, just use let. Like, you'll be fine. Just forget I even said const. Just use let, and 99% of the cases you'll be good to go. Okay. And then it says how to use these variables. Well, then it's showing you, like, you can actually set these variables and then you can, like, use them. So for example, like, if I actually put, you know, let's say, like, if I put age 1, okay, or like, let's say I have 2 basketball players and I have let Kobe, let's say his score is like 27 points, and then we have let who else? LeBron. Let's say LeBron score, and then we have, right, and then let's say LeBron has like 22 points. If I do Kobe score plus LeBron score, and we alert on this, and I'll teach you something so you can actually comment stuff out too. So if I actually do // it will comment this out. So this line will be this line that you actually see over here. This one, this will be ignored. So that's what comments are. You should learn them too. They're super helpful. Okay. This is an example of a comment. Now when I run this, you'll see it says 49 because it just added these two, right? And then alerting and it's giving me the result. Now I could store this in another variable as well. Like I said, let total score, and I can say Kobe score plus LeBron score. Okay, and now for this alert, I can just say total score like this. And now when I hit run, it'll still say 49 because total score sums these up. And now I just refer to both of those at the same time. Okay, so that's how that works. So you should practice it, make your own variables, change it up, like do random things, because that's how you're going to get better. The more your own examples you put, the better you're going to get at coding. All right, so let's keep going. So now it talks about JavaScript literals. So numbers are written with or without decimals. So if I go here, you can also write just numbers. Okay, so let's go back. Like I can basically take this script and script tag, and I can write JavaScript in here. And if I say let score equals 50, well, this is considered a number. If I do this, this is like now a decimal or a double is what they might call it, okay? And then if I do it like this, this is an integer. So, and then you have, so they're giving you examples here. Like numbers can be with or without decimals, okay? Now, you also have strings. So strings are, like I showed you, right? So if I say let name equals, and I say Kazi, and then I go alert name, you'll see that it'll alert Kazi, right? But what if instead of these quotes, you're like, what if I just don't add the quotes? Well, now it's actually looking for a variable called Kazi that does not exist. So when I hit run, it just errors out because it doesn't know what the heck Kazi is. And let's see if I open up inspect element, it might actually show me the error. I mean, I've turned the errors off, but like, let's hit run and see if it shows me. Yeah, it says Kazi is not defined. That is the error that it actually gives me. And now if I actually say let Kazi equals hello or whatever, now when I run it, it will say hello, because first it creates Kazi, then it sets name's value to Kazi, and then we print name out, which ultimately is this value. So let's get rid of this because hella confusing. And this is why we put quotes, because that tells the computer that's exactly what I mean. I'm not referring to a variable. I'm referring to that exact thing that I just wrote. That's called strings. Now, you could put single quotes or you could put double quotes. They are the exact same thing. Both of them are considered a string. Okay. JavaScript variables. You could use varlet const to declare variables, and you can use an equal sign. So there's other ways you can also do this. Okay. So you could start off and you could say let score. And then, yeah, you back in the days, you would use semicolons a lot. Now you don't really have to. Like, I don't really write semicolons in my JavaScript code. It just kind of looks ugly now. But yeah, like if you see this, don't freak out. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means like you could also do it like this. You could end the line, each line with a semicolon, okay? W School is like goes crazy over it, but I wouldn't recommend you do it. It's ugly. So you could just have one line that says let's score, and then at the bottom you could actually say score equals 5, and then you could alert and print out the score. You see that? So you could do it like this too. You could declare variables and then you can assign variables. So those are two different things. This is declaring a variable. This is assigning a variable, the value of 5. And you could mix them up and put them on the same line like this. Okay. So this is the same thing as this here is the same thing as that there. Okay. Both of them are the same exact thing. I almost always do this. I don't ever do the other thing where you like declare variables and then you like give it value somewhere else. Like, why would you do that? I mean, you can, but it's just makes your code like pretty weird and hard to read, in my opinion. Unless you have like a lot of variables you need to keep track of, then yeah, it makes sense. And then you can do math like this, right? So for example, if I actually do this, and I hit run, 110, because it took 5 plus 6 in parentheses, multiply it by 10. I mean, this is regular math, stores that in the value of score, and then we're alerting and we're getting the score out. So that's, so far, hopefully that should make sense. Okay, so you can do arithmetic operations like plus, minus, multiplication, and division. And then you can assignment operator. So the equal sign is an assignment operator. Okay, and then here's an example of like, right, you could have x comma y. You could declare multiple variables on the same line and then do this. And then you can like go x plus y, and then it'll show you, okay, plus 11. So let's go back. Cool. And then you have expressions. So you could run expressions without even necessarily having a statement. So like you can just do this, right? Alert 5 times 10. So you're not referring to any variables or anything, and you're just kind of running an expression. So you can also just write an expression. And then expression can also contain variable values. So you can also just like do, you know, let's say score. Let's say we can take score multiplied by 2. And if I hit run, now instead of 110, I get 220. Okay, so the values can be of various types, such as numbers and strings. For example, John. So you can also like do something interesting. Okay, so I'll show you this. So you could say first name, Rafe, and I can say last name, Kazi. Well, if I print it out, I'm only going to print out like one of these, right? Like if I put it as an alert and I hit run, you just see Rafe. Yeah, but then, or let's try document.write and let's see if that works. So you just see Rafe over here, right? But then if I do plus and I say last name, now you see Rafe Kazi. Well, the problem is there's like no space in the middle because you have Rafe and you have Kazi and you have no space. So there's multiple ways to do it. I could put a space here and Rafe, and now it does this. Or I could put a space at the start of this and do this. But that's not the right way to do it because names don't have spaces at the start or the end, generally speaking. So the right way to write it, the way that would be really readable if somebody was reading your code, is you would add an empty string and then so I am writing first name, I'm adding a empty string with a space to it, and then I'm adding the last name. So when I run this, it looks correct. If you don't put the empty space, well, then it's going to have no empty space, and then you're going to get the same problem. Okay, so there we go. This will always get you a name with the space in there. Now, let's go on to JavaScript keywords, okay? So keywords are used to identify actions to be performed. So the let keyword tells the browser to create variables. So let is a special reserved keyword, which is why it changes into that color, right? Like if I say banana, that stays white. But when I say let, it automatically gets a color. It's trying to tell you that it's a reserved keyword that already exists and JavaScript knows about it. It's special. Just and so let is like that. You have const is like that, right? You have var is like that. So these are specific reserved keywords for that particular reason. Okay, JavaScript comments. So if I write a comment, you know, and if I say fake name equals muhahaha, right? And I do this, and now I go and change this whole thing to fake name and I run it, well, nothing shows up because fake name does not exist. I should be getting an error, actually, console. See, fake name is not defined because it tells the computer when you write this, comment tells a computer to ignore that line of code, okay, or ignore that line. So a computer is ignoring this. And the idea behind comments, they are for humans to read. Okay, so if somebody who's reading your comment, they will understand what your code means. So like, for example, if you were sending this code and somebody else was going to be getting a hang of this code and then we're going to be using it, you would write a comment here like, just using document.write for testing. Please remove before pushing to production. Okay, So that basically means like, hey, I'm just using document.write for like testing and playing around, but like remove that if you're going to actually do something with it, because otherwise we're going to overwrite the code of everybody. So that's an example of like where I would write a comment. Okay. Now, in JavaScript, you also have identifiers and names. So identifiers are JavaScript names. Identifiers are used to name variables, keywords, functions, and the rules for legal names are same in most programming languages. A JavaScript name must begin with, and so it must, oh, I did not know you could start a name with a $sign. What the hell? That's so cool. So it could begin with A through Z, lower, upper, or lower, a $sign, or underscore. So for example, I can say let money equals 500, right? And then I can actually go and write that out. So I can write this and it'll say 500. So that's all good. Let's move it like here. So that 500 is all good. But if I name this variable like saying one money and I hit run, it would error out. But if I named it money one and I ran it, sorry, I would have to replace the name here too, money one, it would run. Okay, so you get 500. If I named it underscore money and then I named this one underscore money, that would still run. So like you can start it off with an underscore, but you cannot start it off with like random things like a number. You can't start it off with like a, let's see what, like you can't start it off like this. This would throw an error. So that's the way that you would give it a name, okay? And you can also apparently do $sign, which I did not know, but now I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, that looks like jQuery, but like let's try it out. Holy crap. So yeah, $sign works. Super weird, but yeah, that works. So, but you never ever do that. You'd never, like I've never in my entire life written a variable that has a $sign prepended to the variable. Very confusing. Don't do it. Avoid it. Unless you're just having fun. Okay, so numbers are not allowed as the first character in names. This way JavaScript can easily distinguish identifiers from numbers, okay? So JavaScript is case sensitive. All JavaScript identifiers are case sensitive. So for example, like if you have last name, these two have different values. This does not have a capitalized N. This one does. And so the capitalized N has the value of Doe. The lowercase name has the value of Peterson. Those are two different, okay? So those will be treated differently. I hate how much they like go into it, but like let's go here. Let's see if I can paste it. All right, now last name and last name, right? Now if I do last name with the capital N, that'll give me a Doe, and when I do last name with the lowercase n, that'll give me Peterson. So you understand case sensitive. You're smart. You're handsome. You're not going to have a problem with this. Moving on. Camel casing. So generally speaking, so you never really do, hyphens are not allowed. They're reserved for subtraction. So anytime you're doing a minus, that basically implies that you're doing, if you're doing a hyphen, it implies you're doing minus, okay? So that's, you cannot use that in variable names. But you can use underscores. That works. And you can use upper camel case, or you can use lower camel case. In JavaScript, pretty much every developer, every programmer will name things like this. Okay, so first name in JavaScript will be, like if we go back to how we had it, right? Like how I had it, first name, last name. If you were using a different programming language like Python, it would be this. Everything would have like separated by underscores. But lowercase camel casing means this. You start off with the lowercase letter always, and then after the first word ends, the next word always begins capitalized. The first letter of the next word always is capitalized. That is camel casing. Okay? Now, the JavaScript character set, Unicode, we're going to not really worried about this, and we're just going to go on to the next. So in JavaScript, now let's go on to comments. All right? Now comments, okay, so I showed you like the / comment, right? This comment is a regular comment. Now there's also something else. So there's different ways you can comment. So you can comment like above a line. So for example, I can say setting money variable. So that's an example of a comment. Okay. Another example of a comment is, I'll show you in just a second. Okay, here we go. So another example of a comment is you can also put comment inline. So I could say using let here for fun. Okay. So I can also have this comment right here. If I run this code, it will run just fine. So I can add inline comments. I can add a comment above the line. And then I can also do multi-line comments. So if like I have a block of comments that I want to write, like here, for example, I'm using a block. Well, I don't need to put a slash at the start of every line because that can get annoying, especially if I have a lot more stuff to write. It'll get really annoying really fast, right? Because I have to keep going slash. Really annoying. So what I can do instead is I can go /star. I can get rid of all of these actually. I'll get rid of all of these. Okay, so almost done. Here we go. There we go, okay? So now if I get rid of this, this is like an error, right? If I leave it like this, my code will crash. Nothing will work. When I run it, I don't see any 500 here. It's like broken. But if I do /star, and then here I do //, now everything within here is considered as a comment. This is known as like a comment block. And so you can comment out stuff like this as well. Okay, a comment block to explain the code. The code below will change the heading with ID equals my H and the paragraph with ID equals my P in my web page. Okay. It is most common to use single line comments. Yes, majority of the times I'm writing single line comments. I'm rarely ever writing blocks of comments. Block comments are often used for formal documentation. Yep. Using comments to prevent execution. Using comments to prevent, yep. So when you're testing and stuff, it's a very easy way to like stop a particular line of code from running. So like if I want to have another, I don't know, another value for money, and I want this value to be running and when I run the code and not the 500 one, a very easy thing I could do is I could just slash that out. And then that value is running. And then if I want the first value to be running like the 500 and not the 1000, I could // I could comment out the 1000. Okay. So that's an example of doing that. Okay. So let's go here. So there we go. And then here, you can see that they're actually like, right, commenting out this line here. So where it says my first page. So if I run this, now if I remove these comments and say my first page is there. But if I want to comment out that line because I don't want it to run, then I can remove it and now my first page does not show up. So that's a great example. And that's how comments work in that case, okay? And you can use a comment block to remove multiple lines of execution. So far, so good. Let's move on to the next thing. JavaScript variables, okay? You can automatically get a variable or you can use let const or var. So there are 4 different ways, okay? So automatically means like I could actually remove this let and I could remove this lat and I can remove this here and I can run this and it should still run, okay? So you can do this. It's just like you never do that in JavaScript. Why? It's stupid. I know. Like it's a convention that you always put let or const or var or something. You never just remove everything and leave it empty. In Python, I actually like it better because you don't have to waste time calling something let or const or whatever. You can, in Python, generally just do this and everybody's used to it. In JavaScript, nobody will be used to this and will be very confused. So you always want to do like let like that. Okay, in this first example, X, Y, Z are undeclared variables. They're automatically declared when first used. So here, automatically like declared and so on. It is considered good programming practice to always declare variables before use. So from the examples, you can guess X stores the value of 5, Y stores the value of 6, Z stores the value of 11. So this is what they're talking about, okay? So they're basically saying, hey, write var, write let, write const, write those things beforehand. Var keyword was used in all JavaScript code from 1995 to 2015. The let and const keywords were added to JavaScript in 2015. And ever since then, it's mainly that. You will rarely see var. Var keyword should only be used in code written for older browsers. So yeah, you don't need to worry about it unless you're writing some legacy code or something. Okay, so this is an example using let. Here's an example using const. And then here's a mixed example. So you have const price 1, price 2. And then you have let, and you can do total, and then you basically total is the price of 1 and 2 combined, right? So it's 11 in this case. So you can mix and match which thing you declare it with. Okay, not as important, but good to know. All right. Now let's go ahead forward. So more stuff on JavaScript identifiers. All JavaScript variables must be identified with unique names. Okay, so for example, what that means is like if I have this b name and I have this b name and then I'm like running name, well, it won't know like which name am I referring to, like which, and what it would do actually sometimes, yeah. So it's like, hey, identifier name has already been declared. So I'm like trying to declare it again. It doesn't know what I mean by it. Now, if I remove this let here and do it like this, what it will do is it will actually overwrite the name. So if the name is Rafa here, then it will actually set name's value to Kazi. It will overwrite this value, and that's the value that's going to actually get printed out to the screen or like written out to the screen. And sometimes we want that, but almost always we don't actually want that, okay? So this is why what you want to do is name things differently. So like how we did first name and last name. So every variable will have a unique name that none of the other variables have, okay? When you're declaring it specifically. These unique names are called identifiers. So the identifier here for this variable is different than this one, okay? Identifiers can be short names like X and Y, or more descriptive like H, sum, total, volume, like ours, first name, last name. The general rules for constructing names for variables, unique identifier, names can contain letters, such as underscores, and dollar signs. Names must begin with a letter. Names can also begin with dollar sign. We will not use that in this tutorial. Names are case sensitive. Reserved words like JavaScript cannot be used as names. Okay, so for example, like, can I call this var? Probably not. Let's try it. I can't. Okay, so reserved words cannot be used at all. Boom, let's go here. Perfect. Okay, the assignment operator. So the equal sign is an assignment operator, not an equal to operator. So later you'll learn equal to operator, and I'll show you that. But this equal that you've been using is just like I'm setting last name's value to Kazi. I'm setting money's value to 500. I think you understand that. However, it makes perfect sense. Assigns the value. Okay, cool. And then the equal to operator is written like equal sign. This we'll talk about later, but if I were to give you an example of it, let's say 1 equal 2, this will give true or false. So in this case, it will give false because 1 is not equal to 2. But if I did this, it would say true. Okay, so this is equal, double equals, and this is checking if this value here is equal to this value on the right-hand side. Okay, now if I went back to that example, right, let Kobe score 27, let LeBron score be 23, and if I did Kobe score equal LeBron score, right? So is Kobe's score the same as LeBron's score? It will say false. It's not the same. I'll say, is it less than LeBron's score? It will say false. I'll say, is Kobe's score greater than LeBron's score? It'll say true. Is it greater than or equal to LeBron's score? It'll say true. So this is this is an operator. We're going to learn about this later, but I just want to give you a peek inside on like how actually operators work, because that's important for you to know. So there's a difference between 1 equal sign and 2 equal signs, okay? 2 equal signs will compare the values on the left-hand side of it and the right-hand side of it. 1 equal sign will assign it as a variable. So good to know for future. Next up, we're going to move to data types, okay? So we can have different data types. So we can have like numbers or strings. You've seen these data types already. So you're kind of like used to some of them. So let's go here. So you have numbers and then you have strings. And so these data types you've already seen. So they're not anything new to you. And then you're going to see other data types as well. Okay. I've already shown you that you can have a car name and then reassign its value and change it. But if you do const, for example, you can't change that. So let's say I say const Kazi phone, and we say it's my phone is 111-222-3334, right? And then if I try to change this phone number to, I don't know, some different value like this, and I try to run this, and you'll see what happens. So I'll hit inspect, and I'll do console, and I'll run. And it will say assignment to constant variable. So that's a type error. So it's an error, which means you're trying to assign to a constant variable. You cannot do that. Cannot do that. So const is like when you know you don't want to change that, that's how you do it, okay? So they're giving an example here. So he defines car name, and then he later goes on to change the car name to Volvo. It could also be a she, but just using a he. You can also assign a value at the same time. Okay. Now, one statement, many variables. You can also do something funky like this. And you can say person, John Doe, car name, Volvo, price 200. And you could put it on the same line. This is the same as if you had written it like this. Same thing. But you could also define it all in the same line. You never write code like this. Like, you never write variables like this. It's very hard to read and confusing. But you could do that. You just have to separate it with a comma. So comma here, comma here. Okay, space is not necessary. That's just for visual, like it looks better. But I'm going to delete this because you're never going to use that. Okay, so this declaration can span, right? They're telling you this can span. This same thing can span multiple lines. That's what they're saying. Okay, so let's go. And then you can have value undefined. That can also happen. Okay, not super. You cannot redeclare a variable. So like here, we've already walked through this. You can't declare. We've already talked about like math here. Okay, and then how you can like add strings. You've already seen that. But let me show you this example because this is actually kind of weird and interesting. So you can do weird stuff like hello multiplied by 2 and hit run, and then it'll kind of give you an error and crash out. Okay. Right. So multiplication wouldn't work, but if I did plus, like plus would work and concatenate the strings together. But now, so strings, you can't multiply with them with each other. But if you have a string like 2 and then I write the number 2, then let's see what happens. So like, see, it's like weird, right? Because it's concatenating the string. So it's taking this 2 and it's taking this 2. It's putting them together instead of addition. What you're getting it is just squishing them together, right? That is kind of like a weird thing. We don't really want to squish them together. That's not the goal. What happens if I multiply 2 with 2? Well, that gives you 4. So what the, like, so the first time I thought 2 was a string, and then when you added them, it combined them together. But then when you put a multiplication sign here, all of a sudden, even though this is a string and this is a number, 2 different data types, complete mismatch. When I hit run, it actually multiplies them together and gives you 4. Weird. If I make it hello and I run it, it just crashes because it doesn't know what the heck is happening. Like, but it can see this as a number. So what happens is when JavaScript, when you multiply or something, it tries to cast the string as a number. And then once it does it as a number, then this just becomes a 2 without the quotes, and it becomes a number like that. I think they'll talk more about this here. Okay, but at this example here, right, what they have here, if you actually run this, you'll see this will just like add and squish those guys together. See, 5 plus 2 plus 3. So it turned So in this case, like it turned the 2 and the 3 into a string, and then it combined all those strings together. And when you combine strings together, it's called concatenation, which just means like you're squishing. You're taking and you're just squishing everything together. Okay, if you put a number in quotes, the rest of the numbers will be treated as strings and concatenated, okay? Exactly what I just said. If you put a number in quotes, the rest of the numbers will be treated, yep, except for the the one I showed you where you multiply it, right? And then it becomes numbers and it does it the other way. So again, these are fun things. You don't have to worry about them. You can build your programs and apps without having to worry about like every little detail, okay? They're telling you that you can name things $sign and multiple $signs. Cool, interesting. They're telling you that you can name variables with underscores at the start, which is like valid. And now let's actually go ahead to the next one, okay? So now we're going into let, and it's going to talk about scopes, which is going to be helpful for us. Just to give you a basic introduction of scope, I don't want to get too much into it, but here's what that kind of looks like, okay? So let's say I have this scope here with the squigglies, right? And I'm going to now go and define Kobe score to be 0 here, okay? And watch what happens. I'll do alert Kobe score. And if I run this, you will see that it says 0, okay, on the score. Or, so it's like, what the heck? Because Kobe's score was 27 here. So what the heck just happened? Why is it? And I thought we couldn't redeclare a variable. How come we're redeclaring it over here? So something a little weird in JavaScript. I mean, it's not weird. It's like all programming languages have this concept of scope. So this is like the global scope. And then this is like this is like a more zoomed in scope. Okay. The squigglies identify that. Meaning that the block of code here doesn't really know about this guy up there. Or in other words, like another way to say it is like, you know, for example, if I actually remove that line and just keep it alert score, like it actually knows about it when I run it, right? It says 27, but because we have a new scope here, we can actually redeclare it now within this scope. So I can say, let's say 0 here. And now when I run it, it'll say 0. So within the global scope where like everything knows, Kobe scores 27, but within this scope over here, Kobe's score is 0. Okay, so this is like, think of it like a smaller world within the bigger world. So the bigger world knows the Kobe score to be 27. The smaller world knows the Kobe score to be 0 in this case, okay? Now we're going to talk about this stuff. And unlike Ray Sermon, who ain't got no type, we do have types in JavaScript. And here are all of the different data types. We got strings, numbers, big integers, booleans, undefined, nulls, a symbol, and object. These are the different types we have. So here's an example. This over here, these are numbers, okay? 16.7.5, that's a number data type. Strings with the quotes around them, that's a string data type. Boolean is something we haven't talked about yet. So true is a Boolean, false is a Boolean. And you see how it's blue? That means that's a reserved keyword. It's special, and JavaScript knows about it. So Booleans is actually a data type. So true or false is a data type. The other data type that we have, okay, these are the only two, by the way, true or false. You have nothing. There's no other thing that we have. Then within objects, we have different data types. We have a different type of data object type called object, and this is represented by these squiggly guys over here. Okay, so everything that's within the opening squiggly and closing squiggly is an object. So this thing here, this entire thing here is an object. So here we have a person object, and inside of that object, we're storing two pieces of information or properties. One is first name and one is last name. Okay, now this object can have other stuff too. So for example, imagine I had first name, and I do, right? First, so it's like Rafe, and then I have last, and that's Kazi. And then I could have other things in there like phone. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, whatever the phone number is. Then I can have the other thing be birthday. And that could be like whenever the birthday is, right? So that, and just like that, you could keep adding more and more and more and more things. Okay, so that's how that property or objects work. And it's really good for storing pieces of information that are connected to like one thing, okay? And then you have another data type. This is a very important data type to understand, and this is called array. Very, very commonly used. So whenever you want to have multiple things, you use an array to represent that. So for example, cars, right? So if I go here, and it's like, okay, if I have, I'll say let cars, and then I got BMW, Porsche, and I got, Ferrari. Okay. So now if I actually do document.write cars, you'll see what that looks like. And I'll comment this out because we don't need that. So I'll just go at the bottom here and I'll comment it out and I'll hit run. Okay. Run. And let's not do alert. Let's get rid of the alert that we have here. So I'll get rid of all of this and I'll hit run. And you can see I have BMW, I have Porsche, and I have Ferrari. Okay. Those are the 3 items in the array that is actually showing me. Now, if I wanted to get the first item, I could do cars of 0. Okay. And this will get me the first item. Now, first, you would think would start off with a 1, but in computers, for some weird reason, this is in position 0. Oops, hold on. This is in position 0, this is in position 1, and this is in position 2. So if I change this cars to a 1, it'll get me a Porsche. If I change this to a 2, it will get me a Ferrari. So that's how that works. Okay, so if I change this to a 1 and I run it, I get Porsche. And if I change this to a 2, I will get a Ferrari. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense on how that works. Okay, so this is you can index an array by its items to get different items. If you just want all of the items, then you just say the whole thing. Okay. And now you can have an array of strings like this, or you can have an array of numbers. So I could have like numbers. Okay. So I can have different scores in here. So I could say 25, 50, 75. So different numbers in here. Okay. If I say, now show me these numbers array, I run it, I get 25, 50, 75. If I actually say, get me the first number, then it will get me this one over here because I'm asking for the first and not the 0th, right? So you can have an array of different data types. So array can have numbers in it. It could also have strings in it like this. It could also have objects in it. So I could say first name is like Kazi. Objects can have just one property or multiple properties. It could even have another array in it. So you could say 1, 2, 3. So like this array, I'll just call it things. And it has like numbers, it has strings, it has objects, and it has arrays. So array can have an array inside of it. So if I run it, if I run this, it's called things now. So let's go ahead and change it to things. See, when I do 1, it gets me 50. If I do 2, this is in position 2. This is in position 1. This is in position 0. The fee, where it says fee, this is in position 3. This object over here is position 4. And this entire array is position 5. Okay. So if I go and say position 4, it'll get me this entire object. There we go. Okay. Objects like come out weird like that. Okay. If I need to access this property, I would have to do dot first, and then I think it would get me the object like that. Okay. Or if I did 5, it would get me this item right over here, which is this array. So that's how arrays work. They can have different data types inside of them, all kinds of stuff. But generally speaking, when you have an array, you keep you keep it consistent with what's inside of it. Generally, you'll have an array of objects, which is very, 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 very common. So what that might look like is this, right? Like let's scores. And then inside of scores, I might have an array. So array, the reason why you do array is so you can hold multiple items. And then within that, I would have multiple objects, okay? And the idea behind this is like I would have one for, this would be like name, Kobe, and score, like 27, okay? Then I would have another dude in here, and this will be like name, and the name here would be, let's say, LeBron, it's a string. So we'll say LeBron. And then we'll say score is, let's say, 20. Okay. And we could have a third guy in here. We'll just get rid of it. And you could write it in different ways as well. So you could format it like this. So it's easier to like kind of see everything line by line. But the meaning of it is the same essentially. So here's an array. And this array is made out of objects. And to separate out, you have to put this comma here. And so basically, I have this array. Let me ask you, how many items does it have? Let's see if you can guess that correctly. If you said 2, good job. This array has 2 items, 1 and 2. Okay. And each item represents a basketball player with their respective score. Okay. Now, if I want to go and look at the scores, and I go get me the score of the first person, or like the 0th person, if I hit run, it'll get me that, but it's not showing it. So I'll wrap it in something called json.stringify. So that will literally show me what it is. You can do the same thing. And so now you can see that it's showing me the first object, okay, Kobe with a score of 27. And then if I change this to 1 and I run it, now I'm getting LeBron with a score of 20. So this is a really good data structure for holding lots of pieces of information, because you won't always know that somebody's name is going to be Kobe. So that's why we didn't put this as Kobe. We put this as name. And then it allows you to do nice things. Like when I show you how to go through and loop, you'll be able to go loop through this array and then sum up the scores. So then if I ask you for something like what's the total score that their team made, then you'll be able to loop through and then sum up all of these numbers here. So 27 plus 20, and then you get the full score. Okay. And yeah, we could have different things here too. Because the team Lakers, I have no idea what team they play on. I have no idea about basketball. So I'm just putting random stuff here. Maybe it's Lakers. So now they have the team Lakers. So later you'll be able to write code that'll be like, go through all of the score, go through all the scores, then sum up all scores based on where the team is Lakers. Okay, like you could have probably somebody else, another team. I have no idea, but I'll just put name Shaquille O'Neal, and I'll just say score of like 10. And I'll say Team Mavericks. I don't know where he plays, but I'm just putting an example here, okay? And so this is called writing pseudocode. We're writing the logic without writing the actual code. So later you'll be able to turn this into actual code once you learn how to write it, okay? And then your code will basically do that. It will go through and it'll filter it based on only where the teams say Lakers. So it'll only find the Lakers ones, and then it will sum up all of the scores in there and then return to you that. So this is a very common way. Array of objects is something I really want to introduce you to and get very comfortable, because every single API that you try to use will use this. So if you're trying to use data from like a movie database, or trying to build a recipe app and get data, or you're trying to build a stock app, almost all data you're ever going to get from any API is almost always an array of objects. So this is a very, very, very common data structure, and I want you to be just extremely, extremely comfortable with it, okay? So let's keep on moving forward. So we covered like a bunch of advanced stuff. We didn't just cover data types. We kind of went farther. And then here's another data type. So dates. Okay. So date is another data type. So like, let me show you. So let's go here and I will write const date, whatever. So it's, let's at least make this 2024. And we will write out this date, and I'll get rid of this here. So JSON stringify is just a nice function that just says like, show me the actual thing. So if I hit run, you'll see it's showing me that date. I think if I get rid of the JSON stringify, it's not going to show me like what it actually looks like. Oh no, it kind of does. So actually we can keep it as is. That's fine. So there you go. So like date is a different object type. And when you use it, another data type, And then date has its own methods, which, yeah, like you could format it in a different way and you can do all kinds of different stuff. So yeah, we're not going to bother with that, but date is its own thing. All right, so the concept of data types. In programming, data types is an important concept. To be able to operate on variables, it is important to know something about the type. Without data types, a computer cannot safely solve this. So for example, if you do 16 plus Volvo, that is weird, right? This should give you an error, but it doesn't. And what it will do instead, like if I ran this, let's just hit inspect here and let's just run it in our console. And I'll just say this, and now I'll say X. It'll just combine 16 and Volvo, and so 16 Volvo, which doesn't make sense. Does it make any sense to add Volvo to 16? Will it produce an error or will it produce a result? So instead of an error, it produces a result. In this case, you would like it to produce an error because that's not what you would want to ever happen in your code base, right? Like that's odd. JavaScript will treat the above example as a string 16 plus Volvo 16. This is why it's important to understand data types. When adding a number in a string, JavaScript will treat the number as a string, okay? We've talked about this already. Regardless of if you go in this direction, 16 plus Volvo, or this direction, Volvo plus 16. JavaScript evaluates expressions from left to right. Different sequences can produce different results. So 16 plus 4 Volvo, it does go from left to right, okay? So you get 20 Volvo, but if you put the numbers on the right-hand side, it'll say Volvo 164, okay? So it's weird because what it's doing is it's actually adding these two, and so you get 20, and then it's turning the result of that 20 into a string, and then combining it with the string of Volvo. So you get 20 Volvo. But when you go from left to right, it goes Volvo plus 16, so it actually reads this all as a string, and so it goes Volvo plus the string 16, it gives you Volvo 16, and then it goes Volvo 16 plus the string 4, and then it goes Volvo 16 4, and then you get this result, which is kind of odd, but that's why it works like that. Okay. So there's actually quite a helpful operator that you can actually use, which is called type of. So if we go back to the code that we had running, if I actually say type of date and run it, it will tell me that date is an object. Okay, let's run scores, type of scores. It'll say scores is an object, okay? It even says arrays are objects, which is kind of weird, but it does that, okay? Objects, let's see what it says this Kazi phone is. I'll run it, it'll say string, okay? Let's see what it says Kobe's score is, number, okay? So you can run type of, and type of can give you what's the type of that thing. So string will return a string, for 0 it returns for everything else, right? For these numbers, it returns numbers. And then you can have values that are undefined as well. So you could have a value that's just like never defined at any point. So here's a little quiz and we can do this together. So let length equal 16. So what do you think the data type is here? Do you think it's a number, string, array, object? I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Let's try it. I believe it's a number. Last name, I believe this. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I believe this is a string. And then it says over here, const x, and it says first name is this, last name is blah, blah, blah. I think this entire thing, I'll give you 5 seconds for this one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This one, I believe is an object. Let's hit submit answer. Show answer. Yep, we got it right. Number, string, object. We got it right. Okay, so let's go back. There we go. Fantastic. Now we're going to move on to something really, really fun. And this is probably now we're getting into the most important parts of JavaScript and why you even came to this course. And we're going to start learning about functions. All right, so let's talk about functions. We've touched base on it a little bit, but let's go do it together. So let's go do it in more detail now. So here we go. Okay. We've got functions right here. I hate their examples. P1, P2, what freaking nerds made this. Let's change this. And instead of P1, I'm just going to make a really simple function, okay? I'll call it greet me. We've made this before. And greet me will take in a name. And what it will do is return the name. It's like a very, very simple function that just kind of does nothing. It's like a brain dead function. So I'll show you. Now, here's how we're going to use it. So I will say, so now we're going to call this function and it's going to just execute whatever is inside of this block. Okay, this block here with the squigglies, whatever inside of that block, it will execute it. Okay, so right now, all we're saying is, hey, when somebody gives you a name, I just want you to return that name. That's all it's going to do. So let's actually even make it simpler, because you might have not even seen return right now. So you might be like, what the hell is that? I'm just going to say return. I'll make it even simpler. This function doesn't even take in anything. It's just called greet me. And then when you run it, it just says hi. Okay, let's start off with the most simple function ever. Now, if I run this code, nothing is going to happen. Okay, this is not going to run this function. And I'll even get rid of, I'll comment out this line too. So we have nothing showing up anywhere. Okay, nothing showing up here and no alert is happening. Well, why isn't there an alert happening? Because we're clearly saying alert hi. Well, the reason why it's not happening is because we're never calling this function. Okay, imagine we said let Kobe equals 27, but then we're like running the code and we're like, why is Kobe not showing up? Well, it's because we need to do something with that information. So either we need to document.write, write, and then we go like put Kobe there, Kobe score there, and then it shows it, or we have to do console. There's different ways to show things, right? So we either do I'll leave this here, document.write, or we can do console log. We can do alert. So there's different ways we could do this, okay? Or we could just like add it to the HTML. But so I'm gonna just say console log Kobe. And when I say console log Kobe, it will show it in the inspect once it opens up 27 right here. Okay, so that's how we get things to show up. Okay, so we have to do something with that information. So now let's go here to this greet me, and we're gonna do something with this greet me, which is we have to call it. If we don't call it, it's like not calling a variable. So in order to call this function, you have to call it by its name. But if you did greet me, that alone wouldn't be enough. So like if I just did greet me, nothing would happen, which I know is weird, but nothing would happen. You have to also put the open close parentheses like this. Okay, so we're saying I'm going to call this function greet me that has no arguments, and I'm just going to run it, and it's going to run this entire block of code. So you can see it's running and it says hi. Okay. Now if I had to do other things like I want you to document.write hello Kazi, it will now do both of these things. So if I run it, it will alert hi, and then it will also say hello Kazi. Okay, so it'll do both of these. Now, why are they out of order? It's because of how JavaScript runs. So it will run the alerts first before it like writes stuff. So that's just how JavaScript works. Something called event loop, and you can look into that more. But yeah, so you have this block of code is going to be running. Okay, now we want to make it dynamic. Okay, which means right now it's hard-coded Kazi. So this function can only work for Kazi. If your name is like Bob or something, like this function will not work for you. It will still say hello Kazi. So that's silly. So we want it to say, we want to make it dynamic. So here's how we'll make it dynamic, okay? What I'm going to say is I'm just going to say, first, let's give it an argument. So it will take an argument of name, and we're just going to pass in that same argument of name to document.write. So here's what that means. If I now give it Kazi and I run it, watch what happens. It says Kazi here. But if I change this to Bob and I run this, it now says Bob. How cool. And if I say Samantha and run it, it will say Samantha. So you can see that we've made our code pretty dynamic, and this is not hard coded anymore. The other way, when we had it, it was Kazi was hard coded in there, but now it's not hard coded anymore. Our code is indeed dynamic, and it changes. So what we could do is like, well, we want to greet this person. Okay. Keep looking at my phone, so I just decided to put it away. It's like so distracting. So let's actually greet this person. So we're gonna say hi, Samantha, and then like with a wave emoji. That's what I would like to do. So instead, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say hi, and then I will do this plus plus, and then I'll put a wave emoji. Okay, and now you're gonna see a problem with this in just a second. The app that I'm using is called Rocket, if for emojis on Mac. If you don't have a Mac, then look for alternatives of Rocket. It's a very, very worth it and one of the best emoji apps ever. So now when I run this, say hi Samantha. The problem is everything is all jumbled up together. We don't want that. So we can do spaces in a few different ways. I could put a space here and it'll add a space between hi Samantha. And then I could put a space here and I'll put a space between Samantha and that. Okay, so you could do it in both ways. In this case, I actually like this way instead of like, because sometimes the code can start to look kind of annoying when you have like two, because this would be like the other way of doing that. But that, so you're basically saying like add an empty space before name and add an empty space after name. So it gets the same result, but it looks more clunky, whereas this looks cleaner. So I would actually just kind of leave it as this. And then I'll teach you something called template literals as well, which are fantastic for this use case. So you could also use template literals, which are super cool. So I can actually say document.write, and instead of quotes, and this is still a string, that's the cool part about it, I could just put these backticks, okay? So I'll say hi Kazi for now in these backticks, and we'll get rid of this line here at the top, okay? And I'll just show you how this works. So it says hi Kazi. So far it's hard-coded. It is clearly not saying Samantha. But watch this. I can actually put a $sign here, squiggly, and close the squiggly to tell it that this is a variable here. So we're saying like, this is a variable. And so inside of a template literal, you can use variables like this. If you put a $sign and then squiggly open and close. And now watch this. It'll say hi Samantha. And if I change this to Bob, it'll say hi Bob. If I change this to Jessica and run this, it will say hi Jessica. Very cool. And now notice the space is just naturally there. So we didn't have to do any weird things. And I'll put a wave emoji and I'll just say hi Jessica. Super cool, right? So I really, really like the way of doing your template literals. Makes it very good. Okay. And that's how functions work. Now I can add more and more stuff to this function. So like I can make the greeting dynamic. Okay. So for example, right now the greeting is hard coded as in like it says hi and it puts the wave emoji, and we could make the greeting dynamic. Okay. So for example, like wave emoji, we can just leave as is. That's fine. But we can make this part dynamic, because what if I wanted to say, yo, Jessica, like say I'm, sending out messages using Twilio to customers that join a course or a product. And then we want to tell the customer like, hey, thank you so much for joining. But then maybe we want to change up the greeting. Sometimes we want to say, Jessica, thank you so much for joining. Other times we might want to say, yo, Jessica, just saw you join. Like what brought you here, right? Something fun like that. So we want to make the greeting dynamic. Anything you want to make dynamic, you put it as an argument to the function. Okay. So for example, I'll put greeting here. So now the function takes in two pieces of information, greeting and name. Okay. So I'm going to go here and say greeting name with a wave emoji. So watch this. Okay. So if I actually say now this function, I can't just give it Jessica. I need to give it, and if I just give it without arguments, it'll give me an error because it needs to have these as defined arguments. Okay. So I'm going to go and say greeting. Let's just say hi. And then name, I'm going to pass it as Jessica. So greeting and name. Okay. And when I call this function, it runs, and then it passes this greeting to this part, and then it passes this name to this part. Okay. So when I hit run, watch this. Hi, Jessica, with a wave sign, right? Very cool. Now I can say, yo, saw you joined. Thanks so much. All right. That's a greeting. And if I run it, yo, saw you joined. Thanks so much, Jessica, right? And I can also then change the name here. So I can say Bob. So now, yo, saw you join. Thanks so much, Bob. So now the greeting and the name is dynamic. Okay. So you can see how like we're making it dynamic, and we can have it do multiple things. We can write, like the next part could be like we could write instructions for this person. So we could say document.write, and then we could say instructions. So like, hey, step 1, create new account. Step 2, let's say, do the onboarding, something like that. Let's end it. And now when I run it, you can see that it says this block of code as well. If we want to put a new line here, I can just /n, and that adds new lines. Maybe in this case, it's not doing it. Because why? Let me just double check it. Maybe it's a document write thing. It's kind of weird. Let's try it. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we'll just ignore it for now. Forget that I said this. Just forget you didn't watch that part. Imagine it was edited out by a magical editor. Whew. Your memory's now vanished. Going back to the video. But overall, you get the point of how this block of code, it can do multiple things. It can achieve multiple goals for you without just doing one thing, okay? So let's continue going. It tells you that the functions can have multiple parameters, just like you saw, greeting, name, anything else that you want. It could have like 10 different parameters, okay? It could have multiple different things. So, yeah. We could have a function that calculates scores, and then whenever you give it the name of the person, it just goes and calculates their score or whatever. All right. And then we are going to learn about something called return. Okay, very good. So now I'll show you a different function. So we'll make another function, and I'll call it sum. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. We're just going to say that return. And so for the sum function, we're going to give it like two different numbers. So I'll give it number 1, and we'll give it number 2. Okay. And now what this function should do is it should just like, let's have it document our right, number 1 plus number 2. And I will comment out this greet me line. So the greet me function stops running. And I will now say sum, call the function sum, and I will say, well, we'll give it 1 and 2. So it should give me back 3, right? 1 plus 2. So when I run it, 3. Okay, very good. But the problem is that I can't store this as a variable and I can't reuse it anywhere else. So for example, if I said let result equals sum, the result of the sum, and then say document write the result, well, this is not really going to show you. I'll do alert result. Okay, so the sum function should run. It should write the sum to be 3, but then alert will like not do what we want it to do. You see, alert says undefined. That's like, well, that's weird. Why is that happening? Because sum is not actually, this sum here is not returning, not resulting as a 3 and coming back. It's just like calling this function, it writes it to this output, and then it's done. That's all it's doing. So in order for our code to be reusable, we actually need to use return. So in functions, you almost always have this line at the end, return, which is like the last line usually of a function. And now I'm going to say return these numbers. So now when I run it, watch what happens. It ran it, and it says 3 here, and it says 3 here. Okay? Because it's actually calling the function. We call the function with 1 and 2, so it calls this. So this is set to 1. This is set to 2. It gets passed in there. And then you get 1 plus 2. And that becomes 3. Then this part here evaluates to 3. It's the same as writing. It's literally the same as if you had written 3 here. Okay. And so results value gets stored to 3. And then 3 gets alerted out to the screen. So that's how that works. And you could do it, with multiplication. You could do it with whatever other things you want, okay? They're giving you now an example of like a function which converts Fahrenheit to Celsius. So I'm going to hit try it ourselves, okay? So we have this function here. I'm going to get rid of all this stuff because we don't need that. Here's the JavaScript part. So we have this function, okay? And I'm just going to say document.write. So we make it like super simple for us. So it's not confusing. So this function, here's what it does. It's called to Celsius, and you give it Fahrenheit. So if you give it Fahrenheit, it'll convert it into, I'm going to hit run. So if you give it Fahrenheit, it will convert it into Celsius. Okay. And it's doing some math here. And the math is like you do 5 divided by 9 and you multiply it by Fahrenheit minus 32. Okay, so if I gave it 77 degrees Fahrenheit, it should return 25, which is 25 degrees Celsius. So we can actually confirm that, like a 77 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. And you can see that 77 is 25. So that function is working correctly. Okay. And that's an example of why you would use a function. So then in the future, when you're using it, you don't have to worry about the logic of how this code works. In the future, like if you're writing code and you don't even, let's say you don't even know about this part, right? Most of the times functions are written in a different file or a different part, but you can just do 2 Celsius and you can get the same exact answer that you wanted back without having to worry about or constantly think about or remember this freaking formula. You can just go 2 Celsius and pass a 77 and then it'll do everything it needs to do. Likewise, you can also have this function that's, accessing a function with incorrect parameters can return an incorrect answer. Well, yeah, that makes sense. So like, it's basically saying you're calling it a 2 Celsius function, but then not giving it argument. That's going to lead to a problem. Correct. Access a function without that returns that function, not the function result. Okay. We've talked about this. So it will give you the function itself, but not the, so you see, it's like returning this, like what the function's definition is instead of the result of the function. So because here we're not doing open close parentheses, so we need to actually do that. So let's actually go here, and now I'm going to do open close parentheses, and now it's going to run the function, but it's giving you a problem because we didn't pass it an argument. And now I'm going to pass it an argument. I'll say 89 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'll run this, and that actually gives me back an answer. So that's how that works. Okay. 2 Celsius refers to the function object, and 2 Celsius with open close refers to the function result. Now here they're showing you that what we've talked about already, you can call a function and store its value, right, to a variable, which is what we're doing here. We call the function, and then we're storing its value inside of this variable called value, and then we use that variable right here. So you could do that. And then here they're showing you like that they're printing it out to the screen or adding it to the text. So that's, yeah, like that's not bad. And you can also call the function directly within other things as well. So here's an example of that. So let's get rid of all this crap that they always add, which is super annoying. And I will change this with document dot. Okay. So there we go. So we have this definition of function, and this definition can go down here or up here. It actually doesn't matter, which is like super cool about functions. So like the order of it doesn't exactly matter because JavaScript runs and then like collects all the functions and puts in its memories first, and then it runs the rest of the stuff. So I have this function here, right? The 2 Celsius one, and look at how we're actually like using it, right? The temperature is plus, and we're not even referring to a variable here. We're just calling the function directly in here. 2 Celsius 77 plus Celsius. So when I run this, now it reads like the temperature is 25 Celsius. Okay. So that's what that means. So local variables that are declared within a function. So if I define this variable inside of a function, so if I have a function here, and let's say I have like let name equals Kazi, that scope is only available within this block here. So meaning like if I try to do console, or if I try to do document.write name, it won't actually know what the name is. You see, it's giving me some weird thing. Like it's an error basically. It's not even giving me the name. It's because only the function knows about the name. So if I actually do document.write name here and then comment it out here, this will work correctly. You see, it says Kazi. So this function locally, this block of like here, we know what Kazi is. But outside of there in the global world, we actually have no idea what Kazi is. But if you want everybody to know what Kazi is, you would put it in this scope because this is a global scope. And now everybody knows what Kazi is. So if I actually run it, hold on, let's see what the problem is. Are we calling the function? Hold on, something is funky. Some kind of error is happening. There we go. Okay. So now this guy knows, like globally. So when I, hold on. Document.write text. And then I'm also going to say document.write name. So we do have Kazi here. Okay. So at a global level, we know. And oh, actually, maybe at the local level here. Very interesting. So it actually gives us an error. And the error probably says that it has no idea what we're talking about. Cannot access name before initialization. Okay. So actually, this name here, this block of code also actually doesn't know about that. So that's actually very, very interesting. It doesn't know about that. So I'm going to correct myself there. This block of code does not know about it. So it has its own kind of information. So we have to tell it, like we have to define a name in there for it to know what that name is. All right, now let's talk about objects, real life objects. Okay, so here I have this jam, which is an object. I have this sparkling water, which is another object. And I have this hot sauce here, which is another object. Okay, now to define the values of these different objects, here's how I would think. So let's take a look at this guy here. Okay, we have, if I was to represent this as an object, and we've done this already plenty of times, but I think it's still helpful to like go through it. The name of this would be jelly. Okay. And then it would have like some other properties like calories, like let's say 150 per serving or whatnot. Oh, there we go. Okay. 150 per serving, right? Now, in order to access this, let's say I would call this item. Okay, this is item. Okay, now in order to access this item, I might say item, and if I want to get access to its name, I would say item.name, and this would give me back jelly. If I wanted to access its calories, how would you get that? I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You would say item dot calories, right? And when I do that, I would get back 150. And this does not need to be a string, so we'll remove that because calories is a number. Okay, and there you go. So now that's kind of how you work with objects. Now let's go back to W3 schools, and it's showing you, it's like, hey, this car, and objects can have different things. So this is an object here. Okay, we have a car object. Now it has different properties. Okay, so we have car name. If you did car.name, you would get fiat. If you did car.model, you would get 500. If you did car.weight, you would get 850 kilograms. And if you did car.color, you would get white. So if we were to look at that, it would be like name is fiat. Model, this is how you would define this, 500. Weight is 850 kilograms. And color is white. Okay, so you would have it like this. And we would say car equals that. Okay, so this is what its object would actually look like inside of JavaScript. If you can't see it, I'll move this up so you can see everything. Right now, in order to access its properties, you would say car.name, and this would get you back fiat. You could say car.model, and that would get you back 500. Okay, so I hope it makes sense how it's working, and that's why they've said it like this. Okay, this is what it gives you back. Now, another thing objects could have is objects could have methods as well. So methods are kind of like functions, but of that particular object. Okay, so here this might have car.start, it might have car.drive, car.break, car.stop. And so there are different methods that it could have. Okay, and I can give you examples of more of these. Like for example, let's say you had bank, right? You could do bank.withdraw. So if you imagine calling a function like, or account, like let's say you had a object called account. And if you said account dot balance, it just showed you your balance and how much money you had, right? And this is a method or a function that takes in no arguments. But then if you did account dot withdraw 20, it could automatically go into your bank account and withdraw $20. Okay, you could have right, account dot deposit 100. That might mean it automatically goes into your account and deposit $100. And then the logic of that code might be like, there might be a function or a method called deposit. It might take in an argument, which is money. And then inside of it, it might be like, has a bunch of logic on how that would work. And then it would be closed like this. And then how you would call it is you would call it like account.deposit 100, because it would be defined under this object of car. Okay. Because inside of objects, you can define methods for them. So that's just an example. So let's go back. So here, car fiat, right? JavaScript objects. We've talked about objects. So here they're giving you an example: car, type, model, color. We literally did this, so we're good on this. Okay. And you could define objects in different ways, which are not super helpful for you to know every single one right now. But like the idea behind objects are they work in key value pairs. So you have, or name value pairs. So you first have the name and then the value. Then the name and the value. Name of the property, value of the property. Name of the property, value of the property. So it's called name value pairs. They're also called key value pairs. Okay, so this could also be called a key. This could also be called a name. And this is generally called value, like what you store, what the result of it is. Now, on creating objects, here's how you could create JavaScript objects, right? So you could, for example, you could create person object like this. This is how we've been creating objects the whole time. You could also create an object like this, because spaces and line breaks are not important. An object initializer can span multiple lines. So you could have multiple lines as long as you have commas and stuff in right places. And you would always do it this way because this is way easier to read than this. Maybe this is easy for you to read right now, but when you start to code a lot more, it's much easier to read this, because every line, you can't miss that there's a property. Like here, I might miss and not read that age is here. Here, it's very hard for me to miss because every single one thing is on its own line. So if I see 4 lines, I just know that there are 4 properties. Here, I don't instantly know how many properties there are. This example creates an empty JavaScript object and then adds 4 properties. So here's another way you could do this as well. So here, let's try this. We'll get rid of a whole bunch of this stuff that we don't need. And then we can replace this with document.write. We'll do this. And I'm just going to run this. John is 50 years old. Okay, great. Let's do it like this. Okay, and I'll clean up anything else that we have left over. So it's very, very easy to read. There we go. Okay, so we create a person object, which is empty at the start. Then we go and set its first name property to John. We set its last name property to Doe, age to 50, eye color to that. Now, if I actually I'm going to print out this person property for object for you, and we're going to set JSON.stringify so you can see the actual object in its raw form. And here you go. Right now, I'll actually run I'll copy this, comment this out, and run it up here. So when you run it up here, first the object is empty, right? And now I'm gonna run it after the first assignment, and I'll comment this out. And when I run it, you can see after we do person.first name and we add that property is now added, right? Now I'm gonna remove this from here, and I'm gonna move it down here and run it. Now, after we add these 2 properties and you have it write the JSON or the object on the screen, you can see it. It has 2 properties, okay? And if I add it below all 4 of these, like here, it will now show all 4. So this is us. This is how you can add properties. Okay, this is just to show you that. This would be the same as like if you just defined it like this from the start. If you said const person, this, and then you just like did this, is the same exact thing. Okay, and just so you know, you could say first name, or you could put first name. So like keys can be in strings, that's fine, or without strings. So keys can be in both ways. Okay, we're just showing you how to add. And then you can also do this new keyword as well. So that also can create an object. So if I actually take this and go here and I said new object like this, this does the same exact thing. And I'll just like console log it out or print it out. When I say print it out, it's just basically like show it to the screen, right? So this here is the same as if you had done this. Just, it's good for you to know how to write it in different ways, because if you read people's code, people will do it in different ways. Generally, I will like do it like this if I'm creating an empty object, but some people might write it like this. It's very obvious that it's a new object. So the named values that we look at, keys or names, those are also called properties in JavaScript. So whenever somebody says property, that's what they mean. So first name is a property, last name is a property, age is a property, eye color is a property. Then the value is John Doe 50 blue. And just so you're aware, if you're working with people who have experience from different programming languages, in Python, they will call the same thing that you call objects in JavaScript, they call it dictionaries. I use a lot of Python, so like it's called dictionaries in Python. Okay, or in Java, they'll call it hash maps. So it's good to know what different languages call it. So if you're speaking with somebody in Python, it'll be useful. Or if somebody has a background in Python and they're talking in JavaScript, they'll say dictionaries. This is on how to access properties. So you can access properties in 2 different ways. You could do dot property name, or access it in putting this open close brackets. Okay, so here's what that means. Let's say I have this John Doe guy here, right? And I'll get rid of JSON stringify because I won't need it for this part. I can say person.firstName, and this will give me the first name, and I'll comment this out. I don't need that. So I get John. If I do a person.age, I'll get 50. But now if I change this like this, I'll have to put it in quotes, and I can also access the property this way. So I get age, and if I do first name and I run it, copy, paste, boom, John, eye color. So I can access it in both ways. Generally, I like to access it with a dot property like this. Okay. But there are times where you have to access it like this. So it's good to know that you could do it both ways, like person dot last name or person bracket last name. So methods are function definitions stored as property values. It's a mouthful, but let me show you what that means. So let's say, like right now, if you want to access this person's full name, you can't, because they only have first name and last name, right? So what I can do is I can actually say person age, and I can actually define a function here. So I can say function, and this is their definition of function, and I'll just say return. And look at how they're doing it. They're saying this dot first name plus this dot last name. Interesting. So first of all, I will change this person to full name. I'll say person dot full name, and we have this function here, and I will say return this dot first name. So when I say this, it's referring to itself. Okay. So I'll say this dot first name plus I'll say this dot last name. And now when I go and do person dot full name, because it's a function or a method, I need to do open close parentheses, and if I run it, you can see it gives me John Doe, but I need a space in there, so I'll put a space like this, and I'll run it, and now I get John Doe. That's what that means. Okay, so I can literally add a function property to an object, and when I do that, it's called a method, and it's a method that is part of that person. Yeah, it's like a function that's part of that person. Okay, and that basically you call a method. Okay, so basically anytime you do dot something and then you have to do open close parentheses, instead of a function, it's called a method. That's the easier way to remember it too. But when you don't do a dot thing, then it's just a function. Here's an example of how you could define this without adding properties. So like, I'm going to take this and I will add it here, and I'll get rid of this part. Rid of that. And so you can see here, I'm defining first name. So I'll do person dot, and then we'll do person dot first name, and I'll get rid of this here, and we'll run it. So you can see first name. If I do last name, I get their last name. If I do ID, dot ID, run it, I get their ID. And if I do full name, open close parent, it's a method, and run it, I get John Doe. And this function is taking the first name, adding a space, and then adding the last name. And that's how that works. Okay. So in JavaScript, objects are king. Yes, they are. If you understand objects, you understand JavaScript. So this is why we're going slowly through objects and really meticulously going over every single detail of an object, because seriously, if you understand objects, so much of your life becomes easier because everything works with objects. This refers to the person object. This dot first name means the first name property of person. This dot last name means the last name property of person. Okay. So objects are containers for properties and methods. Exactly. Okay. Properties are named values. Correct. Methods are functions stored as properties. Yes. Properties can be primitive values, functions, or even other objects. Now we're going to talk about nested objects. So for example, take a look at me. I am a person. So if you were to define me as an object, it would be person. And then the property would be name. The value of the property would be Kazi. Yeah. Now age would be whatever, right? 30. That's how you would define me as an object. But I can have multiple items, right? So I can have multiple items. So how would you define that relationship? Because it'd be weird if you said item 1 is this and item 2 is this, but what if there were like so many items or a number of items that we didn't know about? So we would define the relationship in an interesting way. We would have a nested object to define that. So I'll explain what that means by sharing my screen. So take a look at this here. We're going to go ahead and do it ourselves. So let's go over here, and I'll go in here, and now we'll have nested objects. Okay, so person, I'm going to say Rafe. Whoops, and I'll say Kazi. Okay, ID we'll get rid of. I'll leave this full name at the bottom there. That's fine. And here's what I'm going to say. Now I'm going to say items. Okay, and now items can be an array of items. Okay, it could be an array of items. So here you could see, or you could have object with multiple different things. So I can say in different ways. Okay, so I can say item 1 I had was jelly, and item 2 that I had was I had sparkling water. Okay, so we can do it like this. Now if I refer to items, I will put items here, and we will refer to it and run it, and let's see what happened. Person.items, I'm getting back nothing. Let's do person and run it. Getting back nothing. Interesting. Did we make an error? Let's just double check. Yeah, we did. We have to put a comma after this. So let's run it. Now it's working. So I'll say person.items. It'll say object. So what I need to do here is I need to say .item1, and it'll get me jelly. Okay, jelly. Or I need to say item 2, and it'll get me sparkling. Okay. A better way to define it, generally whenever you have multiple of things, you want to use an array here. So the way I would actually do this is I would put an array, and I'd have 2 objects in this array, and it would be item. So I would be name, and it'd say jelly, and here name would be sparkling, and that's how I would actually define it. So we'll say items, and I'll run comma. I keep forgetting the comma here, very important. So I'll say comma, and now it's detecting that it's giving me the array with 2 objects, which is actually correct. I'm going to call json.stringify on it so we can actually see what the heck it's doing. So there we go. Okay. So now I can see that I have name sparkling and then I have name jelly. So I see an array of items with 2 of these. Okay. Now I can say items, and then if I get the 0th item, it'll get me this item right here. And if I want to get just the name sparkling, I'll do dot name, and it'll get me sparkling. Okay. If I do 1, it'll get me the jelly item. Okay. So this is representing like essentially nested objects. Okay. So you can have an object inside of it. Also, just a little note on JavaScript methods. So here is the to uppercase method that exists by default inside of JavaScript. So for example, if I actually go ahead here and like remove all of this and I just say hello and I run it, it's going to say hello like that. Okay. But now if I do dot to uppercase like that on the string and I run it, it will uppercase it to hello. So on strings have their own methods. So string is, it's like kind of an object, and then string has its own methods. Okay. And so we have the dot to uppercase method, which is already defined by somebody who wrote the code inside of like the official JavaScript library. And inside of that, you have dot to uppercase. When you do it, it will uppercase every single letter of whatever you give it. So if I say Kazi and I run it, right, boom, like that. Okay. So this is an example of methods and how you use them. Just one note I want to give you on strings. So let's say you're saying, you want to say something like, it's over there. Okay. So you would say it's with an apostrophe here, right? Now, here's a problem. If you had this thing wrapped inside of single quotes, this would error out because it would think that this is a string and then it has no idea what this part is. And it's like erroring out. And the syntax is even showing you that it doesn't fully understand like what the heck is happening here. So what you want to do in this case is you want to use double quotes on the outside and then single quote on the inside for the its part. Okay, so this is just like a small hiccup that a lot of people run into. So I thought for strings, I should just cover that for you. All right, so now we're going to build our first little project, and I'm going to teach you how conditionals work. So for example, when I hit the thumbs down, it says, sorry you didn't enjoy it. When I hit thumbs up, it says, thanks for supporting the channel. So this is mimicking if you were to like this YouTube video, which you should, okay? So if you like the button, if you click like, you know how on YouTube it stays white and light, but then when you hit downvote, or it just like it activates or like fills it with white color for the downvote, right? They're using conditional logic there. If the user clicks thumbs up, then something should happen. Otherwise, if the user clicks thumbs down, something else should happen. This is called conditional logic. And so we're going to walk through if-then statements, conditional logic right now. So let's just stick to our Kobe score. Actually, let's put script tags here and script tag here. And we'll say let Kobe's score be 27. Let LeBron's score be 20, right? If Kobe score is greater than LeBron's score, then Kobe, then we'll say document.write, and we'll say Kobe is the GOAT. Okay. And we'll end the if statement. So let's run it, and it says Kobe is the GOAT. Okay. Now, what I can also say, so like for example, if I change this to 15 and I ran it, nothing would happen because what it does is it says, is 27 greater than 20? And this evaluates to true. And once this evaluates to true, this line of code runs. Okay. But if this line of code, if I change it to 15 and this is 15 and this is 20, well, is 15 greater than 20? False. It's not. When it's false, this line of code will never run. So that's how that works. Okay. We'll say else. We'll close this else. And then inside of it, I'll say document.write. LeBron is the GOAT. Okay, so if this statement is true, then it will always run this. But if this statement is false, it will always run this part. Okay, so now if I run this, it'll say Kobe is the GOAT. But watch what happens when I make this 15. And if I hit run, it's going to now say, can you guess? LeBron is the GOAT. Okay, so that's how if-else conditions work. You can do it with temperature. So for example, we can change this example and I can say, current temp, and we'll say is like 53 degrees, and we'll say good temperature is like 75, and I will now get rid of all of this, and I will say if the current temperature is greater than or equal to, let's say warm temp, right? Let's say the warm temperature starts at 75. Great. If it's greater than or equal to, then it's basically like, ooh, it's nice outside, and and let's go sunglasses, okay? And let's run it, and nothing should happen because the temperature is currently cold. So I'll say else document.write, and then I'll just say, I'm putting 2 spaces just so it looks nicer, and I'll basically say ice, wow, it's cold, so bring a jacket, okay? So now let's close the parentheses here, and let's run it. So it says bring a jacket. Okay. Cold outside. Run it. There we go. Now I'll change this current temperature to 76 degrees and run it. And it says, ooh, it's nice outside. I'll make it 75, and it will still say it's nice outside because it's greater than or equal to Hawk 2. Right? So this will say, is 75 greater than or equal to 75? This will then evaluate to true, and then it'll run this line of code here. Okay, so that's how if-else conditions work. Now let's make our first little project that I showed you, and let's go ahead and do that together from scratch. So let's start off with a completely empty thing. Let's hit run, so nothing is there. Okay, it should be pretty much empty. Now we're going to go ahead and make our script tags here, okay, and end the script tag. Okay, I'll just say document.write, and I'll say hello, just to make sure that our code here is running as expected. Okay, great. So that's good. So what I want to do is I want to make 2 buttons. So I'll make the buttons outside of the script tag because this is HTML. So I'll say button, and we'll end button, and then I'll make another button. So now I have 2 buttons. And you can see them right here, and I can click them. Okay, right there. They just don't have any text. So if I write text in them, now you can see button 1, button 2. Okay. Now what I want to do instead is I want the thumbs up emoji here, and I want the thumbs down emoji here. Okay. So now I have 2 buttons that say thumbs up and thumbs down. Okay. So this kind of showcases that we're looking at a video. Okay. Now I can comment this out. I don't really need that. Okay, so I have these 2 buttons. Now, something should happen when I click those buttons. So let's set that up. So let's actually create a function. And I'm going to call this function, like, let's say, I'm going to call this function like. So when you like a video. So I'm just going to basically say alert. Okay, and then I'll close it. So that's all this function will do for now. When you click it, alert should pop up, and it should say you have like, it should just say like. All right, and in here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say on click, and I'm going to pass it the like function. Okay, so let's run this, let's hit this, and you can see that the like function is being called when you click this button. Okay, now I want you to do the same thing for the downvote button. Okay, take like 30 seconds and see if you can do that. I will pause the video, but I'll give you 5 seconds and I'll pause the video and then you make sure you actually do that yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I assume you paused the video, so I'm going to continue going now. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is basically the same thing for dislike. So I'll say function dislike, close parens, alert, and we'll say dislike. So this way we're just making sure that it's grabbing the right buttons. I'll say on click. Okay, I will say dislike. Okay. Like, dislike. Now, since I want to show you a if-then type of example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it a little bit differently. Okay, so let's actually get rid of this. Okay, I'll show you an if-then way to get hold of this information. Okay, so we're going to actually do the following. So I'm going to create a function, and this function I'll just call it handle click. Okay, and this way we'll pass both of these the same exact function, and it's going to take in the button. Okay, and what it will do is for now just alert you based on the button and its text content. Okay, this is something that you don't know yet, but I'm just introducing you to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a try. So I'm going to actually call this function handle click here, handle click, and then I'm going to pass it this. This means this exact button that you're clicking on. I'm passing it this button as the argument. So if you click the downvote button, it'll pass it the downvote button, and you'll see what I mean. So let's hit upvote, and you can see that when in the alert, the button's text content is actually that. Okay, if I get rid of this and I hit run and I do it, it's telling you that it's an HTML button element. Okay, and that has attributes, just like it's an object. Okay, and so button dot, and then we do text content, and it gives us the text content, which is this part over here. If you don't put the text content, it'll give you this entire button. Okay, so let's go ahead and click, and there we go, we get thumbs up, and if I click here, I get thumbs down. Okay, so now what I can do is I can say, hey, if we have this situation where the button.text content is, and you can do triple equal or double equal, is thumbs up, then I want you to say you liked, like, let's just say like for now, and end it, and I will get rid of this. So let's see if it can detect if you click thumbs up. So you see it detected that we clicked thumbs up, and if I click down, it does nothing. But thumbs up, it's catching that condition. So now think about how you could write an alert for clicking the dislike button. Take 5 seconds, pause the video, and try that part yourself. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll assume you paused it and you gave it an actual try. And now I'm going to say else. Okay, I will go here and I'll say alert dislike. So like and then dislike. Okay. Now another one that we can actually do is we can also say else if. Okay. So there's 2 different ways we can go about it. So else is like in any other button that's clicked, it'll assume that you're clicking the dislike button. But if we do else if, we can specify like, hey, only if the other button that was clicked is a downvote button. Okay. So I can basically say here else if button dot text content is thumbs down like this, then do the following. So I'll hit down and it says dislike, and then if I hit up, it says like. Okay, this is just so like in case there was another button on the page, like imagine we had a heart button on the page, right? If we had a heart button on the page, it doesn't, like right now correctly, it doesn't do anything. But if you had set this to else, it would run even for the heart button and say dislike. So that's not correct. That's not what we want to do. Okay, so we want to leave this else if in here, so it only correctly does that. Okay, so now we can get rid of this hard button. Now the message we want to actually say is like, we want to say something like, hey, thanks for liking. Okay, just for fun. And then here we said, we can say, sorry, you didn't, and see, I can't write didn't because single quotes, so I can actually make it double quotes here, so that problem doesn't happen. Sorry, you didn't like it. Sad, crying, okay, crying emoji, and we can hit the thumbs up emoji here, okay? So hit up, thanks for liking, hit here, sorry you didn't like it, the cry emoji. Okay, perfect. Now, I can also make it so that it actually shows up on the page, right? So like I can actually go document.write, and we can just turn it into document.write over here, okay? So this, and I can comment out this alert, right? Or I can just get rid of this alert, and then I can do the same thing for here, move it down. Like this, get rid of this alert, run it, and like, look at that, thanks for liking, and run it again, sorry you didn't like it. But notice how it's like completely changing the page. That's not what we want. So this is where document.write gives us problems. So we want to get rid of document.write now, and instead we want to change the text content of that div. So we're going to create a div underneath this. I'm going to say div, and I'll give it an ID of demo. You can give it an ID of whatever you want. We'll just give it ID of demo. And we're just going to end it here, and I'm going to say div or div. Okay, there we go. So I open the div and I close the div. It's an empty div. There's nothing going on here. I can also just write stuff in there and it'll show up. Okay, but I'll show nothing here for now. And then instead of document.write, what we can do is inside of this right here at the top, we can define that div. So I can say const, and I can say message div, and then I can go like this, okay? So now I'm getting access to that div. So I create this message div. And then in here, I can actually just say message div dot text content, and I can set its text content to thanks for liking. So let's run this, and boom, look at that, thanks for liking. Okay. So I can say blah, blah, and run it. It says blah, blah, and when I run it, it rewrites its content, right? There we go. So I'll just remove it and leave it empty. And now I'll do the same thing for the other one. For sorry you didn't like it. So let's go ahead and grab this. Let's paste this, get rid of this document.write, run this. Thanks for liking, sorry you didn't like it. So this here now is a perfect example of how you can use conditionals in your code. And this is where you would use it, okay? This is the type of stuff that you would use it for. So I hope conditionals make more sense to you and you're excited to use them and you go and build some stuff with it. Let's keep going. Now that you're a big boy and we're about to work on big projects and do coding tutorials together and like basically do more stuff. Like now you're past you're almost done with the crash course part. There's some part of the crash course left, meaning we got to go more into arrays, objects, looping. You need to learn and you need to kind of do some exercises so you get your mind fully around how all of this stuff works. And then right after we're done with that, we're going to start heading into like actual projects. And since now I want to start moving you more over into the real world and outside of the W3 school world, follow these instructions on how to get set up. I'm going to show that to you right now. Make sure to click the link that says join.replit.com/cp-javascript. We're popping it up on the screen right now, and make sure that you fork this REPL. It's going to bring you to this screen right here. And then what I want you to do is you should see JavaScript course by Clever Programmer, right? And then what I want you to do is make sure to hit fork. This is very important, okay? Hit fork REPL. And once you do that, you can actually get started working on this course. But this is the most important step. So click the link below in the YouTube description or somewhere on the screen, and then fork REPL. This is a REPL that you need to fork, and then you'll be able to get started. Now, once you fork it, it should bring you to this screen over here. Now, there's a bunch of code already here, so that might intimidate you, but don't let that intimidate you, okay? You can pretty much just ignore everything. And when I'm going to be coding along in the tutorial, you can just follow along in this file, yourplayground.js, and you'll be completely fine. You don't have to worry about anything that's happening in here right now. These are only resources available for you as lessons, notes, exercises, and projects that you could refer to later. For now, this is pretty much the yourplayground.js file is the one that you should be using. In the video, you'll see me use playground.js, but that's mine. So you can go inside of it, but don't use it, okay? Only use yourplayground.js and write all of your code in here, and you'll understand everything that's happening. Now, just to explain to you what this is over here and what is happening is there's some in here. We have the repo, the GitHub repo for this exact project. So you can go ahead and you can fork that repo, okay? Or not fork, but like you can start it. All right, you could start that repo. Just so on your GitHub, you can find it easily. And plus, it's nice for me to have stars, right? For, these repos then go up and other developers can find it and helps them. All right. And then you have lessons. So in lessons, for example, you can go to one of these lessons where maybe I have this little app that shows you how to click in with JavaScript and get these squares, right? And clear the game. And you can go play it, and then you can go and look at its code. So for example, for that red, yellow, green squares app that I have right here, which you're going to build inside of this tutorial, on the left-hand side, I'm going to have its code available for you. So inside of DOM, I have this thing called red, yellow, green, right? And that's going to have the code to this entire app. So you're actually able to even click into it, boom, and see all of the code, okay? But again, right now, I wouldn't worry about looking at that right now. Just stay put. All the project solutions are here. So for example, there's going to be project exercises, and then you're going to see project solutions. So what are these? If you go into a project solution, like let's say fighting game or weather app or create Netflix, these are the final completed versions of the app. So if I type in Las Vegas and hit search, boom, my app shows up. But if I go inside of project exercises weather app, these are the uncompleted versions. So when I hit them, you'll notice that the JavaScript part is not working. That's going to be your job to do. And by the time you're going through this course, you'll learn how to do all of this by yourself. Okay. But for now, don't try to do this yourself. I'm just showing you kind of what's happening here, what is all of this, and how the course is structured. But simply put, for the rest of the video, all you really need to do is just relax and follow along over here in yourplayground.js. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to pay his groceries. Okay, and let's call it fruits because let's be real. That's what it is, right?
Just real quick. You saw that I have over 200 lines of code above this. You don't need to worry about that. You can literally just start following me from this part of the video where I put the groceries. You'll be fine. If for you it says line 1, that's okay. You just follow from line 1, even though for me it might say line 200. That's okay. Not a problem. You can just start from there. And then, you know, in order for this to run, you can just hit that run button at the top of the replit for you for it to run. So now I have fruits. Well, what I want to do is I want to like print out every single one of them. So how do I do that? Well, here's a way you could do it, right? Console log, we'll do fruits of 0. And then we'll just keep repeating that pattern, right? 1, 2, 3. And then what will happen essentially is this will get you this one. 1 will get you that one. 2 will get you that one. 3 will get you that one, right? Hopefully that makes sense so far. So let's go ahead and run this. And you get all 4 of these, right? That's perfect. Well, what if there were like many, many more? Like, so if I just copy this and I just keep, let's say I copy this and I just keep pasting it, right? Well, that's a lot. How are you going to like print out all of those? It's going to be a lot of work. Are you really going to do this? Right? And then what if there are more than that? Because Netflix has let's go to Netflix right now. So here's an example of an array. This right here is an array. All right, that's how you see these 5 profiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an array. When I go inside of this, everything that's showing up here is an array. So here's an array of new releases. Here's an array of true crime documentaries. Here's an array of trending now. These are just arrays. All right. So if I have this many movies, I can't just like do them manually. I need something that can automatically find out how many movies there are and then like print them out, okay, or show them. So that's an example of, you know, why you need to learn something called looping, okay, or for loops. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so here's how we're going to write our for loop. We're going to say for, and we're going to say let I equals 0, and then put a semicolon. And we're going to say while I is less than, and I know this is going to look super weird, but just trust me, hang in there with me, okay? Fruits.length, and we're going to do I++. Like everything here, you're going to be like, what the hell am I looking at? And we're going to break it down in a second. But first, let's just run it and see if we can get it to do what we want it to do. And I'm going to say fruits and get me the ith fruit. Okay, let's run it. And let's actually console log this. So console log, and let's comment out all of these 4 lines right here. Okay, let's run this. And you see it printed out every single fruit that we had, right? All of these fruits, every single one of them. And how I can prove that to you that I print every single one out, what we could do is like put I there and then do this. And I'll actually even count it for you. So this is 0th, 1, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way up to 19th, okay? So there's like 20 total items in this array. So this loop is doing that, this for loop right here. It's looping through automatically, automagically and figuring this out. But let's break it down what is happening really. So we're saying this loop, we want an index. Why do we want an index? Well, imagine if instead of imagine I put a 0 here. Well, it's going to run, but it's just going to keep on getting the banana every single time. But that's not what we want. So what needs to happen is we're essentially trying to mimic this process. We want fruits to be 0 the first time, fruits to be 1 the next time, fruits to be 2 the third time, fruits to be this the fourth time, right? So this is what we're doing here. So in the start, I is set to 0. And all a loop does is it just repeats the same line of code again and again and again and again and again. Fruits.length, all I'm saying here is, hey, run the same amount of times there are items in this array. So meaning, in other words, we want you to run 20 times. So while I is less than 20. So run 20 times. That's what this means right here. Okay. And as soon as it runs 20 times and it tries to run the 21st time, it just stops and it doesn't run again. And I++ means every single time you're done running, just increment I by 1. So first time it runs, I is 0. Okay. So we put a 0 here and there's a 0 here, and you will get your first item, which is going to be this item right here. Then it's going to run again. And here's what's going to happen. I is going to become 1 next time the loop is going to run. Let's start from the scratch, right? So it goes, is 0 less than 20? Is that true or false? I'm asking you. That's true. 0 is less than 20. So then this line of code here runs and it prints this out, pops it right there. Perfect. Then once we're done running, it increments I by 1. So now I is 1. Is 1 less than 20? Yes or no? Yes, it is. Okay, 1 is less than 20. So then it runs, but next time, because there's an I here, fruits becomes 1 because it's dynamic like that. So then it gets you this guy right over here. Then it runs again and it does the same thing too. So it goes, is 2 less than 20? It goes, yes, pops in a 2, gets you the orange because that's in position 2 right here. Then it increments I by 1. I becomes 3. Is 3 less than 20? Is that true or false? Yes, it's true. Then it prints out fruit of 3. So then you get this pair. Then it goes again and increments this by 1. So this becomes what? 4. Good. And then it prints it out. All right. I'm going to ask you this time, what is I now? If you guess 5, good job. Because after running this, we increment I by 1. So I is 5 now. Is 5 less than 20? Okay, this is 5 and this is 20, and this thing then becomes true. And then once this becomes true, this part of the loop runs. All right, so is this less than 20? Yes, it is. So then this becomes 5, and then this prints this out, so on and so forth. So this is why we just leave an I here. Okay, so that's how loops work. They're really awesome, really, really nice, and they make our life easy. Now. Here's something exciting I'm going to show you. You pretty much never, ever have to use this ugly looking loop ever again. This is really the only time you're going to be confused thanks to the new JavaScript ways of doing it. And I'll show you them. And after that, pretty much never write this ugly loop. I never write it. I don't deal with these weird indexes. And honestly, I even forgot how to write this ugly looking loop. It should be eradicated from most of what you're doing in your day-to-day. I'll show you a much easier way of writing them. All right, so now let's go ahead and comment out this entire for loop that we wrote. And instead what we're going to write is we're going to say for, and watch this. We're going to say const fruit of fruits. Okay, and we're just going to say console log fruit, and watch what happens. I'm going to run this, and it does the exact same thing, and you do not have to worry about indices at all. So this is so nice. So here's how this is working. Fruits, this variable here, fruits, is important. This is this right here. This is the fruits array. This variable here, right here, fruit, I'm making it up on the fly. I can call it whatever I want. I can call it John, but I just got to make sure that I put John here, and boom, we run it. The only point of this variable right here is fruits, in this case, will be the name of, it refers to this, which is this entire array right here. This entire array right here, okay? That's what fruits is. But fruit, when you're looping the first time, it's this banana. And when you're looping the second time, it's this apple. And when you loop again, it's this orange. And when you loop again, it's this. So you don't have to even worry about indices. This is the fruit. And then in the next loop, this is the fruit. And then in the next loop, right, this is the fruit. This is the first loop, and the second loop, and the third loop, the fourth loop. And then you just print that out. So like, I don't know, if you look at these two side by side, right, this looks like an eyesore and hurts your eyes, and you will get eye aids by looking at this. And then you have this one, just, this is beautiful. This is pure gold. I mean, this is how it's meant to be, right? This is how things should look and feel. This is very Pythonic. Python, you write loops like that. So this is really, really nice. So we like this one much more than this one. Okay, so stick with this one. And then I'll show you a couple of other things you can do as well. All right, so now let's do something else with arrays. Okay, so we're going to say const numbers, and we're going to create an array, and it's going to keep our number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, what if we want to, so we'll do a couple of things, right? I'll show you how to sum up all numbers in an array, because that will be something helpful for you and important for you to learn. What we want to do now, try this. Write both of these loops for these numbers and print out every single number how we're printing out our fruits, okay? And comment out everything related to the fruit. Okay, so hit run and you should see empty. And loop through so then all the numbers get printed out from 1 through 6. Try that. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's write it together. So we're going to say for let I equal 0. Okay, I is less than numbers.length. All right, you kind of get used to writing this for loop once you write it a couple of times. But again, we're not even going to be using this one that much anymore. So get ready to say goodbye to this one. All right, let's run this and let's see if it works. Boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one worked exactly how we expected it to. Fantastic. Okay, let's go ahead and let's comment this out. Let's comment this out. And now we're going to write the other loop. So we're going to say for const number of numbers. And we're simply going to just say console log number. And let's hit run. And boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't make the mistake of printing out numbers, because what you're doing here is just going to print out the array five times. You don't want to do that. Okay, so just say number. Boom. There we go. So that print out everything. Hopefully you got this correct. And if you didn't, it's okay. Don't stress. We'll have some additional exercises here in our files for you to do with arrays, okay? Because arrays are very, very important. So we got this 6. Now, what if we wanted to double every single number right over? Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. How can we do that? How can we print out 2 for this, 4 for this, 6 for this, 8 for this, 10 for this, and 12 for this? Okay, how do we do that? So what we want to do here is you could actually do it right here. Give that a try. See if you could figure that out. You have enough tools to be able to figure this one out right now. And I will tell you this, you don't even have to write an additional line of code. That's the hint I'll give you. You can fit that in on line 221 and basically have the answer to this problem. So either take 5 seconds to do it or pause the video. I'll give you 5 seconds now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're gonna go number times 2. That's it. Let's run. And now we get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Everything is doubled, you guys. That's awesome. But what if we wanted to do it so that this numbers array here is doubled? So, or like we get a new array that's like all of these numbers doubled. How could we do that? Double numbers. How could we double the numbers and basically at the end get back an array that says 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12? How could we put this in and get this out? So let's give that a try. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pretty much have this same loop that we have here, but we're gonna need to create an array that like stores that result, right? We're gonna say let result is equal to, and we'll just make it an array like this. All right, so we're just gonna have this empty array. It's gonna be empty at the start. And the trick that we're gonna use is, remember we did push. So again, you have enough to figure this out if you want to try, but inside of this for loop, you're going to push to this results array, double this amount. So see if you could figure that out and then console log result and get that by yourself. You have enough to figure out. It might be a little bit challenging though right now. I'll give you 5 seconds. You can pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we're going to solve it together. So all we want to do here is I'm going to do result.push number times 2. All right, so I'm going to loop through and then push. So then I'm going to have 2. Then I'm going to loop again, and number is going to be 2. And we're going to come down here. 2 times 2 is going to become 4, right? So we're going to do result.push.4. That's going to add a 4 right here. And then we're just going to keep looping through this array and just keep doubling it every single time, and then pushing the doubled result in here, in that result array. Okay, so let's remove that. And then once that entire loop is done, so make sure to put the console log of result outside of this for loop, okay? Because we don't want that repeating again and again. Let's comment that line out, or we can actually just even delete it here. We don't need that anymore. Let's try running and watch what happens. Boom. We have an array with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So that array doubles all of the numbers. So this is an example of how you could do something like this. All right, now what we would want to do is turn it into a function. Okay, so we're going to basically go const double. Okay, we're going to call this function double, and this function is gonna, you could either call it function, or you could use this arrow syntax to highlight that this is a function, right? This is an ES6 function. And what we're going to do is, what this function does is takes in numbers, and we'll have the same loop. So we'll say const number of numbers. Grab this result right here. We're going to paste that in. So it's going to create a temporary array called result. It's going to loop through the numbers that you gave it. It's going to keep pushing double of that result into result array. And then at the end, just going to return result, just like that. All right. And we can get rid of all of this right here. And let's try running double. So let's do console.log. We'll say double, and let's give an array to double. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's run this and let's see what it outputs. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That is perfect, you guys. That's exactly right. That's exactly what we were looking for. So that is beautiful. Nice job if you got this far. Question for you. What if we wanted to turn this function into the square function, meaning we square all these numbers? How could we do that? So think about that. Squaring means using exponentiation instead of multiplication. Okay, so how could we turn this function into something that squares numbers? So meaning 1 squared would be 1, 2 squared would be 4, 3 squared would be 9, 4 squared would be 16, 5 squared would be 25, 6 squared would be 36, right? So how do we get that array back? Well, it's simple. Just put another asterisk right here, hit run, and there you go. It's all perfectly squared. So let's go back. Boom. I'm going to just turn it back into a double. All right, so that's how easy that is. Now, imagine if the size of this array changes. 7, 8, 9, 20, 40, and watch, right when I run it, boom, it just works instantly, right? This is the crazy part about like when you write good code and I'm just gonna like fill it up with crazy numbers here, right? I'm gonna make this really, really big. Like you're getting a big data file in Excel or something. And watch, it just works on the whole thing. Insane, right? And it says 177 more items. This is the beautiful thing about code. So when you go look at Netflix, right? So let's go to Netflix again, and let's take a look at this. This is an array. And what we're doing to that array every single time, so like we have some data in that array, and we style that data every single time we loop through. So we write a for loop, we loop through, and we say, take this data, the $1 billion code text, the image URL, that's how you're seeing the image, and turn it into this card. And then do that again with the next movie. So almost imagine that there's a loop for, right, or const movie of movies. And what you do here, and we close the squiggly right there, and we say, return movie, and let's call this function card. And let's just say this function card turns it into this nice, neat card. Okay, let's say we don't know the details of this function, but what this card function does is if you give it a data of a movie, like the name of the movie and the image of the movie, it turns it into this nice little card over here. Then you loop again, and then you do it again, you loop again, you do it again, you loop again, you do it again, you loop again, you do it again. I mean, goddamn, I should be called freaking Senior Loopy, because there's a ton of loops there. That's the crazy part, you guys. This is real world stuff, okay? It's not just like me telling you random stuff. It has a very real application, even though we're doing like beginner exercises right now, just so you could get better at it. Because if you don't know how arrays work, then if I give you something more complicated with like cards and images and HTML and CSS, you're going to be so confused. So you have to learn these by themselves, like a martial art. You got to learn the rear naked choke by itself, and you got to learn the kimura by itself, and then you got to learn the positions, and then you learn these esoteric positions in jiu-jitsu, and you're like, what the heck is the point of this? And then one day you just hit that triangle, you like rotate your hip, you angle your leg the right way, you grab their neck the right way, you twist the right way, you pop your right leg and you pop the left leg, and you get that triangle, and just boom, everything, and it all happens at once, and it's so smooth and it's beautiful. But when you're learning it, you learn it like step by step. And same thing with chess or anything else in life, soccer. So we're just learning the components and the pieces by themselves, and then later you'll be able to put them together with more impressive stuff, okay, when we get to the projects portion. All right, now let's keep having more fun with arrays, because the more practice you get with arrays and loops, the better of a programmer you're going to become, because honestly, that's like 90% of what you're doing in programming. You're usually getting back a lot of data, and you're looping through it, and you're doing something to it. Okay, that's like super common. And so let's just get a bunch of different practices in. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make another function. And this function we're going to make is going to be called letter counter. Okay, so let's go letter counter. Okay, you can also call it counter, whatever you want. And we're gonna use it making an arrow function. All right, and basically what this function is going to do is it's going to take a look and see how many letters are in a given phrase. Okay, so if I give it a phrase, let's say const phrase is equal to, hey, can you go to grocery store with me? Okay, whatever. All right, this will go through this whole thing, and it will basically just count how many letters there are. Okay, let's call it how many letters. And so you're just going to go through, and this is going to be a 1, this is going to be a 2, this is going to be a 3, a 4, a 5 for the empty space, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can do this, you can count an empty space as a letter. That's totally fine. So think about how you're going to write a function like this, right? Think about what are you going to need to do? Well, you're going to need to loop through this. And the cool part is you can actually loop through these types of phrases. You can loop through strings as well. First, let's comment out anything we kind of have up here. Okay, perfect. And now in here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say, let's write a loop, okay? I'm going to say for letter in phrase, and let's see if this works. And let's do console log, and we'll say letter. Okay, and let's hit run, and let's see what happens. Okay, it's running. Okay, so what we need to do in order to make sure that this actually runs is we need to call this function that we just made, right? So let's go right here, and I'm going to say console log, and we're going to say how many letters. Okay, and let's just call that function. And there we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it ends with undefined. Okay, all good. So this keeps looping through, and then it just prints out the letter. That's what we're looking for, right? And we actually don't even need to call console log here because we're printing out from the function. So let's try running this. And now you see there's no undefined, right? And we go from 0 to 40, but it needs to start from a 1. And if you think you're getting this, or you know how to kind of solve this, or if you even want to try, I highly recommend you just pause my video right here and actually give this a try. Okay, go ahead and try to like do this on your own, and then you can come back to this. But I want you to get a ton of practice with this stuff, because that's how you're going to get better. Not just by watching me, but by doing it with me. That's how you're going to get better. So if we want to count the letters in here, right? Or this how many are in there? We can't start counting from 0, okay? So what I'm going to do is we can just make it where if I'm getting a letter here, right? Oh, and if you were a little bit confused, like, wait, how are we, when we run this, how are we getting the numbers with this for loop, right? So you can also say for const letter. And if you change this to of, because remember I taught you for of loops earlier. So if you do letter of phrase, you're actually going to, and you run this, you're going to get letters, the actual letters. All right. If you run letter in phrase, it's going to get you the index at each one of those, right? So if we want to get 41, well, what we want to do is just do letter plus 1. Okay, so this will just increase it by 1, whatever it is. And for whatever reason, this letter thinks it's a string, so it was doing that weird thing where it's attaching, 0 plus 1 is 0, 1, and 1 plus 1 is 1, 1. It's attaching itself, so it thinks letter is a string, so just typecast it into a number. So force it to be a number, and then you get this. Okay, so this is like one very silly way of doing this, and you get, oh, I get 41 at the end. So that's it. That's how I'm getting my, this is how I'm counting my letters. But there are better ways that I'm going to show you in just a second. All right, so now let's talk about better ways of doing this, yeah? So what we want to do is we want to set a variable here that, let's say, is, so we want to say let result equals 0, okay? Let's go here, and we're basically going to say result is equal to number, and we're going to call index, and we're going to say plus 1. Because all we're doing here is the loop already allows us to get up to 41, right? So we know that this is the correct answer. All we want to do is store that correct 41 in result, and then at the end of this loop, we want to just return that result at the end. That's all we're looking to do. Okay, so so I'll give you an example, okay? Let's just do result is index. And here, let's just return result. Let's remove this line. Well, we can keep that line so you can just see how the loop looks. And we're gonna run this function, but wrap it in console log. All right, actually we can do a trick here to make this look really nice. So here we have return result, right? In order to make it, we want to make it look like this. Result is 40. So there's a nice trick we can do in our return. And we can basically say we can return it as an object. So when you print it out, the object is going to look really nice like this, right? And then there's a even nicer shortcut where if you just add in one thing and wrap it up in an object, it's going to automatically set this as the key and use this as a variable for values. So it's going to set the word result as the key and use the value 44 from this. So it's a super cool little hack, and you can use this pretty often. So let's run this, and boom, you can see that result in this case is 40. So now you can see that result is returning pretty much the last value in this entire thing that we get, right? When we print out our indices. So this is like basically saying this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, but we just want to start it off with the 1. So let's go ahead, and all we need to do here to index is we just need to add a 1 to it. And also remember, we need to wrap the index in a string, just like this. Or sorry, not in a string, I'm sorry. Wrap index in a number because it is a string. Okay, so we need to typecast it. Let's run this, and boom, you get result is 41, right? So now phrase, we can change the phrase, right? And again, how many letters is a function that takes in a phrase? So let's make this, let's extract this argument out now. And instead, we'll put phrase over here, and we'll pass it in the phrase. Okay, so the function itself shouldn't have to worry about the phrase. It should just wait for what the user is going to give it as a phrase. And it says result is 41. Now imagine I change this and I go prompt the user for, you know, write your phrase. Okay, and now let's run this. And now this pop-up happened at the top. So I'm going to write my phrase. I am wearing a nice green shirt. Right? So when we do that, let's go ahead and run this. And I hit OK. And let's see what happens here. Let's hit OK. And right when I hit OK, boom, we got 31. All right, so that phrase has 31 characters. Now here's something sad I'm going to tell you. You can actually replace, there is a method for strings that allows you to calculate the total of, see the length of a string. And that is just dot length. Okay. So for example, if we don't need to open up a shell. Let's just stay here. So say I have a string here. Okay. Let's zoom in so you can see that better. All right. So say I have a string here that is banana. If I just call dot length on this and run this, you notice it'll give me a 6. Okay. And let's say banana wants to know your slogan. Dot length, it'll give me back 32. So a dot length is a property on anything that's of type string. You can call anything that's a string, you can call dot length on it. Okay. And that returns the final answer. So let me zoom out here, which means I could actually remove my entire code, right? And basically just say the result is phrase dot length. Change this whole thing with one line of code, hit run, write your phrase. It's going to say something crazy, and let's see if it can calculate it fast, and it did. And it goes result is 107. Okay, but let's write it in our way, because remember, that's the way you learn how to do it. And right now, it's important for you to manually learn to do these things, because I want you to develop and focus on your skill set. Then once you get better, normally what you would do is, JavaScript string length. You will just Google this, okay, and see if that exists. And you'll Google this, and you'll go somewhere, and it will say that, let's see, W3 Schools is usually a really good resource. And it's just showing you text, make a text, let it equal to hello world, let length be text.length. And it also allows you to try it yourself. So you could always click that, and you could hit run, right? And boom, it says 12 here. And what if I change this to something random, and let's hit run, and you can see it says 38 right over there. Yeah. So this is how you would normally do it in real life. You just Google these things. You don't have to memorize anything. Okay. But right now, I'm just kind of getting used to having you get used to exercises, do them yourself. Okay. Now let's build it up and take it up a notch. Okay. So let's make a function that sums things. Okay. That's also going to require loops and arrays. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to comment this out, and we're going to comment this out. So we're going to go const sum array. It's going to take in some numbers, and we're going to have a result. We're going to say let result equal 0. Okay. and then we're going to have some kind of for loop action going on here, and then we're going to return the result. And let's just do this trick like that we did last time. And something is going to go in the for loop. Okay, something is going to go inside of the for loop. Oh, sorry, we forgot to put the arrow functions. My bad. Arrows. There we go. And what's going to go inside of this for loop is basically going to be, imagine this, right? Imagine how we would do this manually. So say we have these numbers, or let's say we have these numbers. Okay, this, we know that this should, if we ever have 1, 2, 3, 4, we know that this should equal to 10. Now, how are we going to actually sum this up in normal life? What would our pattern be? Well, I probably have some variable, let's just call it result, and I would set it to 0 in the start, or I might set it to whatever this number is right over here. Okay, so you could do either or, but let's just start it with being a 0. Okay, so it starts off being a 0. Then what we do is we loop through, and we make, and the result becomes 1. Then we loop through again, and we do 1 plus 2, and then result becomes 3. Then we loop through again, and we already have this 3 here, so we add 3 to this 3 right here. So we add this to that, and we get result is equal to 6, and then we add 4 to that, and we get 10. So that's how we would do it kind of as a human being if we were to do it like manually and do it with each step. And that's how we're going to do it with our computer. We're just going to have it loop through and keep adding these numbers. So let's go ahead and now write that loop. So again, try to give this a try and see if you can do this yourself, okay? Because what you've learned so far, you should be able to come very close to solving this. So take 5 seconds to do it, and also pause my video in these 5 seconds to try it yourself. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's get back to it. So here we go. I'm gonna say for const number of numbers. All right, and let's just call console log number, and let's call our function console sum array. Okay, and let's give it an array. So we're gonna give it this array of it's gonna be called nums. Okay, let's comment out all of this because we don't need that, and let's pass our sum array nums, and let's just run this. Okay, so we get back 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's looping through and printing number out each time. So if I give it an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, it goes, okay, number is 1 the first time, print it out. Number is 2 the second time, print it out. Number is 3 the third time, print it out, so on and so forth. All right, so it's printing this out. Result is still saying 0. So now what we need to do is we need to increment our result. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so again, try to give this a try. And now we're going to do this. So all I'm going to say is I'm going to say result, and I'm going to say result plus, and we're going to do whatever is the new number that I'm getting. Okay, and let's just see if this works. And I'm going to hit run, and it says result is 10. Interesting. Did that really work? Well, let's try it with. And let's add 5 to this array, and let's see if that works. And I'm going to hit run, and we should get 15, and boom, result is 15. Beautiful. Okay, so let's see how this is happening. What is going on? All right, so let's do something to visualize this code and see exactly how this works. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go over to pythontutor.com. All right, and then hit enter. Once you're in pythontutor.com, you're going to go to related services where it says JavaScript tutor, okay, and click that. This website is awesome. So paste your code, and just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to remove any console log because we don't really need that. It's going to help us visualize, so there's going to be no need for that. And we don't need any comments either. It's not necessary for you to remove it, but I'm just going to remove that for simplicity's sake. Then hit this big button here that says visualize execution. So let's click it. Okay, perfect. All right. Now, on the left-hand side is going to be our code. On the right-hand side is going to be visualizing exactly how this code is running. Very important to notice. Also, this red arrow means the next line to execute. So which is the next line of code is going to execute. Okay, so it's already telling us that this is going to be, when I hit run or when I hit next to step through this, This is the line of code that the computer is going to run. And we're just going to go through step by step and see exactly which line runs exactly when. And green arrow will mean the line that was just previously executed. Cool. So this is our function. Let's walk through this. All right. So let's go ahead and hit next. Okay. So now it sees we have a function called SumArray, and boom, it's like, okay, I got you. There it is. There it is. I see it. Let's hit next again. Now it's on const nums, as you can see right here, right? So this is the line that's about to execute next. So let's hit next. And it goes, okay, I see that there is a variable called nums, and it's inside of this array, okay? Or it's this array right here. It refers to this array. And this is a global frame, because this is these are all variables that are outside of this function. So these are accessible from anywhere and from everywhere. Okay, and we'll talk more about scope in the upcoming videos. Now, next line it's going to execute is it's going to call this function SumArray with the argument nums. Okay, and then our entire function is going to start running. So let's hit next. Cool. So now we're inside of our function, and the first line of our function is just about to run. So the first line is going to be what result is. Cool. So let's, right now, result is undefined. Okay, but once this line runs here, result is going to have a value. So let's hit next, and boom, result is now set to 0. Now, okay, so this green is just showing you the last line that ran. Now the red is showing you that we're about to start running our for loop, and we're just going to be teeter-tottering in between this line, the for loop line, line 4 and line 5, and line 4 and line 5, and line 4 and line 5, until the entire loop is done. Then we're going to go to this line here and return the result at the end. Okay, and again, remember, we're going to touch base on scope. But if you put things in the wrong scope, wrong things will happen. For example, if you put this result inside of these squigglies here, right? This is just going to keep returning every single result, but that's not what we want. We want to return the results after this entire for loop is done, right? And then we want to return this result. Okay, so let's run through this and see what happens. Okay, so right now it doesn't know what number is either. Okay, but it does know what results is 0. And it also knows that numbers refers to this array right here. Okay, let's hit next. Okay, boom, boom, boom. All right, there we go. And now it says number is 1. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted, right? Number is 1, because the first time we're going through the array, right? It's a 1. That's where the number is coming from. Now, let's see what it's going to do to result. So watch what's going to happen. It's going to do, result's going to be 1 this time. So it's going to do 1 plus, or sorry, result is 0 right now. So it's going to do 0 plus the number 1. Okay, let's try that. And now you can see result is 1. Let's do it again. Now number is 2. So 2 plus 1, result is going to be 3. Okay, 3 plus 3, result is going to be 6. 6 plus 4, result is going to be 10. Okay, and notice how it was just like boom, 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 boom. It's just these lines running over and over again, right? And now the result is 15. Now the loop ends because there are no more numbers to loop through. And we go to result. Result is 15. And then we return the result at the end, return value, right? And the return value here in this case is this object. It was of type object, and it says result is equal to 15. Okay. So there you have it, a full visualization of a for loop, exactly how it works and what is happening. And hopefully that clarifies things for you a lot further. So I want you to try something. Try writing this function, SumArray, by yourself from scratch. And I know we just did the answer, but I want you to give it a try without referring to this and see if you could create this function by yourself. And if you could, that would be fantastic. And just give it a shot, right? And if you could get this working, see, that would be absolutely amazing. And then check back with this and see how far you got. All right, let's do some more exercises with loops, arrays, objects, whatever, right? Because this is going to make you so much better. So let's make a function called max. So let's do const, let's say find max. Okay, or you could call it max as well. And it's going to take in numbers. and it's gonna have let's say const result, and then it's gonna return the result. Okay, and then we're gonna have some loop stuff happen here. Okay, some loop stuff. And here's how the algorithm is gonna work. Okay, imagine we have an array of, let's just say 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Okay, imagine we have this array right here. And let's just put commas here, because that's how the array would look. Have these commas. And what we're going to do is we're initially going to set result to 1. And then we're going to loop through and we're going to say, hey, is 2 greater than 1? Check these. If it is, then result set it to 2. Okay. Then loop again. All right. Is 3 greater than 2? If it is, then set result to this. Then check between these two numbers. If 4 is greater, set 4. If 5 is greater, set 5. And then once the loop is done, it's going to return the biggest number. Okay. And now imagine if, in let's say there was a case where we had a 1 here. Okay, let's see if it would work, if that same algorithm would work there. Okay, set 1 to the biggest number. Set 1 to result. Okay, great. Now, check between these two. Is 2 greater? Yes. Then make 2 the result. Okay, then check between these. Is 3 greater? Okay, make 3 the result. Check between these. Is 4 greater? Okay, make 4 the result. Check between these. Is 1 greater? No. Then don't make 1 the result. Keep 4 the result, right? And then that's how we end up with 4. So that's kind of the algorithm that we would do. Okay, now we just have to code it up. So we're basically going to say set result not to 0, okay? Because imagine, what if you had an array with only negative numbers in it? Well, then 0 would be the biggest number. So that's a common trap. Do not set result to 0. We're going to instead say results is the first item of this array. Okay, we're assuming we're getting back an array, or we're getting an array here. Okay. And then we're going to say is loop. So we're going to say, we're going to write a for of loop, const number of numbers. And basically we're going to say if number is greater than result, in that case, what do we want to do? We want to set result to that number that we just found. And at the end, when we're done with this loop, we just simply return the result. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a try. And let's comment out anything else that we might have running. Okay, we don't have anything else running, so we do. So let's comment out these lines right here. Okay, and let's just go console log, and I'm gonna say max, and let's give it numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see what it returns as the max. Yeah, so this is not a const. Let's make this a let, because we are gonna be changing result, okay? So this error is saying assignment to constant variable. So all it's saying is, hey, you cannot redefine a constant. So that's why I'm changing it to a let. Now you can redefine it right here, and we should be good. And let's do that trick again. Let's return result as an object, so it looks nice when we print it. And you can see result is 5. Now imagine we have 1, 2, 1, 2. So the max in this array is what? It's the 4. So let's see if it gives us a 4. Yes, it does. Beautiful. Look at that. Let's go 20 now and 10. And let's see if that works. Beautiful. And now let's make this array. Now let's make this massive, right? Like let's just, let's take this right here and let's just paste a couple of times and run it. And look at that. It says result is 20. And if I make this a 3 over here and run it, boom, result is 30. I mean, it will find it. Wherever the max is, it will find that max, right? So this is a really nice function that we have created. Now, let's keep building on this, okay? So this is all going to be making sense, and trust me, this is going to be so important for you once you start getting to building projects and doing those types of exercises. You're going to wish that you spent the time to learn this, because this is going to be a complete game changer for you. All right, so our max function is done. Let's work on a different function now. And what this function will do is it will calculate frequency. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So we're going to set const frequency. Okay, it's going to take in, let's say, a phrase that somebody will say, and it'll tell you how many times that phrase that letter occurs. Okay, so let's just say letter frequency. Okay, so what does that mean? So say I said haha, here's what it should return. Okay, so if I call the function letter frequency on the word haha, here's what it should return. It should return an object, and the object should say h occurs twice and a occurs twice. That's what it should return. So how do we create this function so it does that? If you want to give it a try, you can. This will be hard because you'll need to use your object knowledge as well that we put together a while ago. But this will be using, summing up numbers, looping through things, iterating, and all kinds of stuff like that. And so incrementing variables. So it's going to be a tough one if you try to solve it yourself, but you should give this a try right about now. And we'll continue in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's continue. So I have letter frequency. How do I determine this? Okay, let's figure it out together. First, let's just go ahead and call this function. So we're just going to say letter frequency, and we're going to give it that phrase, haha, like this. And let's console log that phrase. Let's delete that line, and let's just make sure that this letter frequency is running. Okay, haha is showing up perfect. Now, what do we want to do? We're getting haha. Well, we need to actually start writing a for loop that will start going through all of those letters, because that's going to be important. Okay, so let's go ahead and write a for loop. So I'm going to say for letter, const letter of phrase. And let's just go console log, and we're just going to console log each letter. And let's see what we get. And we get H-A-H-A. Okay, great. Now, this is where objects are going to start becoming very, very handy, because, key value pairs are going to be absolutely clutch for this. Arrays are not a good solution for this, okay? But like objects are. Objects are also great for storing, information in your phone book. Like on my iPhone, when I'm going through, that is being stored in an object. Okay, that's why I have, my name, I can look up somebody by their name, their phone number, etc. And objects are great for that. So we're gonna go and look at something in the console, okay? And that's gonna make our lives a lot easier. So say if we have something called word, and this word has, let's actually call it frequency, right? Or freak. And let's say this frequency has that the H is once, and that's it. Okay, so it has one H in there. Now, if we have a word like haha or whatever, right? Or if we want to just check, is H inside of the frequency? We're actually able to check that. And it goes, yes, H actually exists. Because it can, if you do H in frequency, what it does is it looks for H as a key, and searches all the keys inside of an object. Okay, so it goes, yes, H exists. And if I go, because of the word haha, does A exist in frequency? And when I look, it says, no, that A does not exist. That's actually false. So using this, we're actually able to see if we've already stored something in our object or not. Because the way that we want to do this is we want to go and say, okay, so say we have the word haha. Then I want to have a object. I'll just write it out here. And it should loop through. And in the first loop, it should notice that there's a letter H. So as soon as I notice the letter H, I make a key for H. All right. And because I know it showed up once, I set it to 1. So I go, that key is equal, and it has a value of 1. Now, then I loop through that the word again. And this time I see that we have A. Okay, perfect. Well, have I seen A before? No, I haven't. So then I set A to 1. And so far, so good. Okay, then we loop through the third time and I see H again. Well, I've already seen this before. So what do? If I've seen this before, am I going to go ahead and make another H and then set that to 1? You can't do that because in objects, you can't have the same key repeating twice. So we have this key here and this key here. So what will happen instead is we will end up overriding this key and just do h as 1. And that's what it was in the first place. But that's not the result we want. We actually want to increment this key right here, this h1, right? So we want to increment this 1 by doing +1 and making it a 2. So how do we do that? Well, what we do is we go, hey, does h already exist? And we do this little checker here, right there. And if it says yes, h already exists, then we go to h and add 1 to its value. So it goes, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that. So we go to this and this becomes a 2, right? And then we go to the 4th letter in haha. And we do the same thing. And we go, hey, does A actually exist in frequency? And in this case, it's supposed to be a true. And it goes, yes, A does exist. And so if that's true, we then go, okay, find the existing A, find its value, and increment its value by 1. And then we get 2. Oh, okay, so that's how that works. That's how that works. So let's go ahead and basically say that algorithm, but in code this time. So first, we're going to make a frequency object. And that's going to store all the memory / all the data of what it has seen so far. Okay, so make a frequency object. Okay, it's going to be called frequency. Kind of like we did here, okay? But in the start, it's just going to be empty. It's going to be an empty object. Then we obviously loop through all the letters of the phrase. And we check if that letter that we found in phrase, does that already exist in frequency? So check if letter exists in frequency. So you make sure to, we're kind of writing pseudocode right now because we're just writing it kind of like code, but in English. And then later you just turn it into code and then you're done. So if we check if the letter exists in frequency. Okay, what next? Well, if it exists, remember, if it exists, we're going to increment by 1. Otherwise, we set it to 1. So let's write that. Check if a letter exists in frequency. If it exists, so this is going to be indented because this is going to be nested inside of this if condition. And we're going to say if it exists, we'll then increment the value by 1. Otherwise, set the value to 1. Okay, that's essentially all we're doing. And so now take some time to see if you can actually write this as code. And then obviously at the end, we're just going to return that frequency that we created. Okay, so we're going to return that frequency. So let frequency equal an empty object. So see if you could code up the rest of this. Okay, take maybe a minute or 5 minutes or whatever. And even if it takes you 20 minutes, it's totally fine because this is normal. Okay, you're not supposed to get it this fast. This is supposed to take you a lot of time. But take some time. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together now. Check if the letter exists. So I'm going to say, how do I check? Well, I just check by doing letter in frequency. Okay, does that letter exist in frequency? This will evaluate to true or if false. That's it. I'm going to say if letter is in frequency, then do the following. Okay, then we're going to say increment the value by +1. So how do we do that? Let's do that right now. We're just going to say frequency of that letter. So we're creating a new key on the fly. And we're going to say equal to whatever it was before +1. Okay, so it's like whatever frequency of the letter previously was, just like incremented by 1. Okay, if it doesn't exist, which is the only other scenario, then what we can actually say is we can go and say, hey, set the frequency of that letter to 1. That's it. And then we just return that frequency. Okay, so let's try it on this word haha and see what we get. And look at that. We get H is 2 and A is 2. That's crazy, right? Like, we just coded that up from scratch and it works so nicely. And let's try lol, what are you doing later tonight? Lol, haha. Okay, let's run this. And it just runs through every single letter right here. And it says L happens about 5 times. Is that true? Let's see. L, 2, so 1, 2. And then we got 3, 4, 5. Yep, so that looks like it happens 5 times. And it says how many times O happens, and it says how many times a comma happens, how many spaces there are. And it just shows you the whole freaking thing, right? So frequency is working as expected. Now, one thing I'm going to show you is called these are incremental operators. Okay, at least that's what I call them. And they are plus plus, minus minus, plus equals, okay, plus equals 1. And so these are incremental operators. They're really, really helpful and make everything shorter. So for example, this over here, you won't ever see it written like this. If somebody's coding this up, they're going to write this like this. Okay, so it's going to say plus equal 1. So plus equal 1 is the same thing as frequency letter is equal to frequency letter plus 1. So these two are equal, and I just want you to kind of get used to seeing them. Okay, and we can go and change some of our stuff above as well. So like where it says result equals result plus number, right? How could we change this here? Try it on your own. Take about 5 seconds, and this you should be able to do in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You could change this with a plus equal. All right, incrementing it like that. Okay, and if you're incrementing something by 1, here's the cool thing. You could also just do frequency plus plus. And this just means that you're incrementing frequency by 1. So let me try hitting run. You can see that this works, right? You can hit run on this, and you can see that this also works and gets the same result. And we can, or you can go back to the oldest one and see we get the same result. So it's a matter of preference. You never want to write it the long way. You won't ever see it written the long way. And you could write it in between these two ways. So you could go plus equals 1, or you could go plus plus. Either work. Okay, so I just thought you should know those. You could also go minus minus, and that will like decrement it. Okay, and so I'll just leave this as plus equals 1 for you, just so you can wrap your mind around this and get used to seeing it. Okay, so these are incremental operators. They're very, very useful and very commonly used. Now I'm going to remove all these comments, or I can just leave them here because this might kind of hurt your brain a little bit. How's this frequency thing working? So I'm going to leave that here for you. All right, now let's just keep building on this, and let's keep taking it a step further. So now instead of letter frequency, let's improve our skills and do something called word frequency. Okay, so we're going to build a new one. I'm going to say const word frequency, and see if you can try to challenge yourself to take a stab at this phrase. And then we're going to run this function. Okay, and we're going to do the similar type of approach. We're going to create frequency here as an empty object, and we're going to return frequency at the end. All right, and inside of here, we're going to do our coding. Okay, and this is where we're going to be doing our logic. Now, here's the one interesting part here. I'm going to comment this out. Obviously, let's comment that out. Let's go ahead and console log word frequency to make sure it's running. And let's give it a phrase. The phrase is lol, what is going on? Lol, what lol. Let's just say that, okay? LOL, what? LOL. So we know that if we run that, here's what we should get. So if I run this function, so let's have an example. And this is also really good for documentation because by looking at this, people can know how to call your function and then what your function actually returns at the end. So I'm going to say word frequency. And if I call this function with this phrase, lol, what, lol, it will return the following. It'll say LOL occurs twice and what occurs one time. Okay, just like that. And this is what it should return. So how do we make it so it does that? Well, I have to teach you a couple of things for this. So say I have a phrase, and let's go phrase is equal to LOL, what, LOL. So what we would really love for to happen is imagine we had an array and it had things like this. That'd be really nice because if we loop through something like that, right, in an array, it would just loop through the words. And we want to loop through the words instead of letters. That's the only difference here between last exercise and this exercise. Okay, so then the question is, how do we get it into an array so we can loop through it? Because if you try to loop through it in a string, watch what's going to happen. Okay, so if you try to loop through in a string, it's going to loop through and print out every single letter from here. So let's try to write a loop and loop through this. So I'm going to say for letter in phrase console log letter. Okay, and we're going to hit enter. And we're going to close the parentheses and run this. Right, and it's just going to, oh, sorry, not in. Let's run that loop again and say of. And it's just going to print out every single letter. Well, that's going to be confusing because it's going to count letters for us. And instead what we want to do is we want to count words, entire words, right? And words in this case are separated by what? What's a common thing all of these words are separated by? I'll give you a hint. They're separated by these spaces, okay? So we can do something cool in JavaScript. We can turn this into an array. And if we turn this into an array, so let's say I give you phrase, and if I call this method got split on it, it's a string method, and I say split it by spaces, and I hit enter, watch what it's going to do. It's going to turn that into an array, and now that array very clearly has 3 items. And if I loop through these items, watch what's going to happen. So I'm just going to call it array, okay, and then let's just loop through this. So for word in array, console.log word. I'm sorry, I'm just used to Python, so it's for of. So for word of array, yeah, lol, what, lol. So look at that. I'm actually looping through the words in that array, and I can now in my object see if this word exists, and if it does exist, then I can increment it by 1, and if it doesn't exist, then I can just set it to 1. So it's the same exact thing, but just with words this time, and all you have to do is turn it into an array of words, and then you're good. So let's give it a try now. What we know. So we're gonna, once we get our phrase, okay, what's the first thing we're gonna do to it? What's the first thing we're going to do to that phrase to turn it into an array? We're going to do phrase dot split. Yeah, this is going to turn it into an array. But we need it to be separated by what? It's separated by spaces in this case, okay? So boom. This is going to give us what we need. So now let's go ahead and let's just call this words. Okay. And now let's console log these words and hit run and watch what happens. Now I hit run and watch. I got lol, what, lol. Okay. If I have hello here and I run it, lol, what, lol, hello. Yeah. So now it's doing what we want it to do. Now the algorithm is going to be pretty much the same as letter frequency. Very, very similar to that. So we're going to basically use like a similar formula, okay, that we did here. So we're going to say we're already creating that frequency object there, yeah? And then we are returning it. That's good. So we're doing that here too. We're creating it and we're returning it. So that's good. And we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to say for const word of words. Okay, let's just console log the words for now. And let's just see what it's console logging. So let's run it. And you can see that it goes lol, what, lol. Perfect. Just every word. And we're going to do the same thing. Check if it exists in the frequency. If word in frequency, then we're going to say, we're going to increment it by 1. So we're going to go frequency word plus equals 1. Else frequency word, set it to 1. And at the end, return frequency. So let's try this. And boom, look at that. LOL is twice. What is 1 time? And it's already working, right? That's crazy. So let's go yo, 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 and let's run it. And here we're going to see that yo is coming out 3 times, lol is coming out 2 times, and what is coming out 1 time. So, I mean, this is so cool. We just made it, but there's something we can do to make it even better. I want you to notice the similarities between this and the letter frequency thing that we wrote, yeah? And instead of calling it letter frequency, let's just call it, actually, let's leave it as letter frequency. It's fine. But they're very similar, right? The code here is very, very similar to the code we have here. For example, we're creating a frequency object. We're creating a frequency object. We're returning frequency. We're returning frequency, right? We have a loop that we go through. We have a loop that we go through. If it's detected in the frequency, incremented by 1. If it's detected in frequency, incremented by 1. If it's not detected, set it to 1. If it's not detected, set it to 1. My gosh, there must be something we could do because it looks pretty much like the same exact thing. And watch, there's something brilliant that we can do. So we can actually delete this entire for loop. Let's get rid of this console log. We can delete this. Let's get rid of this return here. Let's get rid of this frequency here. And the only new thing we need in this is we just need to split it by spaces to break it into words, right? And let's go const words. Sorry, I keep forgetting the const sometimes. And all we do here, okay, and this is going to be so beautiful, is we call our letter frequency function that we created earlier, and we just pass it words. And then it'll know what to do with it. So it goes in here, and then it has instructions for what we need to do, right? And all we need to do here is just say return. So let's try running this. And look at that, you guys. We are getting the same exact answer, and it is completely correct. Yo is 3 times, what is once, LOL is 2 times. Okay. Now, if this is not blowing your mind, think about it like this. When you go to Google, right, and you type in Kanye West, and it starts auto-completing, it's using the same thing because it knows what are the things that are being searched frequently. And because it knows their frequency, it's showing them here. So for example, maybe this search over here, right, this Kanye West runway, that might be done, let's say 10 times. Kanye West net worth might be done 5 times. Kanye West girlfriend might be searched 3 times. Okay, it's just an object. And then Google is sorting it and showing you based on the ones that were the most frequent. That's the really cool part. And this is why, once you learn this here, all you need to do is be able to attach a front end like this, and boom, your apps are going to be absolutely amazing and mind-blowing. So let's try this now. Okay, let's try our own function with different inputs. So we're going to say const user input is prompt write your sentence, right? And we're going to replace this with whatever the user types in. So we're going to say user input here and call this. And yeah, let's go ahead and run it. Write your sentence. And we're just going to say Kanye West has great music, but West Side is greater than East Side. Yeah, because I live on the West Coast in California, and then you got all these people in New York, and I like that my time gets back. I get my 3 hours back when I come to California instead of losing my 3 hours when I go to New York. So if you're in New York and you want to earn 3 hours back of your life forever, come to California. So let's try this. Yeah, and probably the only thing that occurs twice is West, I imagine. Okay. And then let's just write Kanye is also the GOAT. The GOAT. That's not going to work. The GOAT. Okay, let's say the GOAT. And let's hit OK and run it. And it came back. All right. And it broke it down. And you can see it did a full breakdown of every single word. Kanye is 2. West is 2. Has is 1. Great is 1. Music is 1. But is 1. Side is 1. Is 2. And the GOAT is 2. The is 2. And it did it all so fast and so quick. All right. So we did a lot of challenges and exercises. And if you want to deep dive and do like a full-on boot camp and master arrays and objects, then I recommend you deep dive into exercises, okay, where we'll have additional exercises for you. And Lance, he is going to be your boot camp instructor for those. Okay, so if you want to become like a legend, he's going to help you turn into a black belt. My job is to take you from white belt, turning you into a blue belt. He will do that. So if you want to, for example, you know, because I'm going to move on to different topics now, but if you want to just keep exercising this, you can do that. You can do that by going into, say, this exercises folder on the left-hand side. By the time you're watching this tutorial, we'll have a bunch of more exercises. Right now, we have this one here that says convert hours to seconds. You click that, okay? And then Lance has this exercise prepared for you. There's a REPL that you'll have to copy, okay, and paste in your URLs. And you'll be able to fork this and be able to code it on your own. So this is the REPL that Lance has created. And if you want to be able to do it on your own, hit fork at the top, okay? And then you can actually run this REPL, okay? And you can write your code here, and you could write your solution here, okay? And what Lance will also be doing with some of these exercises, he'll also have a link at the top of the Loom video where you'll be able to click and watch his video explaining that exercise, explaining that project in detail as well. Okay, so think of him as a solid, boot camp instructor that just like kind of dives deep in with you. All right, so those are going to be the extra resources available to you. With that said, you're doing amazing. Pat yourself on the back. I mean, wow, you're doing an excellent job so far by being here. You're putting in the work. You're putting in the effort. I mean, you could be doing so many things. You could be playing with your kids right now. You could be outside hanging out with your friends. You know, you probably got off of work and you're putting in that time to learn this. I mean, that's huge dedication. You're taking time away from all this other stuff you could be doing and doing this. So now, granted, coding is a lot of fun. But if you're in this stage, I know you're doing it for learning. And I tip my proverbial hat to you. Huge props for making it this far. With that said, let's keep on rocking and rolling. All right, now we're going to move on to something really fun. They're called higher order functions. Don't let the name confuse you or freak you out. They're very, very easy. I swear, once you see them a couple of times, pattern recognition, baby. And then it's so fast. It's so easy. So let's get to it. So there are a couple of higher order functions I'm going to show you. Okay, so higher order functions, and I'm going to show you map, and I will show you filter. Map is like one of the most important things that you should use. I'll also show you reduce. Okay, and map will make your life so much easier. Like you'll be using map so much, and then you'll also use filter a lot when you're writing JavaScript code. So let's go ahead and comment out these lines here because we don't need them right now. And let's just get started. Okay, so we want to use, let's start with doing some of these functions again, but instead we're actually going to use map. So let's say we want to double our numbers, right? Any number that we give it. Watch how easy it is. So say I have an array. I can loop through this using .map, and I can say map and give me a number. And for each number, I'm just going to console.log it. So watch what happens. Let's run this. And boom, there I have my loop. Like, look at how clean it is. It's just one line, right? No blocks of code, no weird squigglies or anything like that. And what I'm saying is map through this. I mean, literally think of it like loop through this. Like it's literally like dot loop. And then each variable, we'll just call it number. So like this will be a variable called number, then this will be number, and this will be number. And each time what I want you to do is just print it out. So I'm returning this right away, but if you wanted to write a full function here, you could just do this, put open close squigglies and like write whatever you want here. Okay, you could write multiple lines here. And when I run this, you'd see it's like 1, haha, 2, haha, 3, haha, 4, haha, like so on and so forth. So let's remove this now. We're doing an implicit return by not having a squiggly braces here. We don't even need to say return. It's automatically returning it. Okay, now I want you to take a look at this. How could we double all of these numbers here? Watch how easy it is. I could just say number times 2 and watch what happens. So let's just go let result is equal to that, and we'll console log result. Okay, let's run this. And look at that, you guys. Like, that is so clean. That is so nice. I mean, it is the easiest thing, right, in the world. And it just, boom, 2, 4, 6, 8. And all I did is I just said number and multiply that by 2. Now, here's also what's cool about map. So whenever you have to write loops, pretty much just forget about them, and you'll be using maps like most of the times in JavaScript, most of the times. And what's cool about map is it's also returning to you an array. Okay, so map returns. So it loops and returns an array. So remember when you had to like make this result thing? So for example, when we were doubling our numbers, right? We had to make this result and this temporary array. Then we had to loop through and push to that array and then return that array. Well, what's amazing about map is it's already doing that. It just goes through and doubles it and it's automatically pushing it to an array, right? And then it's returning that array at the end. So that's what makes map so freaking awesome. And all of our like code that we've written before, we could just like replace it, right? So let's rewrite our double functions. Let's say const double map, and it takes in numbers. Okay, and what this does is it will take numbers. So we'll do return numbers dot map, and for each number, just multiply it by 2. Okay, so that's it. That's our entire function. So compare this double here with how many lines of code to this double here with 1 line of code. This is so much cleaner, right? So let's delete that and let's try running double map and give it an array. We'll say 1, 2, 3, and we should get 2, 4, 6. Boom, look at that. We got an array of 2, 4, 6. So this is a much nicer way of writing it. So try turning some of these, okay, for example, you know, some of these functions into using map or using filter and see if you could do that. All right, now what I'm going to do is before we get into the exercises, and remember for exercises, if you need exercises, there'll be an exercises folder for you. Me or Lance will put together these exercises for you, and you can always kind of access them from here and exercises, okay? And by the time you look at this, it'll be much more fleshed out. So I showed you an example of how to use map. So this is map. All right, now I'm going to show you how to use filter. Okay, that's another important one. So say you have numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, in order to be able to go through these numbers, I mean, and let's say I want you to only give me numbers that are greater than 3. How are you going to do that right now? Let's create our own filter. So we're going to say const filter, and it takes in numbers, and it takes in a filter number as well. So like should be greater than or something like this. Okay. So we have to give it a few things. We need to give it numbers, and we need to give it like it should be greater than 4 or greater than 5 or greater than 3, something like that. And then how will it work? Well, we will need to have an empty array to start off with. And then what we need to do is go, hey, is 1 greater than this number here? And if 1 is greater than this, then throw it in that bucket. But if it's not, let's say we chose 3 to be our number here. So 1 is not greater than 3, right? So then it shouldn't do anything with it and cross it off. Then we go here. Is 2 greater than 3? Nope. Is 3 greater than 3? Nope. Is 4 greater than 3? Yes. So then you get 4. Is 5 greater than 3? Then you get yes. Is 6 greater than 3? Yes. Right? So you pop those numbers in there, but besides those, you don't. So then you get this filtered array. Okay, so if you run filter, and let's say we give it numbers. Let's say we give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we say it has to be greater than 3. Well, then what should filter return? It should return 4, 5, 6. That's what it should return. So see if you could write this function on your own. Okay, so I'm going to give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try giving this a shot on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this function together. So I have filter here. Now, what we can do is we have our numbers. We have what it needs to be greater than. So we're going to start off with an empty array. So we're going to say result equal that empty array. Let's actually write our for loop first. So let's return the result, and let's write our for loop. So we're going to say for const number of numbers. I want you to do the following. If number is greater than this number, then we're going to do result.push number, and then we're going to return that array at the end. All right, so let's give that a try now. So we're going to do console.log, and we're going to call our function filter. We're going to give it an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And then put a comma here, and let's give it another argument, and greater than number will be 3. So let's format our code and let's run it. All right, and then filter worked. So it gave us greater than 4, 5, and 6. So here we've kind of created our own filter. This is like a manual way of making a filter, and it's all right. It does an okay job. If we need, for example, let's say we give it a 2. Well, then it should give us numbers 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's run it. So now it's only looking for numbers greater than 2. So boom, it works. But let's use the dot filter method. And dot filter is an array method that we can actually use, and it makes our life a lot easier. Okay, so watch this. What we can do is, let's comment this out right now, and I can actually go and create nums. Okay, so let's say we create nums 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and let's filter through this. So let's say nums.filter, and I'm gonna say for each num, return to me, make sure num is greater than 6. All right, let's console log this. And here's the cool thing about filter, okay? Filter returns an array. All right, that's the cool thing about filter. So if I go back to filter here, it loops and returns an array with matching conditions. So that's the difference between map and filter. Map will return the exact thing, and filter will loop and return an array with matching conditions. All right, so let's give this a try, and let's console log this, and let's run it. Nothing is greater than 6, so that's why we got nothing back. Let's try 3. Boom, 4, 5, 6. Let's try greater than or equal to this. So if we do greater than or equal to, then how many items should we get back? Take a guess. All right, if you said 4, good job. That's right, it is 4. Great work on that. But it will return 4 because it'll be 4, 5, and 6 because they're greater, and this is equal. Greater than or equal to. So let's run it. One other thing with conditionals that you should know about is operation called and. All right, so the and logic is really important for you to learn. So let's go ahead and let's just practice this here. But if you have true or false, watch what happens. If you have these statements like this, right? If you have true statement or a false statement, you can have, so if you have this will return a true. And how you write an or is like this in JavaScript. So if you do true or false, it's going to give you a true. If you do true and false, you're going to get back a false. All right, so these things are important for you to know. They're logic tables. And I think it's much better for you to just understand them by example. Because if I tell you logic tables, you're going to be like, oh my God, logic tables, what is that? Well, it's a lot simpler than you think. So for example, say I want numbers greater than 4. So I want numbers greater than 4, but I also want numbers that are less than 3 or less than 2, let's say. How can I say that statement? Well, I can say it like this. Let's go or. And now if I run it, it's going to notice that it gave me a 5 and a 6. So those match the conditions. And it gave me a 1 because 1 also matched the condition. So anything that's an or statement, here's the cool thing about or. It needs to match this or this. It just needs to match one of them. And if it's the case, then it'll automatically be true. It just needs to match one of them. But if you said and, right? If you put an and here, logical and like this, it won't show anything. You know why? Because nothing matches that. Nothing is greater. There's no number that's greater than 5 and 6 and less than 2 at the same time. This wants both to be true at the same exact time. So here we want to put an or. Examples of these could be like, let's say a user is authenticated, right, in an app, and then user is a premium member, you know, or like, and user is paying member. So then you want something to happen, right? So you can go if, then you want to run some like piece of code that let's just say does something. Okay, so if user is, and then like code goes here. So if user is authenticated and user is a paying member, then do the following. So this is an example. So if this evaluates to true and this evaluates to true, that's the only time this code is going to run. But let's say the user is not a paying member and this is false, then, you know, for example, let's make an example here. Let's say you're a YouTube user, right? And you have YouTube Premium. So if you have YouTube Premium, then I show you no ads. So if you're authenticated, logged in, and you're a paying member, then I show you no ads. Otherwise, what I do, show you ads. So that's the nice part about this and thing. So if I can even make it like this, right? Equal true, and this is equal to true. So that would be like more verbose way of saying it, but this is why this chaining kind of comes in. But then like doing the same YouTube example, maybe let's just say that, let's remove the ads. Like let's say the YouTube app deciding when to show you the videos. So if I go to YouTube, oh, I can't go to YouTube right now because I'm in focus mode. So you're just gonna have to imagine that we're in YouTube because I'm a human being, right? Like I'm sometimes making these courses for you and these exercises for you. And then I get distracted, spend a bunch of time watching YouTube. And it's just a waste of time, right? And I end up not making this course material for you. So I have to stop myself and block my own YouTube. So there you go. That's what you saw. I blocked my own YouTube and this is what my current focus is. So let's just go back because I don't want to fall down the YouTube rabbit hole. But just imagine in your mind's eye, right? What happens if you're authenticated? We might want to relax the statement and put an or here. Why? You know, show YouTube videos. So whether the YouTube user is authenticated or whether the user is a paying member, in either case, they still get to see YouTube videos regardless. But let's just say you might have to be logged in. Okay, so that's why the or. So the or creates relaxing conditions, easier to match, and creates these strict conditions that are like the strict disciplinarian father. Okay, so use them accordingly. They both have their own use cases. but they're very important to understand, like the and the ors. Okay, and they come up quite often. So here I can, using this, I can find numbers below a certain thing and numbers less than. Okay. All right. So let's make this example a little bit better. Okay. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Cool. Let's go back down. All right. Let's make this example a little bit better. So what can we do with this? Okay. So say we create an array of objects. So this is where it's going to start getting really cool. Because in reality, you're always dealing with, or a lot of the times you're dealing with array of objects when you're using an API or whatever. And I'll show you what it looks like. So say you have actors, right? And you want to have actors with their net worths, and then you want to filter based on their net worth. So only show you like the richest actors versus like the actors that might not be that rich, yeah? So let's say we create an array, yeah? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create this array. And then inside of this array, we're going to create an object, and we're going to create a name, and let's say Johnny, short for Johnny Depp. And then we're going to give Johnny Depp a net worth of whatever that is. Let's say Amber, net worth of 10. And then let's create Leonardo with a huge net worth of whatever that is, 100 million. Cool. So we have an array of objects. Okay. So when you have an array of objects, what you can do through it is you can loop through it kind of in like a normal way if you wanted to, but I'm just going to go and show you how to make that filter example that we're talking about. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say actors.filter, and I'm going to filter them, and I'm going to grab each actor and I'm going to filter them based on their net worth, anywhere where their net worth is greater than 10. So if it's greater than 10, show me those actors. So guess which actors it's going to show me. Can you take a guess? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're absolutely right. It's only going to show me Johnny and Leonardo. It's not going to show me Amber, because after that lawsuit, she ain't got no money left, right? So let's hit run on this, and we see Leonardo and we see Johnny, and we do not see Amber, right? Let's go ahead and comment this out, and I'll also delete this line here because we don't need that anymore. So let's run this again, and you can see that I have Johnny and Leonardo right here. So you can see how powerful filtering is, right? Like it is able to go through an array of objects, and it's able to filter based on the net worth. And then based on that, it's creating a new array of objects, and it's only returning the objects that have a net worth of greater than 10. And we can keep taking this further. Now, what I want to show you is we can not just keep everything in console logs, right? But we can also put things to the DOM. So we're going to get a lot more into DOM elements later, but right now let's just do a little sneak preview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say playground.inner HTML, and we're going to now output this stuff to an HTML. Okay, so I'm going to say inner.html, and I'm just going to say Leonardo. Okay, let's start with this and end the H1 tag. Perfect. Now let's run it, and you can see it runs it right over here. The next thing I want to do is right now it's hard coded. How I'm getting his name. So let's actually write a piece of code where we can dynamically get this name over here. Okay, so let's go ahead, and instead of console logging this result, I'm going to store this. So we're going to say const result, okay, or let's just say let result, and we're going to store it in here. And then here, let's make this a template literal where it says hard coded Leonardo. We're going to make it JavaScript. I'm going to say result, get me the 0th element from the result. So that's going to get me the first thing. All right. And then I'm going to say dot. Actually, I don't need to do the dot. Yeah, I can do dot name. Okay, result 0.name. So that'll probably get me Johnny Depp. Let's run this. Okay, sometimes if it breaks like this, just refresh and everything should be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Okay, perfect. So now you can see that it's actually getting me Johnny, kind of how I expected it would. Let's go console log, and we'll say result here as well, so you can see. All right, and Johnny net worth is 2 million, right? And then Leonardo DiCaprio net worth is 10 million, and I'm able to get Johnny right here by doing result 0.name dynamically. If I wanted to basically see, let me actually run this again. If I wanted to see the entire object, like this entire thing, but output it onto the DOM, I could stringify it. So I can actually go, hey, get me the result, and then we'll say stringify JSON dot, let's go JSON dot stringify, and then we'll pass in result. Okay, and let's run this, and it'll just kind of like output it kind of like that, which looks pretty hideous. So we want it to look a little bit better, right? Let's start off with just showing the names of the people that have a higher net worth than, let's say, 2 million. So basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the following. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. So what I'm going to do is I want to make it so it just gives me the names of each person. Okay, and how can I do that? So say I have an array like this. Let's store that in results. So I'm going to paste that here. So whenever I type in result, I should get that. Well, how will I join them? What I can do is I can actually map through this, because map will return an array. And so I'm going to map, and first I'm going to get this element, and I'm going to get this element. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull out the name. So watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to say result.map. And I'm going to say for each actor in there, I want you to just return to me actor.name. So this is just going to return it. This code here is saying return an array with just actor names. That's it. So return an array. Map is saying return an array that's just filled with actor names. That's it. That's all I'm doing. So let's run it, and boom, I'm just getting this back. Even if I do that, that should get me kind of the right result. Now, what I can do on top of this is when you get this array back, you can actually call a method like join on it. And if you join it, it'll actually join it and turn into a string. So it's the opposite of splice. Splice turns it into an array. Dot join will turn it into a string. So I'll actually say dot join, and then join them by either spaces, or I can say join them by a comma and a space, right? So now it's going to be Johnny and Leonardo. And no matter how many actors I had, it would kind of join them by name with a comma and a space in there. So all I need to do to this thing that we had written earlier, and I was just pressing up so I could find that. And I'm just going to say dot join, and we're going to put this here and put a comma right there. And I'm going to hit enter. And now just doing the whole thing all in one go. So let's copy that line, and we're going to do it right here. Okay. Let names, and I'm going to say names are, whatever result was, we're going to map through it for each actor. Just get me the actor name. So again, get me an array with actor names. That's all I'm saying here. And then join it by a comma and a space. And then those names, I want them outputted on my DOM. So let's hit run. And you can see that I'm getting those names outputted on my DOM. Okay, let's add in a couple of more actors here. So boom, boom, boom. So let's look up Matt Damon net worth. All right, celebritynetworth.com. Perfect. So 170 million. All right, 170 million. Let's type that in. 170 million. Let's type it in so we can copy the right amount of zeros here. Let's copy that. Let's move it back. And I'm going to say Matt. We'll put that right there. So his net worth is 170 million. Let's grab another actor. Let's go Brad Pitt net worth. Okay. And we got 300 million here. Perfect. So let's go 300 million. And we should get calculator.name. Nice. Good website. Good website. And I'm going to copy this right here. And we'll paste it right there. Just remove the commas, of course. All right, so we'll name this one bread. Okay, that's it. And let's remove this one because that's a duplicate. So this is good for now. And let's just run this. Yeah, let's run this and see if it works. And so any actors that have a greater than $10 net worth, you got Johnny, Matt, Brad Pitt, and Leonardo DiCaprio. And the whole thing works perfectly. And what's cool is, like, if you wanted to show images for them, you could also show images. You just need to store image URL. All right, so I think these exercises kind of pushed you a little bit when it comes to filter. Like, if you had to write this code without using filter or map, oh my god, like, good luck. Try it, and it will be so many lines of code, and it will be so many functions. And with filter and map, I mean, they just make it so easy to kind of just like go through this. So I'm going to comment out all of this, comment out this, going to comment out all of this right here. So when you run it, nothing really should be coming up. Perfect. So now what I want to show you, I want to show you reduce. Okay, this is another one that's really, really important. So when is reduce used? Let's say you want to combine if you want to sum all of the net worths. Okay. So generally, whenever you're thinking of summing, it's an amazing use case for summing. Like whenever you think sum, think reduce. Okay. And I'll just try to teach you with examples because that'll just make it so much easier for you to learn. So say we have that function where we sum, right? So let's go ahead and find our sum function. So where do we have it? Sum array. All right. So we have this function sum array. Look at how many lines of code this is, right? Now watch what is going to happen when I use reduce. Okay. When you're summing an accumulator like this, that's when you use reduce. When you are doing something else where you need to return an array, you will use map. Okay, so push gets replaced by map. All right, so let's see if we can turn this into a very small lines of code, like summing an array of numbers. Here's how this will look. Okay, sum nums. Okay, sum with reduce. Okay, so I know it's a big name, but this is still a simple function, and I'll show you how it works. And here's what we're going to say. Okay, so we're going to get numbers, and we'll have it do numbers dot reduce. All right, so to keep things simple, let's not even have it be a function. Okay, let's just start. Actually, let's do it right here on the right-hand side first. So say I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, how do I sum them up? So here's how we're going to do it with this. Okay, so let's say I have my nums. Okay, so let's say I go nums are 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to say reduce. Okay, and reduce takes in a function. Reduce takes in a function as an argument. That's why it's called a higher order function. Because even if you look at filter, I don't know if you noticed, but what you're really giving filter here. So let's just go back, just in case some of this wasn't clear. Number times 2. This is just a fancy way of writing function that takes in a number, and then you go return number times 2. So you're creating a function on the fly here. Okay, you're creating like an anonymous function with no name on the fly here, or lambda function, and you're just passing it that function. Okay, this is what's called a higher order function. You're passing it a function. This right here is a function. Like this right here is a function. This right here is a function. And so we're going to create a function here, function. And let's give this a try, okay? So what does reduce do? Reduce loops and gives you back the accumulator. All right, so this is going to be my previous value. This is going to be my next value. I'm just going to call it any x for now. And let's just go ahead and console log previous and next. Okay, and let's run this and let's see what happens. Okay, boom, I got 1, 2. So what's previous and next in this case, right? This is our accumulator. So it's basically going to be like, this is the previous value, this is the next value. So if you do previous plus next, it's going to do 1 plus 2. And then previous is going to become 3. Okay, previous is going to become 3. All right, and then you're going to go through this and do 3 plus 3, and you're going to turn it into 6. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go return previous plus next, okay, or previous plus current. That's usually what they call it, okay, current. So let's do previous plus current, and I'm going to store the result of this in results. So let's go const result is equal to that, and we're going to go console log, and let's get the result, and let's take a look at what it is. And boom, you see that we just got back 6. Okay, so this function here with result with using reduce, it made our life really easy, right? Being able to go through this entire thing and sum it so quickly with essentially one line of code, that's a total game changer. Now let's see if we can even make it simpler. So we're going to use ES6 notation and turn this function here into an ES6 function. So watch what happens. So this function part is going to lose this right here, and we don't need that. We don't need this if function anymore. We're gonna put a greater than, equal, and a greater than sign. And then this part here, we want to do implicit return. So we're going to remove the return. But in order to have implicit return, you also need to remove this squiggly, like curly braces. So we're going to remove them. We're going to format it, okay? And you can even, if you want, try to get this on one line. So now that entire solution is just one line. So you're using reduce, and you're summing up all these numbers. So when I hit run, watch what happens. I got a 6. And guess what? Can you remember where we've made a function that takes two numbers and returns their sum? Because that's all you're doing here. You're creating an anonymous function that takes in a number and then just returns and just sums both of them, right? That's all this is doing. So can you remember where we've created a function like this? Okay, I'll give you a couple of seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to find it. And let's see if I can find it as well. So if you look, we created it a long time ago. We created this function sum right here. Okay, and we even have its short version right here. Sum arrow 2, sum arrow, and then we also have sum. So let's see if we can feed it that function. Okay, so now you're going to start to understand why it's called a higher order function. So let's bring it down. Let's bring sum down. So I'm going to copy this and I'll bring it down just so you can see it easily. And what I'm going to do here is, instead of even writing all of this, first we're going to turn it into one line of code, how we had earlier. So we've done that, right? We said previous, current, right? And then return previous plus current. So sum up those two numbers. We could also say A, comma B, return this. So if I run this, this should still give me a 6 as expected. And here's the cool part. I can actually just feed it that entire function just like this. So I can just say, hey, reduce it to one number and then just sum it. So that's why it's called reduce, because it's an array and you're reducing it down to just one number, right? It's going to return one number here. That's why it's called reduce. And then I'm giving it the sum function. And what the sum function does is it just takes in things and it sums them up. So let's run this. And this still gives me a 6. Let's say I wanted to take the multiplicative product of all of these numbers, right? So I would want to do 1 times 2 times 3 times 4. What would I need to do in order to get 1 times 2 times 3 times 4? See if you can do that with reduce. Okay, so take a few minutes and try it on your own. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go. All you would have to do is you would just have to copy this, create a new function, call it multiply, and you just change this A plus B to A times B and just feed it multiply. And now it'll just keep going through, multiplying those numbers, saving their accumulator, and spit it out. So you feed it sum, you get sum, you feed it multiply, you get the multiplicative product at the end. So anytime you're using reduce, you could create your own function, or just on the fly, just go A comma B, A plus B. This is a pattern I use very, 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 very often. And I hope that you use this. Anytime you're thinking sum, just copy this for now. Literally, you can copy and paste this most of the times whenever you think sum. This is usually going to be the answer. And then, you can Stack Overflow it later and just go, hey, how do I sum up something with reduce? How do I do this with reduce? And you're going to start learning this. Reduce is something pretty complicated. And so I don't want you to go fully down the rabbit hole, but just learn it with pattern recognition. Anytime you have to sum up numbers, use this, right? A good exercise for you to try would be, how can you use reduce to sum up all of these net worths? Okay, so get the total net worths. So try giving that see if you can give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds and then we'll try to solve that together. Okay, so I'll give 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's try to solve that one together. All right, so I got all these net worths over here and I want to sum them up. How do I do that? By the way, just a pro tip in Replit, there's something really sick that allows you to explain code. So let's say you're not understanding what this is. You can highlight this, right click, and click this button that says explain code. And this does a pretty freaking good job. This code takes the array nums and reduces it to a single value by adding each value together. That is a really good explanation. So you could hit yes, and then you can also hit regenerate, and it generates a new explanation for you. So this code takes an array, reduces it to a single number by adding all the numbers together. So that's a really freaking awesome feature of Replit. So make sure to keep using that anywhere you're kind of confused and you don't know why we're doing a certain thing. I mean, I'm kind of blown away by it. It's really good. Okay, so like for example, look at line 356 right now, right? If you highlight this and right click and hit explain code, it will tell you, watch, this code is an example of template literals. Brilliant. It is used to display the value of a variable called names inside an h1 tag. This is brilliant. This is explaining it better than me. Let's see what it says about this filter one. Let's see how good of a job it does here. So let's explain code. This code filters the actors array for all actors that have a net worth greater than 10. Oh my God. Oh my God. So now let's play with this actors array that we were working with earlier, right? So I'm going to comment out all of this stuff here for a second. And I'm going to go back to this actor stuff. And let's go ahead and we don't need to uncomment anything. Let's just go down here. And I'm just going to say actors.reduce. And I'm just going to write what I had written before. And then I'll start using my brain, okay? And so there's going to be an accumulator. Oh, one of the things that is kind of useful to know that I'll kind of tell you in a second is this. Okay, let me actually tell it to you right now so you're not confused later. Okay, so let's go ahead and comment all of this right here. You could pass in, so this reduce takes in two arguments. One argument is a function, and the other argument it takes in is like some kind of number. Okay, so it takes in two arguments. So we have already given it a function, and then we can give it another argument like a 0. So watch what happens when I run it, right? Now I get 10. But I could also start the accumulator from -10, and then it will count up to 0, right? Or I could start it at already 10, and then when I start it from there, it will count up to 20. So this secondary argument by default, usually it starts at 0, but you can also specify this one. So helpful for you to know. If you don't need that, you could just write it like this, okay? But I'll just leave that here so you know that there's different options for you available. Okay, let's go back to this part here where we were writing actors reduce. So this is going to be my previous value, okay? And my accumulator is going to be 0. And then what I'm going to do is for my current value, okay, so this is previous, this is current, and I can just say .net worth. And let's see if this does what we want it to do. Let's console log the result of this. And if it doesn't, then we'll try to fix it. And it looks like it does. It combines all of those net worths already. Okay, so this is previous, right? If I had to write it in a verbose way, let's write here previous. This is current. And so you just say current, not net worth. And then previous is that. So previous is like in the start, previous is 0. Then previous is like whatever the result of this was. So it's kind of like recursive. Why is it? Yeah. So, okay. So think about it like this, right? We're going through it the first time, first loop, first previous is 0. So 0 plus 20 million or whatever is 20 million. So then previous becomes this next time. Then 20 million plus 10, then that becomes, you know, that like 20 million, $10, something like that, right? And then you add it again, and then previous becomes the sum of 20 million plus 170 million. So this becomes like 190 million or something like that. Okay. And so that's how previous works. Do this. We'll say console.log and I'll run this. And if you remove the 0, this should still work because by default it's 0. Oh no, actually in this case it won't work. See? So we have to actually pass in a 0. So that's why that's important. Because it was trying to like add the objects on top of each other. So it becomes weird. So just pass in that 0 if you need to. And then this way you can sum it up. So see, reduce allowed you a nice little way to sum up this whole thing. Let's comment this out. All right, let's run and hopefully nothing prints out. Beautiful. So just to recap, we talked about map function and how you can use map to double numbers. We talked about filter and how you could filter for specific net worths. We talked about reduce and how you could reduce things to a single value and sum them up together, or essentially how you could sum up things without having to, loop through and do it all manually. Reduce allows you to do it kind of in one go. So, and we talked about higher order functions, how higher order functions work together, meaning it's a function that takes in another function as an argument. That's why it's called a higher order function. So we talked about those. There's a lot that we covered, and this is kind of like the part where it gets kind of complex and it's like, what is happening? So things will keep getting harder. So I don't want to promise you things will get easier, but this is one of the pretty challenging parts to understand. So if you don't really grasp it right away, don't beat yourself up. It's totally normal. It's okay. All right. You're in the right place. With that said, we're going to keep on rocking and rolling and learning new things. All right, boys and girls, let's get back to it. We're very close to getting to that rock, paper, scissors game for you, and that's going to be really exciting. But first things first, we have to work on getting your DOM skills up, okay? So let's go ahead and talk about DOM manipulation. And no, I'm not talking about a dominatrix. Get your head out of the gutter, okay? I'm talking about this DOM right over here, all right? So when you see stuff in this console log right here, that usually has to do with, that's just whatever is in your console. But when you see stuff here, that's your DOM, okay? It stands for Document Object Model, which you never have to remember again, okay? It's just like nerdy knowledge that won't really be super useful for you in the real world. You'll just refer to it as DOM, most of the times DOM. And it's just, hey, this is the stuff that's showing up here, okay? So how do I change this exercise to say schmexercise? How do I change this projects here from being written in black to be written in red? All right, all of that requires you to manipulate the DOM. And when we're playing rock, paper, scissors, right? How come when I click this button, watch, it's going to say rock versus scissors, you win. When I click this hand, let me move myself here. When I click this hand, watch what happens. Boom, 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 boom. Right? All of this right here, my friend, is just DOM manipulation. Boom, DOM manipulation. This changing here. When I hit this red button right here, watch what's going to happen. Boom, everything got cleared up. That right there, DOM manipulation. Okay, so let's go back. So that's what we're going to work on. Okay, how do we actually make stuff happen on the screen? How do we change stuff on the screen with JavaScript? How do we mess around with the HTML with JavaScript? And we're going to play around with that a little bit. So let's go ahead to our index.html, and I'm going to go ahead and add in a div. Okay, and we can add in a div. Actually, let's do this. To do some DOM manipulation, some of this stuff, let's do it also outside of this REPL stuff that we're doing here. So you can start to learn how to do things from scratch yourself as well, okay? So just do me a favor, hit Command T or Control T on your computer, open a new tab, and let's go to replit.com, okay? And now here, just open a new REPL, okay? So for example, there's multiple REPLs. Let's go back. Multiple REPLs that show up here. Let's just choose the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript one, okay? Depending on when you're watching this, maybe if they updated the site, click a plus button and then choose HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, okay? Whichever way you want to do this. So I'll just click here. And what do we want to call this? I'm just going to say DOM manipulation lesson, all right? And then go ahead, hit create. Perfect. It'll bring you to here, okay? And if you hit run, right now, you should see hello world on the screen. How are you seeing this? So you came with 3 files here, index.html, script.js, style.css. Now the style.css, don't worry about it, just for styling. The main ones that we're going to be worrying about here is the HTML and the script. So this is pretty much standard HTML that when you just like make any JavaScript app, you kind of start off with. To make it even less intimidating for you to start off, let's just remove almost everything. And we're just going to leave a script tag here. And let's say if we can say hello world in this H2, and let's hit run. Let's see if this works. So it looks like hello world shows up here. So this is literally 2 lines of code. Okay. And let's even write this line of code here so you understand how to link a style sheet to your JavaScript sheet. Okay, so hello world. And now let's go to our script.js file and we'll write console log and I'll say hello and I'll hit run. And notice the problem that we ran into, right? Where is our hello? Why isn't this showing up in the console? Well, what we need to do is link this style sheet to this script sheet. Okay, so we need to go ahead and do that. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see everything a lot more clearly. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to link this. Okay, move this over here. So we're going to say script, hit tab, and it'll create these tabs for you, right? And then we're going to say script. Source is, and for source, I'm going to say script.js because this is the name of this file. You could call this whatever you want as long as you change the name here for script. Let's hit run. And now you see hello over here is showing up. Okay. Perfect. So we have linked our index.html with our script.js. Okay, now let's do basic DOM manipulation. Okay, how are we going to do this? Well, what I want to do is this h2, I'm going to give it an ID and we're just going to call it title. And then we're going to come here and I'm going to say let title equal. And what's cool about JavaScript is you can do something called document.getElementById. So we're going to pull this specific element right over here, this h2 right here, by putting in the ID. So what's the ID? Can you guess? Right, it's title. Okay, so I'm going to get this ID and then let's go ahead and console log this and let's see what it shows us on the screen. So I'm going to say console log.title. Let's run this. Sometimes if your app kind of breaks out like this, just go ahead and hit refresh. So I'm going to refresh here. Not a big problem. All right, let's run it again. And you can see that it says hello and then it says HTML heading element. So it's showing us something. That's a really good sign. Now what I want to do is I'm going to say take the title, okay, and we're going to see if we can grab its title.inner text. So let's try this. Let's see if we can do this. So I'm actually able to pull the text of this title. So now let's go to our HTML and change this hello world to hello world, hello night. And let's run. And you can see that we're actually pulling hello night from here, right? From HTML, we're pulling that and reading it in our JavaScript. So that's a really good sign. Means we can actually now do stuff with it. Now here's the cool part. How can we go the other way? How can we update our HTML from our JavaScript and then it'll show up here? So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to say title.inner text and let's just change it to whatever we want. Okay, so let's say we want our inner text to say goodbye. So let's say we wanted to say goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. You have been the one. There we go. So look at that, right? Now let's run this. And you see for a fraction of a second, it'll say hello night, and then it says goodbye, my lover. So let's run this. Fraction of a second, and then it goes to goodbye, my lover. So we're printing out the text before changing it. Let's also print it out after changing it. So we're going to say, okay, and in our console log here, we're going to say before like that, and then here we'll say after like that. And let's run this now. And you can see before it was hello night, and then after it became goodbye, my lover. So that is the heart and soul of DOM manipulation. Okay, this is what it is. Now, if you want to change the HTML, you can do that as well. So watch this. I can actually go ahead and do title.inner HTML. So I can actually change its HTML. Okay, so it was an H2, right? I could actually say put it in p tags and change it. So let's say we'll make a message. So we'll say let message equal, and here I'll put goodbye, my lover. That'll be the message, and then we'll say it's whatever the message is, right? Boom. So let's comment out this last line right now. And let's go ahead and run this and watch what happens. Okay, so I should get pretty much the same exact thing. All I've done is create a variable message, putting it in here. Now, watch what I can do. I can put that same message within these p tags. Okay, so first, let's just start off by doing hello, just so we can get a sense of how this is working. And you can see that we've changed our inner HTML to this. All right, so notice the problem we're running into, right? When I do p tags, it's still showing title tags. It's because it's inner HTML, okay? So if I go back to this tag here, this doesn't have any other inner elements. If it had other inner elements, it'd be able to change them. So there's nothing for it to change here. Okay, so here's what we want to do instead. We want to actually wrap this entire H2 in a div. All right, so let's go ahead and cut that, paste it here. So now here's what it should look like. You should have one div, and that div should have a H2 inside of it. That's it. Okay, one last thing we need to do is we need to give the ID not to the H2, but instead we need to give the ID to the div. Okay, so the div should have the ID, not the H2. Let's go ahead and try again. So now I'm grabbing this. When I say get me, when I said get me title, it's getting me this div right over here. And then when I said change the inner HTML, it changes this. And to be even more clear, I can right click and rename all occurrences, and we can call it title div. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the title div and then changing its inner text and its inner HTML. So let's go ahead and give that a try now. And you can see that I get back hello. Now, in order to make this hello, instead of hello, this message show up that we wrote, remember, let's use template literal. So see if you could replace this hard-coded hello with this message right over here. So take 5 seconds. Okay, it'll be a good practice in using template literals. Remember to start with backticks. And pause the video, try to do it yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to replace this with backticks right here. Okay. And then this here is going to become a JavaScript variable. So we're going to go like that. And I'm just going to put message in here. Okay. Let's run it now. And you can see it says, goodbye, my lover. And then there are other things I can do as well, right? So for example, I can actually grab this div right here and change its style property and make it red or green or blue or whatever I want. Here's how we can do that. Let's go ahead and do that from raw HTML file. And here for this div, I'm just going to pass in a style attribute. I'm going to say style, and we're going to put a string here. And I'm going to say color, make the color blue. So let's run this. Color is blue, and put a semicolon here and run it. Don't put blue as a string because it's already a string. And there we go. Goodbye, my lover. Okay. If I wanted this to be the background, change the background color instead, this is how I could do it. There we go. So we could do background color like this. Okay. So let's go back to how we had this right here. Okay. So now in order to do that, I'm going to remove this entire thing. Let's do it from our JavaScript file instead. So I'll go to my script.js, and if you want to move around in a really comfortable way, you could actually do Command P and then do script.js and Command P. So this allows you to kind of move through without even having to use this, navigate through files like that. So here I'm going to do title div dot style dot color. Okay, and this actually will get me the color property of that div, okay, whatever color it is or whatever. And what I can do is change it. So watch this actually. So I could say color and let's go red. Let's run this. And I just made the color of this div red. Okay. Now another thing I could do is I could change the background color, and how we could do that. And since we can't put dashes inside of a variable name, I could do background color like this. And then we could hit run, and now it changes the background color of it to red. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we could actually do, but I think the few key things that I want to show you more is actually like on click, all right, and how that works. So that's going to be another really important one, and you're definitely going to need to know that for rock paper scissors. So let's make sure we have this figured out. In order to do this exercise, I want to give you context. So here's the context. in our rock, paper, scissors, when you go here, okay, and you run this app, okay, let's go ahead and open this up actually in its own browser. Let's go right here, rock, paper, scissors, right? Watch what happens. When I click here, it detects that I've actually clicked rock. When I click here, it detects that I've actually clicked a hand. And when I click here, it can actually detect that I've clicked scissors. So we're going to do like a baby exercise that's going to highlight this. Okay, so we're going to make 3 squares, and each square is going to have a different color. All right, so we're going to have a red square, a green square, and a yellow square. Okay, you could do it in whichever order. And what we would want to do is when the user clicks on one of these squares, we just want to console log that property value. So we want to read it. We want to be able to, we want it to say in the console log red. Right when we click yellow, it should say yellow at the bottom. Right when we click green, it should say green at the bottom. It should be able to detect which square the user clicked on and be able to pull out that square's value. So this is going to be an important exercise, because once you can do this, you'll be able to attach and do more functionality with the rock, paper, scissors button. Because remember, when you click this, a bunch of stuff happens. But in order to make that stuff happen, you first need to detect that a button was clicked, and you have to detect which button was clicked. Was it the rock one? Was it the paper one? Or was it the scissors one? So let's go ahead and do this red, yellow, green exercise. So in order to do this, we're going to go back to our exercise page that we had open. On this exercise, we're going to go to our index.html, and we're going to make 3 divs. Let's go div 1. We're going to make div 2, and we're going to make div 3. And this is going to have an ID of red. This is going to have an ID of green, yellow. And this is going to have an ID of green. Now we want to give this a width and a height. Okay, so we want to give each of these divs a width and a height. So for width, we'll say 100. For height, we'll say 100. And then we want to give it a color. And so we'll say style, and we'll say color is red. Okay, because this is a red one. And put a semicolon here. And let's run this and let's see if something happens. Okay, so nothing has happened yet. All right, so now let's make this red square over here. Okay, how are we going to do this? So if I hit refresh, obviously that shouldn't be there. I just made it to show you that it works. So let's go ahead and style this. So what are we going to do? So I'm going to create a style tag, and then we're going to give it a height of 100 pixels. Put a semicolon here. We're going to give it a width of 100 pixels, semicolon there, and we're going to give it a background color of red. I don't need to put a string here because it's all a string. Let's run this, and we have our red square. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it over this, and paste it over this. So now I should have 3 red squares when I run it. Okay, perfect. Now, of course, we're just going to make it called yellow. This one, we're going to make it green. Okay, and the ID. And then we also need to make the color yellow. And then we need to make the background color green here. Let's run. And you can see I have these 3 squares. Now what we want to do is we want these to show up side by side instead of up and down like this. So this is a little bit of styling stuff, but we're going to be really gross, and we're going to style everything inline styling. Don't ever style like this, okay? But just for now, we're just going to style like this. So let's put all of these 3 boxes inside of another big box, okay? So let's put them inside of a container. So just wrap all 3 of those. Let's see if I could show it to you in a clear way. Cool. So here you have your red div. Here you have your yellow div. Here you have your green div, right? We're going to put all 3 of those like boxes that you created inside of this big div right here. And then we're going to style this one, and we're going to say display flex, run it. And now it should show it, put it in a flex box to show it to you like this. Okay, now what I want you to do is when I click this red one, it should say red. When I click this yellow one, it should say yellow. When I click this green one, it should say green. So let's work on that now. How are we going to do this? So here's the cool thing. So first, let's go ahead and grab our divs. So this, we're going to need this red div, we're going to need this yellow and this green. So what I'm going to do here is see if you can do this document.get element by ID and use this technique here to get the red div. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's do it together now. So I'm going to say red div, or let's say const red div. Actually, let's say let because we might change this later. Red div is, we're going to do document.get element by ID. So let's go document.get element by ID, and we're going to pass in red here. Let's copy this and paste and paste. And if you're new, don't copy and paste, just write it all down because it's going to build your pattern recognition. All right. So I'm going to grab yellow here, paste it here, green here, paste it here. So now we're grabbing the red div, the yellow div, and the green div. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. There's something called .onClick. Okay. So I'll show that to you right now. So let's go red div .onClick. Okay. So this will detect any event that's happening when a user clicks. And we're going to set this equal to, and we're going to create an anonymous function here. And we're just going to say console log. And in this console log, we're just going to say console log, you clicked red. You clicked red. Because we already know the clicked red, right? Because we've grabbed this entire red div. We grabbed this entire red div here, and we stored it in this variable right there. Okay, so let's hit run. And let's click red. And it says you clicked red. Okay. And now we can just even remove you clicked. And so when I click it, it should say red. Now watch what happens when I click yellow. Nothing happens, right? When I click green, nothing happens. So red knows its own bounds, and it can detect when it's being clicked on thanks to this .onClick. And then we just pass this anonymous function, and then we can do stuff here, right? So if you wanted to be able to write multiple lines of code here, you could do this. You know, console log red, say hi, whatever, right? So then you could run multiple lines of code like this, and you could run them. So that says red hi every single time I click this. The other way of writing this here, that we're writing, the short that we're writing here, the other way of writing this would be to say, give me a function here with no arguments, and then that just console logs, it says red. Okay, so that would be another way of doing this. So when I click red now, it still says red. Okay, but this is kind of like the old school way of writing functions, and you could still do that, but arrow functions just make things look cleaner. There we go. See if you can try to do the same thing for yellow div. So when I click yellow, it detects that I'm clicking yellow, and see if you can do the same thing for green. So when I click green, it detects that I'm clicking green. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's try it together. So, try pausing the video if you want to try it yourself, or let's go ahead and do it together now. So I'm just going to go copy here, paste, and then this red, I'm going to change it with yellow, and then I'm going to copy that yellow right there and paste it here. And this red here, I'm going to change it with green, and I'm going to copy that green and paste it here. Okay, so let's try running this and watch what happens. So let's go run this now. When I click red, it detects red. Beautiful. When I click yellow, it detects yellow. And look at how sensitive it is, right? Even when I click right here, so close, it detects it. Like, look at that. When I move just a little bit over, it detects red. When I move just a little bit over, it detects a yellow. So it's really good. And now let's try green. That's what we want, okay? Because what you guys are going to do is imagine instead of red, this was a rock. So what you're going to say is, well, let's say, user chose rock. Okay, so when you click red, let's run this first. If you click red, it says user chose rock. And then maybe what happens next is you calculate, you get random computer choice. So maybe random computer choice says the computer selected maybe paper. Okay. And then what do? You compare these two against each other. So you compare user choice versus computer choice. And then you figure out a player choice versus computer choice. And then you figure out like which one is better. So then you put them against each other and you find out like what the result is, right? Maybe, if you lost, you should get -1. If it was a draw, you get a 0, or you get a 1 if you won. And then you show all of those on the screen. So, it shows the results on the screen. Like it says you win, but on the DOM, right? On the DOM. So another word of saying screen is really just DOM. So then it shows it on the DOM, document object model, where the users can see it. So that's really like the bare bones of how you're going to start being able to do rock, paper, scissors. Okay. So you really need to understand document object model, and how DOM manipulation works. Is the most basic version of it, but honestly, this is really all you need, and you'd be able to do that rock, paper, scissors, no problem. So hopefully you enjoyed learning about DOM, and with that said, we're now going to go ahead and start covering more stuff. Let's actually do one additional exercise on this, because as you've noticed, you had multiple things, and you wrote the same code but multiple times here, pretty much the same code multiple times here. So one way I want to show you is you actually could even like loop through all of these, okay, and then actually like kind of do the thing that you want to do with them all at once. So I'll show you now. So what I could do is at this level, let's go ahead and give a class to all of these. So I'm going to basically say class is color button. All right. And let's end the quote. And then let's do that for all of the buttons. I'm going to go here and we're going to give it a class. Oh, sorry. Let's copy this. Let's paste it. And let's go ahead and do it here as well. Okay. So now what you should have is 3 like squares or whatever, right? And the class is just color. You could call it color square. That probably is a better class name. So color square, color square, color square. Okay. Now, if we want to get all of these elements all at once, what I can actually do is I can say console dot, actually let's do it like this. I say const squares, and I can say document dot get query selector all, and then I can pass in the class that I'm actually looking for. So in this case, I'm looking for the class color square. Let's also console log this and let's run it. All right, and I get back a node list. So that's exactly what I was looking for, okay? Now let's see if I can loop through these. Before we loop, actually, what we need to do is let's run this. And node lists right now is empty, so that's not what we want. We want to put a period here. Period color square basically says, hey, I want to look for the class name color square. Okay, so this is classes. And I'm going to select all the classes. I'm going to return them to you as like an array or a node list. Perfect. So now I have all these elements right over here. All right, so let's just make sure we're getting all of our color squares and console log this. I'm going to console log squares. Let's run this. And boom, you can see we're getting all of our squares right here because we're getting 3 HTML div elements. Perfect. Now, here's one thing we want to do, okay? In order to do this, go ahead and change all these to buttons, because in rock, paper, scissors, these aren't going to be divs, these are going to be buttons, okay? Because if I go to here, these are buttons, okay? These are buttons, buttons, buttons. Cool. So let's go back here, and we're going to change these divs to buttons. So button, end with the button. This is going to be a button as well. Button here and button there. Cool. So now that this one div here has 3 buttons. Perfect. So let's hit run and let's make sure everything is working as expected. Red, 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 yellow, 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 green, green, green. Perfect. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give each of these buttons a value. Okay, so we're going to give this button a value of red. We're going to give this button a value of yellow. We're going to give this button a value of green. And let's go here, and we're gonna now say, now that we're getting back our squares, let's go console.log square. Let's grab the 0th square and let's do value. Okay, now when I run this code, you're gonna notice, oops, square is not defined. Squares of 0 dot value. Let's do that. Okay, and let's comment this out so we don't have to worry about this anymore. Comment this out. And you can see we're extracting the value here and we're getting back red. Okay, so that's a really good sign. Now, if I do this again, I'm going to get back yellow. And then if I do this again, I'm going to get back a 2. So instead of repeating this code again and again, here's a great point to write what do we write when we have to repeat a ton of code over and over and over and over and over and over again? We use a loop, and specifically, let's use a for loop, and let's use a for each loop, okay? So we're going to say, and for each is one of the best loops. So if I haven't shown you that up until now, I'm going to show it to you now, okay? So for each is my favorite. That one is even better than a for of loop, okay? So let's go ahead and use a for each loop. So I'm going to say grab squares, and then for each square, okay, let's just console log. So grab for each square, I'm gonna console log square.value. Let's run this. And now you can see, and we're gonna comment this out. Let's run. And you can see I get red, yellow, green. Okay, now what I can do is I can loop through this and basically make this function right over here multiple times. Okay, so I can actually say, hey, for each square, what I want you to do is actually update its onClick property and set it to this function. So now we can actually just go ahead and do that. So I can say square.onClick, and we're going to set that to console.log that square's name. Okay, and we're going to take all 3 of these lines and actually comment them out because we don't need them anymore. So let's go ahead and run and check it out. Red, 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 yellow, 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 green, green, green. Whoops, we're getting some weird error. Let's run it again. Oh, because dot name is not a thing. I'm sorry. Let's do dot value. Let's run it again. And value is being pulled from this HTML attribute that we created right here. Value. That's where it's coming from. So let's go back. Let's hit run. Click red, yellow, green, red. Right? So look at how nice this became now. We don't even need this big chunk of code anymore. Right, we just have this here. Okay, so I'll leave the comments there for you. Let's run. Click, 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 click. Right, so this is super nice. And this pattern, you're definitely gonna need it for when we're making our rock, paper, scissors game. So keep this pattern in mind. This is an example you're gonna be definitely using. All right, let's do times clicked. Okay, so let's take our app up by 1 level. So this DOM red, yellow, green squares app that we made. Okay, so I'm going to click on this here. All right, and we're going to take it up a notch. So we want it to be where when I click it, it actually says the number of the times clicked here is 0. If I click red 1, it should give me 1. If I click yellow 4 times, it should give me 4 here. And if I click green 3, it gives me 3. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to start combining a lot of the things that we were learning. Okay, so see if you could attempt it, but let's do this together so you can just get some more practice here. So I'm going to create an object called times clicked. This is going to keep in store how many times any of these colors is clicked. So we're going to have red is clicked 0 times. We'll have yellow 0 times, because start off everything is 0, right? Green is going to be 0. We just have it like this for now. And then what I'm going to do is this on click here. I'm going to turn this into a full function. Yeah, like a function, but not just that returns right away. So we can write stuff here. I'll comment out the square value part for now. And what I'm going to basically say here is, hey, basically what I want you to do is grab the times clicked object and put this in as the key. So, and basically grab its key. Okay, and we're going going to say dot value. So dot value will be whichever one I click, remember? So the dot, if I click this, the value is going to be red. And what I'm going to say is increment that by 1. So if I click here, the value is going to be red. And then my object is going to go find the key where it says red. It's going to find this. And then I'm going to say plus equals 1 its value. So it's going to increment this by 1. And we also want this to show up like here. We want it to show up, right? So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to say that square inner text, we're going to change it to times clicked square dot value. All right, so let's go ahead and run this, and I'll click this. Let's click red. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Okay, and if you want the most updated version of this app, I'm imagining you're coding it up in your own REPL, and that's great if you're coding it up here in your own replet. But if you want to merge, if you want to see the finished version, you know, it's going to be in here in this DOM folder, red, yellow, green exercise. And then you just can come here. This has the solution there. So you can just navigate here, pick the solution, and then see it. Okay, this is the most updated one. This is the one I'm doing right now. And that's how it shows up. When I click here, boom, it shows up. Right, so look at that, right? How nice is that? If I click yellow 10 times, it shows it to me. If I click red 10 times, whatever I'm doing, it's keeping track of everything. So this is where it's nice to work with objects and things of that nature, right? This is why we practice all these things. So now there's a lot that's going on here. There's a loop going on. There's an event listener called onClick happening. We're going into this times clicked object and updating its key values. And then we are manipulating the DOM and showing that result on here, right? So there's a lot going on here and with just these few lines of code. And so, you know, it's a lot, but that's why we built it all up step by step. So hopefully you enjoyed this exercise for, you know, furthering your DOM manipulation skills. Now, one more thing I want to show you here is how to clear this. So basically to start a new game, because for rock, paper, scissors, you're going to need to know how to do that, right? So for example, we play a game, we keep track of the score, right? So that's why you need to learn how to keep track of a score. And then when we hit this red, it ends the game, right? So it clears the game and then you start from scratch all over again. So if we go here, we want to be able to add that functionality. So let's go ahead and try to create this together. Okay, so I'm going to say const clear scores. Okay, or you could call it function as well, whatever is easier for you, honestly. It doesn't really matter. And what clear scores is going to do is it's going to take, you know, all of these squares here, and it's basically just going to clear up their inner text. Okay, so I'm going to say squares dot for each square. I'm going to grab square dot value, and we're just going to set that to empty. So we're just going to set it to nothing. So we're going to loop through, take each square, set its value to empty, and then that's kind of it. Okay, so this is going to be my function that clears everything. So this looks good to me. Now we just need to make a button that can detect that that button is being clicked. Okay, so we will go here in our index.html file, right? And we want to add in a button that says clear game or something like that. So it's obvious. So if I go back, I see clear game button is right there. So perfect. Oh, sorry. Actually, we're going to give this button, we need to give it an ID or something, right? So we can grab it. So let's call this clear dash game. That's fine. Let's go back into that script. And then I'm going to basically say const clear game div is do document.get elements by ID. And the ID in this case is clear game. So I have my clear game div. And what I'm going to say is clear game div dot onClick. And I'm going to set its onClick to this function right over here. So I'm just going to clear scores. Just basically when I click on click, run this function right over here. Okay, so I'll put this function right over here and let's try it. So basically right when I click this button, Okay, or maybe let's call it clear game button. Clear game button. Let's do BTN so our code looks nice and clean on the same line. And now when I click clear game button, it should clear all the scores. So let's give that a try. Oh, it's not doing that. So let's see if we can debug it and see what's happening. Okay, I'm trying to change its value, but instead of value, what I'm meaning to change is the inner text. So let's go inner text, and we're going to set this text to 0. And let's try now. Let's run this. Let's go back in the game. There we go. Right? There we go. Now it's doing it correctly. A clear game, it starts from scratch. What happens if we set the text to empty text? So let's see what happens. Does this give us an error? No. So this might actually be even better. Just set it to an empty string or a 0, and you're good to go here. So now this app is really coming out nice, right? This app is doing a really good job. And I mean, yeah, this is a great app. It looks really nice. So there you go. Like this here should give you a very clear idea of DOM manipulation, how to make things work. Like if you have this example to work off of, I mean, you're pretty set to go with DOM manipulation. So great job if you got this far. Nice work. All right, you're making amazing progress so far, but here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna step it up. We're gonna go and start building a tip calculator app. So check it out. I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna do the following. I'm gonna open this up. So hit that button right behind my face, the top right, and it's gonna open up this this right here. And we're gonna go over to tip calculator and click on it. Okay. And here, if you type in, let's say the bill total is $100, the tip amount is 10%, and then you can see it already calculated it correctly, right? Because if the bill is $100 and the tip is 10%, well, the tip would be $10. So then the total would be $110 per person. But what if we had more people? What if we had 2 people? So watch what happens when I hit plus. Boom, the bill just got divided between 2 people. And so it automatically tells, hey, John, you need to pay $55. Kazi, you need to pay $55. So both people know exactly how much they need to pay. What if I keep increasing this number? Well, you see it keeps dividing between all of those people. So if the bill was $110 and you divide that by 10 people, you get $11 per person. Now watch what happens if I keep subtracting it. If I go here and now subtract it, watch, it's not gonna let me go down to 0, right? I'll try a couple more times. Boom, 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 boom. Nope, does not let me go below 1. So these are some of the functionalities of this app that you'll have to keep in mind. So for example, what will you need to know how to do? Well, you'll actually need to be able to get the user input from this field right here. Okay, and this field, let's say it's called this one over here, let's just say it's called bill total input. Okay, then you're going to have to get data from this tip as well. And let's say this one is called tip input. Okay, also you're going to need to be able to pull the number of people at any given time. This one will probably be called, let's say, number of people. Okay, so maybe these are all divs or inputs that you can have, these are IDs that you might be able to have access to, okay? And then this over here, this right over here, right? This will be called per person total. Okay, and all of these will be div IDs, okay, which means these are special things inside of the HTML, and you can get access to all of this. So then if you want to get access to this $110, you'll be able to do something like per person total, div dot inner text or whatever, right? And that'll get you access to what you're looking for. And that's just to show you how the JavaScript portion will interface with this app, okay? And then based on that, you're going to need to do things, right? So for example, you're going to need to do some calculations that, maybe take the bill plus the tip, and then it divides that by the number of people. And then when you do that, you get this. So there's going to be a bunch of things that you're going to need to understand, but take a screenshot of this actually right now on your computer or with your phone, because this will help you constantly refer to certain key elements on how this app is going to work. So I'm going to now explain and kind of walk through this app, and we're also going to have you set it up on a new REPL. So let's go ahead and do that now. So this is going to be your tip calculator exercise. So how you're going to get access to it is I'm going to zoom in here so you can see everything a lot more clearly. Okay. And then we're going to kind of walk through every single thing. So on the left-hand side, right, you see projects. Click into projects. All right, now when you click into projects, you're going to see tip calculator. So go ahead and click on tip calculator. And now you're going to see exercise. Now, don't go into the solution, because once again, if I show you how this works over here, right, let's run this. And over here, you'll see that we have project exercises and project solutions. So here's the tip calculator solution. This will be the fully working app. So you'll be able to type in 100 here and 10, and it'll calculate everything correctly. You'll be able to hit plus, minus, minus, minus. So this right now is the working version, okay? So if you need to see the solution at any time, don't go to it right now. Do not do it. But this is where the solution will be. And the main file that you need to write code for is the script.js file, the JavaScript file. The index.html and the style files are already completed for you, so you don't need to touch them. If you make the JavaScript work, this entire app will work, okay? So that's where your solution is going to be. But if you go to tip calculator from project exercises and you do 110 and see nothing happens, you can't change the number of people, it doesn't update your score, there's no calculations being done here. So the JavaScript here is not working, okay? So this is where your JavaScript is not working. So this is your exercise file, okay? Now what I recommend, highly, 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 highly recommend, you don't just start coding in this script.js. What I recommend is you create a new REPL with these 3 files, right? And then get started. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to create a new tab here, and we're going to go to replit.com. All right, now we're going to choose HTML, CSS, and JavaScript REPL. And here I'm basically going to say, let's go and say tip calculator exercise, and I will hit create REPL. Okay, now that this REPL is created, what I recommend you do is go back, go to your index, copy all of this. So Command A, Command C, or Control A, Control C. Okay, select all right in here, copy it, go here and delete everything in this index.html and paste what you just copied. Okay, so once you paste it, you should see an ugly looking bill app. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the style file. So let's go ahead and grab the style file, copy it, come back, go to your style.css, delete everything that's in here, hit paste, hit run, and now the styling is complete. So now our app is looking good. Okay, so this is what style sheet is for. Now, the last thing we're actually going to do here is, you see, if you go to your script, there it's empty. So we're going to go ahead to our exercise, copy the whole thing. Okay, Command A, Command C, come over here, paste it. So now when you look here, there isn't any real JavaScript code written up, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to collapse all of these functions. And now what we're going to do is we're actually just going to walk through like all of the things that you need to know and the gotchas, right? And then you'll be able to just get started and code it up yourself. Okay, but just let's walk through it together. All right, so you're going to be building the tip calculator app. Now there are a couple of things that you're going to need to know. All right, otherwise this project is going to become way harder for you, and I don't want that to happen. Okay, so I want it to be something that you're able to kind of grasp. So there are a couple of functions you're going to need to know their names, all right? And you have access to them. So you have access to calculate bill, increase people, decrease people. These are the functions you're going to create These are the only 3 functions you'll need, and make sure to give them this exact name. They're already made for you. You cannot change their names. If you change their name, your app will break. I'll explain why. These functions are hard-coded inside of our index.html. Okay, so for example, when you are typing over here, every time you type on key up, we're calling the calculate bill function. So that function is running literally every single time you type here. That's why that function is there. You don't need to change that name. The other function I told you about, for example, increase people and decrease people function, those are also written here. So for example, you can see here, increase, there's a plus sign right there, right? And then there is a minus sign right there. And then there is a number right over here. Every single time you click this plus button right over here, every time you click this plus button, this function increase people will run. Every time you click this minus button over here, this function decrease people will run. That's what's happening. So that's why these functions have special names. Do not change them unless you change them here, and then you're fine. Okay, but I just don't want you to fall prey. The next thing, every time you clickety clack and type anything in here or here, anything you type in here, you're gonna run this calculate bill function. Okay, for your tip and your bill total. Okay, so calculate bill. And then you also have calculate bill twice. You can see that. So this calculate bill is for this one, and this calculate bill here is for this one. Okay, so every time you type in any of those fields, calculate bill automatically fires and runs. And then the other things you'll need to know are a couple of things like, you have this bill input and you have a tip input, right? So you have IDs like bill total input. And you have other IDs like tip input. So let's look for tip input. You have tip input, okay? Now, because I'm nice, all right, not everybody's going to be this nice, but what I've done for you is I have put it all into the JavaScript file, everything you need to know, so you don't have to go to your index.html file pretty much at all, okay? You don't have to go and look at anything. Because what I've done here for you is I've already just told you, hey, here are the 3 functions you need to know. Calculate bill, increase people, decrease people. I'm already letting you know these functions are hard-coded in the HTML, so you cannot change their names. And then I'm already letting you know these are all the div IDs you're going to need access to. So you're going to need access to bill total input. This is going to be this div or this input field. So that's going to be that input field. You're going to need tip input. Okay, this is going to be the user input for tip. You're going to need access to, so let's just draw these again. That's right there. Tip input is right there. You're going to need access to number of people, which is right there. This is a div. Okay, so this is a div ID. So once you get the div, you're going to need to do .inner text to get these, okay? And then you're going to need access to, so you're going to either, for this, I think you might need to do .value, one of those, .value or .inner text. Okay, try both of them and it should work. One of them should work. And then you have per person total, which is right there. So those are the div IDs you're going to need access to. I'm already telling you their exact names, so you don't have to look in your HTML file. Right over here on line 20, I'm telling you, hey, get global access to all of these inputs. Okay, meaning just get access to all of these inputs right here before you start creating your functions, because your functions are going to need access to them. So, if I were you, I'd do something like const, let's say bill total input div or something, right? And then, or bill total input, and you can do something like document dot get element by ID and then pass in bill total input. Okay, this is just an example of how you would get this specific one right over here. All right, so what I'd recommend is you grab not just this one, but all of them. So you have all 4 of these divs and have access to them. That's what I would recommend you do here. Going underneath here, I recommend that on line 24, line 25, get number of people from number of people div. So once you get access to these 4 divs, bill input, tip input, number of people div, and per person total div, you can use the number of people div, and from there you can actually get access to the number of people by pulling the .text, okay? And remember to typecast. So anytime you get a thing, so let's say thing input, and then you would either do .value or .inner text, but both of them are going to return to you a string that's going to look like this, and then you call the number function on it, and then that will turn it into an actual 10, okay? And then you'll be able to do math on that. Because remember, if you take 10 string and you add another 10 string to this, this is actually going to give you not 20, but 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, okay, which is going to be silly. So you want to do it the right way, okay? So make sure you typecast it, use that number function. Okay, so this is where you're going to set up all your globals, and then you're going to be good to go. Now, let's go into each of these functions at a high level. So you're going to create 3 functions here, all right? And you're going to define these 3 functions. So calculate bill will pretty much run all the time. Like you should calculate bill when a user types it here automatically. You should calculate bill when the user updates the tip. You should calculate bill when the user hits this plus sign. You should calculate the bill when the user hits this minus sign. And ultimately, what calculate bill is doing is it's updating this number over here, the total per person owed. Okay, that's the ultimate job of calculate bill. Okay, you can see it says calculate the total bill per person. That's what it does. And then if you go here, there are ample amounts of tips for you on how to actually do this. Okay, so I have tons of notes for you as you go and code this along. So I hope you don't have too much problems there, okay? I guide you through everything. Hey, get the user input and convert it into a number. So I'm reminding you to typecast here. Hey, get the tip from user and convert it into a percentage. Hey, get the total tip amount, calculate the total amount, and then update it on the DOM and show it to the user, right? So update it on the DOM means update this right here. So calculate bill, hopefully that kind of makes sense at high level. Increase people. What this will do is splits the bill between more people. All right. So what should happen here? Well, it walks you through. It should increment the amount of people. I'll just say amount of people. Then you update the DOM with the new number of people. All right. So what does that mean? So you increment the amount of people, and then once you increment it, you make sure that you write that to the DOM, like you change this 1 to a 2, for example. And this function runs, increase people function runs every time you hit this plus button. So when you hit this plus button, that function runs. When you hit the minus button, decrease people function runs. Okay, hopefully those are kind of self-explanatory, but hopefully that makes sense. And then at the end, you want to calculate the bill based on the number of people. So I'm already giving you a hint. You're going to be reusing some of the functions you've created previously. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to close this. Go here. Decrease people. It splits the bill between fewer people. Okay, so I'm going to go over the similarities between increase and decrease people, right? If you look at this, increment, update the DOM, calculate the bill. Decrease people, decrement amount of people, update the DOM with the new number of people, and then calculate the bill based on the new number of people. So they're pretty similar in how they work. So once you figure out one of them, the next one will be really easy. The only difference between decrease people is when you hit plus, you can go as high as you want. But when you hit minus, you shouldn't be able to go below 1 because it wouldn't make sense, right? You have the bill, but then how come it has 0 people that owe it? That doesn't make sense. So it shouldn't have 0, or you can't have negative people, right? So you can't decrease the number of people to 0 or negative. So here I recommend you write a guard clause. I haven't shown you what a guard clause is, but basically it's just an if. Here it's a fancy name for just an if statement. And the if statement is just something along the lines of this, okay? If something is not true, okay, I'm just gonna write it in English, just return. And what that basically means is this will end the function. So if you say return, it just won't activate any lines that are below it. So let's say you were going to decrement the number of people here, But here you check for the condition. Is people equal to one or less? So you go, hey, is people less than or equal to 1? If people is less than or equal to 1, then don't run any of these lines of code, right? Like just stop. The return here is just like, hey, stop the function, end it right here. Okay, and you're not even giving it anything to return. Just stop right here. So that's an example of how that would work. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of all of that now. So that would be your decrease people function. Okay, so I hope that this exercise kind of gives you everything you need to know, and now you should be able to get started working on this project. I wish you the best of luck, and give it your best shot. Try as hard as you possibly can. I really believe you're going to make a lot of progress, and I think that if you really push yourself, you should be able to do this. If you don't get this done, don't get discouraged. It's okay. I'm right here, right? We'll code this together. I'll show you the solution next. And yeah, we'll just walk through this together, okay? So pause the video now, give this a shot, and try to nail this and get this done. And then what I recommend is you come back and walk through the solution, because our solutions might be different and you might be able to pick up, a lot of things from how maybe I solved the problem versus maybe how you solved the problem, okay? And remember, in coding, there always can be multiple different ways. So one way isn't necessarily wrong, okay? It's kind of an art form. So we're going to have different ways where we get to something. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this, and get to working, and I'll see you soon. All right, so I hope that you gave it a try, and if you got it, good job for solving the tip calculator. If you didn't, it's okay. We're gonna do it now. Let's do it together. So let's build the tip calculator. So here we're gonna walk through, right? And let's pay attention to the instructions. The first thing is we're gonna get access to all of our inputs and divs. Okay, so our bill input, tip input, number of people div, and per person total div. So let's get access to all of these now. So I'm basically going to say const bill input, and we're going to say document.get element by ID, and we're going to say bill total input, and then we're going to get access to our tip input. So we're going to say document.get elements by ID, and I'm going to paste in tip input because these are the specific IDs I need. Then let's get access to our number of people div, and we're going to do get element by ID. And then we're going to paste that in right there, number of people. And we're going to do get access to our per person total. Okay, and this will be per person total. So we're going to get access to all of this. And what global access means is because we're defining it all the way up here, all of our functions will have access to all of these divs. All right, another thing we're going to need is we're going to need the number of people from number of people div. So now I'm going to say let number. Why I'm saying let here is because the number of people is going to change. So sometimes it's going to be 1, sometimes it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So number of people is going to change. So we're going to say let number of people equal. We're going to go to our number of people div, right? And then we'll try and see if we can do inner text, and let's typecast it into a number. Now let's see if any of this works. Okay, so in my calculate bill, I'm just gonna try to do a console log, and I'm just gonna say, hey, show me number of people, and let's just see if like any of this is even working, right? So if I type in here, every time I type, it runs my calculate bill function, and every time it runs that, it actually shows me my number of people, right? My number of people is 1, so that's why I just keep saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Now I can do console log, and we can also do bill input, right? And I can get the bill input value, and we can console log that too. So I can go here and say 1, 2, 3, and you can see we got 1, 2, 3 at the bottom, right? In the console log, ABC, and I got ABC at the bottom. Hopefully you can see that. It's right there. Perfect. So it looks like I'm able to get information from these divs and things. So that's working. So I'm going to now remove these console logs because I've verified what I needed to verify. Now I'm just going to follow the instructions that I have written here. So get bill from user input and convert it into a number. So I'm going to basically say, hey, bill input. And what I'm going to say, dot value should honestly get me the actual bill. Now I should just have to typecast it to a number, and this should get me the actual bill. And now let's just save it to a variable, and we'll call that bill. Let's console log bill, and let's see what happens. Okay, so let's run our app, and 1, 2, 3, right? And our bill is constantly being printed out to the screen, and it's a number. So that's good. So I'm going to remove this console log. Don't need that anymore. Now we're going to get the tip from user and convert it into a percentage. So we're going to say const tip is equal to, we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to say tip input dot value this time. And we're going to actually convert it into a percentage, right? Because that's what it says. Convert it into a percentage divided by 100. So we're going to divide it by 100. Now let's console log the tip percentage. Let's run this, and I'm going to do 10. And notice it gave me 0.1 because 10 divided by 100 is 0.1. So that's perfect, right? We're getting our tip percentage. That means it's 10%. Great. So I can get rid of this console log. Don't need that anymore. All right. Now we're going to get the total tip amount. And how we're going to get this is we're just basically going to say, you know, it's going to be bill multiplied by tip percentage, right? So now let's go ahead and console log this, and we're going to say tip amount, tip amount. Okay, and I'm going to just put it as an object so it prints out kind of nicely. So let's go ahead and let's do, writing this is the same as writing this. Both are the same. So this is just like a little pro hack. All right, so I'm going to say 10, and tip amount did not get updated. Interesting. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's run this again. Let's say 10. Oh, because I'm not putting in a bill total. So let's go ahead and do $100, 10% on that. Tip amount is 10. What if it was $200? Tip amount would be $20. Let's do $300. And you can see that tip amount is calculating correctly, right? It says 30. That's perfect. So it looks like this is working. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this console log. Don't need that anymore. All right, now next up, we need to calculate the total. So the total is going to be tip amount plus bill. So let's go ahead and do const total, and we're going to say tip amount plus bill. Okay, let's go ahead and console log that now, and let's run. And when I type in 100, and I type in 10%. So right now tip is assuming 0%. So now we have 100. Oh, by the way, let's do that little trick. We'll do this, wrap it in an object. Let's try this again. And we're going to say 100, and we're going to give a tip of 10%. And you can see total is 110, right? Let's give a tip of 20%, and total is 120. So this is working exactly like how we wanted to. Let's get rid of this now. Now we're going to calculate the per person total, where we're going to divide by the number of people. So that should be easy. We're going to do per person total, and we're going to do total divided by, and we already have access to number of people right here, right? This is pulling, number of people is pulling straight from here. Okay, so it's 1. And we're typecasting it into a number, so it's going to not be a string of 1, but it's an actual number of 1, right? So we're going to do that divided by number of people. And now let's go ahead and let's show that. So we're going to do per person total. Let's run this. And we have $100, tip is 10%, and per person total is 110. It's because right now we're not able to increase the number of people, right? But let's say I went to my HTML file and I just hard coded that 1 to a 2. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to hard code that to a 2. Let's run our app and let's see if this works. So I'm going to say bill is 100, and then tip is 10%, and you can see that it says $55 per person, right? Which makes ample amount of sense. $55 per person. Why? Because it's $110. 110 divided by 2 people is 55. So now let's go and change that hard-coded 2 back to a 1. Let's run our app again, and because we want to change that dynamically, right? We don't want to like hard code it in. So make sure that this is back to a 1 when you run your app. Perfect. So what's up next? Let's go down and let's see what's up next. And now update the per person total on DOM and show it to user. Okay, cool. So let's go do that. So I'm gonna grab per person total div because I have access to it from up here. Oh, let's just call it per person total div. Okay. So per person total div, we have access to it up there. Let's pick, per person total div, and we're going to change its inner text to per person total right over here. Okay, so I'm going to say per person total. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just kind of misunderstanding this, but like what I mean is this is going to be total per person, okay? So that's this div right here, per person total. So we are updating it correctly. Okay. So let's just see what happens now. Let's run this. Let's go ahead and type in 100. Let's type in 10% and let's see what happens. We're getting back 110. So that's good, but we want it to be in dollars. So let's go ahead and do string template literals, and we're gonna wrap it in this and just put another $sign. So this $sign will just make sure this is JavaScript, and then this $sign will actually put an actual $sign. So I'll say 100, and we'll do 10. And when we go here, you can see that it says $110. Okay. Great. Now, what happens if we have a bill that's something like this, 148.5? What happens if we have a bill that's like decimals, or has maybe weird decimals? And now you can see that it started showing like lots of decimal places, right? Like, so for $135.52, it says $149.072. Like, how are you going to pay that in cents? That doesn't really make sense. So what we want to do here is we want to do a .toFixed. So we're going to do that now. So you can actually do .toFixed and pass in 2 right there. And it's going to make sure that it doesn't go beyond 2 decimals. So let's try some number again like that. And you'll notice that now it actually just goes to 2 decimal places. Now, what if the bill is more like $3,000 or something like that? It gives you 3,300, but it doesn't, it'd be nicer if it kind of put a comma in there, right? So if you want to kind of do that, what we can actually do, and this is a cool trick that I learned that I use a lot actually. So that's why I kind of want to show it off here. You can do .locale string and just pass in en-us. So it's just going to format it to US currency, like a dollar currency or whatever, right? And now if you try some bill, right, you notice that it's actually putting that $sign and that comma, or sorry, not the $sign, but the comma, which is nice. So like if you get some, like, I don't know, you're never going to have a bill this much when you're eating food, right? But all the commas are there. And if you get up to 25 million, the commas are still there. So this is good. Now we just want to make sure that we still do that .toFixed thing. So let's do toFixed and pass it to 2 places, right? So fix it to 2 decimals first and then turn it into with commas. Let's try it. So let's try some big number and let's do decimal places like crazy, and notice that the decimal places here don't change. Okay. So great. All right. In this case, all right, lesson learned. So it seems like if you try to use .toFixed and locale string, it doesn't work. So just pick one. In this case, we're just going to stick to .toFixed for now. Okay. So without making it much more complex, and that'll just take care of the decimal places, which is perfectly fine actually. But yeah, our decimal places will be fine. And then you can give whatever percentage tip and everything will work out as expected. So let's get rid of this console log. We don't need this anymore. So I just got rid of it. Perfect. So now it seems like our calculate bill is doing exactly what it needs to do, right? It calculates the bill in a really intelligent way. So now all we got to do is let's work on increase people. So here it says increment the amount of people. Well, I already have number of people right here in line 29. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, and I'm just going to do plus equals 1. So we're just going to increment the number of people by 1, and then we're going to update it on the DOM. So we're going to grab number of people div, which is going to be this div right here, okay, and we're just going to pop in the number of people that we now have. So we're going to say number of people is equal to number of people dot inner text is equal to number of people. Okay. So now let's run this and let's hit plus, and you can see that every time I hit plus, it actually increments the number of people and then it shows it. And that's why you can see that is showing it exactly how we want it to, right? And right now minus doesn't work. Okay, so that's fine. We'll do that in a second. But watch what happens. When I do this, the bill doesn't calculate the right way. I have 10 people. Okay, so let's run this again. Let's go $100. Tip is 10%. Okay, and let's run this. And you can see it's saying everybody owes $110 per person. That doesn't make sense because $110, that's $1,100. So how come the bill started with $110 and now we owe $1,110? So something's wrong. So what we need to do is once we do this, we need to recalculate the bill based on the new number of people, which is super easy. All we have to do here is reuse the function we just created. So just call this function and that should handle everything. So let's go ahead, run this. I'm going to say we have a $100 bill. I'm going to say we're tipping, let's say 10%. Number of people is 2. And boom, look at that. It's 55. Why does it work? Because remember, per person total is calculated total divided by number of people. So when you update number of people here, this number of people updates, and that's number of people calculate bill function has access to. So when you run it again, it just recalculates this with the new number of people after you change them. Pretty beautiful, right? So very, very simple. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. So this code is going to be really, really, really similar for decrease. So decrement the amount of people. Instead of +1, we're going to do -1. Number of people div, we're going to update that. And then we're going to recalculate the bill. So it's going to be very similar to increase. So watch what happens. When I have $100, I have a 10% tip. I can go one way and I can go backwards. Look at that. How nice. But here is the problem. I can go I can go less than 1. Watch. I went to -1. What is that? I'm going to negative numbers. What is happening? How can I have... So what, the restaurant now owes me for eating there? Like they should. You know what I mean? Like the royalty's there to eat. You are special. You are a royalty. So if you went and the restaurant owed you money, I would understand. Okay, fair enough. Because you're here watching this tutorial. You're top of the food chain. All right, while everybody struggles out there, you're here grinding it out so then you can level up your career, provide for your family, provide for your kids. So you're a champ. Tap yourself on the back. Pat yourself on the back. Do both. Tap and pat, doing both. All right, so we don't want to go below 1 person. So we're going to add what I call a guard clause here. I'm basically going to say, if number of people is less than or equal to 1, homie, just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Don't run. This simply here means end the function right here, end the decrease people function on line 70, and don't run any of this. So let's try this again, and I'll explain. 100, 10%. Now, when I hit minus, watch what happens. Hit minus, nothing happens. When I hit plus, it works. When I hit minus, it works. But when I hit minus now, it doesn't work. So what is happening? When it's 1 or less than 1, it just says, hey, I noticed that this function is running, but I want you to only run here. And when this condition is true, because number of people is 1, right? So it's 1 less than or equal to 1. Yes, it's true. So then the code just stops and doesn't end up running any of this. Now, in the other case scenario, where number of people is, let's say 2, it goes as 2 less than or equal to 1, and it goes false. So then it doesn't run this, but it ends up running all of these here. Okay, so that's why it's a guard clause, right? So we're just guarding the entire code base and we stop it. Okay, to prove to you, I'm just gonna say, so log number of people. So I'm gonna stop. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this and watch what happens when I hit minus. It detects 1 is 1 or less than 1, so I'm gonna stop, right? But when I go here and try to run minus, see, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. The console log statement doesn't happen. Doesn't happen even here. Doesn't happen even here. But when I go 1 more below, boom, 1 is 1 or less than 1, so I'm going to stop. 1 is 1 or less than 1, so I'm going to stop. So it's detecting it, right? Every single time. Okay. So we can even like leave a little message for the user and say, you know, hey, you cannot less than 1 person, right? So now like the user can see this message And no, okay, I can't do that, right? So plus, 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 minus, minus, minus. Hey, you cannot have less than one person. And if you want to make it more intrusive and more visible to the user, you can even do something like an alert. So now we go 100, 10% tip, plus, 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 minus, 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 minus. Says, hey, right, you cannot have less than one person. So it lets us know right there that that's not a possibility. So you can do it whatever way you want. Okay, you could throw an error if you want, and like that'll kind of crash the app. And if you want to be really pro, I can give you one like kind of pro JavaScript tip is what you can do is you can throw an error and show the user they're doing something wrong, but like kind of in a sneaky way. So here you can say, you can replace this alert with something called a throw, and they'll throw an error. You can do throw. And then what's nice about throw is you won't even need that return, like, or just leave the return here, but like you won't really need it. Okay. So you can do that return pattern. I'm leaving this return here to show you can use that return pattern again and again, because that's normally what I do. But here, if you want to throw an error and really let the user know, you could do that, right? So for example, boom, 100, 10%. I try to hit minus and it throws like a red little error at the bottom. It says, hey, you cannot have less than one person. So it's very clear that the user is trying to do something that they're not allowed to do, and like you can make it visible. All right, so there you go. Let's see if this entire thing is working or not. Let's open it up here and let's check, right? We just built this. Man, we're excited, right? Now let's see if it works. So we got a bill. We just went and ate at a nice restaurant. Let's say you went to Cheesecake Factory. You took your family out. I mean, it's a nice night out, right? They gave you a big fat bill for $375. Maybe you brought some friends with you, and they're like, hey, mandatory tip is 20%. So you all start freaking out. Who's going to calculate it? What is it going to be? What's happening, right? So you go, okay, we got the tip is, 10%, or we're going to give a 20% tip. So that's $450 right now, but you only have selected as one person. But luckily you brought your friends with you, right? You brought the entire gang, hopefully. So, you got Juanes, you got Daniel, you got Frankie, you got Lance, you got Nas. I mean, you got the whole gang up in there, right? So you got all these 6 people. Look at that. Your bill is only $75. That's not too bad, right? That's not too bad. That's easy. Maybe you bring in 2 other people from somewhere. You go to them and you grab them and you're like, hey, come join our party and split the bill with them too. Now, the more the merrier, am I right? And you got $56.25. I mean, at this point, the restaurant should be paying you, right? This is nothing. Cheesecake Factory, nice night out with the family and friends. I mean, come on, that's a bargain. The 20% tip, right? So this is really nice, right? This is really nice app that we could actually use. And what's amazing is it's already hosted online thanks to REPL. Yeah, it's deployed on the interwebs. So you could put it on your portfolio. You could do whatever you want with it. It's live, ready to go. Okay, ignore that sound. I'm having a focus session and it makes this little bang. So now what I want you to do is you're going to grab all of this JavaScript code that you wrote, go back to this exercise file, okay, and go to tip calculator, go to exercise, go to the script.js, okay, and then delete everything that's in this exercise file, okay, and then paste your code in here, all right, and give it a try and see if it works. So go and run it. So go to your now project exercises. You should be able to go to tip calculator. You should be able to type in things like 100, 10%, plus, 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 minus, minus, minus. It should all work smoothly. Okay. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Update your exercise as you go. So you have the most up-to-date version with all of your projects completed all in one place, nice and ready for you to use. All right. That was the tip calculator. I hope you had fun. I had a ton of fun actually sharing it. It's 11:53 p.m. I was supposed to have a date night with my girlfriend. We were going to watch The Boys. The new season of The Boys is out. I mean, God, that show is good. Season 3. Started watching this Indian movie called RRR. Phenomenal. And about to move soon, leaving Marina Del Rey. Man, a lot's going on, a lot's going on. And instead of doing any of those things, I decided to be here and build this app with you and do it together. So it's going to be awesome. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was awesome. Let's continue. Let's learn more JavaScript. I hope you're excited. I love your beautiful face, and I'll see you soon. Let's go. Welcome back. Now, I want you to start getting ready for rock, paper, scissors. And by the way, just a sneak peek, you're going to be doing something with Netflix soon. So one of your projects is going to be Netflix. Okay, so I hope you're excited about that. This is going to be with vanilla JavaScript. So this is just a little sneak peek. Now, what we're going to be doing is I want you to start getting ready for rock, paper, scissors because we're about to start building it soon. But there are just a few things that you need to understand for this. All right, so for rock, paper, scissors, one of the DOM manipulation concepts you're already good with. Like, for example, when you click a button, right? So, for example, if I go to rock, paper, scissors solutions over here, and when I click this, to click and detect the button, you've already learned this concept, so that's good. When I click the hand, you've already learned that concept, so you're good there. You learn the concept of being able to hit this red button and then it clears everything up, right? So DOM manipulation concepts you've learned, so I'm happy about that. I think the things that you still need to know are how to select an item from an array. So let's go ahead and just do a practice exercise together. So remember, you're going to be coding in your Playground.js and I'm going to be coding in just Playground.js. Okay, so this one is for moi, Kazi. This other one is for you. Okay, so this one is going to be with all the finished titles. So how do you select an item out of an array? So let's practice that. So here, let's say we create a new variable called fruits. Okay, I'll just do let fruits. And let's see, did we make it earlier? Yes, we did. Okay, so I don't have to, I'll just change this to a let. Okay, and we'll bring this down. You don't have to paste the whole thing in. We'll just do this, and I'll do it up until here. Okay, so fruits is only going to be a couple of items. Now, let's go ahead and make sure that fruits we're able to console log it. So I'm going to say console.log fruits of 0. Let's run this. Okay, 1 second. It says it's already been declared, so maybe I don't need to even say let here. Let's run this. Okay, cool. So I have this fruit banana showing up. Now, how would I randomly select something from this array? Okay, so let's make a function. We're going to call it random selection from array. This is the function. In here, we're going to put our fruits. And now, since this is inside of a function, you can say const fruits and you can create a new fruits here. Okay, and the scope of this fruits is only going to remain within the function. And outside of the function, this variable will be unknown. And let's move this down here. And let's just run this function for now. So I'm just going to say console.log random select from array. Or let's say random fruit. Okay. And let's say that this takes in items. Let's say it takes in fruits and it randomly returns them. Okay. Let's take this array out. I know I'm making go back and forth. Yeah, whatever. Just it's okay. All right. I know I'm making go back and forth, but it's all good. It's not supposed to be inside of this function. Let's put it outside of the function, okay? Because I'm making a mistake. So it's my fault. I apologize for this confusion. And what we want to do is you want to pass it a fruit and it should randomly return a fruit. So an example of this, if you call random fruit and you pass it in, let's just say, or whatever, you can pass it numbers as well. So if you pass it in 1 and 2, it maybe randomly returns 2. Okay, and if you run it again, it might randomly return 1. So that's what this array here does. All right. So it's going to get fruits and it's going to randomly select. Now, how do we randomly select? So one thing that you have to remember is we have math.random, and this will give us a random number. Okay, so let's try it. Math.random. and I'll get a random number. Now, if I multiply it by 3, I'm always going to get a number that's going to be less than 3. Now, to make these numbers useful, because right now there are these decimal numbers which are kind of useless, we're going to floor all of this. We're going to call a floor on this. All right, so now when we press up and keep running it, press up and enter, up and enter. Now notice I'm only going to get numbers between 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so I want to be able to get 0, 1, 2, and 3. So for this, the range should be, because this is 0, 1, 2, 3, I should be able to select randomly between these 4 numbers right here. Okay, so in this case, I might have to do math multiplied by 4. So then I get a number between 0, 1, and 2, and 3. Okay, so I'll always get that. So keep running it. I'll never get 4. I'll only get 0, 1, and 2, and 3, sorry. 0 to 3. Okay, so that's the trick. That's how we're going to get that. Now, this over here is the max, right? Where I'm multiplying it by 4. That's the length that I want it to be. Okay, so let's go create a variable called max length is going to be 4, or yeah, 4. Okay, now I'm going to write this function. I'm just going to replace it with max length. So now when I change the max length to, let's say I wanted to give me between 3 items, I just change it to a 3, I run it, and now I get between 0, 1, and 2. So this is going to be dynamically changing. So in order to account for that, we need to pull from fruit's length. Okay, so we're going to say math.random multiplied by fruits.length. This will give us a dynamic array. And then we want to wrap this in math.floor. Okay, and we'll say random number. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to return fruits, whatever that random number is. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, or whatever, whichever one, right? Now, let's run our random fruit function and pass it our fruits that we just created right over here. Let's run it and let's see if it does what we want it to do. Okay, so I don't need to say let over here. Let's just hit run. Cool, so I got a pear. Let's try it again. I got a banana. Let's try it again. I got an orange. Let's try it again. Orange. Let's try it again. Orange. Let's try it again. Orange. Banana. Pear. Pear. Banana. Right? So just randomly picking, and it never breaks. Okay? So you can see how this is working, right? Every single time I run it, run, I get back a different fruit. Okay? And so let's console log what number is every single time. Random number. Okay, let's run it. Boom. You can see the random number is 2. So it gets 0, 1, and 2. So I get the orange. Random number is 1. So I get the apple. 1 apple. 0 banana. Okay, so that's how this random fruit function works. So this is definitely one that you needed to know, because in order to be able to do what you're going to do in rock, paper, scissors, you're going to need to know how this works. More specifically speaking, there's going to be a function in rock, paper, scissors that you're going to need to implement, which is going to get a random computer choice. And the array you're going to have is going to be rock, paper, and scissors. And you're going to need to essentially use the same logic to randomly pull a computer choice out of this array of 3 elements: rock, paper, or scissors. Okay, so you're going to have to figure that one out. One more thing you're going to need to know before we get into rock, paper, scissors is, so this shows you select a random element from an array. That's what this piece of code shows you. The next thing you're actually going to need to know is some more advanced conditional statements, meaning how do you chain if with an else, if with an else. So you're going to need to know that, okay, because that's how you're going to be able to implement your rock, paper, scissors game. So I'll give you an exercise. There are 3 different weathers: rainy, sunny, and overcast. Okay, and what we want to do is, if the weather is rainy, I love rain. So we should give that a +1 score or a 1 score. We don't need to put +1 here, right? If it's sunny, then we give that a score of -1 because I don't like sunny weather. Okay, so I freaking love rain, man. Like, I love rain. Rain is so awesome. Sunny, it's all right. And then overcast would be 0. I mean, like, for me, I also love overcast, so it is what it is, you know. I would want to give this a score of 1, but since for this example, we're just going to do this, okay? Because I like rain more than I like overcast. So this is how we're going to do this out. Weather scorer. This is going to be our function. And how are we going to do this? So see if you could give this a try and write. You're going to need to write essentially 3 if else conditions, okay? And they're going to need to follow this pattern. Let's go ahead and do it together. If you can't figure out yourself, that's totally fine. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this together now. So I'm going to basically say if, so the weather score, right? It's going to take in an input from the users. So it's going to take in what the weather is right now. So I'm going to say if the weather is rainy, and you can use 3 equal signs here as well, or 2 equal signs. Both will work in this case. If weather is rainy, and we'll also create a variable called score that'll keep track of the overall score. So we're going to say if weather is rainy, then we're going to do score equals 1. Okay. And now we're going to say else if weather is sunny, we're going to say score is equal to -1. Okay, and now you could do an else because we're just going to assume it's overcast because those are our 3 choices. So you could do else, or you could also do an else if. Okay, because you can chain as many else ifs as you want, but you can only have one else. Okay, and then we're going to say else score is 0. And then at the end, we want to return score. Okay, so hopefully you either got this or try it now without like removing your code from scratch and then writing it again from scratch, and you can try it that way too and see if you get it. And now we're going to call console log our weather scorer app that we just made, and we're going to give our weather scorer rainy, and let's see what score it returns. Wait, let's comment out all our fruit stuff up here. Let's run it. And you can see we got back 1 because it's rainy. Now let's try sunny. Now that's a -1. Okay. And then we have overcast. There we go. Now, if you want to take this to a next level, you could even chain these. So for example, we could even chain these and go, if weather equals rainy, and maybe you can have 2 types of weathers. You can have somebody can give you multiple like weathers or something, right? Like they could give you it's rainy, but then there's also overcast, or it's a mixture of 2. So then you can chain them together like that. So you could go, if weather is rainy, let's just say I'm just going to give a very rough example. So we're going to say weather, and then we're going to say weather 2. Okay. And weather 2 is overcast, then maybe this gets a score of 2 because it's 2 of my favorite weathers in one, where there's rain and there's overcast. All right, so here's an example of doing that, yeah? I have 2 weather conditions here, and I'm checking if both are true, then score is 1. Now, let's go and pass both of these conditions. So I'll say first weather is rainy, and then the next weather is overcast, right? In this order. Oh, wait, sorry. Overcast. Let's put overcast here. And we'll say the score would be 2 points in that case. So if the weather 1 is rainy, let's give that a try, and boom, we got a score of 2. Okay. So that way you can actually chain conditions, okay? And then here, let's see if I can do this, right? So let's go else if, And then we'll do another else if right here. And then in this else if, I'm going to say, check if just the first weather is rainy, then give it a score of 1. Let's remove that. Boom, let's bring this all together. So now let's see if I pass just rainy, and maybe I don't even pass a second argument. Let's watch what happens. Boom, I get a score of 1. Okay, let's try, I pass sunny here, and let's run this. I still get a score of 1. So watch what's happening. This condition ran over here, and it said, hey, check if the weather is rainy and weather 2 is overcast. Okay, so we ran this and we saw, actually, you know what? This is true, but this one over here is false. Because of this and statement here, both of this becomes false. So the entire thing becomes false. So then we don't run this check. Then we go to this else if here. Then we check, is weather equal to rainy? It's the first weather equal to rainy, and we go, yes, it is. And then it gives it a score of 1. Okay. And the order here matters, because if you put this statement above, well, then if the weather was rainy and overcast, it would still only get a score of 1, because it would run this statement and then just end, because it's chained with an else if, not an if. So else if, meaning if this if runs, then this if will not run. But if you remove that with just an if, now both of these will run regardless. Okay. So that's why this statement else if is like an important one to keep in mind. And also you can check multiple things. Why this will matter is in rock, paper, scissors, you'll have computer choice here. And you'll have player choice here. And you'll need to compare if, you know, rock and maybe the computer picked, or sorry, so let's say computer picked rock and you picked, let's say scissors or paper. You'll have to give yourself a score of 1, whether you won or not. Okay, so if you won, in this case, you have to give a score of 1, otherwise 0, otherwise -1 if you lost. So this will come in handy when you're building that game. Okay, so this is just kind of foreshadowing that. So this was a little contrived example, but if you hung in there and you did it, great job, pat on the back. And with that said, I mean, at this point, you're pretty much ready to actually start building out rock, paper, scissors. I hope you're excited. All right, I hope you're excited. We're now going to work on the rock, paper, scissors app. So let's go back here. Now, where you're going to find this app is going to be in your projects over here. Okay, so let me go back to this here so I can get you a little familiar with this if you haven't really been familiarized with this yet. So what this is on this right hand side is you have some lessons, you have project exercises and project solutions. Okay, so these are fully working apps. Got it? These over here are exercises, meaning when you go to rock, paper, scissors and under solutions, you're going to notice that the entire app works. But if you hit refresh here and you go into project exercises again and you go rock, paper, scissors under project exercises, you will click and nothing will work, meaning that the entire app is made, but it's missing the JavaScript functionality. Okay, so nothing dynamic is happening with this app as a result of that. So that's where exercises will show up. Now, to find where to go and code these exercises, on the left-hand side, you have this folder called projects. So you're going to click projects. Inside here, you're going to have rock, paper, scissors. I'm going to click rock, paper, scissors. So we're going to go to rock, paper, scissors. And here you're going to see that this project has an exercise and a solution. And every project will have its own exercise and will have its own solution folder. Okay. So if you look at them, exercise and solution folder, exercise folder has your HTML, your JavaScript, and your style sheet. Solution has the same thing. Okay, the only difference between the solution and the exercise folders is going to be the script. This is the only thing that's different between the two. Okay, these two are not the same. You will need to update this inside of exercise. I would highly recommend do not look at the solution sheet until you give this project a try on your own. Okay, that's not good. You're not gonna improve like that. Okay, so seriously, just like don't do it. It's gonna be a waste of your time, waste of your effort. Like otherwise, why are you watching this tutorial? Just don't watch it. Go do something else, right? So if you're gonna do it, then do it right. Make sure you do the exercise first and give it your best attempt. Even if it takes you hours or days, it doesn't matter. Do that because you're going to get better. So let's go into, this file right over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to familiarize ourselves with what's inside of here. Okay. And then we're probably going to move over into a new REPL. Okay, so I want you to actually do this exercise, but outside of here, because if you try to do this here, it's not going to be the best experience. Plus, I want you to become a better developer. So I want you to actually create a new REPL with all 3 of these files in there and then try to code it up. So you can see how to do this from scratch. Okay, so as a matter of fact, why don't we actually go ahead and set up the new REPL now, and then we'll walk through the code together. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So open up a new tab. And then just go to replit.com, just like this, replit.com. We're going to select the HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, click here. And then just choose create REPL, but we're going to, in this case, say rock, paper, scissors, and hit create REPL. Perfect. Now, inside of here, we just have index, script, and style. Okay, so we have these 3 files. Now, here's all we're going to do. We're going to go back. We're going to copy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Command A or Control A to copy this everything that's inside of this index HTML. I'm going to copy it, right click and copy. Let's go back here. Let's delete everything that's inside of here, right click, and I'm going to paste. Boom, just pasted that code. Okay, so now my HTML is pasted. If I run it, you're going to see it doesn't look very good, but it's there. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and grab the style sheet. I'm going to copy it, and we're going to go back, and we're going to delete everything that's inside of here. I'm going to right click and paste this. And I don't want you to worry about the styling and everything. I just want you to worry about the JavaScript portion. So you can see that with the styling, boom, everything looks perfect, right? Everything looks super clean. Now in our script, let's go ahead and copy our script. And don't worry, this is not the solution. Okay, so just copy everything that's inside of here. So either Control A, Command A to select everything. And then you're going to hit copy, then come into this script and paste it. Okay, and hit run. And if you click, nothing should be working yet. Perfect. Okay, this is you starting from scratch. And now let's just walk through kind of what everything is. So let's start off with index.html. What's going on in here? It's a very simple file with only a few lines of actual code. All right, some of the code is just stock type HTML, like whatever, right? That's default. HTML files come with that. A couple of lines of code here. And you're going to need to know the player score, certain div IDs, because you're going to need to access them. So for example, this button has a value. Remember when we did red, green, and yellow, when we did that color app? Our buttons had a value, red. It had a value, green. It had a value, whatever. So then when you clicked it, you're able to retrieve its value. That's why that exercise is going to be helpful to you here. No pun intended. Valuable for you. So this is that's those buttons. You're going to need to know these classes. So familiarize yourself with this index.html, because from the JavaScript side, you're going to need to detect when somebody clicks this button, and you're going to need to be able to refer to these specific buttons. You're going to need to be able to refer to the specific things and then write on there. Okay, so for example, when the player score shows up, maybe that's a player score div. When the hands show up, meaning the computer hands or the user hands, they should show up here. And by hands, it's like computer choice or player choice. The result of the game, whether you won or lost, that should show up here as well. Okay, obviously above that red button, right? Of course, it should show like above there. So it should show like here. End game button, you're going to need this ID as well. And this script here just means that this index.html here is linked with this JavaScript sheet. Okay, meaning if you ever change the name here, make sure you go and also change the name here and make sure they both match. Okay, cool. But I would recommend you don't change anything, because once you're done with your entire code, you should copy your working code and paste it back inside of the script. Okay, the only file you need to change is a script file. Okay, awesome. Now let's walk through this project step by step. We're not going to solve it right now, but I'm going to give it to you as an exercise, but we need to just kind of go over some stuff. Okay. So this project will have a couple of functions that you need to implement. All right, here we go. So if you look at this, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There are only 5 functions that you need to implement. The code shouldn't be like longer than 100 lines. It should be less than that, probably around 70-ish lines without comments. And that's what you need to work on, okay? It's 5 functions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actually. Sorry, 6 functions. You need to work on 6 functions. Now, with each function, there's going to be some documentation telling you what this function should do, how to run this function, and what it should return. Okay, and then there's going to be some other notes sometimes within the function as well. So for example, let's walk through computer choice. Well, this function, computer choice, get computer choice, randomly selects between rock, paper, scissors, and returns that string. So that should be pretty self-explanatory what that function should do every time I call it. Here's an example of me calling it get computer choice, and here's an example of it returning a random string rock. Here's another example of me calling it and it returning a random string scissors. This function has no arguments. Okay, 0 arguments, nada. So you won't need to add in or take away arguments. The arguments are already there for you to help you out. Here's another function you're going to need to implement, the get result function. Okay, this is going to compare player choice and computer choice, and it will return the score accordingly. Meaning, here's an example where the human wins, aka you win against the computer. When you call get result and you pass it rock and scissors, so this is the player choice and this is the computer choice. So when you give it rock and scissors, who wins? Is it the human or the bot that wins? In this case, the human wins. So then it should return a score of 1. Here's an example of a human losing. You call the get result function, you pass it scissors for player, and you pass it rock for the computer, and it returns -1 because rock beats scissors. And then here's another example of human draws where you pick rock for the human and rock for the computer, and the score should be 0. Okay, so those are examples of how to call this function, what it should return a number, and the 2 arguments that it has. Okay, this function is probably going to be one of the most difficult ones for you to implement. And here, I have even other notes for you to make it easier. So for example, when you're implementing this, you're going to need to do a lot of if else conditions. Okay, because you're going to need to check if the player picks rock and the computer picks rock, then what happens? Okay, so you're going to need to write the code here. It says all situations where human draws, set score to 0. So in order to write this, well, this should be pretty easy because when's the only situation, it's a draw. So you could say if a rock goes against a rock, that's a draw. If a scissor goes against a scissor, that's a draw. If a that will take you forever. Or you could just say, hey, if player choice and computer choice match, that's a draw. So you could do it like that. All right. So that should take care of all of your draw conditions. Then here are your other conditions. So this is where all situations where human wins, you should set the score to 1. So you're going to use a bunch of else ifs here. And this is a situation where you will define all situations where human wins. So a human will win if human picks, rock against scissors. A human will win if the human picks scissors against paper. A human will win if a human picks paper against rock. So those are all the winning conditions go here. And then all the losing conditions, you can be pretty clever about it and you don't even actually have to define them because you could just say else human loses. Okay, so these comments are there to help you kind of simplify the logic for you a little bit and then just return the score. Make sure you don't forget to return the score. All right, I'm going to toggle this function and close it. Then you have the show result function. Okay, this function is also going to be a little bit advanced, and this function here, get result, is heavy on if-else conditions. Show result is going to be heavy on DOM manipulation. Okay, so show result is how you're going to draw on screen and show stuff. For example, if I go to the solution version, when I click here, show result is a function that's doing, human chose rock, computer chose paper, you lose, and then giving a score of -1 and then drawing it out here. Okay, so that's the show result function. So get result will calculate who won. Show result will then output that the human computer choice, the human choice, the current score, all of that stuff onto the screen. So show result updates the DOM to you win or you lose, or it's a draw based on the score. Also shows player choice versus computer choice. Okay. Now, here, you can see it takes in 3 arguments. Okay, the score, player choice, computer choice. So it needs that in 3 pieces of information. And hint, on a score of -1, you should do result.inner text you lose. Why? Because, oops, if I go back here, I have a div called result, right? So make sure you get this div by using getElement, document.getElement by ID, get this div, right? Store it in a variable called result, and then you could do result.inner text and change its value to you lose. So that's what I said. Don't forget to grab the div with the result ID. So this is just a hint on how to do one of them. You're going to need to do multiple divs here. Then you have on-click rock, paper, scissors. So this is where what should happen when the user clicks. Well, right when the user clicks, you need to think about what happens. So this function should calculate who won and show it on the screen. So to give you a hint, this function should call upon our getResult function and our showResult function. That's kind of it. Okay, this is what this function will do. All right, and then we have our playGame function. This is going to be a really important function. The name is a little misleading, and I'll kind of explain why. But here's what it should do. Make the RPS. RPS means rock, paper, scissors. So anywhere you see RPS, it means rock, paper, scissors. So make the RPS buttons actively listen for a click and do something once a click is detected. So that's what the function of playGame is. So all it does is just listening here. Okay, it attaches listeners to these. And once you click here, it should run this function right there. When I click here, it should run that function right there. And of course, we pass in the player choice. So if I, let's say, choose rock, yeah, and I click that, then it calls on-click RPS, and then it passes in rock as the player choice. And then vice versa if I choose any of these other ones. And then on-click RPS knows what to do. So I have all the notes here for you, right? So you make sure to use query selector to select all RPS buttons, right? And then I have even step-by-step on how you can do it. Loop through the buttons using a for each loop, add a click event listener to each button. And this is, we can say add an on click. And this is something that we did already with our color app. Okay, remember we had to add event listeners on click to update each button's on click properties to basically listen for a click and then call another function. So refer to that red, green, yellow square app that we did. Okay, cool. So that's what playGame is going to be. And then, and then make sure that in playGame, you also add a listener to this button too. So basically in playGame, all you're really doing is you're just updating the on-click properties of each of these. Okay, that's kind of what happens there. And last, endgame. Endgame is just going to be a function that clears all the text on the DOM. So if I go here and I hit this, it just clears all the text. So it takes all the values that you had initially sets them to empty string or empties them out. Okay, so I hope that, I really believe that you'll be able to do this. We've done every exercise, everything that we've done up until this point preps you for this project. There shouldn't be any concepts that are new, while putting them together is going to be harder. And then there's going to be certain things that are for sure going to be challenging. So don't be upset or frustrated if you don't get this. Honestly, I don't expect you to be able to get it. You'd have to be really, really freaking hyper smart to get this on your first try. When I used to do these projects, I never got these types of projects on my own, like right away in the start. I would give it my best. I would come close, but it wouldn't be working. And then I would actually look at the real code, and then I would go, okay. And then I would try it again. But I would give it an honest try. So make sure that you do give it an honest try and try your hardest before you come and look at the solutions. And the concepts, they'll be covered are like for loops, DOM manipulation, variables, conditionals, template literals, event listeners, higher order functions, and math.random stuff. Okay, so I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this and really give it a try. And then pretty soon we're going to walk through and build this together. Okay, so in the next step will be us actually walking through the entire solution together. But for now, you should stop, take a break, and try to build this together by yourself. All right, see you soon. All right, let's go through and code up rock, paper, scissors together. Let's go. So let's go and do this step by step. All right, and we're gonna walk through and do every single thing together. So this get computer choice function over here, remember we made this function that allowed us to get a random item from an array, right? Fruit item. We're gonna use very similar logic to that. So let's go and say, and I'm coding this live together with you. So if I get stuck in any of these parts, it's live. Yes, I've coded it up before, but now we're doing it from scratch. So we're going to get, so here are the RPS choices. Okay, so we have rock, we have paper, and we have scissors. These are the three choices that are universally available to us, right? And now I'm going to just say, and let's capitalize this R, P, S. Okay. And now we're going to say, we're going to randomly select one. So random choice. Okay. And then here I'm going to do math.random, right? And we're going to multiply that by 3. Just hard code 3 in there because we only have 3 choices. So this will make sure that it gets us a number between 0, 1, 0, and 3. Okay. And then we're going to call math.floor on this. So remember, because math.random is always going to give you some like crazy number, 0.844444 something, right? But when you floor it, it'll just remove all the decimal places and then round it down. So now this should give us 0, 1, and 2. Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. And then all we want to do is let's actually call this random number. And then we're going to do RPS choice, pass in the random number, and then that's it. We should just return that. Okay, so return random number. So if this function, let's see if this function is good to go and if it's working. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call this here. I'm going to say console log. Actually, here's even a cooler way of testing this. So let's just copy this function right over here, copy, paste it in, hit enter. All right, so basically what all we've done is we took this function and pasted the definition inside of our console. And now let's just call computer choice. Let's call it again. Let's call it again. Let's call it again. And you can see that every time it gives us a random choice. Rock, paper, scissors, everything is random, okay? So this function is working correctly. Okay, so I think that's great. Now let's move on to the next function. This is gonna be a little bit of a harder function. Right? This is the get result, and it's going to compute the score. So based on the score that we give it, it's going to say whether you won or you lost. So now what are all the situations where a human draws? This one over here is simple. We're going to say if player choice is, equal to computer choice, well, in that case, we're just going to return a score of, actually, let's have a variable here called score. And we're going to basically just say score equals 0. These are all of our draw situations. So now all of our drawing situations are handled. Now we have our else ifs that we're going to start. Okay, so else if, actually, let's do it this way. We're going to say else if. So now we're going to have a bunch of else ifs. So what are the situations where a human will win? So let's pick a situation where a human will win if a human chooses rock. Then let's pick a situation where a human will win where they pick paper. And then let's pick a situation where a human will win if a human picks scissors. Okay, so those are the 3 different situations. So let's give it a try. So we're going to say if player choice is rock, and make sure to always have everything in title case like this, because if you use lower r somewhere for rock and capital R somewhere else, your entire app is going to break. Okay, so just be consistent with this spelling here everywhere. All right, let's go here and let's give it a try. So computer choice. So rock will beat scissors. So this is situation 1 where a human wins. Now let's try another. Let's see another situation here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and paste this here, right? So we're making all the situations where a human wins, and we're gonna set the score to 1 in this case. Now we're going to have another else if. So I'm just going to copy this and paste that. Okay. And let's actually copy. I'm going to copy this entire thing and paste it again. Copy this entire thing and paste it again. So in the situation of rock, and then we need to handle a situation of paper, and then we need to handle a situation of scissors. So paper, if a human chooses paper, well, what would the computer need to choose in order for the human to win? Let's think about that, right? So if I chose paper, well, paper beats rock. So then we're going to pick rock here. And then scissors beats paper. So we're going to put paper here. So now we've defined all of the conditions where a human wins. So we're done with that. And then the last thing we actually just need to do is define the situation where a human loses. So what we need to do here is just say else score is -1. Okay. So now everything else is a situation where it's reversed, where the computer wins. But we can be really smart and cheeky and just say else here. Okay. Otherwise, you would have to do a bunch of else ifs, and then you would have to basically reverse this and put all the choices where computer wins and manually define each one of them. But if you do it this way, you don't have to define each one of them, right? And then at the end, all we need to do, thanks to this note is pretty much giving away the exact line of code you need to write. Make sure to return the score. Okay, return the score. Now let's take this function and see if we can copy this, and let's see if we can paste this function in the command line. We pasted it, and let's call our function getResult, and I'm going to give it a player choice of rock, and then the computer will be scissors, and let's see what happens. And we get 1. Is that true? Does rock beat scissors? Yes, it does. So we get back 1. Well, what happens if both are rock? 0. So that's perfect. Let's try all these test cases, right? So rock, scissors. We tried rock, rock. Now let's try scissors, rock, and we should lose. Scissors, comma, rock. Make sure to put those quotes, and let's run it. And indeed, we do lose. So all of these test cases that we have written here, right? Check out what we have written out here. So this function is Gucci. This function is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So we're good on the getResult function. Okay, so I think we're good with that. So we finished the did computer choice. We finished getResult. Okay, now let's go through some of our other functions that we're going to be doing as well. Okay, so let's go to our next function, showResult. Well, before we do this, before we just like do showResult kind of in one go, let's just attach our listeners first, because that's going to be the most important thing. Because if I was making this app, the first thing I would do is add listeners, because if I don't add listeners, I'm never going to be able to see really anything happen. So let's go ahead and add listeners. So loop through the buttons using a for each loop. Okay, so let's do that. But first, what I need to do, use query selector to select all RPS buttons. So let's do it. RPS buttons. We're going to say document dot query selector all, and we're going to pass it RPS buttons. Let's go to our HTML file, and if you see here, we have RPS button class, right? Class RPS button, class RPS button. So it's not plural, it's singular. And let's just see if we can actually console log this out. So let's go ahead and console log RPS button. Okay, and here we are calling the play game function. So if I hit run, everything should run. And there we go. We're seeing that we're getting 3 HTML button elements, which is exactly what we expected, right? And now you can either manually attach a listener to each one of them. So you could do RPS buttons, 0.onClick, and we could say, just console log the value. We could do that. RPS button 0, right? And then you can just do dot value. So this would be a way of hard coding it, but that's not what we want to do. So when we click rock, it does detect that we're clicking rock. When I click paper, it doesn't work. When I click scissors, nothing works, right? So let's go ahead and now do what the instructions say here. So it says use a loop to go through them. So I'm going to say RPS buttons dot for each. So that will allow me to loop. And for each button, okay, RPS button, I'm going to do something. So for each RPS button, we're going to add an event listener. So let's go ahead and do that now. For each button, on click, we're basically going to say, hey, every time I click you, I want you to call the on click RPS function. Okay. And then step 4 is make sure to pass the currently selected RPS button as an argument. Okay. So, or the currently selected. So basically, if I click this, then I need to pass this to on click RPS. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to basically pass it the value of that. So we're going to say RPS button dot value. So loop through the buttons, go through them, and then for each button, give it this function. Okay. And now if I hit run here and I click, nothing is going to happen right now. But let's go to our on click function. And here I'm just going to say console log. And we're just going to say console log player choice. So let's hit run, let's hit, and now you can see every time I click rock, it prints it out. When I click paper, it prints it out. When I click scissors, it prints it out as well. So now the RPS button loop is doing what I want it to do. And I'm going to just remove all of these notes because I don't need them anymore, because we just essentially did all of this that it was asking. Okay. And yeah, so play game button is done. On click is detecting the click. So that is good. Now what I can do with the on click is we have the computer choice already ready to go, right? And we already have the get results function. So we can pretty much play rock, paper, scissors, at least in the command line. Like we're pretty much done with rock, paper, scissors here. So I'm going to basically say, let's get computer choice, get comp choice, or computer choice, and we're going to call that computer choice function. So let's try it. Get computer choice, and then let's just console log our computer choice. Okay. So now we should have, and what we'll do is put it as an object. So then it'll tell us like what's the computer choice and what's the player choice. So let's run this. I'm going to click. And you can see player choice is rock and computer choice is scissors. I'll click again. This time player choice is rock, computer choice is paper. I'll click here. I click this one right now. So it says our choice was paper, computer choice was rock. So our get computer choice function is working correctly. That's really good. Okay. Well, now since we have player choice and computer choice, guess what? We don't even need to see how this get result function works. We just need to call it now, baby, and have it return the score. That's it. So let's go and do const score, and we're going to just say get result. And we're going to pass it the player choice, but make sure you pass it in the right order. And we're going to pass it the computer choice. All right. And then we're just going to console log the score here. Okay. And, make sure to just put it as an object so it just looks nice. Let's hit run. Boom, look at that. Player choice is rock, computer choice is paper, and the score is -1, meaning we lost, right? Because paper beats rock. Let's run it again. We chose paper, computer chose rock, paper beats rock, so we won this time. Let's choose scissors, and we lost because we chose scissors and the computer chose rock, and we lost. Let's try scissors again, and we won because we chose scissors, the computer chose paper, and the score is +1, meaning that we won. Okay, fantastic. So guys, the whole thing is working, you guys. This is really, really exciting. Now, the only things that are left are we need to keep track of the overall score of the game. So every time the score updates, we need to actually keep track of that score and increment it. Now, what we could do is we could actually create an object to actually keep track of both of those scores. And we could put that object all the way at the top. Why are we putting it all the way at the top? So every single function can have access to it because it's like a database. Okay, so it will have all our scores. So we'll say const scores. Okay, and then this will have computer score. Okay, and it'll start off with 0, and then it'll have player score, and that will start off with 0. Let's give it a more descriptive name, and let's call it total score. Okay, so this will be the total, and we will update it depending on, you know, whether the computer wins or the player wins, right, or the human wins. And where will we do this? Well, what we can actually do is we can do this inside of our get result function. Okay. So we can actually update this object right over here directly. So inside of our get result function, you could pass it the total score, right? And then we could actually do that, update that. So I'm going to say total score. Let's pass it in. I changed my mind. Let's not do it in there because this function is very pure. Let's not pollute it with other things. And this happens very commonly. You know, as a developer, you go back and forth a lot because it's normal to kind of go back and forth and then decide, you know what, I'm going to leave my code clean because then otherwise this function is going to have too many dependencies and it's going to be kind of annoying. So let's leave that as is. We're going to update this total score after we get it, right? So let's say that I on click, I get the computer choice, I get the score. Well, then I update the score based off of that. Okay, so I'm gonna basically go and say, get the total score, and we're gonna grab the player score, and we're gonna increment it by whatever score. Whatever we get as a score. Okay, so this way, for now, we'll just keep track of the player score. You don't really need to keep track of the computer score. I will leave that to you to implement as a challenge. Okay, but for now, we'll just keep track of the player score and increment the player score. Okay, and then let's console log total score. And now let's play this game. So rock. So player score is -1. Let's play rock again. So now this time we won, right? So last game we lost. The player score became -1. This game we won. All right, now all that's left to do is updating the DOM to actually show you won or you lost or you drew. So let's go to our show result function. This is where we're going to be doing DOM manipulation, right? We have a couple of different scenarios. We have a scenario where we could say we lost, right? So if score is -1, then do something. Else if score is 0, then do something, right? Else if score is 1, or we could just say else, do something. Right? So in this case, if we won, then what we want to say is you lose. Okay. In this situation, we would want to say you drew, or it's a tie or something, right? So let's put double quotes, and now we'll say it's a tie. And here we can say you won. Now we need to do something with these strings because right now we're not telling the computer to do anything, right? So we're going to create, we're going to get the divs. So let's get the result div. And this is going to be, we're going to get this by doing document.getElement by ID. And I believe the ID is called result. Let's go take a look. And we have result here. Okay, we have result. We have player hands, and then we have player score. Okay, hands, and then player score. Okay, let's go back. hands div is going to be document.getElement by ID, and we're going to do hands. And I believe this div player score, we're also going to need that. So let's go const player score div, and document.getElement by ID player score. Okay, just like that. In a case where we lose, right, what we actually want to do is we want to say result div.inner text. Want to set that to you lose. And then we're going to do the same thing here and the same thing here. Okay. So let's see what happens now. Let's give it a try. So I'll run this. We win. And I'm not seeing anything yet. So let's go and debug what the problem is. So result div, let's make sure that this result div is the actual div that we want. So I'm going to console log, or actually, I don't think we're calling the function show result anywhere. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So remember, on click RPS, what it should do is calculate who won and show it on screen, right? So line 74 calculates who won, right? Then we update the total score. And then we want to show on the screen who won. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'll do it at the bottom here. And we'll call our show result function. And it has a couple of arguments. And you can see it's telling us it has the argument of score. What other arguments do we have? Let's go check. Let's go check. Player choice and computer choice. So we're going to give it the player choice. And then we're going to give it the computer choice. There we go. Player choice, computer choice. Okay. That's effectively it. That's all what we need to do here. So let's give it a try now. Run it. Boom. And it says you lose. And is that true that we lost? Right? We got a score of -1. Let's try again. You won. And now look, it says the score is 1, so I win. And then the total overall game score, right? The total score, it says is 0. Player score is 0 now because we won. And now it's a tie. So everything remains 0, 0, 0. Let's run again. I lost. Goes back down to -1. Right now, I won a bunch of times. Dang, my score is just getting worse and worse. Okay, all good. So our score is working the way that we want it to work, right? So what we want to do next is at the end, we also want to update the scores. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's update the score div now. Or actually let's do hands first because that's really important. So we're going to say hands div dot inner text, right? And it's whatever the choices are, that the player choice and computer choice. So I'm going to say player choice versus computer choice. Okay, let's run this and let's see what happens. Rock versus scissors. Paper versus rock. Scissors versus rock. Okay, so that's working. But it's not really easy to tell which one is the human choice and which one is a bot choice. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put an emoji here and an emoji there. So here I'm just going to make a person emoji. And then for this, I'm just going to make a robot emoji. Let's run this. Now when I click, you can see that it shows a robot emoji, a human emoji and a robot emoji, right? And then all we need to do is just make sure that the score shows up like here, right? Score should show up there. So let's go ahead and do that now. And I'm going to access the player score div and grab its inner text. Right, and then we're just gonna get the total score, and we're gonna set that total score to yeah, that's actually it. I don't even think we have to do anything. The total score should just be this, and we should be good. So let's run this now. So it's bringing the total score as an object because it is an object. So we actually just want the player choice score. So player score. Let's run it. Oops, undefined. So why is that undefined? Let's see. Player score, not player choice. Run. Boom. -1. Boom. -2. Right? If you want to make this fancier or whatever, you could put this inside of template literals and you could say your score or something along those lines if you wanted to, right? You could say your score, say 1 2 0 1, whatever. And there you go. Now let's open this up in a full tab, right? And let's take a look at this. Let's play this game. Click. Rock versus rock, it's a tie. Click again. Rock versus scissors, you won. Rock versus rock, it's a tie. I picked rock, computer picked paper, I lost, right? And my score is being updated automatically. Let's just play a ton of games and let's see what happens. All right, we're getting on a... Ooh, we lost a lot of games there. Right, so there we go. So the computer is doing a good job, and but we beat the computer, right? That's what matters. We won at the end. So let's go back, and now if I hit the red, nothing happens. So we just have to make the red button work. So first, let's do the following. So we're gonna say const endgame button, and we're gonna say document dot get elements by ID, and I think it's endgame button if I'm not mistaken. So let's go back. Let's look. And I have a button. I gave it ID of endgame button. So let's go back here and we're going to say endgame button just like this. All right. And we just need to connect it. So we got to go endgame button dot on click, and on click, we just want to run our endgame function. That's it. Okay. And in our endgame function, what needs to happen is it should just clear all the score. So in our endgame function, we're going to grab our total score. Okay, let's actually pass a total score. Total score right here. That's just to signify that we're passing it the total score, okay? So we're signifying that we're passing this. That's why we're making it a dependency. And we're getting the total score because it's a global variable that our entire app has access to this total score. Okay. So this function is going to take total score, and it's going to set the total score of the player score to 0. And then we're also going to set the computer score to 0 here. And we're also going to just erase everything that we see on the DOM. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab all of our divs. I'm going to copy them from here. I'm going to paste these divs here. And then we're going to grab their inner text and set it to empty. Right? And then we're going to do that for both of the other divs. So paste, double click copy, double click paste, double click copy, double click paste. And that should make everything empty. So I think this should be good for the endgame function. So let's go ahead and try this. Run it. Play, hit the red button, and everything clears up. Run, hit end. And you can see that everything is working. Okay. Perfect. So there you go. This is your entire app, right? Let's go and try it. The entire app is working. Hit the red button. It stops, starts again. Okay. So the challenge for you is see if you could add player score, and then computer score, and see if you can see if both of those get updated as you play the game, right? That would probably be the best version of this app if you can make that work. That'd be really nice. And with that said, we're essentially done with this. So all you got to do now is try copying all of the code here. So Command A, Command C, or Control A and Control C. go back to the exercises that, where you were working on this JavaScript course REPL. So go back to that. And then go to this exercise folder, go to script.js, right? And see what happens if you paste your entire code over this. Okay, so if you paste your code over this and you hit run and you go to rock, paper, scissors, project exercises, your game should run. Okay, just like that. So I'm going to Command Z and undo all of this. All right, there we go. So you should be able to paste it in here, and I recommend that you do, so then you have this fully working. Okay, and then if you want to delete all the comments, you can from this to kind of make it a lot cleaner. But at this point, right, the whole thing is you've done pretty much the whole thing. I'm going to remove all these console logs from here just so you could see this in an easy to see way. Like this on-click function, you'll realize is the main function, right? It's the entire kind of game logic that happens here. And we get the computer choice. We already have the player choice. We compute the result based on player choice and computer choice. We update the scoreboard. And then we show that score on the screen. So this is like the main logic of the game, right? This is where your main logic is happening. So I hope that this totally made sense. You understood every single step-by-step parts of this. And this was a lot of fun for me to show you. I hope it was fun for you to actually learn this and you enjoyed it. With that said, I love your beautiful face and I'll see you shortly. Time to learn APIs or how to get pictures of random dogs every single time. I'll refresh again, and different dog, different times. Do you want to make this? Well, guess what? You're going to need to learn how APIs work. And don't worry, we're going to keep it bare bones, very simple, easy to get started. So that way you can learn and not be confused on what is going on. Now, in order to learn about this, let's go ahead and code this up together from scratch. So hit Command T and let's go to replit.com. All right. So this is a platform where you can code super easily, right? If you've been coding along thus far, just choose HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and the app will be up and running right away. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And for the name, we're just going to say Dog API Playground. Okay, this is just for fun, and we're just going to test this out. Okay, now it's going to give me a random index.html file, a script file, and style. And script is already connected with index. For example, if I do console.log and I say hello, it's going to show that hello right there. All we're going to do here is let's add in a random div. I'm just going to say div, and we're going to say ID. For ID, maybe I'm just going to say dog image or something like that. And then we're going to give it an inner HTML of image like this. Okay, you'll see why this is important because we're going to manipulate this from our script file. Okay, so let's go grab dog image. Now, let's just play with the APIs first. Okay, so the URL that we're going to need for this is this one right over here. Okay, https://dog.ceo/API/breed/image/random. Now, for you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add this to the playground. So you'll have access to this. Okay, so I'm going to create API section over here. Okay, we're going to say APIs. So if you're watching this JavaScript tutorial, you'll be able to get access to this URL. Okay, so this is for the dog API, right? I'll just say dog API. Cool. So you can go ahead inside of here and copy this. Okay, let's go to our brand new REPL that we had created. And in here, we're just gonna get access to this. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to fetch this. So we're simply just going to say fetch, and we're going to pop in that URL that we got. So copy this URL, paste it in here. Now, there are certain new concepts that I'm going to teach you, but let's just go one step at a time. Okay, right now, I kind of want you to just follow along with me, and we'll code this up, and then worry about what it actually does in just a second. So I'm going to say dot then. All right. And this dot, I'll put it here, dot then. But this is the same as if you wrote it all in the same line, by the way. So 8 being on line 5 here or here is actually the same thing. But it's just that I don't want this line to run infinitely long. So I'm just going to hit enter here so it breaks it off into separate lines. Now we're going to get back a response, and I'm going to say, hey, return to me response.json. I know this is confusing right now, but we'll walk through it in a second. And then I'm going to say, hey, get me that JSON. Okay, and I'm just going to have you console log that JSON. All right, so let's run this and let's see what happens, if anything at all. And would you look at that? What my code is doing is going to this API, meaning there, what is an API? There's some data somewhere in the cloud, somebody else is hosting it, and we're grabbing access to it and bringing it into our app. This way we can be lazy and we don't need our own database and we don't need to figure out how to get random dog images. As long as you have access to this link or this API, it will automatically get you a different dog image every single time. So now I'm gonna, and there's examples of lots of different apps that you could use their API. So you could use a movie API, and then all of a sudden you could build like a movie app without needing every single movie, which is millions of them, right? You don't need access to them. You can actually get access to them through a database that allows you to do that. All right, so right now I am actually getting a random dog image every single time over here, okay? And we're console logging it out. So let's go ahead and copy it. To prove it, I'm gonna hit Command T, Command V, and I'm gonna paste it in the browser. And you can see that I actually got a real image, right? It's a cute puppy. I have an English bulldog as well, so it's kind of cute. I like dogs. So here I'm fetching this data, and then once you fetch it, you have to do something to it right away. So this is where this dot then thing comes in. So whenever you see this dot then thing, this is talking about promises. Okay, so promises is this like weird, confusing concept in JavaScript because this leads you into asynchronous programming. And all that basically means is up until now you were writing, regular scripts. You had this like list of instructions that you would have the computer do. Like you would say, hey, run this for loop, then go to this array and grab this, then do this with that array, then filter that Johnny Depp net worth and show me the different actors. That was like synchronous code, meaning it runs line by line. When you're dealing with getting data from somewhere else, like from a third-party website, all of a sudden your code isn't synchronous anymore, meaning that your code doesn't run linearly anymore. So here is an example of this, okay? Let me see if I need to zoom in more. That's good for now. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to say console log, say yo, and I'm going to paste that right underneath this, and we're going to run this. And you can see that this did not run linearly, right? So here, let's prove this, right? So I'm going to delete that hello at the top. So run first, and then this should run third, right? Because what should happen is, and you would imagine that this console log here would run second. So I'm just going to say comma, or actually let's do it here. And I'm just going to say run second. All right. So what should happen is this console log should run first. This over here should run, this console log should run second. And then this console log should run third. But when I hit run, watch what happens, right? Run first and run third ran first, and then run second showed up. So what is happening? Well, we make a request to this URL. So that's the same as if I pasted this, right? You saw how this takes a second to actually show you a new dog image link, right? It takes a few seconds. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So it takes about 1 to 2 seconds. Whereas this code right here runs almost instantly, okay? So what JavaScript decides to do is it says, hey, I'm going to run everything that I already know. So it already knows this, it runs it. It already knows this, it runs it. But this information over here, right, this takes maybe 2 seconds. So let's write 2 seconds right here. Okay, that takes 2 seconds. Once that takes 2 seconds and gets resolved, right, this returns to us as a JavaScript promise. So we just get back, we're like, okay, we got the data back. These .thens, what they do is we go, okay, once we get that data back, then I want to turn that data into JSON. Okay, so we'll talk about what JSON actually means. So this is step one, right? And then what we do with this is we console log that JSON. So this is step two. And I know this is really weird notation with this .thens, but you'll get used to it after some point when you start learning more and more about like APIs and asynchronous programming. Or for now, just like kind of memorize it, that whenever you have to do fetch, you do these two .thens every single time, and you pretty much can copy paste this exact type of code every single time you do a API request. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, and these are functions. So I'm just basically saying, hey, then, you know, grab the response and turn it into a JSON. And what JSON does is JSON turns the data essentially to this object type of format that you see here, right? So you have message, and then you have the URL. And then there's another key. So we have one key with the message, which is the actual image for the dog. And then we have another key, which is status, which tells you whether it was successful or not. And then that object ends, right? So that JSON is really just an object with two keys inside of it, message and status. That's what this is, you know, getting back. And then once we get that back, we go ahead and console log it out. This .then runs whenever this promise here resolves. Okay, now watch what happens if I, let's say, cut this, right? I'd remove those lines and I just say console log, and we run this. Let's run this, and you notice it just says promise. What the heck is that, right? I can't really do anything with the promise. The promise is a really weird thing, but when I bring that back, now something happens. So whenever you're dealing with promises, if you just call this, it's going to give you a promise, but you have to do a .then and this other .then, these two .thens chain together to pull that data out after your code runs and waits for 2 seconds. So this is an example of like asynchronous programming, and it's a complicated way of just saying like stuff you have to wait for. This over here is stuff you don't have to wait for. Right? This is literally, that's literally all that means. Okay? Stuff you gotta wait, stuff you don't have to wait for, stuff you have to wait for. And when you have stuff you have to wait for, you have to do these .thens. That's when you use them, okay? And then they just call them these like fancy names that confuse you, like promises, asynchronous programming. In your head, honestly, between you and I, don't use those words, okay? In your head, just like use simpler words so you can understand it, but like learn these words because they're going to be helpful for you when you're Googling things, right? How do promises work? How do you do asynchronous programming with JavaScript? But like for yourself, just go, is this stuff do I need to wait for? Is this like a URL or a database thing that I'm doing? Yes. I probably need to wait a few seconds to get that data. Yes. Okay, then I just know that I'm going to need to do .thens. Google how to do a fetch API request. Google how do I deal with promises. Google how to get a JSON file from a promise. All right, so that's where your Google skills come in, and Stack Overflow, you go there and you get the information that you actually need. All right, so hopefully this part over here makes sense to you, and we're retrieving the data. Now we want to take this further. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to do this, right? And then we want to actually update our, this right over here. Okay, we want to update this right over here. And we want to like put the dog image here. So the new dog image that we're getting. All right, so let's do this. Once we get that JSON back right here, then what we can do is once we get it back, then we go ahead and update this DOM right over here, right? And put the dog image. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm gonna remove this console log here, and we're gonna go right there. I'm just gonna say console log JSON, right? And let's run this. And this is the JSON that I'm getting, and I can see that this JSON is just an object. So if I actually did JSON.message, I should get the contents of that message. So I should get this URL right over here. All right, so let's go ahead and try that. So I'm gonna say JSON message, and you can see that I'm getting that like specific URL that we need. Yeah. All right, now that I know I'm pulling this data, all I have to do is just update this dog image div and change its inner HTML to a different image. Okay, so let's go ahead and get access to this. So I'm going to go back boom. And I'm just going to say, const get or dog image. And it's going to say document dot get element by ID. And I'm going to pass in this ID, right? And then all we're going to do here is dot inner HTML. And let's do template literals here. And I'm going to say image, set the source for the image. And the source for the image is going to be json.message. All right. And then we'll just end this image tag right there. So this should do the trick. Let's try it. I have a broken image. So interesting. What's happening here? Do I need to put quotes around this? Let's give that a try. Okay. Boom. There you go. So now you can see our dog images. Oh, that's a cute dog. Look at that. Man, I love Pomeranians. I just think they're so cute. Oh, that is cute. Look at these guys just playing. Run, right? Every single time you run it, you should now just be getting a new dog image, right? So this is working. Now their sizes are kind of different and a little bit all over the place. So in order to make sure that we have a size that we actually like, what we can just say is I can pass the height and width properties. Okay, so we can say height is 100 and width is 100. Let's try running it now. And you'll see that we'll always get an image of this exact size every single time. But maybe we can make it 300 and 300. That way it'll be big, but it won't like completely blow out of proportion, right? So there we go. So 300 by 300 is not a bad one. And so you could do that. Okay, so this is just like a really bare bones starting example of APIs. And like that quickly, you have an up and running app. This is nice. Like if you had to do this by yourself, you know how much work that would take? You would have to collect infinite dog photos manually. You'll have to download all of them. Then you would need like a file with like hundreds of dog photos. And then your code would need to like go through that file manually and like randomly select a dog and then show that dog. And then you have to keep that dog thing updated. And it's like so much work. But here, somebody's doing that for you with the random dog images that they have collected. And all you get to do is just hit the run button every single time and get a different freaking dog. That's nice. Now what we could do is instead of making this app where every single time you have to like refresh this app and get a new dog image, that's kind of like lame. Let's make it so we have a button that says like get new dog or get dog or something like that. And then every single time we click that, we get a new dog. Okay, so you have enough information to be able to kind of do this yourself. So if you want to challenge yourself, you could try it. But if you don't and you just kind of want to follow along, that's all right too, because we will have some exercises coming up for you. Okay, so you don't have to kill yourself here. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into a function. Okay, in my mind, I'm thinking about it like this. I want to turn this piece of code into a function. And what I want to happen is I want this piece of code to run only when I click the button. And every time I click the button, this piece of code should run. All right. So let's go ahead and add a button right underneath this. Okay. So this button can be added by going into HTML, hitting index.html right here. And right underneath here, we can say button get new dog. Let's give it an ID of dog button. Okay, let's run. And now we should have a get new dog button. Okay, cool. Now, what we want to do is I just want to say, hey, every time I click that button, so let's go grab that dog button. Okay, so I'm going to say const dog button equals document dog get elements by ID. I'm going to say dog button. Okay, and here I'm going to say dog button dot on click. And we're going to set its on click to just say you clicked get new dog. Okay, so it's just going to say like, hey, I noticed that you click get new dog. Okay, so click it, click it, click it, click it. Every single time I click it, you'll notice that at the bottom right here, it says get new dog, right? So it is working. Click, 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 click. Okay, perfect. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's detecting the click. Now what I want to do is I want to run this fetch request on click. So let's wrap this bad boy inside of a function. So I'm going to say const get new dog. Okay, and we're going to turn this into a function, and we'll do it like this, and I'll take this code and I'll paste it in here. Let's format it so it looks beautiful. Nice. So now what this is doing, there's a function called getNewDog. When we call it, it fetches this data, it fetches this URL, gets a response, like console logs a response, right? And then it like updates the image. Now we don't even need this console log here, so I'll just remove it. So all this does is gets the URL and then updates the image with the new dog thing. All right, and here what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and call that function. So I'm just gonna say get new dog like this, and we're gonna call this function. Okay, let's run it, run our app, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say get new dog, and boom, it just got us a new dog. Let's hit it again, get new dog, boom, got us a new dog. Get new dog, right? That is so nice. And now that dog button, every time I click it, that button is doing the work for us, and we don't have to like kind of do anything, right? That's nice. If we want, we could put that button at the top as well. So what we could do is let's go to index.html. I'll take this button from here. I'll kind of move it at the top right there. And then this hello world, I'll just completely remove it. So if we go to our app, we have get new dog right at the top. You click it, you get a new dog. You click it again, you get a new dog again. If you want, you could give everything kind of a margin, but we don't really need to do that for this. We can just keep this app. Oh, that is cute. I have an English Bulldog that very similar to this. Yeah, she's adorable. She has huge paws, man. So yeah, so this get new dog thing is working kind of honestly how we want it to. And it's really kind of straightforward. So not too complicated, honestly. Like it works, it makes sense. And what I'll do for you is I'll take this lesson, right, and turn it into a lesson in our main like JavaScript app that we were working on. And I'll put it in here for you. So then like you can actually go through this APIs lessons, right? So, okay, I'll make a new folder. That way it's like clear, it's like dog related, right? And then in here, I'm just going to add an index.html file. I'll also add a script.js file. And then you don't really need a style sheet for this because there's not much style. So we'll paste the JavaScript code that we wrote. We'll go back to this app and I will grab the index.html. I'll copy this and we'll go ahead and paste that index.html code in here for dog random. So what's nice about this now is right over here on the right hand side, right, you'll have under lessons, you'll have API lesson for get random dog. You'll be able to click it. Other people will be able to see that you made this too. And you can just hit get new dog and it'll get a new dog every single time. And then in order to like actually see the code for this app, you can go ahead on the left hand side, go into API, go into dog random, and boom, you'll see it right here. So this code is like the solution is there for you if you need it. This is going to be the little project that we just made, okay? And then we're going to like do more practice stuff with APIs, okay? So we're going to get to it right now, but hopefully like this app makes sense for you so far. All right, now we're going to build another app with APIs, and this is going to be a superhero one, and you should try to kind of make a little bit of it yourself as we go along, but there are going to be certain concepts in here that might be new, for example, like access tokens. But this superhero API app is going to do the following. Every time you click get new hero, it's going to randomly select the hero, show you that hero's intelligence or durability or attack power or speed or something along those lines, like stats, you know? So for example, if you typed in get random hero, it might bring up Batman. Or if you typed in another hero, it might bring up, let's say, Spider-Man. And so you should be able to do that with this app. Now, if we want to really take this app to the next level, you can try making it where you can type in the name of the hero like Batman and hit enter, and it should automatically pop up Batman's image, and it should show Batman's stats or maybe his biography. And then every single time you type in a new person and say get hero, it automatically does that every single time. Okay, so this is what we're going to code up. Let's go ahead and do this together. Step number one, go to superheroapi.com. it should bring you to this page where it says get all superheroes and villains data from all universes under a single API. All right. So now here's what you need for this. You're going to need, it's going to generate an access token for you. So you're going to need to connect it with your Facebook. If you don't have a Facebook, go ahead and create one. It's free. Make a dummy one, come here, connect it. Okay. So do that. And then you'll have a account access token. Okay. So once you log in with Facebook, this token is going to be important because without this token, this API will not work. So make sure you have that. And then what you're going to need is this URL right here. Okay. This is going to be your base URL. Then for this API, there are a couple of other things that are helpful to know for you is how this API will work is you'll need to either pass in the ID of the hero or you're going to need to search that hero. Okay. So if I, for example, go here, you can find the character IDs here. You'll be able to go here and see all the heroes, right? So you have Ethan Hunt, you have Evil Deadpool, you have Spider-Man right over here, right? You have Batman, Hawkeye, you have Thanos. So you have all these heroes. And so either you pass in their ID. So for example, you saw that the ID was 245. So what that basically means is what your URL will look like is the following. So you'll have https://superheroapi.com/API/whatever your token is. So I'm going to go ahead and copy my token. And then we're going to go ahead and paste this. Oh, sorry. Let's go ahead and do this. So, right. So api.com/API/ whatever. Just imagine that says your access token right here. Okay. Your access token / you're going to type in ID / whatever hero that you want. So let's say 245 or whatever it is. Okay. Now, if I try to go to this URL, let's see what happens. And let's make sure I bring my access token and I'm going to replace this part with my access token. Let's hit enter and let's see if we get anything, if it works at all. All right. You actually just say 245 here, just like that. Okay. So let's try that. And you can see that I'm actually getting the data back on Ethan Hunt. And I have power stats on him. So his intelligence is 75. Strength is pretty low, 11. Speed is kind of low. Durability is low, but then like combat is pretty high, right? Ethan Hunt. And then he has a place of birth, which is Wisconsin. I did not know that. Okay. His height is 5'6". What's his occupation? He's an agent. He's a training officer. And yeah, and then here's his image. So I can actually click that image and boom, it shows me. Okay, apparently it's Tom Cruise. Okay, that's what I expected. So let's go back here. So this is the basic, this is a call, like a sample call reference. Okay, so this is going to be useful for you. And now we can actually just start coding this up. So let's go ahead, open a new REPL. So let's go to replit.com, okay. And then just go ahead and choose that HTML, CSS, JavaScript one. That's the one we want. And we're going to say superhero API. Okay, let's go. Cool. And in here, we're going to do kind of a similar thing, but this time we're going to say get superhero. We're just going to create a function right from the start. All right. And then we'll just say hello. And we'll just call this function. Let's just to make sure that this function is working. And make sure to put an equal sign here and run this. Okay. Now it should say hello at the bottom right there. And you don't actually even need to do console log here. Just run this because it already has a console log. And you can see that we're getting back hello. Perfect. So seems like our get superhero function, we created it, we are able to call it. Now, inside of this function, what I actually want to do is I want to make that fetch request. So remember that fetch request we made earlier? You can pretty much go ahead for dog random and look at it, and your fetch request is going to be very similar to that. All right, so remember it's fetch, you pass in the URL, and then you do these .thens. So let's go ahead and do that now, okay? So I'm gonna basically say fetch, and let's put that reference URL there so we can see it at all times. And now I'm going to basically use the URL, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna paste. And character ID here is going to be, let's just say 245 because that's Ethan Hunt. And for access token, I'm going to go back and copy the access token. So copy, and let's paste it in place of that where it says access token. Okay, replace that with just whatever your token is. And this is what you should have. Now, one really key hack that I'm going to show you here is make sure to put .php here. If you don't put that, this will not work. I know it's pretty weird, but this is a weird hack that I had to kind of find around it. And it's just for the superhero API, okay? You don't ever need to do API.php like that. Okay, so there we go. This should get the Ethan Hunt guy. And then we just need to do the two .thens that we've talked about. So I'm going to say response, get the response as a JSON. And then we need to do something with that response. We're going to say .then. Once you get that, we're going to say JSON, and we're going to say console log that JSON. Okay, so with fetch requests, you can pretty much copy paste these lines almost every single time. And then fetch, of course, is just going to fetch. That's not going to change. The only thing that's really going to change is what goes in here. Okay, so I'm going to hit run on this, and let's see if anything works. And boom, look at that. We are getting Ethan Hunt. We're getting that data right over here, just as we want it to. Okay, so we get response success. ID is 245. Name is Ethan Hunt, and then we're getting all the power stats. That's perfect, right? Now, if I wanted to get any one of these specific things, I could do let's say either .id or .name. Let's say I just did .name, and let's run this. I should just get back Ethan Hunt. Okay, if I ran and I looked at this and I wanted power stats, right? I could do JSON.powerstats, and that should get me back just the power stats. And then I believe image should get you the image. Yep. Right. And then you will have to do .url to get the actual URL out of that, because it's an object within an object. Okay. And now we have access to the URL. And if you use an image tag, you can actually then pop that up on the screen there. So what we'll do in order to attach that image to basically your app is I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to say, hey, get the document query selector. All right. And we're going to query select and grab the body tag. So that's this tag right here. All right. I'm going to grab the body tag, and then to the body tag, let's add something. So I'm just going to say plus equals. Okay. And we're just going to write I don't know, hi or goodbye, something like that. Let's run this. Oh, we want to make sure we do .inner HTML here. So let's do .inner HTML. Let's run this. And you can see that all we did here is we just appended goodbye right there. Okay. If you don't do plus equals and you just do this, it will replace everything that's inside of the body and replace it with goodbye. And that's not what we want, right? We just want to attach that. So watch this, right? So this Ethan Hunt that we're getting, we have the image here. So just go ahead and copy that. Okay. Right click, copy that. And if I go const image, I'll just paste that there. It's that long URL. Okay. So now what I can do is I can just attach that image to the HTML body. Okay. So what I can say is I can just go I have image tag, right? And then this image tag will have a source, and this source is going to be the image that we have. Okay, let's make this a template literal, so we can then write JavaScript in there. All right, boom, boom, boom. There we go. So we have this, so image, and then just end this like that. Cool. So image, we gave it a source. And this is going to be the Ethan Hunt image, and it's kind of hard coded here. All right, let's put this maybe in strings. Is that what that wants? Yeah, that's kind of weird, huh? It wants that in strings, even though it already is in strings. So kind of weird, but whatever. we're going to go ahead and do that. And now you can see that this image is popping out, and it's actually not Ethan Hunt. I apologize. It's Amazo, right? But if I change this hero here, then I could get a different image. But yeah, so if I run this, I'm just going to get that Amazo image every single time. Okay, so this is apparently what Amazo looks like. I mean, I didn't even know that, right? And we're going to give this a height and width too. So let's go ahead and do height is 200, and then we're going to say width is 200. Now, in order to make this dynamic, I want you to try it, because right now, every time I run this, and even if I pass in a different hero, let's say I put in 245 and I'm actually putting in Ethan Hunt, notice that it's still going to give me Amazo. So see if you could change something here in this function where it could update this image dynamically. Okay, so give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and now give this a try together. So I am getting back this data, but I'm just console logging it. So instead of console logging it, what I want to do is I want to grab the body and I want to add all of this to the body. Okay, so this is what I want to do. So I'm going to cut this because I don't need that there. I'm going to remove this console. Well, you can keep that console log for now. I'll keep that console log. And I'm just going to say, hey, get me the JSON and then just add that image. Now, instead of using this hard-coded image, what we're basically going to do is we're going to grab this image right over here. So remember, we're going to need to do json.image, and then that'll give us this object right here. And then we're going to need to do .url to get access to then this URL right here, that key. Okay, so let's go here and we're going to say json.image.url, just like this. So now I can remove that hard-coded image that I had. Let's run this and let's see if that works. And boom, I got Ethan Hunt. Let's run it again. Let's go here to our HTML, and I don't want to say hello world here anymore. I want to actually say a button that just says get new hero, and we'll make that work later. And for bonus points, you should try to make that work yourself, okay, before we even do anything else. Perfect. And I'll just add a new break line. Okay, this just like breaks things onto a new line, and then that way the get new hero button always stays at the top. So let's get back to our script and watch what happens. If I pass in 20 and run it, now it's going to get me Amaro's image. If I run 40 and run it, it's going to get me this guy, whoever that is. Let's hit 60. And it's running me, that looks like Bane. Is that Bane? He looks epic. Yeah, that's Bane. That's sick. And his relative is apparently King Snake, who's his father. Yo, I didn't know that. That's lit. That is super cool. Man, Bane is a badass. Now, see if you can make this get new hero button work. So every single time I click it, I want to be able to get a new hero every single time. So I want you to pause this video, give this a try on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and try to do this together. It's all right if you didn't get this. I'm proud of you for trying, and I hope you tried. Because you'd only be cheating yourself if you didn't. All right, so let's do basically what we did for that dog app, right? So we have our button, and what we want to do is let's go give that button an ID. Well, we only have one button, so I can be kind of lazy here, and I can just select this button. I can query select this button, but is that a good way of doing it? Not really, right? Like that's... No, I don't want to give you guys bad habits. So let's just say ID, new hero button. Let's just say that. Let's go into our script, and we're going to get access to this button kind of up top here. I'm just going to const hero button, new hero button, and I'm going to say document.get element by ID, paste in that new hero button. And so whenever that button runs, I want to run this function here. So I'm going to say console.log. New hero button, and I'm going to say on click, run me this thing, get superhero. And that's it. So now when I run this app, everything should be empty. When I hit get new hero, it should run. But every single time I run it, it's going to keep making a new request, but it's going to get me the same hero every single time. So get new hero, get new hero, get new hero, get new hero. It's getting me the same exact hero, but every single time. And that's not what we want. We want a different hero every single time. And so now I'm going to give you another piece of this exercise, okay? Try this on your own. So see if you can make it where it randomly picks a hero. Okay, remember that array exercise that we did where we picked random? Remember when we were making that color app, right? Fruits app, and we picked a random fruit. Remember when we did rock, paper, scissors, and the computer chooses rock, paper, scissors randomly? All right, so you're gonna need to use some of that knowledge to pull this off. This one is gonna be a little tricky, but I think if you really tried, you could make this number where it's random. Now, if you need a hint, if you don't need a hint, you can pause this video, try it on your right now. If you need a hint, what I'll tell you is this number is not going to be between 3 like it is for rock, papers, and scissors. This number is going to be between 1 and all the way till 731 because that's how many heroes they have. So you're going to need to put a number between 1 and 731 in here. So it should either go 1 or 731 or some number in between, but never lower than 1 and never higher than 731. Okay, so you need to make a function that can do that. All right, so take 5 seconds right now. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're gonna do this now. Const random. I'm gonna create a function called random hero, and basically what this function is going to do is we know that there are 731 heroes, okay? So const number of heroes is 731. And what I basically want to do is I want to do math.random. Okay, so let's also open this up in the shell, in our console and give this a try. All right, so let's go here, and actually I'll clear this up so you can see this nice and at the top. So let's say I do math.random, and we multiply this by 731. Now notice that I'll always get a number between 0 and 731, but it'll never actually go up to 731, right? So that's maybe not what we want. We want it to actually go up to 731. So there are a few hacks that you could do here. So if we want to do, so first of all, let's do math.floor. So math.floor will, and if I hit up and enter, it's going to keep going, but it'll never actually pick 731, and it's not going to be easy for me to prove that to you here, but it's not. And it's also able to pick 0, and that's not what we want. And to prove this to you guys, what I can do is like copy this piece of code and just change it to a smaller number so you can kind of see this. So see how it goes 0 and 1, but it'll never pick 2. So it's basically picking the lower bounds. We wanted to actually pick the upper bounds. Start with 1 and end at 731. So the way that you could do this is you could actually just add a +1 to all of these. So this way, when I run it every single time, I'm going to get a 1 or a 2 every single time. So you could just add a 1. Or instead of math.floor, you could actually call math.ceil. So either of those ways work. So we're going to do the same thing with our function with 731 and just add a 1 at the end. And this is always going to ensure that you're getting a number that's greater than 0, and it doesn't end at 730. It would end at actually 731. Okay, so this will get us that. So I'm going to paste this here. Okay, now the 731 is actually just, number of heroes, and then we're going to +1 this. Cool. And we're going to say, and actually we could just return this. That's it. Okay, and then we could just call the random hero function here. So I can just say a random hero like that. So get superhero, and we're going to get a random hero. Okay, you could because this function here is just going to return a number. So for example, if I do this and we do random hero and press up and enter, wait, it says random hero is not defined. Interesting, but I just defined it. So let's try random hero now. Boom, there we go. So every time I run random hero, you can see what it does, right? It gets me a different number every single time. and it does a pretty good job, right, of generating a random hero. So that's why we're just running this random hero in here. That'll generate a random hero, and then we'll get that specific superhero, and then we'll get that dude's image. So let's hit run at the top. Let's go ahead and click get new hero, and all right. So we had a little bit of hacky HTML here that might be causing some problems. So let's go to our HTML file real quick, and let's just update this real quick. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna put a div here, and we're just gonna say ID is hero image, and then inside of here we'll just have like an empty image thing. Okay, and then we'll just update that instead. So here we're gonna say const hero image div. All right, and then I'm gonna say document dot get element by ID, and I think it's called hero image, right? Let's just double check. Hero image, copy, come back, paste it, perfect. And then we're just gonna do, we're gonna replace this part right here with hero image div, and we're gonna change that HTML to this image. So now let's give this a try, and let's see if this is still working. Hit run at the top, hit get new hero, and let's try it, and it works. Okay, so I'm getting new heroes, and look at what's happening. Their images are actually showing up at the bottom. Hit get new hero again. And so every time I hit get new hero, it actually like gives me a new hero. So that's great. And why is this happening? So let's go ahead and open this app up, and let's try to figure out why is this happening? Why is this behaving? Instead of replacing the hero, it keeps adding them. So get new hero, get new hero. I mean, this is kind of a cool functionality too, actually. I kind of like this. Version of the app, right? Every time you hit get new hero, you keep getting back somebody new. So it's actually super cool. I actually really like this functionality. But let's say you want to change this. Let's say you only want one hero. Well, what you could do instead of this plus equals here, which appends, you could just say equal. And that's only just going to replace. So run this again, hit get new hero, and you're going to get a new hero every single time. Okay. Or, not every single time. There is a 1 out of 731 chance that you're going to get the same person again, or probably lower than that. But yeah, it's a pretty low chance that this is going to repeat itself. All right, now what we want to do is we want to have a search field here, and you should type in there, and then you should have a get new hero button right next to it. So you should be able to type in what hero you're looking for and then say get hero, and it should search that hero. Okay, so we should have like kind of two buttons. So one button gets a random hero. Okay, and I guess let's just give this a name of random hero. So let's go to our button, and here I'm just gonna say like random. And so when you click it, it's very clear that this is gonna get a random hero. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have an input, which is gonna be your search button. All right, so let's go ahead and create that input now. I'm gonna say input, and let's run our app, and we should have an input right here. Okay, and then we're gonna have a button kind of like in front of another button in front of that input, and this is going to be search. Okay, let's run this. So now our app is going to have two things. So random hero will get you a random hero every single time, or you could type in a name of some hero like Batman and hit search. Great. So let's go back to our app. Let's go to script.js, and let's work on this search. Basically let's get a hero that was actually just searched. So I'm going to create a new function. Well, do I need to create a new function? Let me actually think about it, because get superhero, a bunch of the functionality is going to be same. Just this is going to change, right? So for example, if you search a hero, then it'll go base URL instead of ID. We're going to actually do search.name of the hero. And if you pass in an ID, okay, so if they pass in a name, then this is going to be the URL like schematic or whatever, right? This is what the URL is going to look like. And to pass in an ID, the URL is going to look like base URL /ID. Okay, and let's try that URL. So let's go grab that URL real quick. So I'll go here, grab this whole thing, copy it, hit paste. grab your token, go back to that, paste this token right here. And now we're going to do /search /Batman. And let's see if this works as I expected or if it's going to break. And it actually does work. Wow, look at that. Let's try Spider. And yeah, Spider shows up. Let's try Spider-Man. Let's see if that shows up. That's a wrong name. So let's try Spider-Man. And Spider-Man indeed shows up. Now, one thing, if you've noticed, is you're going to get back basically the same response regardless of, so, you know, whether you searched you searched it up like with the search /Spider-Man, or whether you typed in the ID of Spider-Man, which is, I can see here, it says 620. So let's go ahead and replace this here with 620. Both of them are actually going to return to you pretty much the same exact response, right? Like the response is very, very close. The only thing I see change here though is we have a results array, like we have a results key here, right? And then the value of that is an array. So basically it seems like it gets you multiple results for Spider-Man, one or multiple results. And so basically it seems like we would want to pull, basically I think we would be safe just pulling the first result. That's the difference between this and if I actually just type in 620, because that is getting me that specific Spider-Man that I was looking for. Whereas for this, it's getting me an array of results, and then the first result has the specific Spider-Man that you might be looking for. Okay, so we're just going to get like the first item out of that array. That's how we're going to do it. So let's go back. So some of our code is going to change. Not all of it, but just a little amount of our code. Meaning, in one of the scenarios, so normally we just do JSON and we're good. But in this case, we might have to do JSON dot results, get me the 0th result, right? And then I could do dot image dot URL. Unlike how it is currently where you could just do JSON dot image dot URL. Okay, so maybe let's put these examples kind of this so you can see, right? So with this method, I can just go like this because I already know exactly which JSON that I'm getting. Here, I'm getting multiple results. So I want to pull the first result, get that result's image URL. So a slight change is going to happen, whether we're given ID or a name. So in that case, for simplicity's sake, I think what I'm going to decide to do for now is just create a different function. That way we don't have to do all this if-else condition stuff. We can just have a different function. Okay, so this function here, let's rename it, and this should be get random superhero. That function we run, and it essentially will get a random superhero. And yeah, and if it's going to get a random superhero, I mean, you really don't even need to give it an ID. So yeah, you could call it get random superhero, get superhero. I'll just leave it as, let's go ahead, Command Z this. Let's just leave it as get superhero for now, just because I don't want you to like have to change it everywhere. Like for now, you should just have a working version. So let's leave that as is. So this is one function. Now let's make another function, and this is going to be called get search superhero. Okay, so this is whatever the user searched up. And this is gonna probably, whatever the name the user is searching for, right? Now we're gonna be able to copy a bunch of stuff from here. Okay, so let's go back. For fetch request here, we're gonna have a base URL, of course. But on the top of the base URL, we're gonna say search, and we're gonna pass in the name. So this is going to get us the, like put in Batman or whatever here. And then we're going to do our .dens, like how we did earlier. And let's just go right here and paste them. Format this. Cool. We do our .dens. And for JSON here, we're actually going to grab we're going to say const superhero is equal to JSON.results of 0. This is going to be the specific hero. And then we can replace that with hero.image.url. And instead of console logging JSON, we're going to console log our hero. And this search superhero function is going to run whenever we click the search button. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see the search button. Dude, we give it an ID. Let's give it an ID of search button. Let's go back into our code and let's say const search button is going to be document.getElement by ID, and we're going to say search button. And then we're just simply just going to attach a listener to this, and we're going to say on click get search superhero. And for now, let's just hard code Batman. So it should just get us Batman and then put him out. So let's hit search. Oh, sorry. Let's hit run at the top first. Then let's hit search. And look at that. It's working perfectly, exactly how we wanted it to work. And when I hit search, I am getting Batman exactly like I expected. Okay. Let's replace Batman with Thanos. And let's hit run and let's hit search. And you can see that I'm getting back Thanos. So this is good. This is doing what I needed to do. All right, now what we need to do is we want to be able to put in stuff in here and get access to that. So I'm going to go inside of this input, and to grab its value, we're going to give it a name, and we're going to say the value of this is search input. So let's see if that will allow us to do what we want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say const search input. I'm going to say document.get element by ID. Actually, we have not given this an ID. Let's take out the value and we're just going to do ID for now. ID is going to be search input. Okay, let's do the ID there. All right, now I'm going to say search input. And we'll try to get its inner text. So search input, and let's see if we do .inner text, if it actually gets us what we want. All right, inner text, and let's console log it here. So I'm going to say console log search input. So every time I type in that button. So let's search, and it doesn't look like I got anything. Let's type in hello. Or let's not type in that. Let's say cookie monster. So it's like visible. Let's put a cookie emoji in there. And let's hit search. And let's see if that did anything and got us anything we were looking for. Nope, I don't see anything. Let's silence our console logs here. So I'm going to silence that console log. Let's silence this console log here. And then this one in here as well. So no more console logs. Let's hit run. Let's hit search. And something is happening, but we're not getting what we want. Let's type it in. Search is still empty. All right, so all we need to do, let's just hit run here. Okay, all we need to do is make sure search input is document.getElement by ID search input, right? And then every single time we run this function, search, we're going to console log whatever value is in here. Okay, so we're going to say search input dot value and make sure to console log this. So now they'll extract the value from that field. So let's say I write in, cookie monster and hit search. And you can see we're extracting cookie monster right over here, exactly how we want to, right? So this is going to be the search that we're now going to pass in. Okay, so this is the search input dot value is essentially going to be the name. So this get search superhero function, what we're going to do is we're going to copy this search input dot value, and every time we call this function, instead of passing hard-coded Thanos, instead we're just going to pass in the user's search input value that they put in. So let's try running this again. Okay, let's try running this again, and I will say Thanos, and let's hit search, and boom. Let's hit Batman and hit search, and boom. Let's hit Spider-Man. Let's go search. Ethan, maybe. Oh, wow, that worked. I'm surprised. And that was fast, too. Look at how fast it is, man. This is nice, right? This app is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So when you search, it gets you a hero. When you click get random hero, it gets you a hero as well. Now, what we want to do is above the hero, it should say their name. Okay, and underneath it, just say maybe some of their stats. So let's go ahead. You should see if you could try that on your own. But we'll walk through it together if you don't get it. Okay, so I'll give you 5 seconds to try to pause and try to do that on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll get the hero name. I kind of showed that at the top. Okay, so let's see where we're doing this. We're saying, okay, the hero image, I want you to replace it with an image, and I want you to replace it with the following. So let's go back to where we're doing that. So we're getting the hero. Let's just go to our random hero function first, because that one is easier to understand. And here we're creating this we're basically saying, hey, the inner HTML is this. We're creating this image, show that image. Well, above that image, we could actually put their name. Okay. So for example, I could say const name is, we're going to go grab the JSON and we're going to say .name. So JSON.name, but we need to actually make the actual H2 or whatever. So let's turn it into an H2. So I'm going to say H2, wrap that in an H2. Okay. And we'll wrap this, so JSON.name. And now if you want to kind of concatenate these together, you could actually go, I mean, this is kind of getting really crazy, but what this is doing here is you're inserting the name HTML, and then you're inserting the image right after that. So let's see if we can try this and if this works. So let's go random hero, right? And now we get Robin V and the image. Let's try again. We get vision 2 and the boom, right? We get their name and the hero as well. And we can get their stats too. So let's try console logging the JSON, and we're going to do .power stats. Let's run random hero. And you can see we get back intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat. So you can actually show all of those stats right underneath here. See if you could do that by yourself. Okay, so here I would highly recommend you take about 5 seconds. See if you could add that yourself. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so let's go ahead and do this together. So I'm going to say const power stats is going to be, not H2, but maybe it's going to be P tags. So we could actually either do all power stats, or what we can do is just do one stat at a time. So let's just try intelligence, and we're going to put in a P tag here, and I'm going to say json.powerstats.intelligence and wrap that, close that P tag right there. So now what I can do is I can go and take this intelligence and just show it at the bottom, right? So we can add that right here, intelligence, hit enter, and let's go random hero, right? Ellie Bishop. Intelligence is undefined. Interesting. Let's see why that's happening. Oh, I misspelled intelligence right here. Okay, so careful with so that's why copy pasting is oftentimes better for programming, so you don't make these errors. So go ahead, random hero. We got Sauron, and then and it's 88 over here. Okay, so if you want to make that better, you can actually say intelligence, and then it'll look cleaner that way. So now let's hit random hero. Tundra, intelligence is 38. And try doing this, right? Let's make another one for another stat. So we're going to do, instead of intelligence, maybe this one will do strength. And we'll say strength. And we'll paste strength right there. And then we'll attach strength onto this. So we're just making this long HTML right over here. All right, let's run this. Get random hero. And you can see now we have the cape. We have intelligence and strength. Now, if you want to make it kind of more enticing for intelligence, let's put a brain emoji. For this, let's put a muscle emoji. And now let's run this. Hit random hero, and you can see intelligence is 50 and strength is 10, right? Random hero, intelligence is null. So maybe this hero does not have an intelligence, right? Here, intelligence is 88, strength is 10. Now we can see the pattern here, right? Basically, for all the stats, we're going to keep needing to repeat this pattern again and again and again, meaning this, it will basically, you'll need to keep copy pasting p tags together. So at the end of the day, what it actually looks like is p tag, right? And then you're going to have this. So like actually, it'll actually look like this. So you have this p tag right here, combined with this p tag back to back, combined with probably another p tag that talks about combat, right? Combined with another p tag that talks about maybe strength, or sorry, not strength, but like speed, followed by another p tag that says durability. So we're seeing this like pattern here, and we want to actually create this big long string, and then we want to just attach that string right here. So, you know, it's a pattern. So what we can actually do is let's just create a function that actually, you know, gets stats, get and show stats, or actually let's say get stats HTML. So it will get the stats, right? But then convert them into a usable HTML. So we're going to create this function, and we're going to expect that we're going to get a character. Okay, so this like we're gonna expect that we get this like JSON like data of that specific character, and then what we're gonna do is we can do map here, or we can do a for each. But since we're just trying to do a string concatenation, it might make more sense to do a for each. You could also do a dot map and kind of join everything together. So we could definitely do it that way as well. Okay, so how that might look like is, say you have an array. Let me clear this. So say you have an array that says hello, bye, cookie, whatever. And let's give this, so if I want to join all of these, I can actually just do this, and I can just say, hey, just join them all together. So if I have an array of like p tags, and I have intelligence here, and then I have another p tag that says speed, right? I could actually do dot join here and do this, and I just get back one big string. So this is kind of what we want to do here. So I'm going to say character, okay, dot map. So map basically says return an array. And we're going to do power stats, character.powerstats.map. Okay, so we're going to loop through all the power stats. And for each stat, what I'm going to say is make this HTML like looking thing here. All right, so since what we're getting back is actually an object, it's not going to be super simple to loop through this. So what we're going to say is character.powerstats is not an array. Okay, this is actually going to be an object that you're getting back. So what we want to do here is we want to loop kind of this way, and I'm going to say for stat in character.powerstats, and we're going to loop through this, and let's just console log each stat. And let's call this function get stats HTML. Let's just say maybe, and I'll call this function, and we'll pass it the character, which is just JSON in this case. But this really is the character. Okay. So get stats HTML, pass it the character, and then it should just run, and then console log all the power stats. Let's run this. Let's get a random hero. And you can see it just ran through, and it says intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat. Perfect. So now what we want to do, now that we're actually able to loop through this, now another way that we can actually loop through this, and let me show this to you because this is kind of cool. So if you have an object, right? So let's say we have things, and things is this object right over here, which has strength and cookie. Well, I can actually go and I can say object.keys and pass in things to it, and it's going to just turn all of its keys into an array, and then I can actually loop through those keys. So that's a really cool way to actually like iterate. So instead of saying for stat and power.stats, what I could actually do is I could say object.keys, and we could ask for the character.power stats, and this will turn the whole thing into, let's actually just console log this so it's not super confusing. I'll console log this here in the same line. All right, let's run this and let's get random hero. And you can see that I have this array here: intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat. So I just turned this into an array of all of the keys. So now what's cool about this is because it is an array, I can loop through it with a dot map, and then a dot map will loop through this array and also return an array. So now what I can say is for each stat, I want you to do the following. Okay, so it's going to go through each stat. So intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat, blah, blah, blah. And here's what I want you to do. You're going to create this string. Okay, we're going to say p tag. And then this make sure it's a template literal with backticks. It's going to be a p tag. It's going to have the name of the key that you're passing. So here, I'm just going to say, it's going to be the stat, okay, whatever stat that is. So this is going to turn into their strength or whatever, or like intelligence, right? And then we can say, put a colon here, right? And then after that colon, what we want to do is actually put the value. So I'm going to say character.power stats, right? And then pass it that specific stat we're looking for. So I can just say stat, or I could just do it like this, and I can say stat like this. Okay, so it's going to go to that object and it's going to pull that specific stat. So all this means is, let's say that this object was called, we had something called character power stats, and that was equal to this array right there, whatever, right? Or that object. Let's copy that object. And let's say we have power stats is equal to this object right here. And so if I do power stats and I pass in strength, it's going to get me the value of strength. So it's going to get me 8 right there. So that's all we're doing here. I'm basically going into that object and I'm just pulling out its value. And then we're just going to end this p tag and this p tag. All right, so it's going to loop through and do that. And then let's see if we need to do anything else for this one. And honestly, it doesn't really look like it. So we can actually just return this array, and it's going to create a full array. Okay, and so I'm going to call this const, let's say stats, and then we'll console log stats. Okay, so let's run this. Let's do get random hero. And you can see now I have intelligence in a p tag. I have strength in a p tag. I have speed in a p tag. I have durability in a p tag, power, and combat. And if we want to give each of these an emoji, we could do that as well. And we can kind of create a map for the emoji and then kind of like map the stat to emoji map. We could create that. And then we could even use that here and get the appropriate emoji. So for example, we can create that right here, right? So we could say stat to emoji, right? And then we could say, hey, if the stat is, let's say intelligence, and you don't need to even put it into string here. So let's go intelligence is going to be this brain, comma, and strength is going to be muscle. And then we have speed. Let's paste this. And then we have durability. And then we have power. And then we have combat. So strength is that. Speed is a zap. Durability is, let's just say, like maybe a tire emoji or something. Apparently there's no tire. So say a rope. Workout. Lift. There we go. That's durability. And then power, I don't know, that will be power. Okay, and then combat will be sword. Okay, stat to emoji. So stat to emoji. So here, if we want to actually like map that, we could actually just right before this pass stat to emoji and then give it the value of the stat. And this is going to get us the emoji that we want. So let's run this. Let's hit get random hero. And you can see like we have intelligence as the brain, strength is that, zap, boom. Okay, get random, another random hero. And you can see we got boom, right? Power, combat, our emojis are working kind of as expected. So this is actually making all the stats for us and getting them, right? And instead of having all of this crap right here, which is kind of like weird and annoying, I could actually just remove this, right? And here we could just say const stats is get stats HTML, right? And then we could just replace all of this and paste stats. And now when we run this and we get a random hero, okay, let's do random hero. Okay, let's see. It's it's doing undefined right now. And we know why. Because we haven't turned it into a string yet. We're like, this is still an array. So remember at the end of, and we also need to return. We're not returning anything. So what we want to do is we want to say dot join like this. Okay, and we want to do return stats dot join and like that. Okay, so let's run this. And now when I do random hero, you can see that it's just giving me one long string of p tags. So intelligence is a p tag. This strength right here is a p tag. Speed right here is a p tag. And now when I look, you can see that it's actually showing up really nicely, right? So Professor Zoom, let's get random hero. And you can see all of this right here. Run this again, random hero, boom. Mr. Freeze, ISIS, run. And then we're just getting the intelligence, strength, speed, durability, all of that right here. Now, it would be nice to have this intelligence, I capitalized, S capitalized as well. So let's go ahead and maybe add a title case to to title case, okay, which is kind of a nice little thing that you could do. And we could actually pass that in right over here. And I could say to title case. And let's see if title case string method JavaScript. Okay, so you can always like Google this stuff too, and it'll kind of show you examples. And let's see if there's a method that does title casing. Do we have title? Oh, .to uppercase. So we could actually just do .to uppercase, and we should be fine. That shouldn't be too bad. Or maybe that just uppercases everything. That's not what we want either. Actually, we can just do to uppercase. And yes, it's not title casing because title casing is like pretty complex. But .to uppercase is a method that comes built into JavaScript. And you can see what it does. And it's really nice, right? It just capitalizes everything, which is nice. Like we're capitalizing the stat right here. And you know, that makes the whole thing just look a lot better. So the stats HTML function, yes, getting definitely pretty intense. I can feel that. But you know, if you're doing this and you got up to this part, like you're doing a good job. So just hang in there. And honestly, what we could do is we could probably turn this function get stats HTML into like get hero info, get hero info HTML or something, because we can just create the entire HTML in that function, which will be really nice. We just hand over all the HTML elements. So it's like the hero name, right? Well, that's just character.name. So for example, if I copied this and I brought it down here, this would just become character.name. So that should take care of that. And then we actually update the div at the end, and we do this like image thing right here. So this image thing that we're doing here, well, that would be really nice to actually handle that here as well. So let's try handling that here. I'm going to say character.json image URL. Okay, this will be a template literal like this. Say const image. So this will be the image HTML. Okay, and then we have this final HTML that yeah, and then here we go ahead and we update this. So yeah, get stats. So we could actually rename this function as to show stats, because really what this function is doing is showing the stats on the screen, or showing the hero info on the screen. So we could right click this and rename all occurrences. We could say show hero info. Right, so show hero info. So this is basically the function that's actually going to show this hero, the info. So I think that's like probably a much better name for it. And then it would make sense if that's the function that actually updates the entire app as well. So I'm going to copy this for now. We're going to come down here and I'm going to paste this right over here. So this function doesn't even need to actually return anything. Stats, boom. And so for stats, we can actually just do the dot join right here. So I can actually just say dot join. So then it just turns this entire thing into that long string instead of keeping it as an array. And then this hero image div dot inner HTML, well, this just becomes something simple. We can actually even remove this guy now and actually just say image. So this just becomes this nice little HTML. So we make the name HTML, we make the image HTML, and then we make the stats HTML, and then we just concatenate all of those together and update the hero image. We don't need this function to return anything, right? Show hero info, and we basically get rid of all of this here. And we can just simply call the show hero info function. So now this function just became really easy to look at, right? Get superhero. Once you get the superhero, you just pass that superhero. Const superhero is equal to JSON. You just pass that hero or that character or whatever, and this just shows it on the screen. So let's actually try this. Let's run this. Let's say random hero. All right, so it's not coming up on the screen. Let's figure that out real quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console.log, and let's see if name is working as expected. So let's try name. Let's run random hero. Yep. Oh, actually it's working. I just had to like hit the run. I just think I never hit run. Now let's hit random hero, and look at that. Random hero is showing up. Right? And then intelligence, strength, speed, durability, all of that showing up exactly how we want. Let me remove all of this here. So now it's really easy to read. Get the superhero, show the superhero. That's it. Now this function is reusable, and I'm going to give you that as an exercise. So try that right now. See if you could take this, what we did right here, and add that to search functionality. So when I type in Batman and I hit search, make it so it actually shows me the Batman name, it shows me the Batman image, and it shows me the Batman stats. So see if you could do that on your own. I'll give you a hint. You're pretty much only going to be writing, it's going to be just a few lines of code, and it'll do the entire thing for you. So I'll give you about 5 seconds. See if you could try to figure it out. Pause the video and see if you could try to figure it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go ahead and do this together now. So this is going to be really, 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 really nice. Okay, because watch what we're going to do. Let's go to our search superhero function, and I'm going to delete everything from here. Okay, I'm going to remove everything. Right, and we already have our hero here, which is the first item. I'm just going to call our show hero info, and I'm going to pass in the hero that we have. Okay, and let's give it a try now. So let's search Batman, and let's hit search, and look at that. It's already working, right? This is kind of pretty unbelievable, but if you actually open this app up and you go Batman and you hit search, boom. Let's go Spider-Man. Boom. Let's go Thanos. Boom. This is amazing. Or you could get a random hero, and both of them work. So just to explain a little bit about how we were able to make it work that easily is, look, we already have access to the hero right here. So then you just pass that hero to show hero info, and it knows what to do already. It knows that it's going to get a character. It knows it can do character.name. It knows how to get the image URL. It knows how to like turn the thing into object.keys, map through it, get the stats, you know, get all of these nice emojis that we have here. It knows how to do all of that. And so then it just kind of does all of that for you, and then you're good. You're just essentially reusing a function that you've created. That's the nice thing about reusing functions, right? It like really is a game changer when you can reuse like your existing functions. All right, cool. So now just to kind of make our app pretty, I'll just say like at the top, kind of like right here, and I'll say, you know, superhero app. And then for instructions, we'll just say like, you can search for a superhero like Batman or Thanos, or simply hit. Right, so superhero app, you can search for a superhero like Batman or Thanos, or you can generate a random hero. So now if a user goes to this app, they understand kind of how it works and what it means. So you hit random hero. All right, let's open this up here. Superhero app, you can search for a superhero, or you can generate a random hero. So let's try random hero. Right, boom, we're pulling random heroes, and this is like going to an API, pulling the data from there. Or I can actually say, you know, Bane, let's see if that works. You know, Thanos, I know that works. Ooh, Bane has nice combat. Why is this power like only 51? Do we have Superman here? Ooh, Cyborg Superman, that is badass. Durability 100, power 100, speed 93, strength. I mean, yeah, but I don't really like Superman because he's just overpowered. It's like, oh, he just has like literally every power on the planet. It's like, how's that a fun superhero? I need my superheroes to kind of be like weak, but then use intelligence, and that's pretty cool. Or maybe that's how I was, because I went to chess club, and I resonate with those heroes more. So there you go. We got this app. It's fully working. It's doing everything that it needs to do. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it over for you inside of our JavaScript course, so you have access to this. So under API, I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called superhero app or whatever. And in here, we're going to have a index.html. And you don't need to follow along on this one. I'm just creating this for you, so you know that this is available to you. And so we're going to paste the index.html in here. We'll go here, copy the script. So Command A, Command C, or Control A, Control C. And you're going to paste that in here. And then I'm just going to link it. All right, so now you should actually be able to go to the home page here. And you're actually going to see Get Superheroes right over here. Right? And you'll be able to click into Get Superheroes. And then the app should show up here. So you could do random hero, and it'll generate a random hero. Or you could ask for Thanos and search, and it'll bring up Thanos for you, okay? And if you want to make this app a little bit more robust, meaning like, well, actually, I think if you tried Thanos, let's see if that works. Search. Oh, that still works, so that's pretty cool. Spider-Man. Let's try. Okay, so the app is actually smart. It can detect that. Normally what you do is you call .to lowercase on this. So then like whatever user types, it just lowercases it, and then you do whatever you want with it. But this is fine. So there you go. Your app should be working here and should be available to you in your JavaScript course. You'll be able to click it and see how it functions. And this will be the solution file for you. Okay, so the solution will be available for you here, and you can just kind of go and play around with it and use it. Or for bonus points, you could replace this with your own code. Okay, so if you want to be real pro, go ahead and copy paste your own code that you just did in the other REPL, right? Paste it over it and see if this still works. And if it does, you're a real champ, because I want you to have this entire JavaScript course should essentially turn into all your code everywhere here. Okay, so we've covered a lot. I hope that you've enjoyed it so far. I mean, this was a lot of fun covering APIs in so much detail and building a mini project. I'll see you soon. I promise you will be great. I promise you're going to be a champion developer one day. And I promise I'm going to teach you promises. Let's get right into it. So promises are kind of tricky to understand. It throws people off a lot, but you and I are going to learn it together. Just go to replit.com. Make sure you're here, replit.com. This is the URL. And then we're just going to open up a new REPL with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And let's just say learning promises. Okay. And hit create REPL. So we're just going to kind of start from scratch. And we're going to walk through kind of real basics of promises. Okay, so promises introduces the concept of asynchronous programming. All right, it's a complicated word, and I know we've talked a little bit about promises already, but now we're going to start deep diving into promises and looking at it at like bare bones basics and starting from there. So asynchronous programming is some piece of code that's going to run out of order. Okay, it's going to happen at a random time. So the way that I want you to kind of think about it is like this. Like imagine you're at a restaurant and you order some food at the restaurant. Now, when you order that food, you're still continuing your conversation with whoever you're sitting and eating food with. While that food is being prepared, you're still talking. Once the food is prepared, the server will bring it up to you, or the server will say, hey, no soup today, right? That's what they'll tell you. So let's go ahead and mimic that type of thing, but inside of code. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in here so you can actually see a lot more clearly. Let's do it like this. All right, and let's say that you're the server, or let's say that there is a server, and you're going to order, let's say tomato soup. Meanwhile, you continue your convo with a friend. So your life basically continues. So this is your other code running, whichever code is ready to kind of go. And then once this, your tomato soup is done, your server brings it to you. In this case, we'll just say if your problem is resolved, okay, the order that you requested, if your order is resolved, then your server will bring soup. Your server brings you soup. Okay, if it's not resolved, paste, what's going to happen is rejected. Okay, so this is the other situation that can happen. And your server will tell you like, no soup today. Okay, so maybe like, these are the two things that can happen. Either you get soup or your server comes into you and tells you, hey, no soup today. So these are the two different type of scenarios that can happen. Now in code, we're going to try to go ahead and mimic that and kind of write it. But first things first, I want to teach you how to write asynchronous code, right? So if you've ever done a fetch request or API request, that's an example of asynchronous code. The way to mimic that is usually you're waiting for something to come back to you. So the way we can actually mimic that is we can write a set timeout function. And what this does is it takes in a function. So let's say whatever, soup, okay? And it just let's just console log soup for now, console log soup. And we'll pass it 2000 milliseconds. Now what this means is this function is gonna wait for 2 seconds and then it's gonna say soup. So let's go 1, 2, and boom, we got soup. Okay, let's run it again. 1, 2, soup. So every single time 2 seconds happen, you get soup. So 2000 milliseconds is 1 second. 1 second. Okay. And so in other words, what you can say is if you have a function, okay, so let's just say you have some func, and this function that you have, it like kind of prints out soup or whatever, you can just pass in your func like this. Let's call it waiting for soup. Paste it in here, run it. And this code is basically saying, hey, set timeout. You're gonna run this piece of code, aka this over here, and I want you to wait 2 seconds. Oh, sorry, this is 2 seconds. Sorry, 2000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. 1000 milliseconds is 1 second. Okay, my apologies on that. So you say, hey, I'm going to wait for some soup, and 2 seconds, I want you to print that out. So run, I'm going to wait 1 second, 2 seconds, and then boom, I get soup. Let's run it again. 1, 2, and I get soup. 1, 2, and I get soup. Now let's say you have other bits of code. So let's say you have some code which is console log. You get to the restaurant with your date, and so you start the convo with your date, right? Whoever that is, you start the convo, and then you continue the convo, right? But now this is the interesting that happens, right? So watch this, for example, and I'm gonna take this and paste it here. So on line 10, you start the convo, and line 12 is it's going to say still speaking. So what should happen? Well, what you would imagine to happen is what you should imagine to happen is this line runs first, then this line runs second, and then this line should run third. But watch what's going to happen. You start the convo with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, whoever, and it says still speaking, and then you get soup. That's really weird, right? So if I just go and do this and make it really clear, this is 1. This will print out 2 because this goes in right here, and this should be 3. So you should expect to see 1, 2, 3, but watch what happens. 1 and 3 run first, and then 2 comes out. So it seems like if I had to order this, it seems like this line of code runs first, and then this line of code runs second, and this line of code runs third, because we're waiting for this. All right, this is like kind of running in the background. Now let's model this in a more realistic way. So in the start, you start your convo, right? You sit down and start your convo, and then what we'll actually say is, let's call it order soup. So you sit down, you start the conversation with your partner. Line 11, you order your soup, and then you're still speaking, right? You continue speaking. So let's run this. You sit down, you order your soup, then you wait a couple of seconds, and then soup is ready. In reality, of course, the soup is going to take longer than 2 seconds to get ready, but this is just to show you that you can start a request, right? Right on this line is where you basically start your request, and then your request is ready at some point later, right? You get the data back. Now, when you're dealing with stuff like this, with timeout, yes, you will get back, kind of what you're looking for, but timeout is also not really good. It's thread blocking, meaning like it will kind of stop you from oftentimes doing other things. So when you're dealing with real world data, like an API request, it's going to return it to you as a promise. What you're not going to get back is this timeout thing. Okay. So let's go ahead and kind of model that. So let's create our first promise. So I'm going to basically go ahead and say const promise 1, and it's going to be a new promise. Okay. And this is a promise class. We'll talk a lot about classes. Don't worry if we haven't already. In the JavaScript course, if you're watching it in the JavaScript course, there's going to be a timestamp for promises, or if I have it as a video on our YouTube channel, or sorry, not promises, but classes, go ahead and watch that. Watch the part with the classes, because you'll then really get how like a promise works under the hood. Because whenever you do new, you're actually creating like a object from a class. Okay, so anyway. So promise takes in a function, and that function takes in 2 things. It either takes in a resolve or a reject, and then it wants you to do something with it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set timeout. Set timeout will take a function, and let's just say I'm going to do this and say soup is ready. All right, and I'll do the same thing. I'll wait 2 seconds, and then what this code will do is right actually inside of this timeout. Let's go ahead and do this right inside of this timeout. So I'm going to do the following. So we're going to have a timeout function, and inside of this timeout, we're going to say is ready. And for now, we'll set is ready to true. So we're going to say, hey, if the soup is ready And this is how you do ternary operators, by the way. So I'll show you an example of a ternary operator. So if, let's say you have a if is ready equal true, then, you know, run this, else do this. All right, so if you have this line of code, you could write it in a different way. So first thing you can do is actually you can remove this, because if this is already true, then you don't even need to say equal true. But if you want to leave it here, you can. That's not really going to change anything. And then what you could do is you could turn it into a ternary operator as well. So you could say, hey, you could remove this. And you could do, if this is true, do this. If it's false, do this. So that's what we're doing here on line 20. We're basically going to say, hey, if is ready is true, then I want you to do, hey, soup is ready. Otherwise, what I want you to do, this is where our function ends, right? And then let's give it 2000 millisecond wait right here. Otherwise, I'm going to say no soup today. Okay, so let's just say no soup today, something like that. And I'll put a little check mark here. If you don't have emojis, by the way, you can get this app called Rocket on your MacBook. All right, so now what this is going to do is it's going to run. And what I want to do is, instead of console log for promises, what we do is we actually will do resolve or reject. All right. So if it's a write scenario and you want, and it did it correctly, then you want to say resolve. Like, so if you made a, let's say, a API request and you got data back, you want to resolve that and return it. If you didn't get data back for whatever reason, maybe there was a server error, maybe the data wasn't ready, then you want to reject it. So in this case, we're going to say, go ahead and reject no soup today. Okay. So do this, and this is going to be our first promise that we have wrote. And I'll remove all of this. Okay. So remember, this is to just kind of visually explain it to you how ternary operators work is like this. Okay, so it's right here, right? This part right here is the condition. This part right here runs if you have a true, runs if true. And this part right here runs if false. Okay, that's how ternary operators work. Okay, so if I put a box around this, the term for this, if you haven't seen this yet, it's called ternary operators. So instead of an if-else condition, you'll have this more specifically, it's that question mark part and the colon here. Okay, cool. So I have this promise here. And now let's see what happens when I console log this promise. So let's see what happens. Promise 1. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. And notice what I get back. So I'll comment out all of these lines here up at the top. Let's run this. And you notice I actually get back something called a promise. So wait, how is that useful? I did this and I'm just getting back something that says promise. What the heck does that mean? All that's saying is, hey, you have a promise, but that promise has not been fulfilled yet. It just started. So it started, and I'm just letting you know that it started. Now I need to tell it to do something once it's resolved. So remember, it takes 2 seconds to resolve, but when I run this, it instantly does promise, right? So what I want to do is I want to do a dot then. And dot then is the special things that a promise has. And what that does is if the promise resolves, then you can call a dot then and get its value. So we can say console log value like this. Okay. And let's run this. And you're going to see first it says promise. And then after 2 seconds, it says soup is ready. If I make this 5 seconds, so it waits, that'll make it even more obvious. So it just started and it said promise. And after 5 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, soup is ready and it shows up. So you can see that this is working kind of the way that we expected, but this dot then notation for you might be weird. But if you have done API requests, you'll recall that, hey, that's actually very similar to API request, because that's where you use the .then thing, and that's how you actually pull the value out. Now, what happens if the soup isn't ready? So I'm going to go on line 19 and I'm going to change that to false. What happens when the soup is not ready? Well, watch what happens. We're going to wait 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and nothing happened. What? I don't see anything. Why did that happen? That is weird. It's because we're not actually catching that mistake, okay? So let's go right here. This is all going to be one line, but I'm breaking it up into multiple different lines so you can clearly see like what's actually happening. Okay. And so I'm going to say, hey, get me the value on success. So the .then is when success happens. Okay. And then there's a .catch. So this is when an error happens. Okay. And so I'm going to say, get me the value in this case. And let's run it. So watch what happens in 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and boom, no soup today. And that's happening because our on catch is actually catching the reject. So whenever you have a reject like this, that goes into catch, and you can actually pull that from the value. So let's go ahead and do, I'll say error. Okay. And we'll just make it an object. Error. And here we'll say success message, and I'll say success and an object like this. So we'll run this, and now you'll see this promise will run. And then in 5 seconds, it will get you, okay, so in this case here, it said error, no soup today. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll make this function 2 seconds. And what I want to do here is instead of false or true, I want it to randomly select true or false. So I'm going to put true or false. I'm going to make an array, and then we're going to index that array. If we index it by 0, we're going to get false. If we index it by 1, then we're going to get true. What I actually want to do here is I want to index it by something random, right? So I'm going to say math.random, and then I'm going to it's actually called math.floor, and in that I'm going to say math.random, and we're going to multiply it by 2. Okay, so this piece of code here will always make sure I either get a 0 or a 1. That's all that piece of code is doing. So this way I'll pick a random true or false, and so that way it'll randomly either resolve or reject. And I'm kind of mimicking a real situation here. 50% chance it'll work, 50% chance it won't. But that's not how good APIs are, right? Good APIs work 99.999% of the time. And there's this tiny bit of time where they break or return some kind of error. So that would be a terrible API if it worked only 50% of the time. So let's run it. And boom, on success, we got soup is ready. Okay, let's run it again. We'll wait 2 seconds, and we got nothing. So what happened here? We must have had a weird error. Oh, no, it just took longer than 2 seconds apparently. And then boom, error, no soup today, right? And I can keep running this, and it'll randomly keep selecting, and then it'll just check, hey, if it's ready is true, run this, and if it's false, it will run the next statement, right? Because all it's doing here is putting either a true, right? If I put a true here and I run, you'll see that I'll always get, and let's make the wait 1 second so we don't have to wait that much. So if I say true, it's always going to give me back success, and I can keep run it a million times. And if I hard code false here, you'll see that it'll always give me back error. So we're just going to put is ready here, because is ready is either going to be true or false. Okay, great. So now you can see how our promise is working. And this promise is extremely similar to the promise that we had in our, the dog application we made and the superhero application we made. And actually, let's go ahead and reference that. So let's go back to our JavaScript course. And if we go to dog random and we look at the script, right? notice that we're doing something very similar here, right? We have this fetch request, and let's actually bring that in here so we can actually play with it. So I'll run this and watch what happens, okay? And I'll console log this for you, console log, and you'll see that it'll actually say it's a promise. And to make it visible that I'm console logging this, I'm just gonna say fetch, like that, do it, run. And you can see that it's telling me that, hey, the fetch promise has began, it has started, but now I actually need to do something with it. So what I actually need to do in this case is I wanna do, let's do this, okay? So I'm gonna do fetch, and then on another line, so like normally I'm gonna do this, but you see how the line is running so long that it's gonna be too long. So I'm gonna break it up onto a new line. So I'll hit enter. So we're gonna say fetch dot then, and I'm going to get the response, and we're gonna get the JSON response back. Now here's the interesting part. If I console log this part here, you're going to notice that this actually is also a promise. So let's console log this part, and I'll just say response, and we'll run it. And notice that response is a promise. Response JSON is a promise too. So when you run this call, majority of the times, you're sending another request and saying, hey, can you please turn it into a JSON? And then that is also an asynchronous task that could take multiple seconds before returning. So it's kind of like this invisible coding that you're doing here, right? So we have the fetch promise. Once the fetch promise resolves, I want you to run the response promise with the JSON. And guess what? Guess what you're going to have to do in order to pull a value from that promise? You're going to have to chain it with another dot then. Okay, so we're going to have to go and chain it with another dot then. So I'm going to go down here, and we're going to say another dot then, and we're going to say data or JSON or whatever, and you're going to say console log data. Okay, this variable here does not matter. You can call it whatever you want. And if you ever hear that, that's just me using a focus app to keep me focused, to keep shooting this. So if you ever hear that, I apologize. It'll happen every 20, 30 minutes or something like that. Just ignore it. All right, let's run this. Okay, so what did we get? We got, oh yeah, we got to do not console log. All right, so make sure to remove that console log that we had, remove this part right here, and just return response.json like this, and then do data and call data on this. So let's run that. And now you can see that we actually got back the random dog image that we're looking for. Okay, so when you're doing fetch, remember, fetch is a promise, and then you do the dot then response, and then that's also a promise. Okay, so this is a promise. That's a promise. Okay, so there's like everything is a promise. All right, and then within here, within right here, you have access to the actual data. Right there, you actually get the real data, and you can do something with it. Okay, so that's why, that's like a little bit of a funny reason why that happens, but underneath the hood, it's a promise. Now, I'm going to teach you something that's going to make your life a lot easier moving forward. And it'll also help you avoid having to do dot thens and dot catches, because they get pretty annoying. As you can see, you'll have to keep chaining. And this is essentially one line of code, right? If I actually remove the wrapping or whatever, like this is not how you want to be writing your code, honestly, with like that many dot then, dot then, dot then, dot catch, because then you'll have to attach a dot catch. They'll catch any errors that happen. And honestly, it becomes kind of a nightmare. And so what you want to do is you want to avoid using this syntax, and you want to use the new syntactical sugar that like ES6 and beyond provided for us. And that will make our life incredibly easier. And so I want to introduce to you the concept of async await. Okay. It's incredibly easy. It's not hard. It will make this part a lot easier. It'll seem a little foreign and weird the first time you look at it, but once you get used to it, that's the way to go. And your code and your logic is going to become a lot easier. Okay. So this fetch request that we're doing here, right? We want to avoid all these .thens and make it simpler. So let's create a new function, and we're going to say get dog, whatever. And now what we're going to say, this is the most important part, is whenever you want to use await, you're going to need to use async. Okay, so what we're going to do is just pass in the async keyword here, which just says, hey, this is an asynchronous function. So this function will run out of order. This function will need to communicate to the internet or get some type of data, or we'll need to wait half a second, a millisecond, a couple of seconds to get this data. Async just means whenever you have to like speak to some website or some database or something, you're using an asynchronous function there, like 99.9%. Okay, so whenever you think API request, think async. Whenever you think I'm going to do a fetch request, think async functions. Whenever you have a post request, async function. All right, so I have this async function over here. Now with this async function, what I want to do is I want to say fetch response is, and I'm going to fetch this image. Okay. The only special thing that we're actually going to do here is, since this URL runs really long, I'm just going to say const URL and pass that in. So we could just actually say URL. And then I don't need to make this huge. We can make this much smaller, or I can make this bigger here. So I have my URL, and I'm just going to fetch that URL. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the data. And here's the interesting part. So for this, what you want to do is you want to pass in this keyword await. All right, this is very important. Await. Await is the same thing as you doing .then and then saying response something. Okay, await will make your life a lot easier. So we're going to say await. Then next line, I'm going to say const data, and I'm going to say await response.json. So look at that. We have our fetch requests, and then we have our response.json, and that's being stored inside of data. And now you can use the data variable kind of anywhere you want inside of this function. It'll work everywhere, and it'll work normally. And then you don't have to you're not forced to like code inside of this then method. Like, that's kind of ugly and annoying. And now you could use console log data. So let's try this and run it. Okay, and you can see that I got back my, oh, actually, sorry, we didn't call this function yet. That's why I was like, this something weird is happening. All right, let's run this. And you can see that we're now getting our random dog right over here. Okay, I'll comment out this fetch right here. Let's run it again. And you can see that I'm actually getting back my dog. So this syntax is really, really, really clean. It's a much, much, much better syntax. So in order to use this, you have to create a function. You cannot use, so here are the rules. Rules for using async await. 1, you must create a function. Okay, you cannot use async outside of a function. It won't work. So you can't do this here or something like that. That it won't work like that. So you need to have a function. All right, you can't use await like this. You need a function that's called async, and then you can do all your jiggery pokery. All right, that's step 1. 2, you must create use keyword async. Use the word await. So anything you're waiting for, you just await it, right? So here we're going to await this promise, and then we're going to await the second promise. And that's it. Those are the only 2 promises, right? This is a promise, and then this is a promise. And then once you are done waiting for them, you just get back the actual data, and then you can do whatever you want with it, right? So that data gets stored here. it's a much nicer way to write it. So try to do it like that. Now, I'll give you a little exercise. See if you could do this soup example that we just did. See if you could do this, but using async await for this promise right here, rather than the dot thens. Okay, so see if you could create a function. You can call it whatever you want, like get soup or something, right? And then see if you could turn this piece of code into this. All right, so take like 5 seconds, give that a try. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, if you haven't paused it, or you paused it, whichever one, hopefully you gave it a try. Let's go ahead and now do this together, okay? So I'm gonna say const get soup, and we'll do this way. And then here, I'm just gonna say const soup is await promise. And then we can probably console log soup, and let's see if this works. Okay, so get soup, and I'm gonna run this. See, I ran into that problem myself. I forgot to put, and what's nice is that it actually gives us a nice error. Await is only valid in async functions and at the top level body of modules. So let's go ahead and put async and run this. So boom, there we go. Error, no soup today, right? If I remove await, watch what's gonna happen. And if I run this, it's just gonna say promise right here. I'm not gonna get anything else. I'm gonna comment that every other console log statement so we don't get confused. That's it. It just says promise, and then that's kind of it. But the only way to get the data out of it is you just say await. And now that same thing that was initially saying promise, now will actually return you data. Okay, I don't know why it's taking that long. Why is it taking forever? Okay, there we go. Soup is ready. Perfect. Let's run it again. And let's see what it says this time. Soup is ready. Let's run it again. So that's weird. How come sometimes it says when the soup is, if I run it, if soup is ready, it says it correctly, but if soup is not ready, it returns nothing. Isn't that a little sus? What's going on? So what's going on is now you have to try catch this. So if you get an error, you're not able to do a dot catch like how you were before. So that's what's happening. We're getting in a reject, and reject is not going to get stored in here. So what you want to do is you want to say try, and you want to wrap this in a try catch. So what I can do is I can say try, and we try this, and we console log, and then we do catch. Okay, and let's just say console log soup, and let's see what happens. Soup is ready. Let's run it again. Soup is ready. Okay, so see, we got something that was an error. Interesting. So maybe let's catch the error here, and let's see if we can print the error out. So let's run it, and let's hope we run into an error, and let's see if it actually prints out our error or not. Okay, soup is ready. Soup is ready. Boom, there we go. No soup today. So if you want to catch, this is how you catch with async await syntax. So the catching is not the prettiest, but I will just promise you this, that if you start using async await will make your life a lot simpler, and it'll simplify your code a lot. And then it'll be much easier for you to deal with things when you're doing asynchronous programming. So await is really like the way to go. All right, now what if we want to take this example further? Meaning, if you promise the waiter, or the waiter promises you that they're going to bring you soup. Well, if they bring you soup, then that's good. Now, how can we take this even further? If the waiter brings you soup, then maybe you also pay the waiter. Okay, so let's write these up here. So if waiter brings you soup, maybe then you tip the waiter, and you pay for soup. On the other hand, if you don't get your soup, so this is like what happens if the situation is resolved. But if it's rejected and it doesn't go through, and your soup is declined for whatever reason, or they didn't have soup, then maybe you're a crappy customer and you leave a bad review, and you give no tip. All right. So how are you going to actually, write that in code? So see if you could give that a try, and see if you could take this or the dot down one farther, and see if you can kind of add in all of this sauce, like in terms of adding in a bunch of these things, okay, and just you could create arbitrary variables like tip for the waiter. So you could create a variable called tip. You could create a variable called pay, and you could just kind of set what happens to that. The main thing I'm looking for is where to write those lines of code. Okay, that's mainly what I'm looking for. So give that a try, and then we're gonna do this together. So I'll give you about 5 seconds. So go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this together now. So I have this, so we have either whether it's resolved or rejected. Now, everything that's resolved in my mind is going to go inside of this try block, and everything that's rejected is going to go inside of this catch block, right? So say we have, and maybe we can give it a rating, why not? So let's say we have let rating. We define another variable let tip, and we define another variable let pay, okay? And if we got our soup as promised, well, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the rating to say, I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to rate this place 5 stars. And I'm going to say the tip is, maybe 20%. And I'm going to pay, $10 or whatever for the food. And then on the other hand, and then for review, maybe I give a 5-star review here, right? But on the other hand, if I don't get what I want, then I'm going to leave a rating of 1 star. I'm going to leave no tip. I'm not going to pay anything because, well, I didn't get anything. And then review, I'm going to leave 1 star. Okay, so we can kind of do that. And what we could do is actually we can even turn this into an object, I'm thinking. Let's do that actually. Const data. Okay, let's just say data, because that's how usually you get data. Rating is 0, and tip is 0, and pay is, I'm just going to say 0. I mean, it should be kind of null, okay, because those are data types as well, null and undefined. So you could do null or undefined if you want to be like really accurate, because these aren't defined yet actually. Right, so pay is 0 and review is 0. And let's actually use those data types afterwards. And I'm going to remove this. And then we're just going to say data.rating, data.tip, data.pay, data.review. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So now it's actually even looking kind of like a real API, which is interesting. And then at the end of all of this, whichever one, we're going to return data and return data. Okay, the try catch block. So now if I do soup and I'll do console log, now let's run it and watch what's going to happen. So promise is running, soup is ready. All right, why didn't we get our data? Why did we not get our data? Let's see. Are we console logging it? We are. Are we running? Yeah, we're running get soup. Interesting. Yes, this is the magic of asynchronous information, right? That's the problem with it. So I can get caught up by, I can get caught off guard with it too, even though I've been programming for years. So it is complicated. See here, if I actually run this, it's not going to work because this function runs instantly. And then I'm sitting there and waiting for the data. So I actually have to await this data and get the results back because it's a promise and I need to retrieve the data, but I can't just await it, right? So I have to actually, so what I need to do is this. Say I want to remove this console log on line 47 and I still want it to actually read the console. What I want to do is get soup, right? I want to actually call, this is a promise. Get soup is a promise, right? And it returns, when we run an asynchronous function, it's going to return a promise, okay? So in order to get this function, we can't just call it, right? When you just try to call it, it's not really going to do anything. So what I want to do instead is I want to do .then, and I'm going to say value, and I will console log the value that we get out of it. Let's run this now. And now you can see the soup is ready and we got this data. So we're actually got the data back that we were looking for, right? And then here I can actually see that the rating is 5, tip is 20%, pay is $10, reviews 5 stars. If I run this again and, oh, no soup today, well, guess what? Rating is 1, tip is 0, pay is 0, and review is 1 star. So that's how this works. Hopefully, like, this makes sense for you on, you know, kind of how you actually do this, how all of this works. So here's a simple trick for you to remember. If you're struggling with promises, or you've ever struggled with promises, or I promise you will struggle with promises, you know, in the future. If you ever, so let's just do this, okay? So say if you console log get soup and you're like, how the hell do I get the value out of this? Why can't I extract the value out of it? If you ever read that something says promise, there's only 2 ways to ever extract the actual value out of this. There's only 2 ways. Either you await it, which you're going to need to wrap that in a function that has async. You're either going to need to await this, or you're going to need to .then this, all right? And then just do value, right? Return the value. So those are the only 2 ways you actually get data back from an async function, or any type of asynchronous task or asynchronous promise. Even if you make a sum function, and let's say you make a async sum function that takes in 2 values, a comma b, and returns their sum, a plus b. If you call this function, right, watch what's going to happen. So if I call this function, I pass it 1 comma 2, and then let's just say sum here, and I'll run this. Even if it's something simple like this, watch what's going to happen when I run it. I ain't got back the result, son. What the hell? Why didn't I get back the result? I clearly defined this. There isn't even any asynchronous parts to this. I'm just clearly saying sum up a plus b. Why are you playing games with me? But because we have the async keyword, it's an asynchronous function, which means by default it returns as a promise. So the only way to extract the value out of this, you give it a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, and you can pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only 2 ways. Either you call await or async, my friend. So let's go ahead and do async here. Either await or .then. So let's do .then, and we'll say console log, we'll say value, console log value, just like this. And now let's run it, and you're going to see that we got back to 3. That 3 we extracted right away. So that's how async functions work. And any type of async stuff that you have, if you want to extract its value, you're going to have to start using .thens to retrieve value for them, especially if they're return data like this. All right. So hopefully that gave you some examples of how this works. All right. This probably isn't going to solve everything for you, but it's going to give you examples. And what we're going to do is in notes here, in your JavaScript course that you're going through right now, in notes, I'm going to create a file, and I'm just going to call it async. Let's call it promises async await it APIs, whatever. Okay. And let me call it .js. And I'll paste in all these kind of notes for you as reference point, so you don't lose them. So if you want to go in notes, you can look at it. Okay. And then here's another notes for you that Lance has created. These are really nice and really helpful. It kind of goes through some of what we've talked about, and plus it asks you lots of questions and gives you lots of written notes for promises to practice them more and to really understand them more, right? So he walks you through, hey, how do you get the promise variable? How do you increment the waiter money? How do you do the async await plus try catch? He has an example that's like an actual working example. And if you want to run any of these examples, open up a new REPL, copy this code, paste it in there, and it'll work. And how to actually get this data. Okay, so here we're doing return user. And just remember, since this is an async function, you're going to have to actually extract its value out of it. So we have those exercises, those notes here for you. if you want to get more practice with the JavaScript course. If you're not in this JavaScript course or whatever, make sure you're watching this on YouTube. Just type in JavaScript and you should find this. All right. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned something about promises. And I know it's confusing, but if you really stick to it and keep practicing, you'll keep getting better with promises. And if you can just really work hard and understand this concept of promises now, your journey to becoming a developer will become much, much, much easier, because there are so many concepts that are asynchronous when it comes to web development, and not understanding promises will always get you in a lot of trouble. All right. With that said, I hope you enjoyed this. And one last thing, I said I was going to talk about null and undefined. You could make these like, null types, because if you didn't give a review, it should really be type null, right? And let's just say we don't define any values there. And if I run this, I should get back like null types if, my soup is order, right? Null, 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 null. Okay, which makes sense, because by default, why would you give a rating of 0 by default, right? That doesn't make sense. That would mean you literally go to a restaurant rated 0. You actually paid 0, but you haven't been to that restaurant, so it's actually null. It's non-existent or undefined. Either you kind of use either one of those, and they'll represent a similar thing in this scenario. So null is a special value, and undefined is usually also a special value. All right, with that said, I hope you enjoyed this. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on learning. All right, let's take your API skills up a notch. We're going to build this weather app right over here. I can type in Arizona, hit search. Temperature is 90 degrees. Max is 95. I can type in Chicago, search, 91, max is 94, and min is 88, and it's clear right now. Or I can type in Las Vegas, where I actually just was at, and I got very, very sick playing a chess tournament. It wasn't because of the chess tournament, it's just Vegas is a cesspool of crazy humans doing wild things, and so got a crazy sinus infection, but now I'm recovering. So anyway, it was hot. It was 120 degrees there when I was there. So there you go. This is the app. This is what you're going to be building right now with the API knowledge that you've learned. So let's go ahead and set some ground rules for this. And let me actually also show you what you actually need to know in order to be able to build this. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is let's open up a new tab and let's go to replit.com. We're going to just open up one with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay. This one right here. And let's just say API weather. Okay. And hit create REPL. Cool. So this should just be empty right now. And then let's go over and open a new tab. Okay. And we're going to go to rapidapi.com. Just type in rapidapi.com. Now, once you're on this website, sign up. I am currently logged in. Okay. So I can log out, but like sign up with either GitHub or Google or whatever. It's free. Just sign up. And then it'll bring you to like rapidapi.com/hub. All right. On here, just search for APIs. So we're going to search for a weather API. So I'm going to just type in weather and hit enter. And you'll see over here that it shows open weather map. This is the one that we're going to be using. This is the easiest one to use. And why we're using Rapid API is because they make using APIs really, really, really easy. So let's use them. Okay. They're freaking awesome. So let's click on open weather map API. And I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see a little bit better here. Let's drag this back. Now you can see our API request is getting set up. I'm going to hover over this where it says node, Axios, whatever. We're going to switch that to just JavaScript fetch because we want to see how do you do that request in fetch. And this is already kind of showing us how to retrieve the data from this open weather API. Okay. It's putting in a key. It's making a request to the open weather map API, and it's trying to pull some data from there. Now, there's just a couple of things we're going to need to do. So in order to even use the free one, we're going to need to subscribe to test. It doesn't take in a credit card or anything like that. So just hit subscribe to test. and then choose the one that says $0. Okay, this is not going to ask for a card. It's just free. Just hit the subscribe button. So we're just going to hit subscribe. Click back on API documentation. All right, perfect. Let's go back to the JavaScript fetch mode. All right, and just clean up some of these things over here. So for example, this over here, I'm going to replace that with Chicago. So you're going to notice that it actually updated that dynamically in the URL that we had. Remove this. All the optional ones, just remove them. Double click and remove, double click and remove, double click and remove. Imperial, you can leave that, and then XML, double click and remove. So your URL should look pretty simple. Fetch URL should look pretty simple right now. Okay, so if I zoom into this, should basically just say community open weather map, blah, 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 and then units imperial, okay, and the city should be Chicago for now. Let's see what happens if I actually try to run this. So let's go up at the top, let's hit test endpoint, run, and boom, you see that it's actually already giving us back a result. Okay, so let's scroll down here a little bit, and you can see we have a result here. So we got 13 items back, and I'm gonna just close all of these items that it sent. And it sent us back a couple of, it's an object with like a bunch of different properties, right? So we have a COD, a name, which is Chicago, the ID of this specific place, what time zone it is in, all right, whatever this DT thing is, clouds, wind, visibility. The stuff that we're going to need is we're definitely going to need to pull from weather. So we can pull things like main, it's like clear. Okay, because if we go back to our app, our weather app, you can see that we have this clear here. So we're going to need to pull this. And then after that, we just need to pull these three different ones. So temp, min temp, and max temp. So if I go back to Rapid API, where is min temp, max temp? Let's take a look at that. So let's see if we can find the min temp, max temp, all of that. So I'm going to look inside of main, and here we have temp min, temp max, and temp. So we have all of the things that we need. So it seems like we get them back in this object, and then the key that it's in is main. Okay, so for example, if I was to imagine, what I will be doing is I'll get back something like data. And then from data, I'm going to have to get access to maybe the first data point or whatever. And then I'm going to need to get access to main. And then within main, so main right here. And then within main, I'll probably need to get access to temp, just like that. So that's probably how I'm going to get that specific temp that we're looking for. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that out. Let's copy that code snippet. So I'm going to basically copy this entire thing. The other way you can copy is just hit copy code. Go over, you don't need to spam it like me being just an idiot. Go back here and let's go ahead and paste that, all of that. Okay, so this is going to be like a bunch of code that got pasted, but options here is really what so when you're using fetch, you can pass it. It can take in a URL and then it can take in options. And then inside of options, you can pass it things like, what's your method? So this is a GET request. And then you can also pass it in headers, and you could pass it in like the specific key that you need, like an access token, because you're going to need that. And then who you're sending the request to. All right. So that's what options really is. And if I try to run this, let's see if we actually get back any data. And boom, you can actually see on the bottom right, I just got back all the data. So .then console log response. Now, let's see if we can get from that response, right? So this is really data, and let's see if I can do data.main, and let's see if that does what we want it to do. Boom, it actually just got us back what we were looking for after I did data.main. I didn't even have to do data0.main, and I'm getting back my temp min, and temp max. And those are the things I need, right? What was the other thing I needed? Well, I needed that thing where it said clear. Where did it say clear? It said clear under, I believe, weather. So let's go check again. So when I ran the results, I have weather. Weather has an array. So I have to probably grab the 0th item from weather. So I'm imagining I got to do something like this. Data, dot weather of 0 dot main. I imagine I got to do something like that, and then that'll get me access to what I need, because data will get me access to this whole thing. Weather will get me access to this right here. Weather 0 will get me access to the specific array right there, and then dot main within that will get me access, I believe, to this key right here, this value right here, clear. So let's give that a try and see if that gets us what we need. Dot weather of 0 dot, what did we say? Dot main, clear, boom. So you can see exactly how we can actually get back, how we can get access to the things that we need. This is how you can make that request. So hopefully this sets you kind of in the right place to get started with this exercise. And I'll show you now the project that you're going to be building. Okay, so then you have all the tools that you need to be able to complete it. So if you go to your JavaScript course main folder, right, main file right over here, here's where you will find your weather app. So if you actually go down, you'll see it'll say weather app right over here. Okay, click on that, and this is your weather app that you can use. And if you go inside of the exercises for this weather app, so let's go to projects, let's go to weather app, let's go to exercise, and this exercise here, okay, will walk you through exactly how you're gonna do everything inside of this weather app. Now you can use this URL here, or you can use the URL that the way that I showed you on Rapid API. For bonus points, try to just use the Rapid API way. I think it's easier, so then you don't even have to go to Open Weather App, Weather Map, and create your own API, but whichever one is simpler for you, do it that way. And here it'll walk you through exactly how this project works. Okay, so it's like, hey, you know, get the weather data. So create a function that essentially runs and gets the weather data. You're going to need to write something. So if we open up the app on this right-hand side, let's go to the weather app. You're going to need to have the search input field where you're going to need to extract the user city from, and then pop that into your URL and then search it. Right? So then when they hit search, it pulls all the data. This weather maps API problem is pretty similar to the superhero app that we made. So I don't think you should have too much trouble, honestly, doing this. Shouldn't be too challenging for you. If it is, it's all good. We'll just walk through this together. And then you have two functions here, okay? You have the search city function, all right? And then you have the show weather data function. And search city, what this is going to do is based on whatever the users put in here, it's going to extract the value. That's what search city will do. And then show weather data will update data on the DOM. And you will have access to what those variables are as well. By those variables, I mean the DOM. You're going to need to manipulate the DOM. So check out the HTML on where you actually need to go and manipulate the DOM. Also, to make your lives easier, I have put all the divs you'll need access to. All right, so your city name, weather type, temp. These are the div IDs, okay? So these are the actual div IDs. If you go into the index.html file, you'll be able to see those specific IDs if you look for them, like city name, weather type, min temp, max temp, right? And that's where it goes. Those go right there when you change their inner text. So all you'll need to do is change their inner text. Now to get ready for this project, what you need to do is this. So for your file, do the following. In your index.html, go back, copy the index.html from this exercise file, right? From the JavaScript course, copy the entire index.html file, go and replace it, paste it over into the new replit that you created. Do the same thing by going to style.css and copying this entire thing and going ahead and pasting this. So your style should be showing up. And then for your script, well, what you could do is you could copy pretty much everything that's here, and then maybe just paste it underneath for now. Okay, so that way you have kind of the piece of code that you and I worked on together. So you have that already. Okay, that's just to show you how to pull data, and then the rest is up to you, because this should already show you enough of what you need to do and really put you on the right track. And then it's your job to like go, okay, how do I retrieve this data, and how do I actually like have this data show up here, right? Show up into the right places, because this piece of code already does that for you. So have fun, give this project a try, and see how much of it you can get done. All right, if you get this whole thing done, huge props. If you don't stress too much. We'll walk through it together. All right, with that said, I'll see you shortly. All right, now let's get to work and let's solve this together. Let's build this weather app. Now, we're just gonna do it from scratch. This is the only piece of code that we had, right? And I got that from Rapid API. I went to Rapid API, signed up for Open Weather Map, and then basically I was able to get my data points. And then it also just makes a code snippet for you, which is really nice. Just make sure to choose JavaScript fetch, and then you can copy and use that exact code snippet. So it makes your life a little bit easier. Now, I don't even need this API key right over here because I'm using a Rapid API one. So that makes life even easier. So what do we need to do here? We need to get the data based on the city that the user types. Well, we're already able to fetch based on the city, right? So if I see my fetch request here, I can see that I'm passing in Chicago. So I get Chicago data. If I run, I get clear. Okay, let's remove this here, and I'm just going to leave it to data. Let's run this. And you can see that I get back all of the data related to Chicago, right? And I can even see name here. So let's just put data.name and let's run it. And you can see Chicago. Well, let's say I change this to Marina Del Rey, and let's run this. Okay, I got some errors right there. Marina Del Rey, let's put % signs. Let's see what happens. Okay, no problem. Let's go back to Open Weather Map API, and I just want to see when you type in Marina Del Rey, how does it write that in strings? Marina Del Rey, %20, %20, %20, just like that. So that's how you represent a space in URLs, is %20. So that's Marina, %20 Del Rey. Cool, that's a city. Yep. So now it's searching up Marina Del Rey, and I can also look up Hollywood or whatever I want, right? And let's hit run, and it'll pull Hollywood and retrieve its data. So we already know that whatever we want to put in here, it needs to go right here. So this is where, like, you know, in my mind, if I'm looking at this, I will immediately convert this into a template literal. And right here, okay, so const, let's just say let city equals whatever. City equals whatever. In my mind, this is where the user city is going to go. So I'm going to go user city, because I know that it's something that the user is going to give me. It's not going to be actually hard coded into my URL. So now if I give, let's say Hollywood, then when I search, it'll say Hollywood right here. If I give Detroit or whatever, it will get me Detroit. Yeah. So now this is kind of doing what I wanted to do. We have yet to retrieve the data. What we want to do is obviously pull the data dynamically from this user input box when the user types in the data. All right, so if we look here, we have city name, we have weather type. City name is probably where I imagine, you know, we're going to pull the value from. That's where the value is. It's in this text box. So we want to pull the value out of there. So let's just say Las Vegas. And then we want to pull the value when the user hits the search button. So we want to make our function where when the user hits search, we can extract this. Now, if we go to our index.html, you can actually see that on the onClick method for this search button, we already have search city function that gets called. So every time I click this button, the search city function gets called. So let's see where our search city function is. It's right here. Okay, so now let's go ahead, console log city. And it seems like we're already pulling the value out of it right here. And we should be able to see the value. So let's type in Las Vegas. Let's hit search. Let's hit run, I guess. Let's type in Las Vegas and let's hit search. And you can see that we pull Las Vegas. So by searching city, we're already able to pull the value. Now we have this other function, which is called get weather data. So I'm just going to put a const right here. This is really the, this piece of code that we wrote up at the top. Okay, it's basically that, because that's where we're really making our API requests. I'm just going to first cut my options, and I'm going to pop in my options right here, because those are like my keys and all of that stuff. And then I'm going to cut my fetch request, and we can delete this user city because we don't need that anymore. And boom, we can put our fetch request, right? Get weather data will take in a city. So now we'll just call this city right over here because we're already grabbing that from the argument right there. I don't need this URL right here anymore because we're using Rapid API. Cool. All right, so fetch will be the city that we're fetching. And then it will return that data. Okay, so right now we're console logging the city name. I'm just going to say console log data. So search city is going to run, and then what we can do is we can call our get weather function and pass it the city that we got. So let's go ahead and give it the city. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Let's say I hit Detroit and let's hit search, and you can see I just got all this data on Detroit. Right, and I can even see that the name here says Detroit. Now let's type in Las Vegas. Boom, name Las Vegas, and I'm getting all this data back. So it seems like my button is being able to type is connected. When I hit search, it's extracting the data. It's sending that over to get weather data, and then that knows how to make a fetch request and retrieve the data back. Now, the last thing really that we need to do is really grab that data and throw it onto our DOM, right? Like actually show it onto our screen. So show weather data. So this is in this method, in this function right over here, show weather data, we just need to update the DOM elements. So basically what I want to do here is I'm going to take these guys and update them. Okay, so for example, what do we have? Temp, right? So let's say document get element by ID and temp, and we'll set its inner text to, let's just hard code it to 86.6. And then I'm just going to call show weather data right underneath here. And I'm going to just give it some dummy data right now. Okay, so right now we're not really going to pass it anything useful. And let's go Las Vegas, search, boom. And you can see that my temp was 86.6. Okay. So I'm just hard coding this right now, but we're going to need to dynamically pull the temperature and then pass that temperature, right? Actually pass the data and not just kind of the silly thing we're doing here. So now what I want to do here is I want to return this data. So let's just do this. So this way I'm returning data. And the next thing I can do is I can make this function async. And why I want to do that is I'm about to run asynchronous code, and I need it to run in the right order because I want to get the data first and then I want to show the data. But if I try to run them both at the same time without doing this, what's going to happen is this here is going to run first because this is like synchronous code. And then this here is going to run after because this is asynchronous. That's not what we want. We want this to finish first, and then we want this one to run. Okay, so I'm going to say async, and we're going to say const data, and I'm going to say await. Okay, and we can pass this data now to our show weather data. And then we'll console log the weather data and see if we're actually getting back anything. And I'll just say a cookie here so we can see that it's the actual thing that we're getting. So let's run this. Let's type in Las Vegas, hit search. I'm getting back undefined. Interesting. Oh, because we're not returning anything. So actually we can put a wait here, and we just got to make sure we return this fetch. And now await will grab the data, and then we'll store that data, and then we'll pass that data. So let's try running this now. Let's see what happens. Okay, Las Vegas. Boom, now it works, and we get our cookie emoji. Perfect. So we grab that data, and then we show the weather data. Okay, so we get weather data, and then we show weather data. This is the right way to do it. And now that we have access to that data, remember how we want to get access to our temps, right? So let's go ahead, console log, and we're going to say weather data dot, I think if you do main, right? Let's see what main gets us. Let's go Las Vegas again. And main gets us all the stuff that we need. So it gets us the temp. So we could do main dot temp here. And I can just copy this and I can paste that right there. Let's hit run. And now you can see that we have 106 degrees temperature automatically being updated right there. Now we just need to do min temp and max temp, and city name needs to go here as well. So we're just going to have a bunch of document.get elements by IDs now. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to paste this line 5 times because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DOM elements that I'm going to need to update. So one of them is obviously going to be temp. So let's just say we're good with temp. The next one I'm going to do is a city name. Okay, so we're going to go and see, I think it's literally called city dash. I could be wrong. City name. Yeah, I think that should be fine. I think so. We'll see. See if this does what we want it to do. And let's just do weather data.name. So let's try this. Let's go ahead, Las Vegas. Let's hit search, and boom, Las Vegas. Perfect. So that worked. Next one is this right over here. How did we get clear again? Let's go check. So we're going to do dot weather of 0 dot main, and that'll get us what we need. Okay. So we're going to do dot weather of 0 dot main. And this is going to get us what's the div called? The div is going to be called weather type. Weather dash type. And then we have temp, min dash temp, and max dash temp. So let's just do both of those. Min dash temp, max dash temp. Okay, and then in order to get those, I'm going to just need to do temp underscore min, temp underscore max. I'm just looking at this right here, temp max and temp min. Okay, and now let's give this a try, and I think the entire thing should be working. So let's go Las Vegas, hit search, and we can see Las Vegas, clear, temp, min temp, max temp. Boom. That was slick. Can you believe we just did that right now? Like, we were speeding through that. That was like, what, 14 minutes with explanation? We're going fast. So let's go Chicago, hit search, clear, Chicago, temp, min temp, max temp. Right, let's type in, I don't know, that should probably break. Oh crap, that's working. So I guess you could type in cities or states. Maybe I'll try Illinois. Beautiful. So it works kind of all around. Let's check California and just general. Nice. So look at that, right? It's working really, really well. It's able to pull the data fast. It's able to show the data. And if you want to move all of your code from this into the JavaScript exercise page, you could do that as well. Just make sure you Command A, copy this and go all the way back, and then just go into this exercise one, right? And then select it and paste everything over it, and you should be good to go, right? And then your exercise file should be working. So you should be able to go to your project exercises. You should be able to click weather app, and then it should be kind of working in there for you. Okay, even if right now it might be broken. There you go. So now if you go to weather app right over here, it should pull up, and once you put your JavaScript code, the exercise one should be working. And then the solution one is of course the final version, so that's always going to be up and running. So there you go. That's how you make your own weather app. Hopefully that gave you a clear understanding and everything makes sense. And hopefully you enjoyed it. And I'll see you soon. All right. I hope you're having as much fun as I'm having. Now let's move on and talk about classes. So how do classes work in JavaScript? Open a new tab. Let's go to replit.com. All right. Replit, replit.com. Open up HTML, CSS, JavaScript file, and we're going to say a lesson, and we'll talk about classes. Okay. All right. So what the heck are classes? How do they work? So classes are, anytime you've seen, okay, for example, anytime you've done a dot method on something, right? That requires you to know about classes. So let's go into our script.js here. So I'll give you examples of where you're using classes where you didn't even realize that you were. All right. So when you say new promise, you're using classes here. Okay. Where else are you using classes? Remember when we can have a array of nums, and then we could do nums.push? Well, guess what? You're actually working with the class. You're working with the array class, and that happens to have a method called .push. And we'll talk about everything too. We'll talk about methods. Okay, we'll talk about properties. We'll talk about classes. Okay, that's the main topic, right? Main topic is classes. And there's all these things. All right, so we're going to be building this Ferrari right over here. Now, if you look at this Ferrari here, right, what do we have? We have, and excuse my terrible photoshopping job, but I'm not a Photoshop expert. I'm a developer, all right? That's what I'm, that's my skill, not photoshopping. So we have this Ferrari here, not Fiat, because that car sucks. So here we have our Ferrari, and it will have these are the properties that it'll have. Okay, so you'll be able to do car.name, car.model, car.weight, and classes are very similar to objects. So if you learn objects, you're kind of in a pretty good place. Like you're not going to be too confused as to what is happening over here. Now, we have this. Now, what are the other things that we actually need to know about this? Right, we have all these properties. If you look on the methods, well, look at what kind of methods we have. We have car.start, we have car.drive, we have car.break, and we have car.stop. Now, those are all anything with the dot start and the open close parens like that, those are called methods, okay? And those are basically like functions, but anytime you have to do car.start, then it's just going to be called a method, okay? Any function that needs a dot is a method. Okay, that's another kind of way to remember it. And then properties are where you're not calling the function with open close parentheses. So it's just car.name is Ferrari. Car.model is whatever, 500. Car.weight is 850 kg. Car.color was supposed to be red, and I photoshopped over it and I made it white. So whatever. Color is red. Just imagine it's a red. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and build this thing, and we're going to do it in a class-based way so we can actually model this. Okay, and then you'll be able to create multiple car objects from it. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so there we go. So I'm just gonna leave this over here so you can see it the entire time. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do class, and we're gonna do class car, and we're just gonna do this. All right, now we're going to need to create a constructor, and a constructor is really gonna have like the, like what are the initial type of arguments and things like that we're going to have. So you'll also learn about a new keyword, and it'll be called this. All right, so I'll show you now. So we're going to have this.name. Okay, so the car will take in a name. It will take in, let's say, a color. And honestly, that's kind of it. I don't want to deal with model and weight yet. So we'll just take in a name and a color, okay, for now. Or maybe it takes in top speed or something like that. Speed. All right. And then so this dot name will be name. This dot color will be color. And this will make more sense once we actually call this object, okay? And this dot speed is going to be whatever speed you pass in. So now let's create a new object with this class. So I'm going to say const car or Ferrari is, and we're going to say new car. Okay, so note this new car, how we're doing this new. So other things you're going to see new with is new date. Okay, so date is a class. You're going to do new promise. Promise is a class. Okay, and we're going to pass in our arguments here. So for name, I'm going to say Ferrari. For color, we're going to say red. And for speed, I don't know, let's say 250 top speed. And then we're just going to console log Ferrari. And let's look in the console and see what we get. And boom, we just got a car object right there. And it says the name is Ferrari, the color is red, and the speed is 250, right? Beautiful. So this is how you will like create a class and create a constructor that will like initialize things instantly. Now, this part, this is the keyword that throws a lot of people off. Like, what is this? What this refers to, guys, is, you know how we do the name? Well, this refers to Ferrari. So now when I do, so watch this, right? So if I do Ferrari dot name and run it, I'll actually get back the name Ferrari. Okay, so let me remove the other console log so we can see Ferrari. Now, if I remove this dot name, watch what happens. It says undefined. Okay, so this here in this case becomes Ferrari dot name, and we set its name to the whatever name was passed in. So say we had passed in Ferrari, so then it becomes Ferrari like this. So it goes Ferrari dot name and sets it to Ferrari. Okay, so in other words, this argument gets passed into name, and name is the variable that goes right here. So that's going to be Ferrari. And this specific Ferrari object that we just created, that is referred to by this. So everywhere we say this, it's being replaced with the word Ferrari. All right, that's what this does. All right. So if I now go this.color and run this, let's go console log Ferrari dot name, and then we'll do speed, run this, and we get Ferrari red 250. Okay, so you can see we've already created 3 properties that this has. Okay, so these are properties. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and create certain methods. So for example, let's create a method that's, car.start or car.drive. Okay. Car.brake. So let's say we do drive. All right. And let's just say console log just drove 2 miles. Okay. Now what we can do is we can go console.log, and I can say Ferrari. In this case, I don't even need to console log it because console log is inside of the drive method. So we can actually just say Ferrari.drive, open close parens. And when I run this, watch what's going to happen. Boom. It says just drove 2 miles. Okay, so that's the drive method. All right, let's do let's do brake method, right? So how are we going to do brake? Let's say for brake, we just want to console log and we want to say came to a screeching halt. So you try that and see if you could call .brake. Take a few seconds. This should take you only 5 or 7 seconds to do yourself. It's going to be only 1 line of code, just like on line 18. And then you should be able to refer to Ferrari.brake. So give that a try. Make sure you're practicing with me the entire time. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. So I'm gonna go ahead here and say console.log, say coming to a coming to a screeching halt or something like that, right? Let's hit run and let's do Ferrari dot brake. Braking, coming to a screeching halt. There you go. Okay, and what are other methods, right? So we have methods like stop. So that is probably like the car coming to a complete stop. So let's say that the car starts off with like a speed of okay, so let's say we have a current speed as well. So we'll go this dot, and everywhere we have speed, let's say this is, we change this with the top speed. Okay, so I'm going to right click, rename all occurrences. I'm going to say top speed. So maybe this is passing in the top speed, just to make that very clear. Now we'll have this dot current speed is going to be 0 in start, right? So whenever a new car is created, well, it isn't driving right now, so it'll be 0. But then let's say we start driving the car, then maybe the speed goes up by 10 miles an hour or something. Yeah. So how we can actually do that is in our drive method, I can just increment this dot current speed by 10. Okay. And that just increases the speed by 10. And we'll say console log, and I'll say driving at, and we'll put this dot current speed okay. So let's hit run, and now you can see it says driving speed at 10 miles an hour. So now we have a new property called this dot current speed. So I can actually go Ferrari dot current speed, and we can see that, oh no, sorry, it's not a function. So let's run this again. It's not a method. So current speed right now is, you can see, undefined. Oh, I'm sorry. The speed here is undefined because this is called top speed. My apologies. But if you console log dot current speed, you can actually see that it says it's currently 10 miles an hour, right? So let's run this, and you can see it says 10. Okay. I'm gonna comment out all the other console logs so it doesn't get like super confusing as to what's happening. And I'll console log this just drove 2 miles an hour as well, right? So it says driving speed at 10 miles an hour. And let's console log before we started driving the car as well. So in the start, you can see the speed is 0 right here, right? If you look, we see that the speed is 0 right there, right? Then after we drive, you can see that the speed is 10 miles an hour. Well, what if we do the drive method again? What will our speed be? Can you guess? Take 5 seconds and try to guess this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see if you guess it right. Beautiful. Okay, nice if you guess 20 because it increments it by 10. And if you do drive multiple, if I do drive 2 more times, what is current speed going to be at this point? Take a guess. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's going to be 40 miles an hour. Okay, driving speed at 30 miles an hour, driving speed at 40 miles an hour. So the car is getting like faster and faster. Now what we could do is we could kind of get fancy and we could do a set timeout where basically if we drive for 1 second, it gets up to a certain speed. If we drive for 2 seconds, maybe it gets up to like 35 miles an hour or something. And then when we get to 2.8 or 2.9 seconds, maybe it does 60 miles an hour, right? So what is that actually? Ferrari, let's see, 0 to 60. How long does it do it in? About 3 point, how fast is a Ferrari? So let's see their seconds, right? So 3 seconds, 2.9 seconds, 2.5 seconds. What's crazy is that Rivian, which is one of these trucks that is like my absolute favorite right now, that is like faster than a Ferrari, and it's a truck, and it does it in 3 seconds. So some Ferraris we have go and do it in 2.9 seconds. We'll just do 2.9 seconds, right? So what we can do is we can even like get fancy with it, and we can create a method that like takes us to 60 miles an hour, right? So let's call it 0 to 60. And what this does is maybe it runs a set timeout, and then it console logs. Ooh. Whew. That was fast or something, right? And let's put some squigglies around this actually, because we want this to be like a function, and we want to write probably more things in it. And then we want to set the current speed to 60. Okay, so we're going to set the current speed to 60. So let's see if this works kind of as expected. So we're going to do console log. We don't need to console log. We can actually just do Ferrari dot 0 to 60 and run this. And let's see. Whew, that was fast. Okay, and now if we check, so like if I comment out all these other lines, and let's comment out this line as well, and this one, and now let's just check the speed. So I'm just gonna get this console log one and put it right here and run it. That was fast. So because it's asynchronous, notice what happened. It ran and told me what its speed was actually before that code finished running. So what we want to do is we could turn this actually into a promise if we wanted to get kind of advanced with it, and then get this promise, and then once it resolves, we could do something with it if we want. So we could do return new promise, and then we can like resolve comma reject, and kind of get fancy with it. But we can try doing a simpler way first, because simpler ways are usually, we like them. And we can actually just grab the current speed like this. Okay, so we can grab the current speed from here after it changes it to 60. So let's try running it now. And you can see that the current speed at this point has been, turned into 60. So if we do it like this, it'll work, and it'll do what we expect it to do. Now for brake, what we want to do is see if you can make it where brake brings the speed down by 10. Okay, so if drive brings the speed up by 10, see if you can make it where brake brings the speed down by 10. Okay, so give it a try. Pause the video. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try it on your own. I think you'll be able to do it yourself. Okay, so let's do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's give it a try now. So let's do it together if you hadn't already. And if you did, great job. Okay, and if you didn't, it's okay. We'll figure it out together. So for brake, what I want to do is I basically want to say, hey, I can remove this console log for now. Don't care about it. And I will simply say, set the current speed to minus equals 10. Okay, so this will just decrement the speed by 10. And we'll put a console log here, and we'll say braking. So let's comment out all of these lines here. Okay, and let's comment out this one, and I'll just go right here. So we got the Ferrari, right? We have the Ferrari. Now what do we want to do? We want to do Ferrari.drive. So this should bring it up by 10 miles an hour, and let's print out the speed. So I'll console log speed, or sorry, Ferrari current speed. So let's run this, and the current speed is 10 miles an hour. Okay, now let's do Ferrari.brake, and then we'll console log the speed. And you can see that when I did drive, it increased it by 10 miles an hour, and then braking, it decreased it by 10. And so now we're at 0 miles an hour. Okay. Now, what if we wanted to make stop, where stop essentially just brings the speed down to 0 regardless of where you're at? So to emphasize that, first, let's do drive multiple times here and see if, before I continue the video, if you can guess what the speed is going to be on line 46. So I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So how I'm going to figure this out is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 multiplied by 10 is 50. So this should get you to 50 miles an hour. This should decrement by 10. This should get us 40 miles an hour. Let's run this. And we get our speed at 40 miles an hour. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to implement the stop method. Okay. So try to implement it yourself. I'll give you some time to do it. You should be able to do it. Okay. And if you're not going to pause the video, or if you have paused the video and you're back, let's figure it out together now. So I'm just going to say, now I guess it would make more sense to say coming to a screeching halt, right? And then we can actually say this dot current speed, and we can actually set it to just equal to 0. Okay, so like basically we're going to reset it to 0. So let's try Ferrari dot stop. And now, can you guess what line 52 is going to say? Okay, take a guess there. And let's run. And boom, you can see that now we're at 0 miles an hour, right? So we were driving at 10, driving 20, driving speed 30, 40, 50, and then we were braking, and then we came to a screeching halt, and now we're at 0 miles an hour, and the car has effectively come to a full stop. All right, now let's grab a different car. Let's get a Porsche, right here, and let's see if you can create a new object with a Porsche. So give that a try, and let's say its speed is 250 miles an hour as well, okay, or 240 miles an hour. So you have a Porsche, okay, color is yellow, right, and then speed of this is, let's say, 250 miles an hour. So make a new object with this, and then see if you could do things like drive it or get its current speed and things of that nature. Give that a try. Give that a try. Okay. And while you give that a try, one thing we can do is, let's go down here. Okay. Give that a try. Pause the video and see if you can actually try this on your own. So you take 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now, here's how you do it. Okay, let's do it together. So I'm going to make Porsche, right? And it's going to be a new car. And I'm going to say Porsche. And color is yellow. And top speed is, let's say, 250 miles an hour. Okay. And let's go ahead and do Porsche dot name. And we'll console log it. And we'll do dot color. And we'll do top speed. And let's run this and see if we actually get it. Yep, we get Porsche. It's yellow, and the top speed is 250. Can we drive it? Let's try it. Porsche.drive. And let's drive it like multiple times. Right? And you can see, boom, the top speed, now we're at 50 miles an hour. If you want, you could also turn it into a loop, right? So we could basically say, you could run it for 5 times or more if you want. So let's say we have an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can say for each, and I can say, I don't care about the value. I don't need to use it. And I can simply say Porsche dot drive. So all this function is doing is, I don't care about these, and I'm just saying, hey, increment Porsche.drive, just do Porsche.drive essentially 5 times. So this gives me a loop that lets me run this piece of code 5 times. So let's try it. Okay. Cannot read properties of undefined on line 5. Interesting. Line 5. What's happening on line 5? Okay, let's comment this out, I guess. Let's try it. Okay, so actually let's do this. Because nums is also of class type array. Or sorry, arrays are class type array. So you have to instantiate them first, and then you can actually do a dot for each. So now I can do nums dot for each. And now it will actually work. Okay, so now I can actually try run, and you can see that we just looped through 5 times and, you know, really floored it and gave, you know, ran our Porsche. Now let's see if we can do 0 to 60 for our Porsche. So Porsche.0 to 60. And let's run this and let's see if that runs. Okay. And it goes, phew, that was fast. Now for our timeout, we want to make sure that we give it like a couple of seconds, right? So we want to say 3,000. So this will wait for 3 seconds, and then it'll say that was fast, and then print out the current speed of the car, etc. So let's try it now. And boom, that happened. 3 seconds later, it goes, phew, that was fast. Okay, so we have 0 to 60 on this as well. And then can we do Porsche.stop? And then check Porsche.current speed. And we'll console log this and run this now. And then boom, we have speed is 0. Okay, there you go. Oftentimes you'll see these get and set methods a lot. So I'll show you an example of that, and you can try to make this yourself as well. So I'll do get current speed. You can already kind of see what this method is going to do. Okay. And see if you could write this yourself. It's going to be very, 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 very easy. Okay. It's just going to be one line here. Literally take like 4 to 5 seconds. Try to write it on your own as well. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So get current speed, and you can just say return current speed. Okay. There isn't a huge, amazing use case for this here, but I'm just showing you this because a lot of classes will have these getters, what they call getters and setters. So I want you to get used to this. So they'll have a ton of like get methods, and then they'll have a ton of set methods that like set the current speed, right? So basically this drive method is really like set the speed or like update the speed back by a certain thing. We could even give it like a method like target speed, where you as a user can actually pass in the speed. So actually let's do that, because you've seen how to call methods, but you haven't seen how to pass arguments to methods. So how about you could actually call the method drive and put in like a number here, like a speed number, and instead of incrementing this by plus 10, it'll increment it by the speed that you give it. Okay, so now when we call .drive, now drive needs something. Okay, and I can also show you default arguments in JavaScript, which are really nice. So if you don't pass in an argument, it'll just give you 10. For example, if I try to run now, my code is going to kind of like not work. You see how we have these nans everywhere, like nan, because we're not passing in a speed when we call our .drive method. So if you see our drive method here, we're not passing in a speed here, right? So if we actually just give it a equals 10, that's a default argument. So if I don't pass in a speed, it'll set that to just be 10. So let's give it a try now and see if that works. Yes, it does, right? But let's go ahead and give some speed. So for example, for the Porsche, what I'll do is I will comment out this line where I gave it drove it 5 times here. What I'll do instead, and I'll comment out this nums line too. What I'll do instead is I'll say Porsche.drive, and let's say I say 40. Okay. And then we console log and we get the current speed. So let's go ahead and console log here and run this. And you can see that it instantly just went, it shot up to 40, right? It instantly shot up to 40 here. Let's do 80. Okay, let's do 40 here. And let's do maybe another 80. Now what's going to happen? So I did 40 here for drive and I did 80 here for drive. What do you think line 69 is going to get us? What's the speed going to be? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Speed's going to be 40 plus 80, right? It's all incrementing on top of each other. So it's going to be 120. Let's run it. And boom, we got 120. Okay, so there you go. This is how you make basics of classes. And this is an example with cars. If you have cars, how can you make different classes and give cars different methods? And hopefully this was like a really visual example. So it kind of got certain concepts through for you. So that's what's happening with classes. Okay. So to give you some other real world example of this, and I do want to talk about nums and stuff like that, and I'll kind of foreshadow it a little bit. But here's a real world example. So let's say we have const numbers, and we have this array right here, and we do numbers.push, and I say 4, and I do console log numbers. What is numbers going to say? Is numbers going to give me back an array 1, 2, 3? Or is it going to give me back an array of 1, 2, 3, 4? Which one is it going to be? If you guess that it's going to give me back an array with 1, 2, 3, 4, good job. That's exactly right. Why is that happening? Because we're doing this dot push. So what is dot push? Is dot push, let me ask you, is dot push a property? Is dot push a function? Or is dot push a method? Or is it something else? What's dot push? If you guess that dot push is a method or a property, that's not right, because property is if I didn't have any function call here. Okay, so that would be a property. It's not a property. If you said function, that would not be right, because a function is if you had to call push like this. Because you have to do dot push, it's not a function. If you said method, you are completely correct. Good job. Okay, so this is an example of a method. Method. So if it's a method, well, then that means whenever methods are involved, there must be classes, because you can only have methods inside of classes. So I'll write that as a note. You can only have methods inside of classes. So you must have a class here. Well, that basically means that numbers, which is of type array, that means that that's a class. Okay, it's its own class, and that class has methods like dot push, and there is something I haven't shown you yet, but it's called type of. So if I actually have an array, so let me clear this console and let me zoom in here so you can see better. So if I do type of and I say 1, 2, 3 array, okay, here it's giving me, okay, what's the type of this? And it says object, right? If I do type of, and let's say I do 2, it says type of number. If I say hello, right, it tells me string. So this is a type of either object, but specifically this is of array class, okay? So sometimes JavaScript is weird. It ends up calling a lot of things objects, but this is really like an array class, and classes are objects sometimes, so that's okay. Then you have number, then you have string. So that's why, like, when you have a string, it has its own methods like dot split, right? Where it turns that string into an array. Or you could have an array with 1, 2, 3, and you could say dot join this with strawberries, right? And then when I do this, it joins 1, 2, 3 with strawberries. So there are classes which have their own methods. So if you were to visualize this, so for example, when I have arrays right here, like arrays, right? What is array? So imagine it like this. Array is of class. It's like class array. And then you might have different methods. Like you might have a join method, and you might have the push method. right? And then we can actually even try implementing our own push, okay? And we could create our own push and see if that works exactly like push does. And so let's give that a try. But first, let's just see how certain array methods work. Okay, so for example, I'm going to do, so I have 1, 2, 3. This is an array, right? Now if I do dot push and I say 4, you can see that I've added a 4 to that array, right? So let's just go do 1, 2, 3 again. Perfect. Okay, so we have this 1, 2, 3 array. Now, one thing you could do to an array is I could actually get the 0th property of an array and I can change it. Sorry about that. I have a chess tournament coming up, so my friend is calling me for that. It's tomorrow in Las Vegas, and it's like 104 degrees, severe heat warnings there, but I'm excited, and I'm going to go play it there. It's a national open chess tournament, and they have $100,000 prize guaranteed. I'm not looking to win. I'm just looking to have a good time. It's going to be fun. Playing on the U2100, if any of you guys are chess nerds. Let's get back to this. So let's say I have this array. So let's say let me create an array. So x equals, we'll say 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I have this array right here, 1, 2, 3. Now, I can actually change some of the properties in here. So I could actually do x of 0, and I can change that to, I don't know, 10. And now when you look at x, notice that I've changed at that 0th position, and now you have a 10. Okay, well, what if I change at position 2 and I do x of 2 is now whatever x of 2 was plus 7? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen here? So x of 2 will get you access to the third index, right? So, or the second index, so 0 index, right? This is a 0, this is a 1, and this is a 2. And I'm setting x of 2 to whatever x of 2 was plus 7. What do you think is going to happen there? Well, this 3 is going to actually turn into a plus 7. So let's try it, right? And let's run x. And you can see that now I have 10 here and 10 there. So you could mutate an array, right? Now, by doing this, what if we access a location that we don't even see there? So let's give that a try. So let's see if I can do x of 3, right, which doesn't exist. And I say apple. And now we do x, and you can actually see I have 10 to 10 apple. So I could actually add things to an array by getting like the last index of the array and adding things there. Whoa, that's pretty bizarre, huh? So using this knowledge, we can actually implement our own push method, okay? And I'll show you how you can actually add methods to the array data type. So JavaScript allows you to do array.prototype, and this allows you to just get access to the array like class. And we can actually now create our own method here and say my push. Okay, so this is going to be our push method that we're creating. And we're going to say it's going to be a function. Okay, and what this function is going to do is let's just say it's going to get this dot length. Okay, this will refer to the array you're calling the dot whatever on. So let's create const fruits. And I'm going to say banana. Let's say blackberry. That's not blackberry. Berry is fine. Oh, we don't have that. Apparently, what happened to it? Strawberry. And then we'll have a cookie. Okay, so apparently cookie is a fruit, but hey, let's just go with it. And now let's do console.log, and I'm going to say fruits.myPush and call it as a method. Okay, fruits.myPush. Let's call it as a method. Let's hit run. And let's see what happens here. Okay, we're getting an error somewhere. Let's see where we're getting that error. It says line 97. Oh, because I'm not like calling type of on anything. So let's just comment that out. Let's run this now. And you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And right now it says undefined because I'm not having it return anything. So let's say return this dot length. So it should return length of 3, and we're getting that 3 we were looking for. Okay, let's get our cars to kind of calm down a bit. So I'll just comment all of that out. All right. So, and then let's comment out our array stuff here as well. So we should just have fruits. Now, if I add an additional fruit in here, let's say I add a pear or an apple, what do you think the length is going to say? Do you think it's going to say 3? Do you think it's going to say 5? Do you think it's going to say 10? What do you think it's going to say? Let's try running it. Boom, 5, because I have 5 items in here. So in order to do the thing, right, if I have an array with 5 items, then all I have to do is say something along the lines of my array 5, and in the 5th position, I can put in whatever item I pass. So my item. Okay. So in this function, we'll pass in item. Okay. And then we can actually just pull the item from here. And let's actually just see first if we can actually get access to our item through that, right? So let's just say return item, and I'll pass in cookie, the word cookie, and let's run this. And you can see that my push function, like my push method runs, it calls this, and I can actually call it on type array, right? I'm creating my own methods for the array, and then it's actually returning the cookie right here, right? So in order to do this, now I have all the pieces of the puzzle. I can do grab this array. Okay, so this will get you the actual array that you're passing it. So let's run this just so you can see, and you can see this refers to the actual array that was passed in. Okay, so hopefully that demystifies the word this a lot for you, okay, because that's what this is referring to. And now we're going to say it's whatever you're calling this dot thing on is usually like this. Okay, so it's referring to like fruits in this case. Now, if I do another dot, that dot will be referring to whatever this would be. Okay, so now I'm going to say this. I know it's an array, and I know what I want to do is I want to return the array, okay, and on its 5th element, or on its 5th position, 0, because let's just go through this. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So in its 5th position, right over here, I want to add in what other fruit is left that I haven't covered yet? A kiwi. Do we have a kiwi in here? Apparently we do. Nice. So on that position, I want to set that to a kiwi. Okay. And then we return this. So let's go ahead and try that. And you can see, boom, we actually now have a kiwi right over here. Okay. So that's super cool. But this 5 is hard coded. How could we get this 5 in a dynamic way? Well, if we have access to this, can we do this dot length and get access? And then we're just going to set that to a kiwi. But instead of a kiwi, we can just set it to an item, whatever item we pass it. So now we can pass the kiwi from here, and let's run this. And you can see that we passed in the kiwi, it went here, and it plugged it in. Boom. And so now we have our own push method, right? We can actually just use our own push to push whatever we want. So let's try pushing a couple of things, and let's then print out our array. Okay, so ignore that. So let's go ahead and push a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to push more cookies. I'm going to push more strawberries. Okay, I'm going to push I'm going to push an orange. Okay, and then we're going to console log fruits, and let's see what happens. And there you go. All of the things that we actually pushed, right, got added. All of these guys that we pushed here, 4 new fruits, you can see that we now have those 4 new fruits, right, added in right there. Okay, so you can extend classes, you can extend array data types like this, you could extend other data types like this, like you could extend so many things. And then, you know, now hopefully other things to you might make sense too. For example, if you have an object, right? So let's say I create an object called things equal, or let's say I create an object called actor and name is Jamie Fox and age is, I don't know how old he is, 37, right? And money is, I don't know, whatever, something random, right? So now I have an actor. How do I get the keys of this actor? I got to use a method on the actor, you know, object. So object is also like its own class, and it has its own method. So if you were to imagine it, you should imagine it like this. I have a class object and it has different methods. For example, it has a method called keys. All right. So now watch what happens when I do object.keys and I pass it actor. Okay. So I can actually pass it actor and boom, I get name, age, money. All right. Well, actually object keys is a little bit different. It is on the object class. So you could do object.keys and pass it the actor. So that's fair enough. That's still a method .keys. Okay. So there are a lot of things that are, all right. And you can also do this. You could also do .values and get all the values back. All right. So you could do .keys. Get the keys. You could do .values. It'll give you all the values of that object. So there are so many use cases of this knowledge and this information. And if you deep dive into it now, it'll save you so much pain in the future, because it gets so much harder if you have like shaky foundations and shaky basics, and then you try to go and build, you know, learn more complex stuff on top of it. You're just going to have so much trouble. But if you learn this now and you can extend these classes and add your methods and do a whole bunch of stuff like this, you're going to be just such a badass developer in the future. And you're going to be so much stronger than most people. And where other people get stuck, you're going to be flying past. So I hope this made sense. I would like to do some more kind of exercises with classes, because I think you should get very used to seeing them. Like everything under the hood is going to be some type of class, some type of object. Everything under the hood is going to be methods and all that type of stuff going on. So if you start getting used to seeing all of this now, I think it's going to be good for you. So we're going to do a few more examples together. So all of these notes here, I'm going to leave them for you so you have access to them kind of whenever you want. Okay, let's go. Let's make sure that they're running. And if you ever want to run them, you can just copy them into a new REPL and run it. Okay. And all of these notes, I'm going to take them. We're going to go back to our JavaScript course. And then inside of classes, I'm going to create a new folder. Okay. And in this folder, I'm just going to call it, or actually this could work really well as a, yeah, so that's good actually. So let's go inside of here. We're going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it car class. Okay. And then inside of here, we're going to make a new file. We're just going to say, how did we name them? Should we just call them script.js everywhere for fighting game? What did we call? Yeah, we just call it script.js. That's fine. And then all of this is going to be in here for you. Okay. So you're going to be able to see how do you actually work with, how did we create the car class, and that lesson is going to be there. So you can just go and take a look at it at any given time that you want. All right, to finish this off, I'm going to leave you with an exercise. Try creating a new REPL, okay, on Replit with just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and try creating a bank class. Okay, so create a bank class. And then it should have methods such as withdraw, and it should have methods such as deposit. Okay. And it should have properties such as balance. Okay. So for example, I should be able to do, Kazi accounts, and I should be able to do new bank account or whatever account. And you could call the class bank account or bank. I don't care, whatever. And then maybe you could start it off with the initial balance. Okay. So, and then if you ever do Python world, this dot balance, it should get me the current balance. In this case, it should get me back, 100. If I do this dot deposit 100, the balance should get incremented. So what should happen is, give me 1 second and I'll show you what should happen. Okay, boom, let's move this up here. Boom. Right, if I do that, then after this, if I actually take a look at this dot balance, that should become 200. If I do this dot withdraw 100, then when I look at this dot balance, that should become 100, okay, because I just subtracted it. So I want you to give this a shot, see how far you can take it and how much of it you can complete. I really believe you should be able to do this entire thing, and you should be able to call these methods, okay, and then do them, right? So it should be this dot deposit, 100 like this. So it's a method, right? And then it takes in a function, it's a method, and it has a parameter that you have to pass it. So in this case, I'm going to pass it 100 and then increments it by 100. If I do 5,000 or 10,000, it should increment by that amount. On the other edge cases, let me ask you this. If you have $0 in the bank, should you be able to withdraw $100? So let's say that this dot balance, or let's say you try to withdraw, in this case, $200 when you only have $100 left. Should you be able to do that? No, you should not. So it should catch that. It should stop that from happening. And it should print out an error message telling the user, hey, you cannot withdraw more than what you don't have. And if you want to make it really jacked and really amazing, try adding a UI to this project. I don't care if it's ugly, it doesn't matter. But see if you can add a UI to this as well. So it has like buttons I could press for withdraw. I could click them and they can help me withdraw. And then I click a button, it helps me deposit. So let's actually draw this out, right? So I have a button here for withdraw. I have another button. Okay. I have another button right here or wherever, it doesn't matter, for deposit. I don't care about the UI as long as you get it done. And then we have another button here, or not a button, but like rather maybe you have a, maybe here it actually says what the balance is. So it just says like, hey, the balance right now is 100 or whatever. So it actually literally has the balance written out, and then the balance increases and you could see it on the screen, right? So you hit withdraw, you hit deposit, it either decrements or increments. And, and then if there are any other methods or anything like that, you could think about adding them. Maybe there's like, you want to close your checking account or something like that, and then just clears up everything, but this is like the main crux of it. So try doing this, see if you can nail this one. You should definitely be able to nail this exercise. And then once you give it a full solid attempt, then we'll work together and code together and make the finished version. Got it? All right. I hope you're excited. Go give it a try and then come back and we'll do this together. All right. Now let's work and create that bank class that we were talking about. So let's go ahead and do this. So I have this bank class. The first thing that comes to my mind before I even start thinking about anything is bank, class bank, just like this. Okay. And you know, I'm like, okay, cool. That's a good start. What's next? Well, what's next is I have certain methods. So I have a withdraw method. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of create that. And then I have a deposit method. So I'm going to go ahead and create that. Okay. The balance is going to be something that's going to be instantiated. So it's going to be like right when the class is created, the balance is going to be created right at the exact same time. So for that, I'm going to need constructor, and the construction is going to just be kind of empty like this. And I'm going to say, I'm going to grab balance, and we're going to say this dot balance is whatever the balance was passed in. Then all withdraw does in my mind is withdraw, right? This function right over here, withdraw. What this does is it should just take this dot balance and increment it by whatever amount the user wants. And we should have pretty much the same thing here for deposit, but we decrement it. Oh, sorry, the other way. Decrement on withdraw and increment on deposit, right? Because we're depositing money and we're taking out money. So far looks pretty good to me. Looks like we're almost done, honestly, with this. Let's go ahead and do const quasi checking, and we'll say new bank. And we're going to start it off with a deposit of $100. Okay, let's go ahead and console log quasi checking dot balance. Okay. And then we're simply going to, I'm going to just move it a little bit out of the way here, and we're going to say run. Okay. And you can see that I'm getting back 100 here, which is great. You know, that's exactly what I had expected when we made this. Now let's try adding. So I'm going to say quasi checking dot deposit, and we're going to add in 100, and then let's print out the balance again. Okay. And now the balance is 200. And what we can do is inside of our withdraw function, I can just add in and deposit. I can add a console log right here, and I can say, so it just shows us the balance right away. Okay, so that won't work. So I'll just do balance colon this dot balance like that. Okay, and you could call this whatever you want. That doesn't matter. And this in objects is the same thing as if you did balance. Okay. So both are the same. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'll also paste it over here. So we have, so basically as soon as it updates the balance amount, it should just show it. Okay. So then that way we don't have to do all a ton of console logs. Okay. And maybe let's add another console log that says console log deposited and the amount. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing for withdraw, and we'll say withdrew the amount. So let's run it. And now you can see it says deposited 100, right? And we can put in, so I just put a $sign here, and then we can put amount like that. So it'll show it with the $sign. So it's a deposit 100. So balance is now 200. Okay, and we can do this same trick that we did here for withdrawing. Okay, so let's try withdraw. So after withdrawing, balance is 100. Let's withdraw one more time. Balance is 0. Right now, here's going to be the problem. If I try to withdraw one more time, do you think it's going to let me withdraw? I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, it's going to let me withdraw, right? Watch what happens. Boom, negative 100. Should I be able to allowed to withdraw money that I don't have? The answer is resounding no, right? Heck no. I should not be allowed to do that. That is crazy. Otherwise, we'd be super rich, right? All of us would be insanely rich. So what we want to do in that case is add a guard clause inside of our withdraw. Okay, so we're gonna say guard clause, so protect against this. And I'm just gonna say if, and hopefully you tried this and you got it. If you did, good job. And if you didn't, that's okay. But like, if you didn't get it and you want to attempt it now, try pausing it now. And basically what I'm going to say is, I'm going to say if this dot balance is less than or equal to 0, then just return. Like, meaning don't run this function method. Just stop it right here. Okay. So let's try this again and let's see what happens. Okay. And maybe we can even say this and say, you know, or maybe we can like throw an error here too, or a console log, and just say cannot withdraw. You cannot withdraw more than what you have. So if we're already at 0, this will stop us. This statement will stop us withdrawing if we're already at 0. Okay, so for example, if I try running this now, it says you cannot withdraw more than what you have. So this is really good for 0, but the problem still remains. For example, if my balance was at 100, I could still withdraw 200, right? We won't be stopped by that. So let's say I try 200 and run this. You can see now my balance is negative 100, right? And then it stops me after that. But that's not what should happen. We should be able to withdraw before that. So maybe what we want to check is we want to say if this dot balance minus the amount that we're being passed in, if that's less than or equal to 0, then just stop. So let's try running it now. And you'll see that it doesn't let us withdraw less than, you know, once we're at 100, it doesn't let us withdraw, and it stops us twice, right? It stops us both times. So we'll not be able to withdraw any more than we have, right? So for example, if I try to withdraw, let's say $1,000, it'll just say, sorry, cannot withdraw at all, right? And our balance will still be at 200. Okay, so maybe I can do that. So it's like, I can print out the balance as well here. Right, so you can now withdraw more than what you have, and then boom, shows the balance right there. So that stops it, and now you can try depositing, you know, as much as you want. You could deposit 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. If you look at your balance, it'll be 29,100. Now let's say you start withdrawing 20,000, and then you try withdrawing 5,000, and then another 5,000. Let's see what happens. So bunch of your deposits, deposited 1,000, withdrew. So deposited 10,000, deposited 10,000, and then you tried to withdraw. So it's like withdrew 1,000, withdrew 20,000. So balance is now 9,100 from 29,000. That makes sense. But when your balance got to 4,100, right, and you tried to withdraw 5,000, well, it says you can't. You can't withdraw $5,000. So that's how those methods are working. So that's really, really good. Now, the only thing that was left is if you could kind of create a UI for this, right? So let's go ahead and try to create a UI for this. That shouldn't be that hard. So the first things I want to do in order to create a UI is I need some buttons, right? I'll create another button here. And for this button, we'll call it, we'll give this button an ID of deposits. We'll give this button ID of withdraw. Okay, so we got two buttons here, and it'll say deposit. This button will say withdraw. So a little plus sign to show that adds money. This withdraws, minus sign that withdraws money. We'll remove this hello world from there. Okay, so now we have deposit and withdraw. We'll have the text for your balance right there. So I will have a div here, and then inside of this div, I will have a p tag, and this p tag will say balance, right? And then balance will be 0 for now. And then we'll give this an ID of balance, this div, because then we're going to be able to change its inner text or its inner HTML, right? Perfect. So we got balance right there. Cool. So we have our balance, we have deposit, withdraw, And now what we want to do is when we click, we want certain functions to run. So what I can do, and there's this nice little trick, since I have this deposit ID right here, I could actually just say, I believe deposit, and it should run this. I think so. But let's not be that hacky. Let's try to avoid being that degenerate. So I'm just gonna say const deposit button, and we're gonna documents dot get elements by ID, and we're gonna say deposit. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the same thing, and we'll get the withdraw button. And all we're gonna do is we're just gonna attach listeners to this. So I'm gonna say deposit button dot on click, and every time you do on click, we're gonna do, you know, quasi checking. And this, we'll just do quasi checking dot withdraw. That's fine. Quasi checking dot withdraw. And oh, okay, that's a good point. We'll also have to do a input field for like how much do we want to deposit or withdraw, right? So let's do input, and we'll give this an ID of amount. So let's go back, and I will simply go amount input, and then we will say amount. So if I hit run again, you'll see I have a field above here, because that will basically tell us how much do we want to withdraw or deposit. So I'm going to say withdraw whatever the amount input dot value is. Okay. And let's see if that actually does anything, right? So I'm just gonna console log, and I will say amount input dot value, and let's see if that does what we wanted to do. So I'll say 23, and I'll run this. Sorry, 23, and then I'll hit. I actually gotta attach it to something, right? So for now, I'll remove this line, and I'll just say amount input dot value, and just console log it for me, please. Let's run this, and let's hit deposit, 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 23 deposit, 25 deposit, deposit. That does not do what we want it to do. Let's just console log anything for now, just to see if things are attached the right way. Let's run this. This is deposit, deposit, deposit. This is still not doing what we want it to do. Okay, so let's go back to our deposit button. It has the correct ID of deposit, right? So the ID is correct. Let's go back. This is going to be withdraw, right? So I'm saying deposit button dot on click that. Let's try that. Interesting. Okay, let's open this up. Let's just see if it's not a bug. I'm gonna hit inspect console, and let's hit withdraw. It is not a bug. Interesting. Okay, we're doing something wrong. We'll figure it out. Oh yes, I forgot. On click takes in a anonymous function, right? So let's do this. And now let's hit deposit. Yes, so it runs every single time. So now the button click is being detected correctly. That's good. Now let's do amount input dot value, and let's run that. Oops, let's run this. Let's do 23 deposit, 24 deposit, 25 deposit. Now this part is running correctly as well. So if I do 26 deposit, right, works correctly. Good. Okay, let's move it to a new line so things don't get that squished. Okay, so I have attached a listener on this on click. Now let's try doing that withdraw thing that we were doing. Withdraw, right? Quasi checking out withdraw amount dot input value. Okay, and let's try doing that. So I'll do $10. Oh, sorry, not withdraw, right? Deposit, because this is a deposit button. So let's run the code again. Let's hit $10 deposit. Boom. The deposit just went up by 10, but it's attaching the string. So now it doesn't say $4,100. Now it says like $410,000. So what we want to do is we want this to be a number. And yes, Okay, so we want that to be a number. And what we could do is we could just call dot value on here, and we could just call number on this. So now, and then amount, we don't need it to be an input because it's actually an amount now. And we can just pass this amount around now. So now I could say deposit amount. Okay, so if I said 10 here, hit deposit. Amount input is not defined. So this is just the amount. And I don't even need that line anymore. Let's run it again. Let's do $10 deposit. Okay, let's do $20 deposit. Oh, interesting. We actually can't do it like that. So let's go back. Let's keep that amount input there. Once we get this query selector, then we have to do dot value, because if we just do dot value, it's going to just get the value that it initially had when the script loaded, and that's it. And then every time you click it, it's just going to get you back that value. But if you keep it like this DOM element, and then at the time of the click, pull the value, then you're actually going to get the correct value. So I apologize, but you're going to have to keep doing dot value here, and then you're going to have to typecast that to a number like this. Okay, so this you'll kind of have to do each time. Okay, so let's run this and see this. I don't need this here anymore. Let's run it again. All right, I'm going to deposit $10, and now you can see that the $10 are deposited correctly. Okay, let's try depositing $1,000. Let's try depositing 20,000, right? And you can see at the bottom right there, now it's doing it correctly, right? We're depositing the correct amount. Now, let's try doing the same thing for the withdraw button. So if you haven't done it yet, try doing the withdraw button yourself and see if you can get it. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's try the withdraw button together. So I'm going to paste this. I'm going to replace this with withdraw. And then we're going to use the withdraw method here. Okay, and we're just going to do number, amount, input dot value, same way. Let's run this, and I'm going to say 100 deposit, so balance is 42. And now withdraw, balance is 4,100. So now deposit and withdraw are working. All I need to do is update the DOM after we do this deposit, right? So as soon as that happens, we're going to update the DOM. And what I'm going to do is I have the amount, not the amount input. I need the balance, right? So I need this balance div. So let's go back, and we're going to do const balance div document.get element by ID, and we're going to say balance. Okay, so it's going to get us the div, and I'm going to say inner text, and we're going to set that to, and it's going to say balance. And we're going to pass in this right there. Okay. You could also just do this. So we can create a new variable, use that here, and use that here. Okay, and then do the same thing for the withdraw function. And then just replace it with amount, so then it's cleaner. Okay, so there we go. Quasi checking that deposit amount, and then the balance is going to read that amount. And then we're going to do the same thing right here. Balance div inner text is amount. Let's run this. Let's hit 10. Boom, balance is 10. Let's do 30. Now you can see balance is 30, right? But the problem here is that it's only putting in the amount. It's not actually putting the actual balance. So instead of amount, what should we put here? Take a guess. What we should actually put in here is we should do quasi checking dot balance. Okay, that's what we want to do here. Let's go ahead and do that here as well. So it's reading the balance the entire time in that case. All right, let's run it. And let's go 100, deposit, 1,000, deposit, 5,200, 20,000, deposit, 25,000, withdraw 1,000, or sorry, withdraw, right? Withdraw, let's say 19,000, hit withdraw, boom, the new balance is 2,200. So hopefully this tells you a lot about how classes work, you know, what you could do with them, how to then connect them to a UI and all of those things, because they make your life honestly a lot easier, right? And then you can use them in a really nice, easy way. And they're just really useful, and you're going to see them everywhere, and everything is a class. Like balanced div, this is a class. That's why you're doing .enter text. Document is probably like you get this document object model, which is probably like this class or this object, and you can do .get element by ID. Let me ask you, what's .get element by ID? Is it a property? Is it a method? Or is it a function? Which one is it? You should be able to guess this in like 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. If you guess this is a method, good job. This is a method, right? Because it looks like a function, but with the dot, that's a method. So this document is a class, and then we're doing this dot whatever method. So everything has to do with classes and objects and all this stuff. And so this is why this is so important for you to learn. And you know, this keyword is so important to learn, because this will come so many places and you'll be so confused what it was, and you'll be thankful that you did so many class-based exercises, and we'll still do more, because like just doing one example is not enough. You have to do so many different examples, so many different exercises, so many different projects. And then the more you do, the more it starts clicking and the more you start understanding. So pattern recognition and programming is one of the most key and underrated and understated things that you could do that will just like skyrocket your skill set. Okay. Like intelligence is one thing, yes, but pattern recognition is even beyond that when it comes to, programming, even things like chess. And then you can build on top of it and take it further. Now, the last thing I'll do for you is we'll take this banks class. We're going to go to our JavaScript course. And then inside of here, inside of classes, I'm going to create a new folder and we'll call it banks class. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to create a new file. It'll just be called script.js. And this file will have the entire code. Okay. And then I'll grab the index.html. So you have that to refer to as well. And you can always see it. Go back here and we'll add in, whoops. Oh, Jesus. What did we do? What did I do? Okay. I moved banks out of the banks class, out of the classes. Okay, cool. Now we're good. Let's add in a new file here and we'll say index.html. And we'll paste that HTML right here. Okay. All right. So now what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to go to the home page, right? And right on the home page right here, you'll see lessons. And in lessons, you'll see classes. It'll say bank with deposit and withdraw methods. And so this lesson will be available for you. You can click it and play around with it right here. Okay, and deposit it. So you'll have the fully working app with the final solution. Okay, and then you'll be able to hit withdraw and take out any of the monies, right? Hit withdraw. Let's do 300. Boom. Okay. Boom. 99. Okay, you'll be able to withdraw whatever you want, deposit whatever you want. So this app is there for you now. And then if you want to look at the code, obviously the code is going to be inside of a folder called classes. It's going to have banks class in there. And inside of there, you're going to have this code. And then the script file is going to be the main one where the entire JavaScript is sitting there waiting for you. Okay. And you can always use this to refer to your notes, run the app, make changes, and do whatever you want. Okay. Hopefully that was insightful and gave you some more insight into classes, and we'll be still doing more stuff. So I hope you're prepared and excited. All right, now that wow, that was a lot. I mean, that was over 10 hours of content. If you got to hear start to finish, first of all, I love you. My AdSense loves you. Thank you so much. And I think your skills, JavaScript skills, went way higher. Now, you're still not a pro, but this is way more than you might have ever done, okay? And you definitely have increased your skill set. So give yourself a huge pat on the back. I'm really proud of you for getting to here. I hope this was exciting, riveting, fun, engaging, insightful, interesting, and more than anything else, just curiosity inducing. I hope that you want to endeavor on this journey and on this path to like learn more JavaScript and just improve your coding skills. I had a lot of fun making this for you. Our team at Clever Programmer, me and Lance, David, everybody had so much fun putting this course together for you. I hope you enjoyed it, but let this be just a start in your journey. There's so much more for you to do. I can't wait to see what types of projects you build, because that's what you need to do now. Okay, it's all about building projects with this and taking this to a whole another level. So if you enjoyed this, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, because this is a channel where you will become the best developer on planet Earth, and look out for more content, okay? So thanks so much for watching, and as always, this is Kazi, and I'll see you in the next video.